In the parallel world of Huaihai City's Xingfu Community, Yi Zhengxiu was swiping his phone habitually, completely unaware that his life would be completely turned upside down in the next second. As a time traveler, he originally thought that by coming to this world, which was almost identical to the Earth, he would be able to reach the pinnacle of his life by relying on his identity as a reborn person. But 3 years have passed, and Yi Xiu has long understood. Without system plugins, time travelers are just ordinary people. He has worked diligently as a social animal for 3 years, working 996 day after day. With a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan and high living pressure, he feels suffocated by life. But when he was finally ready to take a little time off from his busy days, a system multiple-choice question that changes his destiny popped up. Doomsday crisis? Yi Xiu was stunned for a moment. Although the system screen looked very realistic, he still felt that he was probably being deceived. After all, in this parallel world that is almost exactly the same as the previous life, how could a doomsday crisis suddenly appear? This system is too low level. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he casually clicked 3, 4, 5. Choose attributes and kill rewards, plus a space ring. The end of the world hasn't come yet, but I've already understood life, Yi Xiu said self-deprecatingly. However, the next second, the system's mechanical and cold voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a successful choice. The system is loading. The cold prompt sound made Yi Xiu stunned, and then his eyes went dark, and he heard bursts of heart-wrenching screams and noisy roars in his ears. Yi Xiu immediately rushed to the balcony and looked outside. His heart suddenly tightened, and everything in front of him made him feel like he was falling into an icy cave. The bright moon in the sky is no longer silvery white, but dyed blood red, like a giant ghost eye, overlooking the entire world. In the neighborhood, neighbors who were once familiar with each other fell one after another, and blood flowed like a river. A fat woman was being pinned to the ground and bitten madly by her own teddy dog. In the distance, a couple who had just started dating were hugging each other, but the man had become like a zombie and was biting his girlfriend madly. More residents began to stagger to their feet, their eyes red, roaring and rushing towards the people around them. Zombies? Yi Xiu was stunned and took a deep breath. Ding! System prompt. The world will fall into endless doomsday, and natural disasters will come. Please prepare for survival. The cold reminder sounded again, and Yi Xiu's heart sank completely. He realized that this time it was not a joke, the doomsday was really coming. Moreover, this doomsday seemed to be of hell difficulty. Zombies? Acid rain? Red fog? Mutants? Ice storms? Earthquakes, meteorites, the resurrection of creatures in the Earth's core. The intensity is too high. Yi Xiu gasped and his hands began to tremble. The system obviously ignored his despair and continued to issue rewards. Rewards have been issued. 1. Space ring. Contains 1,000 cubic meters of space, but cannot hold living things. 2. Kill zombies to gain attributes, and there is a chance of dropping equipment. 3. 100-fold return. Feed any item to a beauty with a score of 95 or above, and you will get a 100-fold return. A ring emitting blue light gently fell into Yi Xiu's hand. He stared at the small object blankly, his mind full of one thought. Is this true? Do you really want me to rely on this to survive? A tearing scream came from the window again, and he calmed down instantly. Calm down, Yi Xiu. Now is not the time to be confused. The key is to survive. Looking outside the balcony, the number of zombies was increasing at a very fast rate. Yi Xiu gritted his teeth, holding the ring in his hand, and a hint of cruelty gradually appeared in his eyes. Since the system is here, I'll take this gamble. Otherwise, no matter if I'm a time traveler or an ordinary person, I'll just be food for those monsters. There was silence in the house, but there was a rapid knock on the door outside. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Xiu frunit. He looked through the peephole and saw a woman in pajamas standing outside the door. Her face was pale, her eye sockets were sunken, and her eyes were gradually stained with scarlet blood. She knocked on the door weakly with her hands, and a hoarse sound came from her throat. Help! Help me! She used up the last bit of her sanity to cry for help. But in just a few breaths, that hint of human clarity completely disappeared, replaced by bloodthirsty instinct. She had changed. Her hands began to frantically pull at the door, as if she had smelled the breath of a living person, banging it wildly and disorderly. Her eyes filled with violence and hunger. The female neighbor upstairs? Yi Xiu recognized her. The woman who always walked her dog around and often let the dog urinate and defecate in the elevator, but never cleaned up. Yishio narrowed his eyes and sneered. Just in time, he quickly rushed into the cloakroom and pulled out a baseball bat. Standing behind the door, he took a deep breath and unlocked the door without hesitation. As soon as the door opened a crack, the female zombie outside the door pounced on him, opened her mouth full of blood and flesh, and tried to bite him. However, what greeted her was a sharp sweep of a baseball bat. Bang! The female zombie's head was smashed to pieces in an instant, and red and white objects splashed on the doorframe. Yi Xiu still held the baseball bat in his hand, but his breathing was not disordered at all. He looked at the fallen zombie and said coldly, "Clean and neat." Before he finished speaking, a system notification sound suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a mutant zombie and gaining free attribute points +3. Do you want to use it? Is there really a reward? Yi Xiu was stunned for a moment, and then a blue attribute interface popped up in front of him, which clearly displayed the 3 newly added attribute points. Use it, he said without hesitation. Please allocate attribute points. Yi Xiu quickly added all 3 attributes to strength. He knew very well that in the apocalypse of zombies, strength was the most critical asset for survival. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully adding attributes. The current strength value is 11 points. Following the system's prompt, Yi Xiu felt a warm current spreading rapidly throughout his body. He clenched his fists and felt his strength increase instantly. When he swung his arms, he could even create a gust of wind. Yes, this system is awesome. Yi Xiu was secretly delighted. The increase in strength gave him a huge boost in confidence. He decided to go upstairs again to take a look. Since the female zombie had mutated, her home might still be in danger. Sure enough, when Yi Xiu gently pushed open the door upstairs, a disgusting smell of blood hit his nose. Inside the house, a man was lying on the ground with his back to him, gnawing at the corpse of a dog. Yi Xiu recognized at a glance that this man was Jang Z, the husband of the female zombie, and that dog was their family's pet. Sure enough, it's another zombie. Yi Xiu tightened the baseball bat in his hand. His eyes became sharp. Zhang Ji suddenly raised his head, as if he had sensed Yi Xiu's presence. His face was covered with veins, and his scarlet eyes stared at Yi Xiu like a prey that had found a new target. He let out a low growl, got up from the ground with strange movements, and then rushed towards Yi Xiu. Bah! Yi Xiu didn't hesitate at all, picked up the baseball bat and hit it hard, directly smashing Zhang Ji's head. Brains were flying, and the zombies fell to the ground. Bye! Congratulations to the host for killing the mutant zombie +1 and gaining attribute points +5. The system prompt sounded again. Yi Xiu saw that there were more attribute points, and he couldn't help but feel moved. There are actually 5 points this time? It seems that the zombies have different strengths and different rewards. Again, he chose to put all his attribute points into strength. As the strength value increased to 16 points, Yi Xiu clearly felt that his physical strength and speed had also been significantly enhanced. Very good. He moved his arms with satisfaction, but just as he was about to turn around, he caught a dark shadow from the corner of his eye. A low growl was heard, and the dog corpse that had been gnawed into a bloody mess actually stood up slowly. Even the dog has mutated? Yi Xiu was surprised and clenched the baseball bat. The mutated dog glowed scarlet all over, and it rushed towards Yi Xiu at an extremely fast speed. Yi Xiu reacted quickly, dodging sideways while swinging his stick at the dog's body. Bang! The baseball bat hit the mutant dog's belly hard, knocking it out. Unexpectedly, the dog's vitality was extremely strong. After rolling a few times, it pounced on him again in a strange posture. It really is haunting us. Yi Xiu sneered, raised the baseball bat again, and smashed it on the head with all his might. Crack! This time, the mutant dog's head was finally smashed. The red light completely disappeared, and it collapsed to the ground motionless. It seems that the most effective way to kill zombies is to smash their heads. Yi Xiu muttered to himself, putting away the baseball bat, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly discovered that a long knife emitting a red glow had fallen next to the dog's corpse. Did the equipment drop? Yi Xiu was stunned and quickly picked up the long sword. The system prompt followed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weapon. Autumn Leaf Sword. Quality blue. Yi Xiu looked at the long sword in his hand and was stunned. Isn't this the equipment in the game I played in my previous life? The system can actually drop something like this. A scarlet long sword was held in Yi Xiu's hand, the blade emitting a slightly hot breath. Yi Xiu swung it a few times, and the sound of the blade breaking through the wind could be clearly heard. This knife had just burst out from the body of the mutant Teddy. He carefully examined the blade, and the system's blue prompt box appeared before his eyes. Item name: Autumn Leaf Knife. Quality blue. Introduction: extremely sharp with fire attribute attack, can burn zombie viruses and delay wound healing. Bound for use, can be transferred. Fire attribute attack? A gleam of light flashed in Yi Xiu's eyes. He muttered in a low voice, "It's a natural counter to zombies." After swinging the knife around, he found that the weight and feel of the autumn leaf knife were quite suitable for him. It was neither heavy nor light. Combined with the fire attribute, it was simply a magic weapon for killing zombies in the Doomsday. I didn't expect that this little teddy bear would actually drop a weapon. Yi Xiu chuckled and began to look forward to it. If I continue to kill zombies, will there be better equipment? However, he was not in a hurry to take action at the moment, but chose to organize the resources in front of him. He turned around and searched all the supplies in his neighbor's house. There were 5 bottles of Coke, 2 bottles of milk, some vegetables and fruits left in the refrigerator. He even stuffed the instant noodles and sausages in the cupboard into his space ring. These supplies are hard currency in the Doomsday, Yi Xiu thought to himself. After a while of busy work, he went downstairs carrying the autumn leaf knife. As soon as he reached the stairwell, he heard a low roar. A hunched figure slowly climbed up from the shadows. His cloudy eyes shone with scarlet light, and his old fingers grasped the stair railing. The old man on the second floor? Yi Xiu narrowed his eyes. He recognized the owner of this body. Unfortunately, the old man was no longer the same as before. His skin was gray and purple, his legs were stiff, but he rushed towards Yi Xiu at an astonishing speed. Yi Xiu didn't hesitate at all. He raised his hand and held the knife, and a red light cut through the air. Puff! The sharp blade of the autumn leaf knife easily split the old man's neck, and with a dull sound of landing, the head rolled to the ground. The system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the mutant zombie and gaining attribute point +1. Yi Xiu didn't even look at the corpse on the ground, but instead turned his gaze to the system interface. He found that only 1 attribute point was added this time. Sure enough, the rewards for zombies are related to their strength. This old man is old, and his physical fitness is poor, so I only gave him 1 point. Yi Xiu muttered to himself, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. However, when he looked down at the old man's body, he made an unexpected discovery. The fire attribute of the Chuan knife was taking effect. The bloody body was burned up in just a few seconds and turned into a pile of ashes. Yi Xiu raised his eyebrows. This function is really powerful. With this knife, he can easily deal with any number of zombies. So, he simply started to clean up the entire building, killing from the 9th floor to the 1st floor, and then from the 1st floor back to the 9th floor. Along the way, he encountered a total of 6 zombies. Bah! The last zombie's head was chopped off by Chuya Dao, and Yi Xiu wiped the sweat from his forehead. The system's prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 6 mutant zombies in total, and gaining attribute points +13. Yi Xiu quickly opened the attribute panel and allocated 10 points to strength and 4 points to agility. Current attributes: strength, 26, agility, 14. Yi Xiu clenched his fists, feeling the power surge in his body. He could clearly feel that he was now more than 1 level stronger than the office worker who worked 996 hours a day. Now, I can probably break a security door with 1 punch. He smiled, with a little more confidence in his eyes. After confirming that there were no zombies around, Yi Xiu counted the supplies he had looted from the building. 6 boxes of mineral water, 3 boxes of instant noodles, 3 barrels of soybean oil, some potatoes and eggs. With these supplies and his own space ring, he would be able to survive even if the Doomsday lasted for a month. Next, I will look for more resources and try out the 100x return ability. Yi Xiu muted it. He looked at the description of the skill in the system interface, 100x return, which can only be triggered by feeding a beauty with a score of 95 or above. It's a pity that there are zombies everywhere now. Where can I find beautiful women? Just as Yi Xiu was thinking about this, there was a hurried knock on the door. Yi Xiu, Yi Xiu. Open the door. I'm Lin Yushi, our neighbor across the street. Accompanied by a clear and pleasant female voice, Yi Xiu walked to the peephole and looked out. Yi Xiu looked through the peephole and clearly saw the woman outside the door. She was wearing a pink silk pajamas. Her long black hair was casually scattered. Her face was a little terrified, and her hands were tightly clasped in front of her chest. Lin Yushi, Yi Xiao was not unfamiliar with this name. She was a famous and stunning wife in the community. She had just gotten married, and her husband took great care of her. She was the dream lover in the hearts of many men. At this moment, this glorious woman was standing at his door, knocking in panic. Yi Xiao, save me. My husband has turned into a monster. There are zombies everywhere outside. I can't hold on any longer. At the same time, a low roar came from deep in the corridor. Yi Xiao frowned and thought to himself, whatever you say, it will come true. He opened the door, holding the autumn leaf knife tightly in his hand, the red blade emitting a strange light in the dim corridor. Lin Yushi almost crawled into the house, and just as she stepped over the threshold, a black shadow suddenly pounced on her. He was a burly bald man wearing a wrinkled shirt and holding a briefcase. His face was covered with twisted blue veins, and his eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that he was completely infected by the virus. Is this her husband? Yi Xiao's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand and slashed. Puff! The knife slashed, and the man's head flew up instantly, and scarlet blood splattered all over the ground. The body twitched a few times on the ground, and then completely lost its movement. Ah! Lin Yushi screamed in fear, crouched in the corner with her hands on her head, her whole body trembling. Yi Xiao calmly looked at the glowing object on the ground. As the zombie fell to the ground, the system prompt sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the mutant zombie, and the equipment dropped. Obedient water. Obedient water? Yi Xiao picked up the bottle on the ground, and the blue interface of the system appeared in front of him. Item: obedient water. Effect: after drinking, the user will obey all the host's instructions. Once betrayed or had the idea of rebellion, they will suffer extreme pain or even death. At the same time, the abilities gained by the user will be returned to the host at a 1-to-1 ratio. Is this serious? Yi Xiao looked at the bottle of potion with a subtle expression. He turned around and glanced at Lin Yushi, who was still trembling in the corner, and immediately had an idea in his mind. Okay, it's okay, Yi Xiao whispered, pulling Lin Yushi up from the ground and bringing her back to his room. Lin Yushi had just sat down, still in shock. Her big eyes were sparkling with tears as she stared at the bottle in Yi Xiao's hand. What is that? Obedient water. Yi Xiao answered calmly and handed the bottle to her. Listen, obedient water? Lin Yushi was shocked, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. She thought it was something improper and quickly took a few steps back, nervously covering her chest. Yi Xiao, don't mess around. It's already this time, and you're still. Yi Xiao sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. Lin Yushi, now is the end of the world. If I really want to do something to you, do I need to use these means? Then why did you ask me to drink this? Lin Yushi bit her lip, her eyes full of vigilance. It's simple, Yi Xiao said coldly. Drink it, I will guarantee your safety, but if you dare to betray me, you will be responsible for the consequences. Hearing this, Lin Yushi hesitated. She knew she had no choice. The outside world was a zombie-ridden hell, and Yi Xiao's place was the only shelter. Although she had doubts about this bottle of obedient water, in order to save her life, she gritted her teeth, took the bottle, and drank it all. The potion tasted slightly sweet, and there was no strange feeling. That's it. Lin Yushi breathed a sigh of relief, and even revealed a hint of sarcasm. I thought it was some high-tech, but it turns out to be just a bluff. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly felt a sharp pain spreading from her chest to her whole body. Ah! Lin Yushi held her head and screamed, kneeling on the ground, beads of sweat rolling down her cheeks. Oh, you dare to betray me. Yi Xiao sneered, looking down at her with cold eyes. No, I didn't. Lin Yushi's face turned pale with pain, and she waved her hands repeatedly. I just had a little thought. That's right. Yi Xiao released his hand that was pinching her neck and said slowly, remember, from now on, you can only listen to me. Lin Yushi nodded, with a hint of fear in her eyes, knowing that she would never betray the man in front of her again. All right, get up. Yi Xiao waved his hand and looked out the window. An hour later, Yi Xiao casually threw a bottle of mineral water to Lin Yushi and said calmly, Here, this is for you. Lin Yushi, who had just finished her work, was sweating all over. She was very thirsty, but she felt a little unhappy when she saw Yi Xiao's casual attitude. She secretly muttered in her heart, just a bottle of water? The Doomsday has already happened, and he is still so stingy. However, when Yi Xiao added coldly, it's up to you whether you drink it or not. If you don't drink this bottle of water, it will be gone. Lin Yushi immediately became timid and quickly took the bottle, gulping down several mouthfuls. Although she felt aggrieved, she did not dare to say anything. At the same time, Yi Xiao heard a system notification. Ding! Target Lin Yushi drank the Bisuition mineral water and received a 100-fold reward. 100 bottles of mineral water. Yi Xiao was slightly startled, then raised his lips. He opened the space ring and found that there were indeed 100 more bottles of mineral water inside. 100 times return. So good. This skill is simply a bug in Doomsday survival. As long as he can get Lin Yushi to eat, he can double the gains. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel proud. Not only will he have enough food and drink in the future, he can even stockpile supplies. What if he finds a few more return targets that meet the requirements? Wouldn't that mean he could build a Doomsday supply empire? However, he still had a question that he hadn't figured out. System, why didn't she trigger the return after drinking the obedient water? The system responded coldly. The items obtained by the host through system rewards are not included in the 100-fold return mechanism. The 100-fold return is only effective for normal food and drinks, and the return items cannot be counted repeatedly. Oh, I see. Yi Xiao nodded, secretly understanding the logic of the rules. However, because of this, he became more interested in the 100 times return. Since the reward is so substantial, he must make good use of it. After exiting the system dialogue, Yi Xiao came back to his senses and found Lin Yushi staring at him suspiciously. What are you looking at? Yi Xiao frowned and spoke in a bad tone. No, nothing. Lin Yushi was so scared that she quickly lowered her head and pretended to be innocent. All right. Yi Xiao waved his hand and checked the time. He was tired after working all night and needed to replenish his energy. He stood up and said, "You keep watch tonight. I'll sleep for a few hours." Ah! Lin Yushi's eyes widened, her face full of grievance. You want me to keep watch? Is there a problem? Yi Xiao gave her a cold look. Lin Yushi immediately became timid after being glared at by him, lowering her head and whispering, No, I'll keep watch. I'll keep watch. Yi Xiao raised his eyebrows in satisfaction, then leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Lin Yushi looked at Yi Xiao, who was already asleep, curled up in the corner, with mixed feelings. Thinking of the experience yesterday that made her nearly die, she dared not have any other thoughts. The next morning, just after dawn, Yi Xiao woke up and stretched. Although the Doomsday environment made him nervous, he slept soundly last night. He glanced at the sofa and found Lin Yushi curled up there, also asleep. Yi Xiao walked forward and gently patted her shoulder. Wake up, it's time to get up. Lin Yushi suddenly opened her eyes and sat up in a panic. I'm not asleep. I'm watching the door. She waved her hands to explain, with a look of panic on her face. Yi Xiao looked at her nervous expression and couldn't help laughing. You are really good at pretending. As he said that, he took out a piece of bread from his space ring and handed it to her. Lin Yushi was stunned for a moment, her eyes full of surprise and gratitude. For me? Nonsense, just eat it if I give it to you. Yi Xiao waved his hands, looking impatient. Lin Yushi lowered her head, took the bread, and began to eat it voraciously. Although she usually paid great attention to her image, in this Doomsday situation, image was obviously no longer important. She finished the bread in just a few bites, touched her stomach, and looked at Yi Xiao embarrassedly. Are you not full? Yi Xiao raised his eyebrows and took out another piece of bread from his space ring and threw it to her. Lin Yushi looked at the second piece of bread in her hand. Her eyes reddened. She never thought that in such a Doomsday situation, Yi Xiao would be so generous and give her 2 pieces of bread. Woo! Lin Yushi covered her mouth, tears almost falling. Thank you, Yi Xiao, you are so kind. Yi Xiao looked at her crying in silence, his tone still cold. Don't be touched. You will have the strength to work only when you are full. Yeah. Lin Yushi nodded quickly, ate the bread in small bites, and secretly vowed to repay Yi Xiao in the future. But Yi Xiao was thinking something completely different in his mind. 2 pieces of bread, 100 times the return is 200 yuan. TSK, the more this woman eats, the more I earn. He looked at the space ring in his hand and had more plans in mind. After breakfast, Yi Xiao walked to the balcony and observed the situation outside. Sure enough, there were more zombies outside than yesterday. The square of the community was full of staggering zombies, including old people, children, and many zombie pets wandering on the road. Several of the mutant dogs were sniffing the air, seemingly looking for the scent of living people. Yi Xiao watched all this, his eyes gradually turned cold. He clenched the autumn leaf knife in his hand and said to himself, It seems that we must take action. When Yi Xiu turned on his phone, he unexpectedly discovered that there was still a network signal, which surprised him. He originally thought that as soon as the Doomsday broke out, the network, communications, and other infrastructure would be completely paralyzed, but apparently the signal is still there. However, he was also very clear that this might only be temporary, and the connection might be completely lost in the next second. Seizing this brief opportunity, Yi Xiu immediately opened the community owners group to see what his neighbors were doing. As expected, the community chat group was in an uproar. Almost every message was discussing the sudden disaster that happened yesterday. Some were describing the mutations in the community, while others were frantically calling for help. Some residents had already fallen, and others had seen their relatives turned into zombies. Even Aunt Wong, who is usually active in the neighborhood committee, sent a shocking message. The police station has fallen, and now the entire Huaihai City has been paralyzed. Everyone is on their own. Although this information was confusing, it at least provided Yi Xiu with some important clues. The situation was worse than he had imagined. In addition, Yi Xiu also received several official emergency notification text messages. Please note, the mysterious blood moon radiation has a strong biochemical infection effect. Humans and animals directly exposed will turn into bloodthirsty monsters. Please be sure to stay indoors and do not go out. So far, large-scale infections have occurred in many parts of the world, and urban order has basically collapsed. Seeing this information, Yi Xiu frowned. His mood did not fluctuate too much, as he had long understood that in this doomsday scenario, everyone could only rely on themselves. Lin Yushi, who was standing by, was not so calm. Her pretty face turned pale, and she tightly grasped Yi Xiu's arm with both hands. Her voice trembled. What should we do? The whole world is in chaos now. Can we still survive? Yi Xiu glanced at her calmly, with a playful smile on his face. What are you afraid of? I'm here. In fact, Yi Xiu already had a clear plan. 1. Continue to hunt zombies and enhance his abilities through system upgrades. 2. Stock up as much supplies as possible while he can still move. 3. Find more targets with scores above 95 and maximize resource gains through 100x return. You stay here and wait for me. I'll go out and collect some supplies. Yi Xiu picked up the autumn leaf knife. His tone was calm, but it revealed unquestionable majesty. Lin Yushi was somewhat reluctant, but she did not dare to disobey, so she could only nod. As soon as he went out, Yi Xiu ran into a zombie. The zombie was in tatters, with bloodthirsty madness in its eyes. When it saw a living person, it immediately roared and pounced on him. Yi Xiu sneered and turned his body slightly, and the autumn leaf blade slashed across as fast as lightning. Puff! The zombie's head fell to the ground, and the next second, the flames spread from the blade to the zombie's body, burning it to ashes with a crackling sound. At the same time, Yi Xiu heard the system's prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a zombie and gaining attribute points +3. Ding! You have obtained the dropped item. Red quality equipment fire energy source. Upon hearing this tip, Yi Xiu's eyes instantly locked onto the glowing object on the ground. Red quality? He quickly picked up the glowing red cube and looked at the item's property description and was stunned. Item name. Fire energy source quality. Red function. Can activate mechanical life forms, giving them life and autonomous consciousness, and turning them into creator-level beings. One mechanical unit can be activated every day. Spark source. Yi Xiu had a complicated expression for a moment, staring at the small cube in his hand for a long time without coming back to his senses. Isn't this the leadership module from the Transformers? He couldn't help but mutter to himself, System, you are too outrageous. You can even reveal this. To be honest, if it weren't for the real, glowing little cube in front of him, Yi Xiu would never have believed that such a thing would appear in the Doomsday. If it really has the abilities described in the introduction, doesn't that mean I can build an Optimus Prime? Yi Xiu's mind unconsciously emerged with a scene of a team of Transformers crushing a tide of zombies. With excitement and tentativeness, Yi Xiu took the fire source and came to the underground parking lot of the community. He looked around and found that there were quite a few cars parked here. Ordinary family sedans, luxurious BMWs and Mercedes-Benz, and several large pickup trucks. In the end, Yi Xiu chose a Ford Raptor. This car looks tough enough, and its combat capabilities should be good. He muttered to himself and gently placed the fire source on the body of the Raptor. Buzz, accompanied by a low energy fluctuation, a blue light spread out from the source of fire. Then, the Ford Raptor actually began to transform. Cool and strange mechanical sounds came one after another. and the body of the car seemed to be quickly disassembled and reassembled by a pair of invisible hands. After a few seconds, a mechanical warrior about 7 or 8 meters tall appeared in front of Yishio. Boom! Because the ceiling of the underground parking lot was too low, the mechanical warrior's head hit the ceiling directly, creating a big hole in the ceiling. Oh, damn. What the hell is this place? The mechanical warrior complained, covering his head. His blue mechanical eyes turned and finally stopped on Yishio. It was stunned for a second, then knelt on one knee and whispered, "Cybertron warrior, greetings to the respected creator." Yishio was so shocked by what he saw that he was speechless for a long time. Looking at this mechanical life form with a metal body, powerful weapons, and intelligent consciousness, a smile slowly rose from his lips. This thing is the real Doomsday weapon. When Yishio activated Iron Skin, a huge set of data appeared in front of him. Name: Cybertron Mechanical Warrior. Level: 1. Arms: Army, Strength, 1000. Defense, 3000. Firepower, 3000. Characteristics: Absolute Loyalty. Introduction: a warrior from the Cybertron galaxy, with terrifying firepower output and unparalleled defense. Hiss! Yishio took a breath. Strength 1000? Defense 3000? Firepower 3000? He was a little confused by the data, but then he came to his senses. This means that the iron sheet in front of us can easily lift several small cars, and its defense is comparable to that of a tank. In terms of firepower alone, it is estimated that it can compete with the military's heavy weapons. With this guy, let alone zombies, even if the natural disasters increase tenfold, I can still live freely and comfortably. Yishio raised a smile. However, the next second, a low zombie roar came from the darkness of the parking lot. Roar, along with the appearance of several staggering figures. The zombies in the parking lot were obviously attracted by the sound of the iron sheet's deformation. Master Creator, please step back and leave it to me. A dull mechanical sound was heard from Ironhide, and then the huge metal body took a step forward. When he raised his hand, the gears clattered and his arm instantly deformed into a huge energy cannon. Buzz! The blue light gathered and then exploded violently. Boom! There was a sound of explosion, and the energy fluctuations instantly turned the zombies into powder. A huge hole was even blasted out on the ground, and the glass of the surrounding vehicles was shattered. Yishio stared at all this in amazement. This is too abnormal. This kind of firepower is simply a doomsday tank. After dealing with the zombies, Ironhide turned around and said respectfully, "Master Creator, are you okay?" Yishio waved his hand. "It's okay, well done." At this moment, he completely understood one thing. With the combat power of Ironhide, as long as he operated properly, he was fully capable of establishing his own territory in this doomsday, and even suppressing all threats. But just as he was imagining his future, a familiar name suddenly popped up in his mind: Leaan. That's right. This name once gave Yishio a headache, but now when he thinks of it again, he feels a little more expectant. Leaan is the beautiful president of Yishio's company. She has an impeccable figure and looks, and is the dream lover of many men. But he has an extremely arrogant personality and always looks down on others, especially towards Yishio. He either sneers at him or puts him down with words, as if he was born to be a waste. Hey, in this doomsday environment, I wonder if you can still maintain that proud look. Yishio showed a sly smile. He took out his phone and opened WeChat Moments, and sure enough, he saw a post from Leaan. "Can anyone rescue me? I'm trapped on the 25th floor of Building A on Huaihai Street. I'll give you 1 million if you can save me. But don't come, you idiot. I'm afraid you'll get implicated before you can save me." Seeing this message, Yishio almost laughed out loud. It's already this time, and this woman is still so vicious. You really deserve that no one rescued you. However, Yishio knew very well that this opportunity could not be missed. He decided to go there in person to see if Leaan could become his new milk cow that would return him 100-fold. Ironhide, transform, let's go. Yes, Master Creator. The metal sheet deformed with a crackling sound and turned into the domineering Ford Raptor again. Yishio climbed into the car, and with the roar of the engine, the Raptor pickup rushed out of the underground parking lot. At the same time, in the office on the 25th floor of Building A, Leaan was hiding in her office, shivering while holding a badminton racket. She was wearing a well-cut black business suit and a pair of black stockings, which showed off her slender figure. At this moment, she no longer had the arrogance of the past, and her eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. "Wow, Dad, where are you?" She kept calling her father, but no one answered. Just when she was about to burst into tears, the office door suddenly rang. Click! Li Xiaowan was shocked, and her voice trembled. Oh, who is it? A familiar voice came from outside the door. It's me, Yi Xiao. I'm here to save you. Yi Xiu. Hearing this name, Li Xiaowan was stunned for a moment, and then looked disdainful. Why is it you? Although she expressed disgust, she quickly stepped forward and opened the door in order to save her life. However, when the door opened and she saw Yi Xiao standing outside, her brows immediately furrowed. Why are you here? Who asked you to come? Yi Xiao sneered. You don't want me to come? Fine, then I'll leave. Don't! Li Xiaowan was anxious when she heard it and quickly changed her words. That's not what I meant. Anyway, since you are here, just take me away from here. Yi Xiao walked straight into the office, locked the door, then sat down in the boss's chair, looking at Li Xiaowan unscrupulously. I have to say, this woman is really top-notch. The black suit perfectly outlines her proud figure, and her pair of long and beautiful legs are even more eye-catching. TSK, not bad, the quality is very good. Yi Xiao sneered, and then the system data popped up in his mind. Name, Li Xiaowan. Age, 22 score, 95 meets the requirements. Yi Xiao was delighted. However, Li Xiaowan obviously hadn't realized her situation yet, and still put on an arrogant attitude. What are you still standing there for? Take me away. Didn't I agree to give you 1 million? Pa! Yi Xiao slapped her directly on the face. Li Xiaowan covered her burning cheeks and looked at Yi Xiao in disbelief. You dare to hit me? Li Xiaowan was about to get angry, but Yi Xiao's hand was faster than her mouth, and he slapped her directly. Pa! The crisp sound echoed in the office. Li Xiaowan's pretty face instantly became red and swollen, and she was completely stunned. Yi Xiao, you... But the next second, another backhand slap fell fiercely. Ba! This time, Li Xiaowan was completely furious. She covered her burning face with her hands, her eyes moistened, and she glared at Yi Xiao angrily, emitting an indomitable anger from her whole body. Are you crazy? How dare you hit me? What was going on? From childhood to adulthood, even the strictest tutor in her family had never touched her finger, but now she was slapped twice in a row. As the daughter of a group, she had never suffered such humiliation. However, Yi Xiao ignored her anger and stared at her coldly, with a hint of disdain and oppression in his eyes. Shut up, try talking nonsense again. Before she finished her words and was about to say something, Li Xiaowan was slapped loudly in the face. Bah! This time, she was completely quiet. Even her breathing became cautious. But her eyes were almost spitting fire, and while she was furious, she also had a hint of helplessness and grievance. She glared at Yi Xiao, her chest heaving violently, her anger almost bursting through the sky, but she didn't make another sound. Now, do you know what to do? Yi Xiao asked calmly, his tone neither hurried nor slow, but full of condescending pressure. He sat on the chair with his legs crossed, tapping the armrest with his fingers, and looked at her indifferently, as if he was looking at a pet waiting to be trained. What should you call me? Li Xiaowan tried hard to hold back her tears, pursed her lips stubbornly, and said nothing. Still being stubborn? Yi Xiao sneered and showed as if he was ready to attack again. Ye Xiu. Call me master. Master? Li Xiaowan frowned when she heard this. Are you crazy? How dare you let me call you master? Li Xiaowan was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently. She pointed her trembling white fingers at Yi Xiao and said in a sharp tone, I am the daughter of Huaihai Mechanical Engineering Group. How dare you let me call you master? Yi Xiao ignored her anger, but calmly dragged her to the window and pressed her against it forcefully. Looking down from a high building, dense swarms of zombies were wandering downstairs, stretching out their bloody hands and making hoarse sounds, as if calling for the arrival of more prey. Seeing such a horrific scene, Li Xiaowan's face turned pale instantly, and her eyes were filled with fear and despair. No, no. She waved her hands in panic, her voice trembling. Don't throw me down, please. Are you scared? Yi Xiao's voice came from behind him, cold and with a hint of contempt. Since you were scared, you should know what to do now, right? Yi Xiao turned around and sat back on the sofa, crossing his legs, looking at her calmly, as if examining a piece of merchandise. Li Xiaowan's face was filled with humiliation, but she had to bow her head as she was under the eaves. She took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and finally squeezed out 2 words in a shameful whisper. Master. Master. Well, that's right. Yi Xiao showed a satisfied smile, His indifferent expression seemed to say, "This woman is nothing special." Li Xiaowan clenched her fists. The anger in her heart almost ignited her. "Asshole, just wait for me. When I get back, I will have someone kill you." But before she could think about her next counterattack, Yishio sat down on the sofa leisurely and clapped his hands. "Since you already understand the rules, let's go." When Yishio took Li Xiaowan out of the office, the scene downstairs made Li Xiaowan regret it again. Dense zombies were scattered around the building, crawling and pacing. Some even climbed up the walls with their deformed limbs. Their hideous appearance was chilling. Li Xiaowan originally thought that the situation outside wouldn't be too bad, but now she just wanted to retreat back into her office and pretend that nothing had happened. This place, there's no way to leave. She subconsciously moved closer to Yishio, almost sticking to his back, fearing that if she wasn't careful, she would be discovered by those monsters and dragged into the zombie horde. At this time, Yishio's iron sheet had been waiting in the parking lot for a long time. When the huge Raptor pickup truck roared and opened the door, Li Xiaowan relaxed a little. However, just as they were about to get on the bus, there was a rustling sound in the distance, followed by a conversation. "Hurry up! Don't dawdle! Boss, don't be impatient. There are a lot of zombies around." "Bullshit. Those guys are so slow. There's nothing to be afraid of." As a group of figures approached, Yishio saw clearly that the leader was a fully armed young man holding an iron rod in his hand and looking quite confident. When Li Xiaowan saw this man, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes, and she whispered, "Jang Z." Hearing the voice, Jang Z looked up at her, with a flash of excitement on his face, and then his eyes gradually dimmed. He walked a few steps closer and looked at her with complicated eyes. "Xiaowan, are you okay?" "It's okay." Li Xiaowan forced a smile, but there were still 2 clear slap marks on her pretty face. Jang Z frowned. "Your face? Who did this?" Li Xiaowan's eyes flickered slightly, and she quickly changed the subject. "I accidentally fell." "Fell?" Jang Z's eyes instantly turned cold. He sneered and looked at Yishio, who was standing beside him. "It was him, wasn't it? Did this guy hit him?" Li Xiaowan quickly denied. "Don't talk nonsense. He is just an employee of my company." "Employee?" Jiang Ze's eyes suddenly became playful, and his gaze swept back and forth between Li Xiaowan and Yishio. A hint of sarcasm appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Is he really your employee? You two have been alone in the office for a whole night, and now you tell me that you are okay." "Jiang Ze, don't talk nonsense." Li Xiaowan was anxious and angry. Her pretty face flushed, and she glared at him angrily. "Humph!" Jiang Ze sneered and waved his hand to have his brothers surround Yishio. "Boy, do you know what will happen if you try to snatch a woman from me?" Yishio looked at Jiang Ze lazily, not even bothering to answer, and just patted the Raptor pickup beside him. "Iron skin?" "Yes, Master Creator." The next second, a clicking mechanical sound was heard, and the Raptor pickup truck quickly deformed, and with a roar of gears, it turned into a behemoth 7 or 8 meters high. Zhang Ze and his younger brothers were stunned. They never expected that such an ordinary car would turn into a mechanical giant. "What the hell? What kind of monster is this?" One of the little brothers was so scared that he dropped his iron rod on the ground. "Iron sheet, kill them," Yishio said calmly. "Yes, sir." Tiepi raised his mechanical arm, and the energy hand cannon quickly took shape and aimed at Zhang Ze and his gang. Buzz! As the blue light gathered, a terrifying energy cannon suddenly blasted out. Boom! In the explosion, Zhang Ze's little brother was directly vaporized without even a scream. The remaining few people were so scared that they fled back in panic. "Don't waste time, let's go." Yishio waved his hand to interrupt Tiepi's pursuit, then turned around and dragged Li Xiaowan into the car. After a while, Li Xiaowan, who was sitting in the car, came back to her senses from her shock, her face still pale. What is that?" Yishio replied lazily. "You just need to know that it is much scarier than zombies." Li Xiaowan took a deep breath and tried to suppress the fear in her heart. However, when she tried to open the door and escape, Yishio slapped her back and slapped her back to her seat. "If you dare to move again, I will make you fly out of the window." Li Xiaowan covered her pretty face, which was burning. Her eyes were slightly red. Her lips were trembling, but she dared not say another word. Yishio, who was sitting in the main driving seat, turned his head and looked at Li Xiaowan coldly. His tone was like a knife. "If you keep talking nonsense, I will let him kill you too." Li Xiaowan shuddered all over, recalling the scene where those people were evaporated by Iron Sheet's cannon. Her lips trembled, but she dared not make any sound anymore. Although she looked unwilling, she was completely shocked by Yishio. Yi Xiu looked at Li Xiaowan, who had calmed down, and a sneer rose at the corner of his mouth. He reached out and gently pinched her chin, applying a little force her to raise her head. That's right, only obedient people can live long. Those who don't listen will only die. I understand. I understand. Li Xiaowan's voice was as soft as a mosquito. She swallowed, and there was no longer the pride of the past in her eyes. Only the deep fear of Yi Xiu remained. Seeing her like this, Yi Xiu sneered in his heart, but on the surface he looked calm and leaned back in the driver's seat, ignoring her. His gaze turned to the road ahead, while he was also thinking about the powerful fighting ability that Ironhide had just displayed. This one shot can evaporate several zombies, and it can also clean up several unlucky humans. This thing is simply invincible. Yi Xiu was secretly proud, and his fingers holding the steering wheel slightly exerted force. If there are a few more of these iron skins, then I can sweep everything away, right? He pondered for a moment and decided to ask the system again. System, regarding this spark module, how is the strength of the Cybertron life form activated determined? Are there any rules? The system's voice soon rang in Yi Xiu's mind. Replying to the host, the strength of Cybertron's life forms is mainly determined by the size and value of the carrier. The larger and more expensive the carrier, the stronger the life form that is activated will be. The combat effectiveness of ordinary cars is weaker than that of pickup trucks, and pickup trucks are far inferior to luxury cars and sports cars. Military vehicles with armed capabilities, such as tanks, armored vehicles, and helicopters, will have stronger combat effectiveness and destructive power after activation. Hearing this, Yi Xiu's eyes lit up. I see. So the bigger and more expensive the car, the more powerful it is? Military weapons are even more powerful. The system replied, that's right. In addition, vehicles with combat attributes, such as fighter jets and armed helicopters, will become even more powerful after being activated. TSK. Looks like I have to find a way to get a few tanks back. Yi Xiu muttered to himself, already starting to think about how to find these military vehicles. On the other side, Jang Z, who had escaped the disaster by chance, was driving at full speed. There was still a trace of fear on his face, and even his palms were soaked with cold sweat. The younger brother beside him also had a pale face. Neither of them said anything. They just drove the car back to the Jong family's villa in silence. The area where the Jong family villa was located had long been built like a fortress, complete with barbed wire, sentry towers, and walls. There were also more than a dozen zombie corpses scattered around the periphery, which had obviously been cleaned up by the guards. The young master is back. Open the door quickly. Seeing Jang Z's car, the guard immediately shouted and opened the heavy door. As soon as the car stopped, Jang Z was helped out of the car with weak legs and feet. His face was as pale as a piece of paper, and he looked like he had lost his soul. Master, what's wrong with you? A loyal butler stepped forward and supported Jang Z. Jang Z barely raised his head, his voice trembling like a sieve. Quick, take me to find my dad. Hurry up. The housekeeper did not dare to delay and immediately asked someone to support Jang Z and take him into the basement of the villa. The basement of Zhang's villa is brightly lit and decorated like an underground palace. Zhang Tianyang, the CEO of Zhang Group, was sitting on a luxurious leather chair, sipping red wine elegantly. Surrounding him stood several graceful maids and a dozen fully armed bodyguards. Zhang Tianyang had obviously prepared for the end of the world. The basement not only stored enough food for thousands of people, but also had backup power generation equipment and various living facilities. He calmly watched the news on satellite TV. Although the screen was full of despair and wailing, he looked indifferent. Dad, something happened. As soon as Zhang Z entered the room, he rushed to Zhang Tianyang and shouted as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Zhang Tianyang frowned and put down his wine glass. What are you arguing about? What's the matter? What scared you like this? Dad, there are aliens. Zhang Z shouted incoherently before he could recover from his shock. Aliens? Zhang Tianyang was stunned, then sneered. Don't talk nonsense. Where did the aliens come from? Zhang Z quickly recounted the entire story of his encounter with Tiepi. After listening to this, Zhang Tianyang frowned and thought for a moment, then shook his head. Humph, I think you were scared by some modified weapons. What? Killing several people with one shot. It's just some equipment with powerful firepower. It's nothing special. But that thing can transform and talk. Zhang Z slapped his thigh anxiously. Zhang Tianyang disagreed. With today's technology, it's not uncommon to modify some things. Besides, they have weapons, Don't we have any? Uh, Jang Z was stunned. Dad, what do you mean? Jiang Tianyang smiled proudly and lowered his voice. Do you think I'm just hiding here for refuge? I have already brought back a batch of equipment from abroad, including tanks, armored vehicles, and 2 armed helicopters. Not to mention modified vehicles. Even if they get a real alien, I can blow it to pieces. Hearing this, Jiang Z's eyes suddenly lit up. Dad, you are so awesome. What are we afraid of? Jiang Tianyang sneered. That's right, when these equipment arrives, our Jong family will be able to completely dominate the entire Huaihai City. By then, who dares to provoke us? Jiang Z's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Yi Xiu, just wait for me. When we get our weapons, I will make you regret it. Chapter 9, what a magical thing. Of course, at this moment Yi Xiu didn't know that they were already thinking about him. But even if they knew, they wouldn't care because with a big guy like Ironhide, not to mention a small manor, even a military base could be flattened. Not to mention that tomorrow, there could be another one, and the day after tomorrow, there would be another one. So he took Li Xiaowan back to his community. Sitting in the car, Li Xiaowan looked at the zombies wandering around and the furnishings of the community. I'm a little curious. Is this where Yi Xiu usually lives? When I parked the car downstairs and just got out of the car, a blind zombie roared and rushed out into the corridor. Ah! Seeing the zombies rushing towards her, Li Xiaowan was so scared that she subconsciously hugged Yi Xiu tightly. But Yi Xiu calmly took out the autumn leaf knife from his space ring. With a puff sound, the zombie's head was hit accurately, and the zombie caught fire in the next second. Li Xiaowan was secretly frightened by what she saw. What kind of weapon is this? It can even burn zombies into ashes? However, Yi Xiu's focus was not this, but that as the zombies were burned to ashes, ding dong, a green light flashed by, and his eyes lit up. Something exploded. I walked up to pick it up and saw that it was item name, Obedient Water +1. Here comes another bottle of Obedient Water. Seeing this thing, Yi Xiu laughed. I didn't expect to bring back a 95-point cow. Just a bottle of Obedient Water burst. It seems I'm lucky. After putting away the Obedient Water, Yi Xiu took Li Xiaowan upstairs first. And when I got home and opened the door, a gust of fragrant wind blew over, and Lin Yushi immediately threw herself into his arms. Wow, Yi Xiu, you're finally back. It's been 2 hours. I was so worried about you. If you died, what would I do? She waited here alone for a long time, but Yi Xiu didn't come back, and she was obviously very scared. The sudden presence of a beautiful girl in his arms also made Yi Xiu stunned for a moment. You know what? This woman is really soft. But he still pushed her away and said, I went and brought you a sister. You have nothing to worry about. What sister? When Lin Yushi heard this, her pretty face was stunned for a moment, and then she noticed Li Xiaowan who was following her with a stunned look on her face. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush, and she quickly let go of Yi Xiu, feeling somewhat embarrassed. But Li Xiaowan felt different when she saw the two people in love. She opened her cute little mouth, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. No, Yi Xiu, you have a woman, so why did you bring me here? Moreover, to be honest, although Li Xiaowan was extremely confident in her appearance and figure, which were definitely first class, she was still surprised when she saw Lin Yushi's soft and noble appearance. This woman is quite pretty. She is as pretty as me. Lin Yushi also noticed Li Xiaowan. With so many beauties, it was too easy to arouse the other party's vigilance. But she also understood her own identity. So, you risked your life to save her. She felt a little disappointed for some reason. If Yi Xiu were to take such a risk to save a girl, that must be the person he loves. What? But when Li Xiaowan heard this, she was stunned again. Yi Xiu ran over from a long distance, taking a risk. Just to save yourself? Just when she was about to be tempted, Yi Xiu's ruthless words shattered her fantasy. You came all the way to save her? Oh, she is only somewhat useful. If it weren't for the cow that would return him 100-fold, he wouldn't bother. You! This sentence instantly broke Li Xiaowan's defense, and she was shaking with anger. Do you think I am so unworthy of you? Humph, the more you say this, the more I will make you understand my nobility. Let's eat something first. Yi Xiu didn't bother to pay attention to her thoughts, so he took out a bottle of milk, a banana, and a piece of bread and threw them to Li Xiaowan. I came to my senses and looked at the bread, banana, and milk in front of me. What's more, she hasn't eaten anything since yesterday, and her stomach is already growling with hunger. You said you don't like me. If you don't like me, why do you give me food? Li Xiaowan didn't want to care about it anymore. After all, only when you are full can you have strength. Therefore, it was eaten up in no time. And Yi Xiao heard a pleasant reminder. Ding, you fed Li Xiaowan a banana, a piece of bread, and a bottle of milk. Return it now. Banana plus 100. French bread plus 100 packs. Milk plus 100 bottles. Looking at the supplies pouring into his space ring, Yi Xiao revealed a look of satisfaction. Then he looked down at Li Xiaowan and said, Do you want to eat more? But, can I? Li Xiaowan was really hungry. After hearing this, she couldn't help but look up at Yi Xiao. It would be better if she could eat something more. Open your mouth. But who would have thought that the next second, Li Xiaowan was force-fed the obedience potion. The moment she ate it, Li Xiaowan subconsciously retched. She looked at Yi Xiao angrily with her pretty face. What did you give me to eat? Obedience water? I just picked it up. Have you forgotten? Yi Xiao gave a polite smile. What? Li Xiaowan felt desperate. She thought it was the thing that men usually use. At this time, you were still thinking about doing that with me. But the next second, Lin Yushi, who was kind-hearted next to her, reminded her, and she then realized what this thing was. Hey, don't resist. This thing will hurt you to death if you have any bad thoughts about Yi Xiao. She kindly reminded me in a soft voice. After all, I had just experienced it and I didn't want to go through it again. But Li Xiaowan didn't believe it at all. What nonsense are you talking about? There is no such a god in the world. Before she could finish her words, an expression of extreme pain appeared on her pretty face. She collapsed to the ground, with beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down her forehead. Oh my God, is this actually true? Oh! Yi Xiao sat on the sofa leisurely, looking at Li Xiaowan kneeling in front of him in such pain, and was very surprised. It seems that you are very hostile to me. This made Lin Yushi, who was standing beside him, a little embarrassed. It seemed that she was like that yesterday as well. Her pretty face turned slightly red as she hurriedly reminded him, don't think about scheming against him anymore. If you don't think about it, it won't hurt. Listening to Lin Yushi's words, Li Xiaowan suppressed the pain and tried not to curse Yi Xiao in her heart. Sure enough, the feeling of pain actually slowly disappeared. It was just a moment, and she opened her eyes and looked at her whole body. As if nothing happened, she looked at the bloodstains on her hands caused by the pain and disbelief, and was secretly surprised. Chapter 10, Is Your Gun Serious? Seeing this, Lin Yushi beside him also breathed a sigh of relief and said with pursed lips, I told you a long time ago, but you didn't believe it. Do you believe it now? Believe it? I believe it. I won't dare to do that anymore. I won't dare to say bad things about you behind your back anymore. Whoa, Li Xiaowan was almost scared to tears. Whoa, how many evil things does this guy have? She no longer dared to resist Yi Xiao at all. That's more like it. Seeing that Li Xiaowan had become much more obedient, Yi Xiao was much more satisfied, and he stood up. Okay, now I'm going to go out and collect some supplies and level up. You too can come with me. Well, it's you, Li Xiaowan. Yi Xiao thought about it and looked at Li Xiaowan. Ah, it's me again. Pointing at herself, Li Xiaowan looked aggrieved. No way, I just came back and haven't even sat down on the sofa. And you want me to go out? Why? Do you have any objection? No, how could I know? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaowan was so scared that she waved her hands quickly, then smoothed her skirt, stood up, and followed obediently. Seeing this, Yi Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Then he reminded Lin Yushi, cook some food while there is still gas at home. You may not even be able to have hot meals at that time. Anyway, he would return the supplies after eating them, so Yi Xiao couldn't bear to consume more supplies. Yeah, okay. After seeing Yi Xiao and Li Xiaowan off, Lin Yushi looked at the empty house and couldn't help but shudder. I'm alone, and it's quite scary. As for Yi Xiao, he took Li Xiaowan back to the pickup truck. As soon as they got in the car, Li Xiaowan couldn't help but ask weakly, Where are we going? Let's go to the police station first, Yi Xiao said. Although he already has a Decepticon and 2 cows, to be honest, the cows also need some self-defense ability. Otherwise, it would be uncomfortable to carry 2 burdens. He needs to train them. Go get 2 weapons. As he spoke, he stepped on the accelerator, causing the iron sheet to emit a dull roar. Leave the community directly, because Guangming community is not far from the nearby police station. So they soon arrived at the police station, and after dealing with 5 or 6 zombies outside, they gained 12 attribute points. Yi Xiao went straight to the armory. I found that there were indeed some weapons here. But there is more. Several safes were opened. Someone got there first? Yi Xiao frowned slightly. This was not a good thing. Of course, it didn't matter if he took the weapon away. But what if he used it on himself? I'm not bulletproof. A lot of weapons here have been taken away. Li Xiaowan followed in with a baseball bat. After looking around to make sure there was no danger, she saw the safe that had been pried open and frowned. It's okay. There's more here. Yi Xiao discovered that there were still 5 safes that had not been pried open. Apparently, he didn't have time to catch up and ran away. He directly used the extremely hard autumn leaf knife to pry open the safe. Then I found that it was true. There were 2 Type 92 rifles and an automatic assault rifle, all of which were the latest models. The rest were various types of bullets, which surprisingly matched. Take it. Throw the Type 92 pistol and automatic assault rifle to Li Xiaowan. Li Xiaowan was also excited when she saw so many weapons and quickly hugged them, including the bullets. Yi Xiao directly packed them up and carried them on his back. However, when he pried open the last safe, he saw a sniper rifle that was completely black with a dark barrel, and there was a stand and a sniper scope next to it. It's actually a CSLR-4. This surprised Yi Xiao a little. He didn't expect that in such a police station, there was such an advanced domestic sniper rifle. There is also a rifle stand, including a scope and even a silencer. Almost all of them are brand new and shiny black. You know, this thing is equipped by special forces. I didn't expect there would be one here too. A sniper rifle. Li Xiaowan's eyes lit up when she saw it. Yi Xiao was a little surprised to see that he was so interested. Have you played it before? Unexpectedly, Li Xiaowan nodded quickly, staring at the gun. I played with a sniper rifle when I was abroad, but it was not this one. It was the Barrett from the Eagle Country. Ha, you played a lot. Yi Xiao knew that this woman was definitely not bragging. As the daughter of the CEO of Huaihai Mechanical Engineering Group, she had played a lot. That's great, take it away. All the weapons were packed up and taken out, including 3 boxes of 7.62 bullets, totaling 150 rounds, plus a black silencer. Wait until you get it. Yi Xiao took Li Xiaowan and quickly left the weapons room. At this time, more roars of zombies could be heard outside. However, after going out, Yi Xiao discovered that the zombies had stopped moving and were all sleeping on the ground. Some even evaporated a lot. Well, needless to say, Yi Xiao also knew that it was Ironhide who did it, and he was afraid of attracting the attention of more zombies and causing trouble for the creator, so he turned on the silencing mode. However, in this way, Yi Xiao would lose all the experience points for leveling up. Ironhide, leave a few for me next time. Understood, Lord Creator. After emitting a respectful mechanical voice, Ironhide made a rumbling sound and quickly left the police station with Yi Xiao. Inside the car, co-pilot Li Xiaowan was still excitedly fiddling with the sniper rifle. It was assembled in a short while. She excitedly opened the car window and looked at the zombies outside, looking around excitedly. Yi Xiao, this gun is so cool. What did you call me? But as the unhappy voice came, Li Xiaowan quickly changed her words. Master. Master. Yi Xiao nodded. Li Xiaowan was so angry in her heart. Humph, you made others call you master. If it gets out, how can they live here? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, but he didn't dare to think about Yi Xiao. So Li Xiaowan aimed directly at a zombie. Bang! With the help of the silencer, there is basically no sound. The zombie who was staggering was shot in the head innocently. Seeing the red flowers, Yi Xiao was even more surprised. You're pretty good. Not only was the distance hundreds of meters, but the vehicle was moving, and yet he got it right. Li Xiaowan said proudly. Humph, don't you see how many guns he played with when he was abroad? This is nothing. Oh, Yi Xiao asked curiously. Is it a real gun? Li Xiaowan blushed. Don't worry, I've only played with yours so far. Interesting. Yi Xiao found that this woman was becoming more and more interesting. Where are we going next? After killing a zombie and letting off some steam, Li Xiaowan felt much better. She looked at Yi Xiao and asked, Go get some more food. Because the Allspark cannot activate a second transformer yet, but it is already the 2nd day of the outbreak, and he cannot sit idle. As long as it is safe, stock up on supplies, especially fresh fruits and vegetables. Otherwise, if it breaks after a few days, how can you get a 100-fold return? Chapter 11 is this Lin Yushi, also someone with a background? But this time Yi Xiao didn't run far. He just collected some food at a fresh food store near the community. Of course, before coming in, Yi Xiao asked Tiepi to deal with it a little. Boom. A silent energy cannon directly evaporated all 7 or 8 zombies around. Li Xiaowan was secretly frightened by what she saw. If this thing hits me, I'll be covered in pieces. I'd better be good. But soon, thinking this, I entered the fresh food store. She was immediately attracted by the large amount of food and drinks in front of her, and her eyes lit up. What I saw was a fresh food store of only 80 square meters. Although it is not very big, it has everything, especially some fresh vegetables and fruits because they are closed at night. So this place has not been destroyed by zombies. Apples, oranges, strawberries, and even my favorite durian. There are also plenty of vegetables, mushrooms, and so on. This may not be a big deal under normal circumstances, but if it is placed in Doomsday, it would be a great thing. It is enough to make countless survivors risk their lives for it. It's only been 1 day since the outbreak, and many people haven't reacted yet. If you react, Li Xiaowan couldn't help but shudder. This was not enough to share. What are you still standing there for? Just pretend. Yi Xiu, holding the autumn leaf knife, was on guard nearby. Seeing that the woman was still in a daze, he said something. Oh. After coming to her senses, Li Xiaowan no longer cared about her image as a beautiful president and excitedly put all the arranged fruits into large boxes. And those vegetables and meat. This feeling of giving it for free was really exciting for her. I didn't expect that even if I have money, it's still more fun to rob for free. She even began to doubt whether she was being taught by Yi Xiu as to why she had such a weird idea. But while thinking this in his heart, his hands moved faster and faster. Especially when she saw that she was getting so many things for free, she was even more excited. Yi Xiu had a strange expression after watching this scene. She was a female president, and she was very ruthless when it came to robbery. Of course, he also took advantage of this moment. Deal with the zombies coming up around you. Otherwise, leave them all to Ironhide, and you don't need to upgrade yourself. So, it takes more than 10 minutes. Yi Xiu had already killed 7 blind zombies, leaving almost no trace of them. But the attributes given are very impressive, with a total of 21 points. On average, 3 points. This quality is much better than the old, weak, sick, and disabled zombies in the community. Looking at the increased attributes, Yi Xiu couldn't help but mutter to himself. This time he did not add all the attributes to strength, because killing zombies with strength was already easy. Plus the police had lost a lot of guns before. So this time he chose to add 20 points to defense. In this way, his defensive physique is improved to about 3 times that of an ordinary person. And the remaining point was not wasted and was added to agility. Open the personal properties column and take a look. Name, Yi Xiu. Age, 21. Level 1. Physical strength, 10. Power, 39. Agility, 16. Defense, 30. Talent, none. Summary. A man with all-round development in morals, intelligence, physique, and aesthetics. Sure enough, as the data was added, Yi Xiu discovered that not only the summary of the attribute column had changed, even my physical fitness has changed. Especially when he lifted up his belly and took a look, Yi Xiu discovered that he actually had 6 extra abdominal muscles. With a little effort, it is very eye-catching. The defensive power is obviously greatly enhanced. However, this scene happened to be seen by Li Xiaowan, who had just moved out a box of fruit. Her pretty face froze and her eyes were wide open. Wow, Yi Xiu's figure is so good. How come I didn't know this before? What are you looking at? However, with Yi Xiu's unhappy voice, Li Xiaowan immediately came back to her senses. Then her pretty face slightly blushed, and she quickly stammered. No, nothing. Yi Xiu watched her struggling to move a fruit box with about 50 or 60 apples in it, so he reminded her, you don't have to move them out. Just put them all in the box. Li Xiaowan didn't feel comfortable for a moment, but when he saw Yi Xiu, just raised his hands slightly and scanned. After that, the entire fruit box was taken away out of thin air. She couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise. Hiss, what kind of operation is this? It is actually possible to collect things out of thin air. Is this true? With the obedient water, Yi Xiu was not afraid that this woman would dare to betray him. Moreover, with his current defensive physique, even a gun could not kill him. So he said, it's the end of the world. What is impossible to happen? Oh, really? Li Xiaowan felt like she was being pua because she felt that it did make sense. After all, it's a Doomsday novel. Who hasn't read it? Therefore, in the next hour, Yi Xiu and Li Xiaowan began to take over the entire fresh food store. By the time we finished our work, it was almost evening. Look, it's getting late. Once the sun sets, the zombies will probably move much faster. We need to go back first. After observing yesterday and today, Yi Xiu has discovered the characteristics of these zombies. Yeah, okay. Although Li Xiaowan didn't notice it, she is very obedient now. So after collecting, he quickly got into the car with Yi Xiu and left. When we got back to the community, it was exactly 6 o'clock. By this time, the sky had completely darkened. It turned out that the zombies' movements began to become faster after the sun went down. The speed has been increased to the level of normal people. This is what zombies should be like. Yi Xiao muttered to himself as he saw the zombies speeding up. Otherwise, they would just move slowly like the old man and the old woman, who can't be killed. But now, he decided to go upstairs with Li Xiaowan first. Return home. You're back. Hearing the door opening, Lin Yushi, wearing an apron, hurried out. When she saw Yi Xiao and Li Xiaowan coming back, her pretty face immediately showed joy. She was really afraid that something might have happened to them outside, leaving her alone here. That is, not only did they come back, but they also came back with a lot of stuff. After a day of free shopping, Li Xiaowan's mentality improved a lot. She immediately put her backpack on the ground, revealing the weapons inside. It's a gun. When Lin Yushi saw the black muzzle, bullets, and assault rifles in the backpack, she was so shocked that she covered her mouth. Oh my god, so many. Did you go to rob the police station? No, no, no. But when Li Xiaowan heard this, she quickly waved her hand and seriously corrected him. Pay attention to the wording. That's called taking. The police station has been conquered, so we must have taken it. These words made Lin Yushi's mouth twitch involuntarily. Oh, forget it, whether it's robbing or taking. With these weapons, our safety factor is higher. She ran over excitedly, and surprisingly and skillfully assembled a pistol, loaded the magazine, and aimed in the direction of the balcony with a very standard gun-holding gesture. It doesn't matter if you take a glance. Li Xiaowan and Yi Xiao were both stunned. No, you can also play with guns. Li Xiaowan didn't expect that her sister was also an expert. Speaking of this, Lin Yushi finally reacted and turned off the insurance a little embarrassedly. Her pretty face blushed slightly and she said, I used to play these often when I went abroad. Chapter 12, the third day of the Doomsday outbreak, the second battle partner. Yi Xiao was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that this woman would be exposed to these things when she went abroad. But this is a good thing. At least I have a certain foundation and it saves me a lot of effort. From now on, you should practice your shooting skills well and strive to become shooting experts. That way, I won't have to waste my time protecting you too. Yi Xiao also said to the two girls. Needless to say, they also know the current environment and must be self-reliant. Lin Yushi nodded repeatedly. Yes, we will practice more? Okay. Seeing that it was getting late, Yi Xiao didn't waste any time. After a simple meal, Yi Xiao went to bed early, but this time he rested with Lin Yushi. Looking at the two people entering the bedroom, Li Xiaowan felt inexplicably dissatisfied in her heart. Why, I can't do it. But there was no way I could hear the noise inside. Li Xiaowan's pretty face started to turn red for no reason, so she had to run to another room and cover herself tightly with the quilt, pretending that she didn't hear anything. Wait until the next morning. Feeling refreshed, Yi Xiao got up early, left a lot of food for the two girls, then washed, dressed, and went downstairs again. Since it was the next day, he could activate the second transformer. So Yi Xiao set out early. However, as soon as he got downstairs, a fearless zombie roared and rushed over. Yi Xiao was quite surprised to see zombies moving so fast. The speed of these zombies seemed to have increased a lot, but this did not pose a problem for him. He just chopped off the zombie's head with a knife and a flame rose up, burning it to ashes in the blink of an eye. But this time is different from before. As the zombies were killed, a sudden flash of orange light appeared, which made his eyes focus. Something exploded again. But when Yi Xiao went up to pick it up and took a look, he was stunned. Item name, mutant fruit. Quality, orange. Eat it and you will gain the ability to control fire. Mutant fruit, the ability to control fire. There are such things. Looking at the red fruit in his hand, Yi Xiao began to doubt his life. He thought that the autumn leaf blade was outrageous because it had a fire source, but now he had the ability to control fire. I'm afraid this world is far from as simple as I imagined. Now there are mutant fruits that can control fire. Then, will there be so-called mutants in the future? But since it was a good thing, Yi Xiao simply tried to eat it. If you can gain the ability to control fire, it will undoubtedly greatly enhance your strength. The taste is not bad, a bit like apple. But the next second after eating it, Yi Xiao frowned slightly and felt his body changing strangely. But in just a blink of an eye, he returned to normal, with even a flash of red in his eyes. Puff! As he snapped his fingers, a cluster of flames actually rose from his fingertips. Awesome! Seeing the flame rising in front of him, but not feeling any burning sensation, Yi Xiao was secretly surprised, but he quickly shook his head. Because he found that this ability was a bit useless, as it could only produce a flame like a lighter. It doesn't look like it can be expanded. Fortunately, the system quickly explained. Host, This is a rare item that will only appear in subsequent disasters. The host can improve his fire control ability by absorbing the same mutant fruit again. So that's how it is? Yishio suddenly realized what was going on. So it seems like it's not a bad idea then. I just got it in advance. Although it's not very good now, but great for lighting cigarettes. Let's go. Without further study, Yishio put out the flames with a wave of his hand and got into the car first. This time his target is Yunlong Mansion. Yunlong Mansion is a famous wealthy area in Huaihai City. The housing prices here are as high as 40 to 50 million yuan per unit, which can be said to be the ceiling of this city. Not to mention the countless luxury cars in the underground garage, so if you want to find some expensive cars, this is a good choice. And the distance is not very far, only about 5 kilometers. As Yishio drove over, he found that this place had also become an area occupied by zombies. I asked Tiepi to check it out and found that the place was almost deserted. The reason is simple. The rich really know the way, and they all left early. Yishio muttered to himself and got out of the car with the autumn leaf knife. The zombie security guard is still standing there professionally, but he raised his knife and slashed it down. Harvest the head directly. Ding, congratulations on getting attribute points +5. Look, seeing these attributes, Yishio had to admit that the security guards in good communities had good physical fitness. Unlike other ordinary community security guards, the 3 of them together cannot make up 4 front teeth. After dealing with the zombie security guards, he took the iron sheet directly to the underground garage. Once you enter here, the lights are still on, illuminating the entire underground garage with golden splendor. And the luxury cars that come into view are countless. Not to mention Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi. Even the 3 Series and 5 Series are nowhere to be seen. The worst are the 7 Series, S-level. The rest are Ferrari, Porsche, Aston Martin, Land Rover, G-Class, etc., too numerous to count. However, the most eye-catching thing was the military green Lamborghini. Yishio noticed this military green Lamborghini at a glance. It was in a low-lying posture, like a dormant beast, with sharp headlights. Lamborghini. If this thing is activated, it should be very powerful. Yishio's eyes flickered. Who could refuse such a handsome supercar in the Doomsday? However, he did not activate it immediately, but asked Ironhide, "What do you think of it?" After scanning, Ironhide gave an approving evaluation. It has a powerful engine and special carbon fiber material. After activation, it will be a very agile fighter. It is one of the most suitable choices among so many vehicles. Good. Tippy said so, and Yishio made his choice. However, when he took out the fire matrix from the space ring, an accident happened. The moment the fire matrix was taken out, Yishio discovered that it quickly merged into his palm. This sudden change scared him. What's going on? But when he saw the prompt, he breathed a sigh of relief. Spark fusion. After fusion binding, it will not be used by others. Current energy, 100%. It turned out that they were fused together. I moved my arms, and except for seeing an extra matrix symbol on the palm of my hand, there seemed to be no other changes. Yishio hesitated for a moment, then tried to slowly touch the military green Lamborghini Lightning with his arm. Buzz, click, click. Then a blue energy wave spread out instantly. Immediately afterwards, the entire underground parking lot seemed to be shaken by an invisible air wave. The windows of many luxury cars exploded with a bang, causing the sound of various vehicles beeping nonstop. Then, the military green Lamborghini began to deform rapidly with a loud sound of violent gear turning. One cool. In the blink of an eye, a huge monster with a full body of military green, extremely dense metal bones, and 6 meters tall suddenly revived. It's just that he and Ironhide encountered the same scene. He stood up and with a bang, he pierced the pipe above his head. After a fierce collision, although it was not serious, the big guy immediately protected his head, then walked over with a bent waist, knelt on one knee in front of Yishio, and made an extremely pious sound, like a mysterious mechanized voice from the depths of the starry sky. Cybertron Warrior number 2 pays respect to the creator. But when he saw this army green behemoth, Yishio discovered that this guy actually looked a bit like Bumblebee. Army green Lamborghini. Chapter 13 Sun Ting does not meet the requirements. At the same time, he also saw a set of data. Name, Cybertron number 2 Mechanical Warrior. Level 1. Arms Scout. Power, 2,000. Defense, 3,000. Firepower value, 4,000. On a pet, Scout Bird. Introduction. Using Lamborghini as a carrier, it has powerful attack and reconnaissance capabilities. It is a Cybertron scout and the king of combat soldiers. Oh, he's actually a scout. This surprised Yishio a little. Of course, don't be misunderstood by the word scout and think that they are just soldiers who do simple reconnaissance. In fact, those who can become scouts are the best in the team. Their keen insight and mobility and reaction ability far exceed those of ordinary soldiers. They even have excellent fighting skills, powerful firepower, and reconnaissance equipment. It can be said that scouts are definitely the elite among the elite in the army. Naturally, it is one of the best among transformers. Therefore, Yishio also said, "From now on, your name will be Lightning. Yes, my respected creator." The big guy Lightning made a hoarse, mechanical sound. But before Yishio was about to leave, he heard a sound coming from outside. What was that noise just now? It seems to be coming from the underground parking lot. As they were talking, several figures appeared in the underground parking lot. To be on the safe side, Yishio immediately ordered, "Change back first." Yes. After receiving the order, the Lightning quickly turned back into the military green Lamborghini Lightning with a burst of violent gear-turning sounds and stopped next to Yishio. At this time, several people walked in cautiously from the entrance of the underground parking lot. There were 3 men and 1 woman. The woman was wearing jeans and a mask. The man had tattoos, was wearing a black vest, and was holding a baseball bat and a pistol. He was fully armed. They also came here to look for valuable things. After all, after the Doomsday disaster broke out, the entire community was deserted like a ghost, and of course they wanted to take advantage of this time to get more good things. And below, the most valuable thing is a luxury car. So the 3 of them set their sights on the garage, but before they could go in, they heard an explosion inside. Let them think something happened. When Xiaoxin came in and confirmed that there were no zombies, he was shocked by the mess in front of him. What the hell had happened? Was there an explosion? Damn it, needless to say, this guy did it. Brother Dao noticed Yishio standing next to a Lamborghini, looking at him with a strange expression, and smiled maliciously. "Boy, are you here alone?" He did not take action immediately. After all, there were 4 of him and only 1 on the other side, so he had to ask clearly. Upon seeing this, the other 3 people immediately surrounded them without making any noise. "That's right." Yishio nodded and asked again, "Are there 4 of you too?" "Yo." Brother Dao laughed when he heard this. He didn't expect that this kid would dare to talk to me like this. "Do you know what time it is now, Doomsday? If you talk to me like this, believe it or not, I will kill you and no one will care." He raised the pistol in his hand and pointed it at Yishio. "I don't believe that there are still people who are not afraid of death these days. Now, hand over all your valuables. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll let you live." But Yishio shook his head and laughed when he heard this. "I didn't expect that in this day and age, someone would dare to rob me." But before Scar could say anything, the woman next to him started laughing. She didn't expect that at this time, someone would dare to talk to Brother Dao like this. "Brother Dao, why waste time talking to him? Just kill him directly. Otherwise it will attract zombies later." Women speak lightly, but their words are more vicious than men's. That's right. Scar pinched the woman's perky, but with 1 hand. It was very elastic. Then he spit out the Chinese cigarette in his mouth and said to Yishio with pity, "Boy, don't blame me for being cruel. If you want to blame someone, blame the world. Right, this world is to blame." Yishio nodded, thinking that what he said made sense. After confirming that there were only 4 people, he patted the Lamborghini next to him and said, "Lightning." "What?" The 4 of them were stunned for a moment when they heard this. What was the point of calling lightning at this time? Just when they thought this guy was crazy. Buzz, click, click. Unexpectedly, the next second, the originally army green Lamborghini suddenly deformed rapidly in front of their horrified eyes, and soon a black mechanical barrel larger than a wash basin appeared on the roof and aimed at them. Then, we saw the blue energy gathering in an instant. Buzz! Boom! Under Brother Dao's horrified gaze, a terrifying blue light instantly swept over, bringing with it a huge recoil that spread out the surrounding air, causing nearby vehicles to shake continuously. Then Brother Dao evaporated instantly. What the hell? Aliens! The 2 younger brothers nearby, and the woman closest to them, were already stunned when they saw the lightning transform. But soon after a brief panic, their next thought was to run. Run? Can you run away? But Yishio showed a devilish smile. Leave that woman behind and kill the rest. Understood, Lord Creator. Lightning couldn't wait any longer. As soon as he got the order, he slid into a 6-meter-tall behemoth with the sound of mechanical gears turning. In a very handsome posture. Boosh! Boom! Another huge energy cannon. 2 shells were fired. Not just a dozen cars exploded in succession. The 2 younger brothers simply disappeared. The woman was terrified, watching her companion being killed. She looked at Yi Xiao as if he were a devil. She squatted on the ground, holding her head, and said in a trembling voice, "Oh no, don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, you can let me do anything." Yet, after dealing with the 3 people, Yi Xiao stepped forward, poked the woman's helmet mask with his autumn leaf knife, and jokingly said, "Didn't you say you were going to kill me just now? Why are you begging for mercy now?" Sun Ting regretted it so much. If she had known that you were such a monster, who would dare to provoke you? She could only kneel on the ground, kowtow, and cry. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Oh, I was wrong. Please let me go. I just want to stray for a moment. I don't want to kill anyone. I will never dare to do it again." "Don't dare? It's too late." Yi Xiao tapped the woman's helmet with his knife. "Take it off and let me see it." Ah! When Sun Ting heard this, she knew she still had a chance to survive, so she quickly and obediently took off her helmet and mask, revealing a pretty face. To be honest, she can be considered a moderately beautiful woman. But, pity. Yi Xiao shook his head because of the system's evaluation. Name, Sun Ting. Age, 27. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. In summary, above average, comprehensive evaluation score 87. Does not meet the requirements. Chapter 14. Yi Xiao was robbed of everything. Obviously, with only 87 points, it does not meet the system requirements. Although I had expected it, I still feel a little disappointed. It seems that it is not easy to find a beauty with a score of 95. Fortunately, I still have 2. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being pretty enough. Looking at Sun Ting, who was still begging for mercy, Yi Xiao said something. What? Before Sun Ting could react, the terrifying blue energy of the lightning evaporated her instantly. This is the end. Being kind to others is betrayal to yourself. Roar! Similarly, the huge commotion here also attracted many zombies around, and they staggered over from all directions. Kill them. But with lightning and iron hide, Yi Xiao was not afraid at all. Following an order. Boom. The next second, even more terrifying explosions sounded throughout the underground parking lot. In an instant, there was a loud bang and flames shot up into the sky. In the burning flames, boom. Suddenly, a handsome military green Lamborghini and a very domineering Ford off-road pickup truck drifted out of the garage. Then he quickly left with Yi Xiao. After leaving the underground parking lot, the military green Lamborghini stopped at the bottom of a large flat building that was 200 meters high. Sitting in the driver's seat of the Lamborghini, Yi Xiao looked up at the extremely high-end building. There should be a lot of supplies here. So he said to Lightning, "Lightning, help me investigate this building to see if there are any survivors." After all, this is known as the richest community in Huaihai. It's a large flat. Maybe there are some valuable things there. Yes, Lord Creator. Upon receiving the order, the Lightning's back quickly deformed with the sound of gears turning. Then, with a buzzing sound, a huge metal mechanical bird suddenly ejected, with its wings spread out to a length of about 1 meter and 2 meters. Then it quickly flapped its wings and flew towards the tall building in the sky. This is Lightning's pet assistant. Scouting bird, a bit like Laserbeak. As the reconnaissance bird flew high into the sky, its mechanical eyes began to turn red. Blinking creates thermal images. At the same time, inside the Lamborghini, a virtual screen appeared with a few small red dots on it. Those were zombies. Obviously, this is the perspective of a scouting bird. Yi Xiao couldn't help but smack his lips when he saw this. It was so damn advanced. Fortunately, after the reconnaissance bird's reconnaissance, everything is safe, he said in a hoarse, mechanical voice, somewhat flatteringly. Very good. Since there was no danger, Yi Xiao got out of the car immediately. At the same time, Iron Sheet and Lightning also stopped downstairs and guarded the surroundings to prevent zombies and other people from entering. Yi Xiao went upstairs with the reconnaissance bird. He first came to the second floor. Roar! Then a zombie dressed in security uniform rushed over. Yi Xiao was well prepared and swung the autumn leaf knife to chop off its head directly. The next second it turned into ashes, and he also heard a pleasant reminder. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the zombie and gaining attribute points +4. Not bad for points. After dealing with the zombies, Yi Xiao arrived at the luxurious gate. This gate is 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. It is obviously a large-sized double door. But it's locked. But this does not pose a problem for scout birds. Scout bird. Yi Xiao took a step back. I understand, Master. Master. Unlike lightning, he called Yi Xiao Master, and was obviously just a small auxiliary Cybertron life form. But he also has firepower. The reconnaissance bird flapped its wings and landed in front of the bronze door. Buzz, click, click. The moment he stretched out his claw, the combination lock started beeping rapidly, but in less than 3 seconds. Buzz, click. Then the metal door was opened. This made Yi Xiao a little surprised. A master at prying doors. But now is not the time to think about this. After entering the room, what you see is a very large flat, about 450 square meters. The living room alone is a full 150 square meters. What does 150 square meters mean? An ordinary person's house seems to be around 110 square meters. Damn, a living room is bigger than my house. But when he saw the 30 square meter toilet, Yi Xiao couldn't help but shake his head. A toilet is bigger than my bedroom. Rich people are indeed rich. The difference between people is really not small. But now it's the end of the world, and there's no difference between rich and poor. Yi Xiao first went to the kitchen and looked in the refrigerator. We found some freshly stored milk, which clearly showed that someone had lived there. Put all the imported milk into the space ring. Yi Xiao also found some frozen grain-fed beef, prawns, and other things on the lower level. Although these are very common in normal times, they are also rare and good things in Doomsday. Especially now that it is only the 3rd day since the Doomsday disaster broke out, the food shortage has not really reached an extreme level. If you can't find food or drink in the later stage. Not to mention milk, even moldy bread had to be snatched away. But you don't have to worry about these things. Although the beef was only about 1 kilogram, the prawns were less than 2 kilograms. But after returning it 100-fold, the total amount would be 200 kilograms. What does 200 kilograms mean? If 3 people eat 10 kilograms a day, it will last for 20 days. It's still nice to get 100 times the return. Yi Xiao felt that what he needed to do now was not to stockpile the total amount, but to stockpile the quantity, especially some of the rarer food and drinks. These not only save space, but also ensure the diversity of food types. After clearing out the refrigerator, Yi Xiao also found some wuchang rice from the northeast, but he didn't know if it was real or not. Yi Xiao didn't hesitate and put them all away. Besides, there are also some liquors, such as limited edition Matai, Wulianya, and Zodiac wine. These should be considered good things in the apocalypse. Looking at the white wine in his hand, Yi Xiao muttered to himself. Now this is a problem. It's already a hunger marketing, and a bottle costs several thousand. Now it's the end of the world, I guess it could be used for trading in the future. Put it up first. All the liquor was put into the space ring, along with a few packs of cigarettes such as 9.5 Supreme and Yuhua Stone. In the cloakroom, there are a large number of clothes, watches, and jewelry. However, what made Yi Xiao unhappy was that this was obviously a woman's watch. That's fine. Looking at the priceless Patek Philippe, Yi Xiao thought of the movie. If this thing could be activated, it would probably be a good controller. It took about 20 minutes. Yi Xiao looted the place completely. Then, following the reconnaissance bird's exploration route, we arrived at the 3rd floor. This time, Yi Xiao found a lot of vegetables and fruits here. Obviously, he was a good homeowner. In the Doomsday, vegetables and fruits are also indispensable. Therefore, Yi Xiao also put them all into the space ring. Just like that, from the 2nd floor, all the way to the 15th floor. In the meantime, I killed 12 zombies and gained 36 attribute points. Some of them were previous owners, and the gains were naturally very considerable. In addition to the most basic foods, meat, vegetables, and fruits, there are also many famous cigarettes and liquors such as Achiba and Cuba. I should be able to exchange it for a lot of money if I take it out. But then a problem that gave Yi Xiao a headache arose, because he found that his space ring of 1,000 cubic meters was only half full. Follow this progress. I have only collected this one building, and that's it. There are 4 buildings here. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao also asked the system. System, is there any way to increase the storage space of the ring? Another space ring dropped in Chapter 15. The drop rate is pretty good. Soon, the system replied. The host can upgrade the space ring by killing zombies and obtaining space ring upgrade stones. It turns out that an upgrade stone is needed. Yi Xiao suddenly realized what was going on and muttered to himself. No wonder many items have levels. It turns out that an upgrade stone is needed. But the problem arose again, because Yi Xiao discovered that the upgrade stones didn't seem to be easy to get. From the night before yesterday until now, I have killed quite a few zombies. But I didn't see a single upgrade stone. Of course, Most of them were directly evaporated by the iron sheet. It seems I still need to be self-reliant. Yishio had a headache, but he didn't care about that and continued to collect supplies. I've been busy for nearly a day. Finally, I collected everything from the second floor to the top floor. After collecting the last top floor, it was already past 6 in the evening. The sky darkened and the zombies began to gain speed. Yishio did not linger any longer. Instead, he went downstairs and chose to return to the community. Roar! However, as soon as he went downstairs and before he came outside, he saw a zombie suddenly pounce on him fiercely from the side. Fortunately, Yishio was quick-witted. As he slashed sideways, flames instantly rose up. The next second, I heard a prompt from the system. Ding, congratulations on killing the zombie. You get attribute points +5. Yishio is now completely different from before. Although I was busy collecting supplies today, I also killed about 20 zombies and gained a total of 50 attribute points. Add 30 points to agility. The remaining 20 points were added to defense. Yishio's agility has now increased to 50, and his defense has increased to 70. It is equivalent to 5 times the speed and 7 times the defense of a normal person. It is no exaggeration to say that with such a strong defense, even if he stood there and let the zombies bite him, he might not be able to break through the defense. It was just because his agility was too high, which led to his quick reaction. It was just Yishio's subconscious reaction. Huh? What is this? However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly focused his eyes and noticed a pink light. It would have been fine if I hadn't looked at it, but when I got closer, I found that another weapon had exploded. That's right. This is a long sword with a dark glow all over and a slightly purple-red color. It looks very mysterious and gorgeous. And when Yishio picked it up and looked at its attributes, he was even more shocked. Item name, Blood Butterfly's Fury. Quality, pink. Level 1, physical strength plus 100. Agility plus 100. Defense plus 100. Special effect. Possesses the ability to absorb blood and energy. Killing zombies can be used to increase the user's strength. Each kill can increase a point of strength. Owner, Yishio, can be given to others to use. Holy shit. The moment he saw this attribute, Yishio was stunned. This thing can add attributes? Is this true or false? However, when I first picked it up, I realized that the knife was not very long, about 100 centimeters, and looked more suitable for girls. But after getting started, Yishio discovered that his strength and mobility seemed to have increased by almost 10 times. It also has the ability to absorb blood and energy, which can be used to kill zombies to gain strength. This weapon is good. I waved it around casually. The most important thing is that it is still at level 1. If it is upgraded, the effect will probably be better. In addition to this, Yishio also discovered a space ring here. Item name, Space Ring. Quality blue. Accommodation space area, 2,000 cubic meters. Owner, Yishio. I didn't expect to be so lucky this time. I actually got 2. Looking at the blood butterfly and space ring in his hands, Yishio showed a surprised expression. However, seeing that it was getting late, he did not waste time. He put away his space ring, went outside, and got in the car. Boom. Then the Lamborghini started automatically. Then the eye-catching headlights shone with light, like a dormant beast, giving people an extreme sense of oppression. Ironhide followed. Boom. The 2 cars left the community, one after the other, heading towards Guangming Community. Along the way, Yishio discovered that the number of zombies had increased, and there were also some survivors who were driving away. All in all, the scene was quite chaotic. However, Yishio didn't care about these things and just let lightning drive himself. After many twists and turns, I finally returned to the community. At this time, upstairs, Lin Yushi and Li Shaowan had been waiting for a long time. Even Li Shaowan set up a sniper rifle on the balcony, aiming it down and taking aim. Why hasn't Yishio come back yet? Lin Yushi sat on the chair, holding her delicate chin. The food was ready, and she was a little worried after waiting for a long time. But Li Shaowan was not worried. He was even aiming there with a sniper rifle. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Master, what do you have to worry about? You should worry about the people he met. That's unlucky. After all, no one knew Yishio's terrifying transformer better than her. Wow, it's 7 or 8 meters high. One shot evaporated several people and pierced through the ground. With such a huge monster around, who can hurt him? No matter how many zombies there are, we will probably have to defeat them all. That's what I said. Lin Yushi was still a little worried. While talking, shouldn't he? Boom. Then there was a dull roar of air coming from outside. Li Xiaowan, who was observing through the scope, was delighted when she saw this. Look, it's back. But when she saw the army green Lamborghini, her expression started to become a little strange again. Could this thing also be a mechanical life form? Otherwise, why would the owner bring this? She is very obedient now. Even the words she thinks of in her heart are master. Otherwise, if there is some hidden trick, it would be very uncomfortable. And now Li Xiaowan has also figured it out. It's the end of the world now, and we can't get any information about the specific situation in the outside world. But following Yi Xiao, I would never have to worry about food and drink, and I would have such a powerful pickup truck to protect me. What was there to be dissatisfied about? So once she figured this out, she felt much better. Where? When Lin Yushi heard that Yi Xiao had returned, she couldn't wait to run to the window to take a look, and was surprised to find that Yi Xiao had really returned. Drive all the way downstairs. Go upstairs with a knife. Lightning wisely turned into a huge transformer and squatted in the corner. The meaning is very clear. I will give a shot to whoever comes. And after Yi Xiao went upstairs, before he opened the door, he saw two bodies lying in the corridor. Their heads were shot, but judging by the appearance of the bodies, they did not seem to be infected. Yi Xiao, you're back. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Lin Yushi hugging him excitedly. Yi Xiao asked, "What's going on?" "Ah, yes, it's like this." Lin Yushi calmed down and hurriedly explained. It turned out that it was after Yi Xiao left today. There were two ignorant survivor neighbors who snuck over from the building next door, because they have seen two beauties hanging around the balcony. The result was unexpected. I was killed by you guys just after I arrived. Well, sort of. Lin Yushi pointed at Li Xiaowan, who was also standing beside him with a sniper rifle in her hand, and said, "Well, it was Xiaowan who killed him." This surprised Yi Xiao. Not bad. Li Xiaowan received the compliment, and her pretty face became happy in a second. "Thank you for the compliment. Okay, let's go in first." He shook his arm casually. Buzz, crack, crack. The scout bird transformed into a huge mechanical bird in front of the two girls' shocked eyes. At Yi Xiao's command, it headed straight for the two corpses. "Go. Take care of the bodies. It's an eyesore to stay here." Yes, master." The flattering scout bird flapped its wings, came to the side of the corpse, swayed, and then suddenly spit out a mouthful of fire. Wow! The body was burned instantly. "Oh my God, this is..." Li Xiaowan, leaning against the door, covered her mouth in surprise. Because of the obedient water control, Yi Xiao had nothing to hide. "Our new partner." New partner." Li Xiaowan blinked her charming big eyes, shining brightly. "Our membership has grown again, and it seems that this bird is not big, but it is quite powerful. Okay, let's go back first." Close the door. Yi Xiao took a quick shower. He had killed too many zombies today, and his body was really dirty. As for bath water, of course it is mineral water. There is no other way, given the conditions. The one who helped her take a bath was the somewhat speechless Li Xiaowan. "Humph! Why do I have to do the work every time? Why don't you let Sister Yushi do it?" She was a little unconvinced. But Yi Xiao asked back, "Can you cook?" This one sentence broke Li Xiaowan's defense. She opened her cute little mouth and had nothing to say. But as the bathtub was filled with water, helping Yi Xiao wipe his body, I saw his muscles as hard as iron and his very eye-catching abdominal muscles. She couldn't help but blushing on her pretty face. Even the white little hands were trembling a little while wiping. "What's wrong with your hand?" Noticing something was wrong, Yi Xiao was a little puzzled. Turning back, he saw that the temperature in the bathroom was already a little high. He was wearing a white shirt, which he picked up himself. It was a little big, and under the light, it even revealed his proud figure. As for her beautiful face, it goes without saying that it was slightly red and her breathing was a little rapid. Who can stand this? Chapter 16, Find Two New Partners. An hour later, I took a shower, had a simple dinner. Yi Xiao calculated today's harvest. Not bad. There were about 600 bottles of various bottled water. In addition, there were more than 60 boxes of liquor, such as Matai, Wulianye, Zodiac liquor, and some other unknown ones, including more than 400 bottles of red wine. "My God, master, you are rich." Li Xiaowan was excited when she saw so many supplies. "With these, why would you still be afraid of being hungry?" But soon she frowned again. "Why are most of them luxury goods?" She found that liquor and cigarettes accounted for more than half of the drinks here. "No way," Yi Xiao said. "The mansion only has these luxury items, but not many things that we use on a daily basis." That's true. Li Xiaowan was well aware of this. After all, She lived in a luxurious area, but the collections at home were all useless, such as action figures or jewelry. On the contrary, I didn't expect it. She shook her head and said with some emotion, when the real disaster comes, these will just be decorations, useless, even worse than a bag of rice. People are like this. Yi Xiao didn't think too much about it. Antiques are in prosperous times, gold is in troubled times, and in peacetime, people indulge in luxury and waste materials, but when the end of the world comes, it's too late to regret. Yeah, Lin Yushi nodded and suggested, since we need food, we might as well go to the mall or supermarket to buy some. Yi Xiao thought so too, because he knew that there would be other disasters to come, such as acid rain, earthquakes, and ice storms. No one knows what the scene will be like when such a disaster strikes, so it's always a good idea to stock up on more supplies. Shopping malls and supermarkets are indeed the best choice, with a wide range of products. Wait until the next morning. It is already the fourth day of the Doomsday outbreak. Not only has the water supply been cut off, but the electricity has also been cut off. By observing through the window, it can be found that the number of zombies outside has also increased slightly. Obviously more serious. Yi Xiao tried to turn the reconnaissance bird into a broadcaster to collect information from outside. But unfortunately, there was no response. Master, there is no band available. This seems to be a place that no one is paying attention to. The scout bird, which returned empty-handed, was a little embarrassed and spoke cautiously in a hoarse mechanical voice. But Yi Xiao did not blame him. No problem. Since the end of the world has come, this is just the beginning. Perhaps more and more natural disasters will occur in the future. It will be worse. The most urgent task now is to upgrade and collect more supplies for preparation. Of course, the most important thing is that the fire source has been fully charged. Yi Xiao needs to add another new transformer. Early in the morning, Lin Xiao had already prepared the meal and had a simple meal. Looking at the materials that had come into the account, Yi Xiao felt very satisfied. But Li Xiaoan asked, "Where are we going today?" Yi Xiao did not hide it and said, "We need to collect some fresh vegetables and fruits today." Now it is the fourth day of the Doomsday outbreak. If you don't collect some in advance, they might go bad. And besides that, we need to collect some medicines. Yi Xiao knew that Doomsday medicine was also extremely important because without the relevant conditions, a small cold or bacterial infection could be fatal. So medicine is also important. But it's too much trouble for one person to handle all these. You two will come with me today. Good. Upon hearing this, Lin Yushi and Li Xiaoan nodded obediently. Li Xiaoan was especially excited. Because she had been staying here for the past 2 days, she had already felt bored. It's nice to go out and get some fresh air. Some fresh air? But when Yi Xiao saw the excited expression on the woman's face, he sneered in his heart, thinking, is she looking for excitement? But he didn't mind. Anyway, I still have a space ring, so I can relax. Soon, breakfast was finished. The three of them set off. Li Xiaoan took out the sniper rifle from yesterday, an automatic assault rifle, a pistol, and a large amount of bullets. Seeing the fully armed posture, Yi Xiao was stunned. He may not be big, but he can handle a lot. That's right, Li Xiaoan said proudly. I am also a fitness enthusiast, so this is nothing. I see. Yi Xiao nodded very seriously. But this reminded Li Xiaoan of the bathing scene last night, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. It seems that I am still far behind you. Yesterday was a bit too much for me. As for Lin Yushi, it was relatively simple. He only took an automatic rifle and a pistol, and the rest were bullets. Seeing that Yi Xiao still hadn't taken anything, Lin Yushi was stunned for a moment. Brother Yi Xiao, don't you need to prepare a weapon? Weapons? But Yi Xiao smiled, took out the autumn leaf knife from his space ring, and shook it. This is the best weapon. Cold weapons. The two girls saw it, looked at each other, and unexpectedly said in unison, Awesome. Soon, the three of them went downstairs. Placed the weapons inside the iron car. I saw a pickup truck and a Lamborghini driving out of the community quickly, one after the other, with rumbling and dull roars. However, this was seen by the few survivors in the community. That was speechless. No, man, it's already this late, and you're still driving a Lamborghini for a stroll? Is it really necessary to be so outrageous? But how could they know that this was a transformer? Soon, we left the community. The two cars were speeding on the highway, but when they came to the street, Lin Yushi was secretly shocked when he saw the cars that had crashed into each other, some of which were even burned into frames, as well as the corpses of various zombies on the road, dilapidated buildings, fallen telephone poles, and swaying zombies. Obviously, I didn't expect that the environment outside is so bad now. Because Guangming Community is located outside the second ring road of Huaihai City and within the third ring road. It is not an area with a high density of zombies. That's it. It's hard to imagine what the downtown will look like. Lin Yushi couldn't help muttering to herself. City center? Yi Xiu smiled when he heard this. He was afraid it would be even worse. But these are not the main points. Yi Xiu first took the two girls to the Huaihai Car Exhibition Center. Because after yesterday, Yi Xiu already understood. If you want powerful Cybertron soldiers, you need a car with a powerful engine heart. Well, it's certainly not limited to cars. Tanks, armored vehicles, and fighter jets are all fine. But the problem is, don't we have these? Although Huaihai is a new first-tier city, it has no military base. The nearest military base is about 300 kilometers away, which is completely unnecessary if it crosses the city center. Therefore, military equipment is not possible for the time being, and we can only settle for the next best thing and find some supercars with powerful engines. Now let me add the quantity first. Therefore, boom. Amidst the dull roars, he ignored the zombies. The pickup truck and the army green Lamborghini brought Yi Xiu and the other two to the secondhand supercar center. This is the largest secondhand supercar 4S store in Huaihai. The luxury cars inside should be no less beautiful than those in the garage. As the two cars stopped at the entrance of the supercar center, the three of them got off the car and saw two big guys, with the sound of mechanical gears turning violently, turning into two huge monsters in a very handsome posture and following Yi Xiu. Obviously, when Li Xiaowan came here, she felt a little strange. Didn't they agree to collect vegetables and fruits? Why are you here at the supercar center? Of course, I'll find two new partners. After taking a look at the two girls, Yi Xiu said calmly. Chapter 17, the third new partner, Stinger. The time-stopping gun. What? New partner? The two girls were shocked when they heard this. Is it the same as, these two big guys behind you? Is this true or false? Is this how these big guys came about? However, Yi Xiu did not explain too much. He only brought two girls into the luxury car center. However, before he could go in, he saw a zombie rushing towards him, roaring and snarling. Fortunately, Yi Xiu was quick-witted and pulled out the blood butterfly's wrath directly from the space ring. Puff! With just one strike, the zombie was split in half. Hiss! The two women who saw this scene couldn't help but gasp and looked at each other. Master, you have great strength. He actually split a zombie in half. Of course, Yi Xiu didn't care about that, because he had already heard the reminder in his ear. Ding, congratulations on killing a zombie and gaining attribute points +2. In addition to this, he also discovered that the knife seemed to have a trace of faint power that flowed into his body. Yi Xiu opened his attribute column and took a look. I found that as expected, the strength value actually increased a little. Sharp. Seeing this, he couldn't help but sigh. The attributes given to it were already outrageous, and now this knife can give an extra bit of strength. In this way, you don't have to add strength anymore. Just focus on defense. Yes, this knife is really good. Yi Xiu shook the blood butterfly's fury in his hand and liked it more and more. But of course, he didn't forget the point. After killing the zombies, he took the two women into the second-hand luxury car center. This second-hand luxury car center is not very big, but not small either. It covers an area of about 2,000 square meters and is divided into 2 floors. On weekdays, it is sold as an exhibition, so the appearance cannot be less. Fortunately, after the Doomsday, these supercars and luxury cars have become useless toys because such cars cannot be driven on the damaged roads. But to Yi Xiu, it was heaven. Wow, there are so many luxury cars here. It was also the first time for Lin Yushi to come to such a place. After recovering from Yi Xiu's brief shock, she was attracted by the famous supercar not far away. It was a red Ferrari 488 with a classic red appearance, a low-lying posture, sharp headlights, and a very high appearance. Lin Yushi was attracted at first sight. But that's nothing, because soon, she saw other cars such as Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi. There are also top-notch Lamborghini models, including the Ferrari 458, Roma, etc. There were Porsches 911s, Panameras, etc. There were hundreds of them, and she was a little overwhelmed. Of course, even Yi Xiu would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted after seeing so many luxury cars. If he were asked to choose between a Lamborghini Aventador and a beautiful woman, then he would definitely choose the former. Just kidding, no boy can resist a supercar. If anything, it would just be a more handsome supercar. But he already had a favorite target. It's a black Pagani Huayra on the second-floor platform. The price is 3,000 W. This is probably the most expensive one here. If this is activated, It should be a good choice. Yishio muttered to himself as he stared at the super sports car with an oversized rear wing and a very cool low-lying posture. Then he went up to the second floor and put his hand on the body of the Pagani wind god. The moment he touched it, buzz! As the energy was injected, a flash of blue light appeared. Boom! The entire exhibition center was swept by this energy. Li Xiaowan and Lin Yushi's beautiful hair couldn't help but float a little. Then they saw a scene that they would never forget. Bus, click, click, click. On the second floor platform, the activated Pagani began to transform rapidly. Amidst the sound of violent gear turning, with a very handsome posture, in the blink of an eye it turned into a giant monster that was 6 meters tall. Once Pagani was activated, he was obviously confused. Look around. What is this place? Oh, when he saw Yishio, he immediately showed a respectful and pious expression, knelt on one knee, and made a dull mechanical voice. Cybertron Warrior number 3, I pay my respects to the Lord Creator. Cybertron, Soldier number 3? The two people below were stunned when they heard this conversation. What the hell was this? Are there alien creatures lurking on Earth? But Yishio ignored the two women. I just took a quick look at the data for number 3. Name, Cybertron's third mechanical warrior. Level 1, Arms, Army, Power, 2,000. Defense, 4,000. Firepower value, 5,000. Possess a special weapon. Time-stop gun. Introduction. A powerful warrior from the distant and mysterious galaxy Cybertron. Using Pagani Wind God as a vehicle, possessing powerful output firepower and agile mobility, and is an agile warrior. Pagani Huaihai prototype. When Yishio saw this data, he was stunned. The power is only 2,000? You know, Lightning is a Lamborghini, and it also has an attack power of 2,000. But this one costs 30 million, almost 4 times more expensive than the big one, and it's only 2,000. No, the premium on luxury cars is so high. Yishio was stunned. Wasn't it said that the higher the price, the stronger the activated Cybertron soldier would be? Now it seemed that it mainly depended on the engine. But fortunately, the only consolation is, this guy has an extra time pause gun. It looks like a good weapon. Taking a look at this big guy, Yishio felt that it looked very similar to the Stinger in the movie, except that this one was black. So he waved his hand and said, just call yourself Stinger. Yes, Lord Creator. Sting, who got a new name, knelt on one knee on the ground and uttered a respectful voice. This scene completely stunned the two women. It turns out that this is how Yishio's Transformers came about. Another weapon was revealed in Chapter 18, Shadow Dagger. However, these are far from enough for Yishio. He needs more Transformers, especially when there are hundreds of them. That's really awesome. Don't talk about Huaihai by then. There is no problem in dominating the world. With new companions, Yishio first asked Li Xiaowan, Lin Yushi, Tiepi, and Doomsday to go to the nearby shopping mall to collect some supplies, while he went to collect some medicines. Yeah, okay. With the protection of these two big guys, Lin Yushi and Li Xiaowan also feel more confident. After responding obediently, with the sound of gears turning, the Stinger and Ironhide turned back into Pagani Huaihai, a pickup truck, and drove the two women towards the mall. As for Yishio, he set his sights on the pharmacy. Because in the Doomsday, medicine is very important. Once you get sick and don't have antibiotics or something like that, it's easy to die. You can do without it, but you can't live without it. So he also got in a Lamborghini. With a dull roar of air, it sailed away. Fortunately, there is a pharmacy every 5 meters and a clinic every 10 meters in Huaihai City. This kind of highly profitable industry is everywhere, so it's not very difficult to find. But what was unexpected was, when they entered the second ring road of the city, they unexpectedly discovered that there were some teams of soldiers collecting supplies here. I didn't expect there were still soldiers here. Yishio was a little surprised to see those fully armed soldiers. But if you think about it carefully, you will feel relieved. Although the Doomsday disaster occurs, it is a disaster for ordinary people. But this may not be the case for the military, especially when they are fully armed and have a variety of high-tech thermal weapons. Even if we encounter zombies, we can still move at a snail's pace at the beginning. I'm afraid it can't even withstand a single bullet, not to mention the large number of troops. If there is any loss, those might be the first group of people who were unfortunately hit by the blood moon. But even so, it is still easy for a soldier with weapons to kill 10 zombies. So there must be a lot of survivors. However, Yishio did not interact with them too much and only asked Lightning to be more low-key. Change your form. After all, the Lamborghini Bull is too eye-catching in this Doomsday environment. Understood, Lord Creator. Lightning chuckled after receiving the order and directly scanned a broken Buick Regal next to him. In the blink of an eye, it became a very inconspicuous little Buick. Then drive away quickly. Of course, this also attracted the attention of nearby reconnaissance soldiers. But when I saw it was a white Buick, I didn't care. After all, there are still many survivors in Huaihai City. At this time, a fully armed female captain also walked out of the pharmacy. As soon as he came out, then the two soldiers next to him saluted immediately. Team leader. Nodding slightly, perhaps because it was too boring, the female captain took off her mask, revealing a beautiful face. It was a standard beauty face, but with more heroic spirit. She also heard the noise and asked, "What was that sound just now?" The soldier replied, "It should be a survivor who drove over." "Oh, a survivor?" It has to be said that Li Jigui's pretty face showed a hint of surprise when she heard this. You know, this is one of the center points of the zombie outbreak within the second ring road of the city center, and there are almost hundreds of thousands of zombies wandering around here. There are still people who dare to wander around on the streets. This aroused her interest. Interesting, this survivor is quite brave. But these are not the main points. Is there any news about Miss Chin? Li Jigui raised her beautiful eyes and asked the soldier next to her. This. Speaking of this, the soldier next to him scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, Captain, Huaihai City is too big. Looking for someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack, so... Okay, needless to say, Li Jigui knew that there was no news. But there's nothing I can do. Qin Yao is the daughter of his leader. The purpose of coming to Huaihai this time is to take away a batch of medicines and some important facilities of the hospital. All that remains is to find Qin Yao. But till now, there has been no movement. This made him frown, fearing that the little girl might be in danger. But no matter what, if he's alive, I must find him. If he's dead, I must find his body. I must find him, she said in a cold voice. Yes. Several soldiers were startled by the captain's sudden change of expression and nodded quickly. There is no way. Li Jigui is a very powerful female special forces soldier. And it is said that when I came yesterday, he was even injected with a new human medicine developed by senior management, which not only made him not afraid of zombie infection, but also greatly enhanced his strength. Therefore, they dare not provoke. We'll arrange it right away. One soldier immediately notified the other soldiers by radio. Yeah, Li Jigui calmed down a little after seeing this, but still said, after collecting these two pharmacies, we will go to the hospital. We also need to take away a batch of equipment. Clear. As for Yi Xiu here, he still doesn't know the origins of those soldiers. But I wouldn't mind even if I knew, because his only target is those medicines. So, we soon arrived at a drugstore. I saw that the rolling iron door here was closed. Apparently, it hasn't been invaded yet. Outside, there are 3 zombies wandering around. Boom. Yi Xiu got off the car and was not polite. He first used the autumn leaf knife to kill 3 zombies and gained 6 attributes, and then ordered the reconnaissance bird. Open. Yes, master. Master. The flattering reconnaissance bird flapped its wings and flew over. At the same time, its mechanical eyes immediately turned red and shot out 2 lasers. While cutting, a big hole was created in the door in the blink of an eye. But I haven't waited to go in yet. Roar! Then a zombie wearing pharmacist clothes roared and rushed out with bloodthirsty red eyes. Fortunately, Yi Xiu reacted quickly. With a backhand blow, he directly cut off the zombie's hands. At the same time, he kicked out again, kicked the zombie in again. Before he could stand up, he stepped forward and chopped off his head with a puff. Call. As the flames raged, the zombies were burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Yi Xiu also heard a pleasant reminder in his ears. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the zombie and gaining attribute points +5. But surprisingly, there was one more weapon this time, but this time it was a pitch black dagger. Item name, Shadow Dagger. Quality, purple. Level 1, Strength, 20. Agility, 50. Defense, 20. Introduction, a dagger as fast as the wind, hidden in the darkness, ready to give the enemy a fatal blow at any time, with an additional absorption attribute effect. Each time a zombie is killed, a point of agility will be gained. Another weapon. I'm lucky this time. Seeing this data introduction, Yi Xiu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that 3 pieces of equipment would explode in just 2 days. But this one is only of purple quality and is completely black with a slight purple glow. Whether in appearance or attributes, it is far inferior to the blood butterfly's fury. But it's not bad. It's better than nothing. Therefore, Yi Xiao first put it into the space ring. As for the reconnaissance bird, it flapped its wings and came to the power supply of the pharmacy to plug in the power. Buzz, click, click. Then the scout bird used its own energy to connect. The next second, the entire pharmacy lit up. This pharmacy is not big, only about 40 square meters. But the medicines inside are quite complete. The first thing Yi Xiao saw was the amoxicillin in front of him, as well as some disinfectant alcohol and iodine, as well as band-aids, bandages, and gauze. In particular, there are some cephalosporin drugs, about a dozen boxes. Yi Xiao was not polite either. With a wave of his hand, he put all of these into the space ring. After all, as the Doomsday disaster breaks out, time is getting longer and longer. Medicines will definitely become extremely scarce, which will be very useful if someone gets sick. That's not an easy thing to solve. It's a good idea to stock up now. Chapter 19, Who should I give this Dark Knight dagger to? In addition to this, Yi Xiao also discovered some glucose and vitamins. These two things are also very important in the end times. After all, vitamins can supplement the various trace elements needed by the body. Glucose can provide the energy needed by the human body. It's no exaggeration to say, a survivor, relying on a can of glucose, went a month without any food, can survive too. And here, there are 24 cans. That is enough to feed one person for 2 years. Of course, it is impossible to eat only glucose for 2 years. But it's undeniable that this is good stuff. So Yi Xiao didn't waste it and directly put it into the space ring. And after doing all this, look, it's getting late. He then robbed a fruit shop next door. Then he returned to Guangming Community. When I got home, I found that the two women had also returned. Brother Yi Xiao. Owner. Seeing Yi Xiao open the door, the two girls who were thinking about something in the living room immediately stood up and greeted him enthusiastically. He immediately hugged her left and right. You know what? It feels pretty good. However, Yi Xiao still pushed them aside and asked, "What did you get today?" "I gained a lot." Needless to say, it can be seen from the expressions of the two women. It turned out that after separating from Yi Xiao, they went directly to the nearby Aegean shopping center. This is a large shopping mall, but surprisingly no one moved. The reason is very simple. There are too many zombies, hundreds of them. Who dares to come in? But this does not pose a problem for Li Xiaowan and Lin Yushi. After all, who asked them to carry transformers? So let Ironhide take the lead. It was easy to evaporate all the zombies inside. Then the stinger responded outside. The two girls immediately ran to the supermarket on the second floor to loot things. Here, this is our harvest list for today. Just record it. Lin Yushi excitedly took the little notebook and showed it to Yi Xiao. She was really happy today. Even though it is the end of the world, it is the first time I can experience shopping for nothing. It doesn't cost any money to get anything. It's so cool. No wonder some people like to rob. Lin Yushi has to admit that it feels great. Yi Xiao also took a look at the item list. It was packed with so many items. Of course, there seems to be nothing wrong at first, such as mineral water, ham, yogurt, milk, apples, grapes, oranges, rice, flour, etc. There are also quite a few snacks, such as potato chips, spicy strips, jelly, toffee, as well as some nuts, dried fruits, and so on. As for the rest, it's meat, including beef rolls, beef balls, chicken legs, pork, etc. in the refrigerator. Altogether, it probably weighs hundreds of tons. They're all useful things. Even if 3 people eat it, it will be enough to last for 2 years. However, the following supplies made Yi Xiao feel that the situation had suddenly changed. 220 skirts, cosmetics, black stockings, underwear. No, I asked you to collect supplies. What are you doing? After seeing what happened next, Yi Xiao's expression started to become strange. Even these have come out? Ah! And sure enough, after being glanced at by Yi Xiao, the two girls immediately lowered their heads in embarrassment. However, Lin Yushi couldn't help but explain in a low voice. The apocalypse has been going on for several days, and we haven't changed our clothes yet. What we are wearing now are all yours. Yi Xiao then noticed that the two women were they're all a bit transparent and vacuum. Add to that her figure and looks, damn, who can stand this? But Yi Xiao could still hold on. Okay, these two things are understandable. But what does the skirt mean? Li Xiaowan's pretty face turned even redder. I didn't stop for a moment. I'm sorry, master. Sure enough, looking at the embarrassed and guilty expressions of the two girls, Yi Xiao knew that Double 11 was known as the girls' shopping festival, and it was not an exaggeration. Whether it is available or not, you should definitely buy it first to see whether it can be used or not. But fortunately, there are still some serious things to do. After all, there is still a lot of meat in it. Yishio even discovered that the entire 1,000 cubic meters was filled by them. Apparently, the supermarket was almost half full. Forget it. These supplies will last us 2 years, even if there are only 3 of us. Yishio waved his hand and didn't bother to argue any further. But I don't want you to have a next time. And Yishio took another look at the 2 girls' current attire and said calmly, actually, this outfit isn't bad either. Well, having said this, he looked at Yishio, who had already gone over to eat. Li Xiaowan and Lin Yushi were immediately embarrassed. It turns out that even though I stocked up today, I haven't had time to change clothes. So now he is still wearing Yishio's clothes, which are very loose. But there's nothing I can do. I can't help but have a good figure. Plus that beautiful face and extraordinary temperament. I'm afraid any other man wouldn't be able to handle such an alternative style. And after dinner and washing up, sure enough, Li Xiaowan, wearing a white shirt and shorts that barely covered her, but took the initiative to enter Yishio's room. Wait until the next morning. It is the 5th day of the Doomsday outbreak. After resting yesterday, Yishio stretched himself. Well, he had a good rest, but Li Xiaowan couldn't do that, because Yishio is so awesome. There is no way. Yishio's strength is improving too fast now. Not to mention anything else, the strength alone has reached 50. If a normal person's strength is 10 points, it is equivalent to 5 times. What does 5 times mean? You can kill a cow with 1 punch. No big problem. So it is natural that Li Xiaowan couldn't bear it. After a simple wash, the 2 got up. Outside, Lin Yushi had already prepared breakfast. It's very simple, just some bread, fried eggs, and steak or something. Because Yishio said, just eat. Don't be afraid of wasting. So Lin Yushi could only spend it boldly. Wow, it smells so good. However, when Li Xiaowan saw so many delicious foods, she started drooling. How about it? Are you hungry? Seeing Li Xiaowan's greedy look, Lin Yushi smiled and brought a cup of hot milk to her. You know what, Li Xiaowan is really hungry, especially since I consumed so much energy yesterday. I wanted to get something to eat in the middle of the night, but I was too tired to move. Now I see so many delicious foods. Then I'll be welcome. She couldn't wait to eat it and finish the egg in 2 bites. Lin Yushi was stunned, but soon she showed a charming smile again, and the food was even better. This way I won't waste the time I put into getting up early in the morning to cook. And, holding her exquisite chin, Lin Yushi said to Yishio with some shame, we are both too weak to help you. We can only cook for you. I'm so sorry. After all, Yishio had been busy running around for so many days, and they can only stay here, although they went to collect some supplies yesterday. But in reality, it occupied 2 big guys, Iron Sheet and Stinger. It would be better to say that I am a burden rather than helping to collect supplies. Yes, when talking about this, Li Xiaowan felt a little ashamed. Her beautiful eyes dimmed a lot. For the first time, she felt that she was so useless. It would be great if we had the same powerful power as you, Master. This would help Yishio solve many problems. No need to be a burden. Burden? But Yishio didn't think so. Just kidding, even if these 2 women did nothing. Just eating and drinking at home is the greatest help to yourself. The supplies will be returned 100 times. Are you kidding me? But, after a pause, Yishio suddenly said, it's not impossible to become as powerful as me. Huh? Is it really possible? As soon as these words came out, the 2 girls' eyes suddenly lit up. Oh my god, if that's really the case, then I can help Yishio in the future. Of course! Yishio thought of the Dark Knight dagger that he had found yesterday. Chapter 20 Li Xiaowan can be upgraded. Because I already have the Blood Butterfly's Fury, to be honest, I don't need this dagger. Just right for these 2 little beauties. And don't forget the effect of the obedient water. Not only can it prevent you from betraying yourself, it can also return power at a 1-to-1 ratio. In other words, how many attribute points they both get. You can get as much as you want, which is equivalent to having someone level up for you. What's more, this weapon is bound to myself. As long as I want, this weapon can become scrap metal with just a thought. Good. Thinking of this, Yishio took out the Dark Knight dagger from his space ring and handed it to the 2 women. Hey, what is this? But when the 2 girls saw that the sword was completely black but emitted a strange, faint purple light, they couldn't help but be secretly shocked. It looks so sharp. This is the Dark Knight dagger. Yishio did not hide it and said bluntly, as long as the 2 of you use this dagger to kill zombies, your agility will be increased. What, there is such a good thing? When the 2 girls heard this, their pretty faces froze and they began to doubt their lives. With this thing, you can increase your agility by killing zombies. If you kill thousands or tens of thousands of them, Won't you be able to take off immediately? Well, in theory, it should be like this. Yi Xiao also nodded. After all, he had not experimented with it yet. But Yi Xiao waved the dagger and said, "There is only this one. The blood butterfly's fury definitely cannot be given to the two girls for the time being, because I also need it. Then there is only this dark night dagger." So he looked at the two girls and said, "Who wants it?" This? As soon as these words were spoken, the two women looked at each other and saw the intention in each other's eyes. There is no way. If this weapon can increase one's agility, no one can refuse such a good thing. But the key is there is only this one. They were too embarrassed to snatch it away. After all, after spending a few days together, the two girls had a very good relationship. Fortunately, Lin Yushi smiled and said, "Give it a Shaowan. I don't need it for now. I prefer cooking and don't like killing zombies." Sister Yushi. After hearing this, Li Shaowan was stunned for a moment and seemed to be hesitant to speak. But Lin Yushi patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "This is not an easy job. You have to kill a lot of zombies. Besides, if you become stronger, you can protect me, right?" Oh. Li Shaowan was touched. She didn't expect that her sister would be so nice to her. This also strengthened my determination to become stronger. "Don't worry, as long as I become strong, I will definitely protect you, my sister." That's enough. But looking at the two girls who were being humble to each other like good sisters, Yi Xiao was speechless. Damn, it's not like there won't be any more in the future. As for being so humble, he waved his hand and said, "Shaowan, I'll give it to you if I meet someone better in the future. Come on, Shaowan, try first." "Yeah, okay." Having said that, Li Shaowan quickly picked up the dagger in Yi Xiao's hand and waved it twice. It would have been fine if she hadn't taken it. As soon as she took it, she found that her body seemed to have undergone great changes, which shocked her. How about it? Seeing the change in Li Xiaowan's pretty face, Lin Yushi hurriedly asked out of curiosity. "I feel." Li Xiaowan carefully moved her arms and dagger, and an incredible expression appeared on her pretty face. "My physical fitness seems to have improved several times." She felt that her strength was more than twice as great as usual. What, twice? Lin Yushi was stunned when she heard this. Oh my god, is this true? Is this dagger so outrageous? But in fact, this dagger is like this. Of course, its main blessing power is only 20, but its agility is even more amazing, reaching 5 times that of an ordinary person. So Li Shaowan only felt that both her eyesight and reaction ability had been greatly improved. But that's not enough. After dinner, come with me and give it a try. Yeah, okay. Li Shaowan came back to her senses and an excited expression appeared on her pretty face. She was already starting to get impatient. So he quickly finished his breakfast, put on his equipment, and went downstairs to the community with Yi Xiao. Roar! Then a zombie came up cooperatively. But now Li Shaowan is no longer the same as before. She is extremely fast and has almost 3 times the strength of an ordinary person. Puff! She looked like a shadow and quickly harvested the zombie's head. The dagger is not very long, but it is much longer than ordinary ones. It's about 30 centimeters long, so it's easy to kill. And as the zombies were killed, Yi Xiao also heard a reminder in his ears. Ding, the goddess Li Shaowan you fed killed a zombie, and you gain agility +1. Really? Seeing the changes in his attribute column, Yi Xiao finally showed a satisfied look. After Li Shaowan killed a zombie at close range, she turned to Yi Xiao and gave him a charming smile and asked quickly, How is it? Yeah, not bad. Yi Xiao nodded. This little girl performed quite well. At least she killed the zombies quickly and decisively. Therefore, he waved his hand and said, "This dagger is for you. You should practice hard during this time and kill more zombies. Only in this way can you become stronger." After all, the Doomsday disaster has only happened a few days ago. Seizing the opportunity now will put you far ahead. Yeah, I know. Li Shaowan obviously understood this truth. And she also knew that if she wanted to survive this Doomsday disaster, she could only become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can I help Yi Xiao better in the future and not be a burden. Especially after seeing Yi Xiao's powerful strength before, her confidence was further strengthened. In the future, I must become as strong as my master. That's enough. Seeing that the training was almost over, Yi Xiao didn't waste any more time, because today was already the 5th day of the Doomsday outbreak. He found that not only the Guangming community, but the entire city had no electricity. This morning, it was the scout bird that acted as a temporary power source that allowed me to have a hot breakfast. So he decided to go to the hardware mart today to see if he could find some generators. Therefore, he let Stinger accompany Li Shaoan to kill zombies around and level up. As for myself, I took the Iron Sheet to the hardware trade city to check out the situation. Chapter 21. Sorry, Huaihai does not allow such an awesome person to exist. Of course, before leaving, he did not forget to activate a new mechanical life form. After all, no matter how powerful one's own abilities are, it is still difficult to clear out the zombies. It has to be these Cybertron mechanical life forms. But this time Yishio didn't go too far, but went to a nearby modification shop, because he remembered that there seemed to be a limited edition Lamborghini Veneno here. Poison, known as one of the 3 most amazing cars in the world. The value exceeds 8,000 W. Well, it does seem a bit overpriced though. However, 8,000 W, even if it is activated, it should have some brand support. It can't be too bad. So Yishio decided to go and take a look. But when we arrived at the modification shop, we found that it had already been destroyed beyond recognition. There are still many zombies wandering around here. Feel free to get off the car and use Blood Butterfly's Fury to take care of them all. He was also a little worried that the car was gone or had been vandalized. But fortunately, it happened quickly. Yishio saw a very handsome, shiny silver-gray supercar parked in the corner. Yes, it is the Lamborghini Veneno. Lamborghini Venom. This car is so cool, with a huge rear wing, a mysterious silver-gray metal body, and those wide black wheels. It is elegant yet a little violent, giving it a noble yet wild character. Sure enough, it's still there. Seeing such a magical car, Yishio finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, who can resist the temptation of a Lamborghini Veneno? So he immediately put his hands on the car body. Buzz! And the moment it is activated, blue energy surges. This legendary car worth 80 million suddenly shook as if it had been electrocuted, and then there was a sound of clicking, and violent turning of mechanical gears. The black Lamborghini Veneno quickly transformed into a 6-meter-long behemoth. Dressed in black, with a transparent mask that emits a faint blue glow. The glowing black metal skeleton kept folding, giving people a feeling of being extremely hard, yet coordinated and domineering. As soon as he appeared, he noticed Yishio, then immediately knelt on one knee, making a mysterious mechanical sound that seemed to come from a distant galaxy. Greetings, my respected creator. Thank you for giving me a new life. It has to be said that Yishio was also shocked by this guy's appearance, because this guy actually looks a bit like the confinement that appeared in the movie. That's right, that's the big villain. A single word of mouth directly injured the pillar, and it seems more eye-catching and handsome. Not to mention the attributes. Yishio discovered that this guy's strength attribute had reached 4,000. 4,000, what does this mean? You can throw out lightning easily. The defense also reached 6,000. Including firepower, it reached a terrifying 8,000. This guy is pretty good. Coming back to his senses, Yishio smiled. It was worthy of being known as one of the 3 most powerful cars in the world. Although there was a premium, it was much stronger than Lightning and Stinger. From now on, you'll be called Poison. After all, this guy's name is Poison. Now this shape also has the feeling of an elegant dormant beast. Yes, Lord Creator. The Poison that received a new name also made a respectful sound. Including the big guy in front of him, Yishio found that his Transformers members had increased to 4: Ironhide, Stinger, and Lightning. If it were placed in Huaihai, I guess no one would dare to provoke it. But this is not enough. Yishio needs more. So he first went to the hardware trade city with the 2 big guys to look for a generator. Because it is close to the city center, there are a lot of zombies here. As soon as I got off the bus, I saw about 100 of them. Yishio didn't hesitate and directly pulled out the Blood Butterfly's Fury. In no time, all the zombies were killed. After all, he already had a physical fitness that was 4 to 5 times that of an ordinary person, and with the Blood Butterfly's Fury, he could improve his overall strength tenfold. So dealing with these zombies is no problem at all. Even iron and poison are not needed to help. It took less than 3 minutes to solve everything. After solving the problem, Yishio also discovered that in addition to gaining 260 attribute points, there are also 2 bottles of obedient water, as well as a bottle of recovery potion and purification potion. Recovery potion. After use, it can restore 70% of health. Purification potion. It can be used to purify the user's negative physical state. Even if infected with the zombie virus, it can be recovered instantly. Wow, we have this thing too. Seeing these 2 things, Yishio's expression was a little weird. Why does it feel more and more like the equipment dropped in the dungeon I played in my previous life? System, could it be that they just put a dungeon module over here? He couldn't help but ask secretly in his heart. But who would have thought that the system would say, in a very arrogant way, the system can use whatever template it wants as long as it can save your life. Wow. Yi Xiao was happy when he heard this. Quite arrogant. But Yi Xiao didn't mind. It wasn't a bad thing anyway, especially if it was an item from a dungeon. Wow. What if some awesome equipment pops up in the future? That's not invincible. And besides that, Yi Xiao also found a black stone. Item name, Upgrade Stone. Function, can be used to upgrade the space ring. Oh, Upgrade Stone? Finally a piece came out. You have to know that I have killed more than 200 zombies in total, and finally one of them was killed. Are you using it? Seeing the prompt, Yi Xiao did not hesitate and chose to use it immediately. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading your space ring from blue quality to purple quality. The storage space has been increased from 2,000 cubic meters to 4,000 cubic meters. Not bad. Seeing that the storage space had been increased to 4,000, Yi Xiao showed a look of satisfaction. It seems that I have to find more opportunities to kill more zombies in the future, so that there will be more explosions. But now, looking at the corpses all over the ground, Yi Xiao first added the 260 attribute points he had obtained to his defense, then entered the trade city. Soon, he found a hardware store at the corner. Inside were 3 new small generators that had never been used. It seemed to be welcoming my arrival. What's interesting is that Yi Xiao discovered that only 10% of the energy is needed to activate these generators. It seems that activating these small mechanical life forms does not require a lot of energy. But considering that today's has been used, Yi Xiao had no choice but to put these generators into the space ring first. When he was done, he planned to leave. However, before he could get in the car, he saw a car speeding towards him not far away and blocking his way. However, as soon as these people got out of the car in a threatening manner, they were frightened by the scene of zombie corpses everywhere around them. The leading man looked at Yi Xiao with a vigilant expression. You did all this? How? But looking at the 3 people who blocked his way, Yi Xiao asked back, Is there anyone else here? Oh shit, is this true? This answer shocked the 3 of them. How could one person kill more than 100 zombies? How strong must one be? Thinking of this, the leading man immediately became enthusiastic. Brother, I see that you are quite capable, and I admire people like you. How about it? Are you interested in joining us? We are from the Jong Family Manor in East City. If you recruit such talents, your status will definitely rise sharply. Dongqing Jiang family? Yi Xiao was startled when he heard this, then shook his head. I don't know him. I'm not interested. Oh, not interested. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the man's face changed in an instant. He was originally enthusiastic, but now he became gloomy. He just played with the knife in his hand and smiled. I'm sorry. Huaihai does not allow someone as awesome as you to exist. Chapter 22 Li Xiaowan killed more than 200 zombies in one go. It's incredible. Doi? Yi Xiao was stunned when he heard this, and thought he had heard it wrong. Just a few of you? Yi Xiao could tell that these people were ordinary people. He didn't understand where these guys had the confidence. Yes, Shun Xiaolong is of course an ordinary person, and he admits that this guy is very powerful, but no matter how powerful you are, can you compare to the truth? While speaking, Shun Xiaolong pulled out a gun from his waist, pointed it at Yi Xiao's head, and said with a smile, This is my confidence. Otherwise, why do you think the 3 of us dare to go out for a walk? He didn't believe that no matter how powerful this guy was, he could still block bullets. So that's it. Yi Xiao finally understood that feelings carry a gun. But Yi Xiao suddenly smiled. I also have some good stuff. Do you want to see it? Oh. Upon hearing this, Shun Xiaolong's eyes lit up. What good things do you have? Go and have a look. Yi Xiao motioned to the pickup truck next to him. This made Shun Xiaolong interested. He was not afraid of this guy falling out. After all, there were 2 guys with guns next to him. If this guy dared to move, he would kill him directly. Only when he got close to the pickup truck. The next second, buzz, in his doubtful eyes, the pickup truck suddenly began to shake violently. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant 7-meter-tall monster, and a cannon barrel bigger than his head was pointed at him. Head! Fuck! This sudden cannon made Shun Xiaolong turn pale with fright and thought he was dazzled. Damn, there's something in this car. But there was no time to react. Boosh! Boom! Ironhide then vaporized it with an energy cannon. The remaining 2 brothers hadn't come to their senses yet. When they came to their senses and saw that their boss had evaporated, they were so scared that their faces changed and they subconsciously ran away. But with the sound of mechanical gears turning in the distance, Poison turned into a 7-meter-tall behemoth. raising a huge mechanical hand cannon and pointing it at them. The two men were so scared that they quickly raised their hands. No, don't kill us. We are from the Jong family in Dongqing. If you kill us, young Master Jiang will never let you go. A younger brother threatened. What are young Master Jiang and young Master Li? But Yi Xiu wasn't interested at all. Anyone who came would die. Poison, take it away. Yes. Following Yi Xiu's command, Du Yao opened fire without hesitation. Boosh, boom. The terrifying energy fluctuations evaporated the two of them instantly. After dealing with these three people, Yi Xiu did not waste any more time. But get in the car. Amidst a dull roar of air waves, the Lamborghini was leading the way, followed by the pickup truck. The two cars drove quickly back to the community. When I returned to the community, I saw Li Xiaowan still leveling up. Everyone on the surrounding street had been killed by him. There are as many as 200 or 300 zombies. Even Yi Xiu couldn't help but be stunned by this bloody scene. Is this woman so crazy? At this time, Li Xiaowan was obviously unable to bear it anymore. She was holding the Dark Knight dagger, leaning against the door of the Pagani wind god, gasping for breath. However, when she noticed Yi Xiu appearing, her pretty face immediately showed joy. He quickly called out, "Master, you did all this?" Yi Xiu walked forward and looked at the entire street filled with zombie corpses and asked with a strange expression, "Oh?" Feeling a little embarrassed, Li Xiaowan nodded obediently, stuck out her tongue, and panted, "Sorry, I may have been a little too excited." But when Yi Xiu heard this, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This is more than just the top. I'm afraid all the zombies around the community have been killed by it. But the effect is also very good, because Yi Xiu discovered that he had actually increased his agility by 270 points. What does that mean? This little girl killed 270 zombies in one afternoon. This made Yi Xiu doubt his life a little. Don't you have any girl who can do this? However, Li Xiaowan still felt that it was not enough. She shook her head and said, "I feel that my speed has increased by more than 20 times, but this is not enough. I need to become stronger so that I can help you better in the future." But Yi Xiu stopped her. "That's enough for today. Although this girl's speed is constantly increasing, her physical strength has not increased accordingly. If this continues, I will probably have a mental breakdown." So Yi Xiu stopped her. "That's enough for today. Let's talk about it tomorrow. And I have something to announce tonight." Li Xiaowan was stunned for a moment, but still nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll listen to you, master." "Well, let's go back first." Patted her shoulder. Li Xiaowan was so tired that she could hardly stand up. "I had no choice but to let Stinger take it back." And as soon as I returned to the community, Lin Yushi was also shocked when she saw Li Xiaowan covered in blood. Fortunately, Li Xiaowan took a breath and smiled. "It's not mine, it's the zombies." "Oh, that's good." Lin Yushi was relieved to hear that it wasn't Li Xiaowan's, but she couldn't help but complain. "You're trying too hard. Even if you can upgrade, there's no need to work so hard." In one morning, more than 300 zombies were killed. But Li Xiaowan didn't think so. After all, the stronger she was, the better she could help Yi Xiu in the future. "But it looks dirty. You should go take a shower first," Yi Xiu said after taking a look. "Yeah, okay." Li Xiaowan also felt a little disgusted, so she took off her clothes and threw them outside the door. The scout bird was very cooperative and burned everything clean with a puff of flame. Li Xiaowan was taken to the bathroom by Lin Yushi to take a bath. Not long after, Li Xiaowan, wearing beige pajamas, showing off her long white legs and smelling fragrant, came out. He was obviously feeling much more comfortable and just lay down on the sofa, very tired. But when Lin Yushi brought lunch, "Xiaowan, you must be hungry after being busy for so long. Why don't you eat something first?" "Well, okay." But just as she was about to eat something, her pretty face turned pale when she saw the stewed beef with tomatoes. Then he quickly ran to the bathroom and started retching. This scared Lin Yushi. "What happened to Xiaowan? What's wrong?" But Yi Xiu took a look at the beef and said with a smile, "Maybe he's killed too many zombies and is now having a physiological reaction." However, looking at Li Xiaowan vomiting, this is the reaction a normal person should have. Otherwise, wouldn't it make me look worse than a girl? Finally, after vomiting for a while, Li Xiaowan, whose face turned pale, was helped by Lin Yushi to go to bed to rest. As for Yi Xiu, he simply took a shower. "So I had a delicious meal." Not long after, Lin Yushi came out. He patted his snow-white little rabbit in fear. "How is it? Did you fall asleep?" Yi Xiu asked. "Yeah." Lin Yushi nodded and said with a scared look on her pretty face, "It's so scary. It turns out that killing zombies causes such a strong reaction." Fortunately, I didn't go. She began to feel fortunate that she had given the Dark Knight dagger to Li Shaowan. Otherwise, I would probably vomit all over the place. But Yishio didn't think so, leaning back in his chair. You will have to go through this sooner or later. Okay. After thinking about it carefully, Lin Yushi also felt that it made sense. After all, it would happen sooner or later. However, she still showed a charming smile on her pretty face and said to Yishio, then I still hope it will be later. This went on until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Shaowan, with a pale face, came out. How's it going? Sitting on the sofa, Yishio looked at his attributes and asked when he saw him come out. Yeah, much better. Obviously still a little tired at the moment. She only walked 2 steps slowly in her rabbit slippers and leaned on Yishio's shoulder again. She felt a little safer after hugging her arms and squinted her eyes and said, give me another 10 minutes. I think I'll be fine. Okay, that's perfect. Seeing that the woman was almost done, Yishio clapped his hands and called over Lin Yushi, saying, that's great. You're all here. I have something to announce. Quack! The scout birds all came over to listen to the meeting. Li Shaowan raised her eyelids. What's the matter? Yishio said. Tonight, we have to change our destination. Chapter 23, The Sting. I don't want to be dirty by those damn zombies. Just deal with them. What the hell? Change the destination. But the 2 girls were stunned when they heard it. Everything is fine here. Why did it suddenly move? Li Shaowan raised her eyelids and asked curiously. Yeah, Lin Yushi also thought this place was pretty good, but Yishio didn't think so. Let's not talk about the situation here. There are more and more mechanical life forms on Cybertron, and now there are 4 big ones. Stinger, Ironhide, Lightning, and Poison. There will definitely be more and more in the future. So naturally we have to find a place that is more suitable for the base. Moreover, he had already made preparations and had a very suitable place, which was the Sky Garden in the city center. But he didn't explain too much, just said, don't worry about it, just follow me. Oh, okay. The 2 girls came to their senses and thought about it carefully. It made sense to just follow Yishio. It didn't matter where they went. Therefore, Lin Yushi quickly stood up and said with a smile, wait for me, I'll go pack my things. I'm going too. Li Shaowan also became alert and ran over quickly. So, it took about an hour to finally clean up everything. Women are like this. Once they say they want to go out, they will spend a lot of time to prepare. All that's missing is some makeup. However, both girls are naturally beautiful. Both are super A, and they are very beautiful even without makeup. So it was just a simple set of clothes and weapons. After more than 2 hours of rest, Li Shaowan is almost recovered. And just like that, the 3 of them left. Scout birds lead the way. Soon the 3 of them arrived at the underground parking lot. The Iron Sheet, the Sting, the Lightning, and the Poison had been waiting for a long time. Master Creator! Seeing Yishio coming back, several big guys immediately made respectful mechanical sounds. And the Stinger took the initiative to open the car door. After nodding slightly, Yishio got into the driver's seat. As for Li Shaowan, she sat in the passenger seat. This made Lin Yushi speechless. Why are there only 2 seats? This Pagani is not good at all. Yishio said, why don't you just sit in the Lightning car at the back? No. But Lin Yushi didn't want to take the bus by herself. Then she suddenly had an idea and said to Yishio embarrassedly, brother, can you squeeze in? What squeeze? How to squeeze? Yishio hadn't reacted yet. Lin Yushi had carefully crawled in and sat directly on Yishio's lap. The moment this delicate body pressed against me, I could hardly feel any weight, just softness. And those hands that can be put down at will. The Stinger was even more sensible, and was afraid that it would be too crowded, so it changed the internal structure and made the main cockpit a little bigger. Is that okay? Lin Yushi turned around and felt something was wrong. Her pretty face turned red, but she still deliberately twisted her, but so that she could sit more steadily. She also deliberately winked at Yishio. God bless you. Yishio was stunned. This woman is better at finding solutions than me. But it feels good. Set off. Boom. Then there was a dull roar of airwaves. The Stinger let out a deafening roar of airwaves. The military green Lamborghini and Venom in the back were not to be outdone. When the headlights came on, a roar like a bison was heard, shaking the entire underground parking lot. Only Tiepi was left looking at the 3 brothers in confusion. Shit, so you guys have the most horsepower. But there's nothing I can do. Behind him was a 9-meter-long Western Star. This is what Yishio found and brought back from the secondhand luxury car center last time. However, I found that in order to activate it, it requires 200% energy. But there's nothing I can do. After all, which boy could refuse the prototype of Optimus Prime as a teammate? Therefore, that's all. Under the leadership of Stinger, a Pagani wind god was the first to come out of the underground parking lot, followed by lightning, then the black beast like poison, and then the pickup truck carrying the Western Star. 5 cars rumbled and set off in a mighty procession. I don't know how many zombies' attention this attracted. However, when they saw such a large car, they surprisingly did not rush forward. This surprised Yishio a little. These zombies have learned their lesson. He didn't even come up, so he missed the chance to pick up the attributes. Master, try this. However, after Li Shaowan handed over a pistol with a silencer, Yishio suddenly had an idea. Yes, the system said that killing zombies would give attributes, but it didn't say that you can't use guns. Try it. Thinking of this, Yishio loaded the bullet into the gun, and while the supercar was running at high speed, it still hit the zombie's head accurately with a bang. Snap! The zombie's head exploded and he lay down while walking. And Yishio also heard a familiar and pleasant voice. Ding, congratulations on killing the zombie. You get attribute points +3. Really? After hearing this prompt, Yishio confirmed that it was indeed possible. It seems much more convenient than using a knife. Direct long-range kill. So, along the way, Yishio simply shot while he was on the road. Soon more than a dozen zombies were killed. The shooting skill was so amazing that Li Shaowan was stunned. Master, your shooting skills are amazing. Ox? Yishio sneered in his heart. He had increased his agility to 5 times that of an ordinary person. Adding the agility value returned from Li Shaowan, his agility was now more than 30 times that of an ordinary person. Mobile headshot, not the same as playing. Boom boom. But just when Yishio was enjoying the killing, suddenly a rumbling sound was heard from the sky. That's... When Yishio looked up, he discovered that an armed helicopter was slowly flying out from the city center. That's a helicopter. Li Shaowan was a little surprised. She didn't expect that at this time, there would be a helicopter leaving from the city center. It seems that the military sent out to rescue them. Yishio realized that this armed helicopter could only be owned by the military, and it was probably related to the small military unit mentioned earlier. This makes him somewhat envious. If only I could get such an armed helicopter and activate it. TSK, TSK, TSK. I guess their fighting ability is quite strong, but he is not in a hurry. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future anyway. Just like that, soon 3 supercars, carrying the iron plates of Western Star, and 5 vehicles quickly drove into the city center. I have to say that this lineup is quite eye-catching, especially some survivors in high-rise buildings in the city center, who were waiting for rescue all day long. But when you see zombies everywhere on the road, there is such a convoy. Everyone was confused. Shit, am I seeing things? A supercar? Damn, there are still supercars in the city center at this time. And he also brought 1 or 2 large Western Stars. Fuck, no one noticed that pickup truck has such a huge torque. It can actually tow this heavy thing weighing more than 10 tons? Some survivors were stunned. Are all survivors nowadays so crazy? Not only were they stunned, even the zombies who dominated the city center were confused. However, after a brief moment of shock, they let out angry roars and rushed forward. Isn't this a blatant provocation? No, we have to kill them. But before they got close, boom, whoosh. The Stinger that was traveling at high speed in front suddenly launched 3 missiles, which exploded directly from the front towards the group of zombies chasing from behind. Boom. The horrific explosion blew hundreds of zombies away. At this moment, the survivors in the high-rise residential buildings in the distance widened their eyes. Damn. Modified military vehicle? They thought it was a modified military vehicle. I never dreamed that it was a fucking transformer. However, Yishio was too lazy to pay attention to the situation of other survivors. After dealing with the pursuing zombies, there were also some scattered zombies who tried to pounce and block the poisonous stings with their bodies. But Stinger didn't want them to get close. What a joke. You're all dirty from the collision. Then, amid the sound of mechanical gears turning, a machine gun deformed from the ceiling. Bayubiubiu. Then I saw laser cannons firing continuously. In the blink of an eye, all the zombies on the entire overpass were killed. The 2 women were stunned by this scene. Oh my god, this is too powerful. Although I knew these big guys were powerful, I didn't expect them to be this powerful. That's called a laser Gatling gun, which is almost the same as a cannon. A red laser hit the zombie and turned it into a bloody mist. With these big guys, why would you be afraid of zombies? Just push it forward. Chapter 24 New Base, Sky Garden. Of course, Yishio also killed a few on the way. Just like that, The three of them quickly arrived at the Gemini Center without any danger. This is one of the iconic buildings in the city center. All of them are made of reinforced concrete. It is very strong, and even ordinary missiles may not be able to penetrate it. There are more than 50 floors in total. The lower 10 floors are shopping malls, and the upper 40 floors are large flat-floor apartments. On the top 3 floors is the Sky Garden, which is said to be a private place developed by the mall boss. And this is also Yi Xiu's destination. The facilities there are all complete, and it is very suitable for living. Go! Get out of the car? Seeing this, Yi Xiu got out of the car without hesitation. There are a lot of zombies here. Roar! There were at least hundreds of them. There was no way around it because they were in the city center and could encounter zombies everywhere. When they saw Yi Xiu getting off the bus, they rushed up to him with excitement, as if they had seen food they hadn't seen for a long time. However, this did not cause much pressure for Yi Xiu. Behind Buzz click click. When Lightning saw the zombies rushing towards him, he quickly transformed into a 6-meter-tall behemoth. The military green paint gave him an oppressive feeling. With a slight shake of his huge mechanical arm, he took out the mechanical hand cannon, aimed it at the zombies rushing towards him, and fired without delay. Boom! The terrifying energy exploded instantly. All the zombies on a road more than 20 meters long in the distance were cleared out. With this shot, at least 50 zombies flew into the sky. The rest evaporated. Don't fire. There's no need to attract more zombies. Fortunately, Yi Xiu reminded that there were at least 80,000 zombies here, if not 100,000. There was no need to make too much noise, as his purpose was to live there. Yes, Lord Creator. Upon receiving the order, Lightning immediately put away the energy hand cannon, and then a giant laser blade appeared with a buzz. Then he rushed forward with Yi Xiu. With just one encounter and a casual slash, more than 20 zombies were melted. Oh my god! Lin Yushi and Li Xiaowan's hearts were pounding when they saw this scene. Doesn't this guy have a limit? Whatever he does, he either kills with one shot or one blow. There was no way. Firstly, there were too many zombies almost crowding over. Secondly, Lightning is too huge, 6 meters tall. The giant laser blade in his hand is 3 meters long. With a casual swing, it has a range of 15 or 16 meters, and killing 20 people is considered a minimum. What's more, for it has a power of 2,000. This is no different from cutting tofu. But this obviously also angered the zombies. Damn, they want to kill us, brothers? Then I have to fuck you. Then, dozens of zombies rushed forward with roars. And the result is obvious. A zombie tried to attack Lightning from behind, so it grabbed Lightning's ankle and started biting it wildly. As a result, not only was there no trace left, but the moment Lightning raised his foot and then fell down, he was directly stepped on and exploded. What's going on? Lightning hadn't even reacted yet, and when he turned around, he felt something sticky under his feet. But he was too lazy to think about these questions. Whoosh whoosh. Rush forward 3 or 5 times. 40 or 50 have already been killed. This is without using weapons. The two girls were completely stunned by such terrifying fighting power. Li Xiaowan's mouth was even wide enough to fit a banana. But they didn't get off the bus. Because of this situation, Lin Yushi would be seeking death if she went down. As for Li Xiaowan, she really didn't want to kill her, so she needed to wait a while. But now, although I always think Yi Xiu is very powerful, but now they feel that they are still far behind Lightning. If Yi Xiu heard the conversation between these two women, he would be so angry that he would pass out. Isn't this nonsense? How much strength do I have? 200. Considering the normal strength before and the strength given by the wrath of the blood butterfly, the total is only 20 times that of an ordinary person. But how much is Lightning? 2,000, 10 times my own. How to compare? And it's just pure physical strength. Oh no, he's a mechanical transformer. Not even at full firepower. With 4,000 firepower at full blast, it's hard to imagine what the scene would be like. So there is no comparison at all. However, Yi Xiu also killed quite a few zombies at this moment and gained a lot of attribute points. In just a short while, he killed more than 30 zombies. Even the reconnaissance birds were afraid that Yi Xiu would get into danger, so they flapped their wings beside him to help. If anyone wanted to launch a sneak attack, they would simply fire the micro submachine guns on their wings and act as little air forces, able to easily shoot the zombies into sieves. Just like that, soon, the more than 300 zombies around were cleared out completely. The scene was very bloody. Not only was there the disgusting stench of zombies everywhere, but there were also many broken limbs and arms. Lin Yushi almost vomited the food she had eaten at noon. However, Li Xiaoan was unexpectedly much better. It was obvious that she didn't take the fact that she had killed so many people before seriously anymore. But the harvest is also considerable. Yi Xiu obtained a total of 90 attribute points. In addition, he also got 2 bottles of obedient water, an upgrade stone, 2 bottles of recovery potions, and 1 bottle of purification potion. After putting all these away, Yi Xiu immediately asked Lightning to clean up the bodies. Burn them all. Clear. It would be an eyesore to the city here. So Lightning cooperated and directly switched to flamethrower mode, burning the surrounding zombies cleanly, and even the air became warm. After we deal with the bloodstains here, Yi Xiu then took the 2 girls upstairs, followed closely by Sting, Ironhide, Lightning, and Poison. Scout birds lead the way. In the middle, some zombies who rushed up without knowing what was good for them were killed. About 20 minutes. They finally reached the top floor. The door hasn't been opened yet. Roar! Then a zombie wearing security clothes rushed up. Yi Xiu casually stabbed him with a knife, and he disappeared. So he let the scout bird open the hotel door. Buzz! Beep beep, followed by a series of password input. Buzz! Then the huge metal bronze door slowly opened, revealing the luxurious large flat facilities inside. Wow! As soon as it was opened, not only Lin Yushi, but even Li Xiaoan was amazed by the facilities inside. Because this is a very luxurious and extravagant large flat. The ceiling is 4.5 meters high and is fully equipped with sofas, tables and chairs, TV, refrigerator, etc. And all of them are extremely luxurious. There are quite a few rooms inside, including 6 suites, each with a separate bathroom. Including the living room, it is 300 square meters, almost comparable to a small club. It's comfortable to stay here. It has been a long time since she enjoyed such a luxurious life. Li Xiaoan threw herself on the sofa immediately, feeling the comfort of the sofa worth more than 300,000 yuan. Her pretty face showed an expression of enjoyment. This place is really nice. Chapter 25 today is the day for upgrade. Of course, Yi Xiu had already checked this place. There is not only a 950 square meter large flat suite here. There is also a training room and fitness room of the same size above. On the top floor, there is a cinema and a swimming pool. It can be said that there are not hundreds of millions. You can't buy it here. It was precisely because the Sky Garden was so luxurious that Yi Xiu chose it. After all, although it is the end of the world, but you can't miss anything that you should enjoy. That's great. You guys should check to see if there are any problems. Yeah, okay. When Lin Yushi and Li Xiaoan heard this, they also got up from the sofa. Then I looked around. It's clean here because it's not often occupied. Plus, it's only used occasionally at parties. Everything is basically cleaned by a dedicated person according to hotel standards. At least, no one lives here now. Then we can live here with peace of mind. Lin Yushi said, but Li Xiaoan didn't care. She sat on the sofa, one of her long legs resting on top of the other, and pouted, it doesn't matter if someone else is living here. If we just kill them, they're ours. Lin Yushi. She looked at the little girl speechlessly. Why do I feel that Li Xiaoan is becoming more and more perverted? All right. Seeing that it was almost done, Yi Xiu asked the reconnaissance bird to find the main power control room and directly connect the power. Although the reconnaissance bird was a scout, its energy supply was actually very high, equivalent to a small nuclear reactor, so there was no need to worry about running out of power. Buzz! Therefore, as the connection was made, all the equipment in the entire Sky Garden began to operate normally. Except there is no internet. The rest is basically the same as usual. This scene made the 2 girls even more excited. Wow, it's so cool to live here. That's good. We don't lack electricity anymore. Li Xiaoan hurriedly got up and checked the equipment and daily necessities here. Let me see if there's anything missing. Toothbrush, toothpaste, towels, etc. Not much. Looks like we'll have to get some groceries tomorrow. I've been busy these days collecting supplies, water, food, and medicine. Even some clothes were messed up. But now I realize that I am still missing some daily necessities. Li Xiaoan also did not forget to ask Lin Yushi and urged, Sister Yushi, come on, think about it. Is there anything else we are missing? Otherwise, we may not be able to get it later. How should I know? Lin Yushi had been so busy these past 2 days that her head was about to explode. She couldn't think of anything else she needed, so she half-jokingly said, why don't we ask Brother Yi Xiu to get 2 more beauties? That way, it would be easier to get things done with more people, right? Brother Yi Xiu. She also did not forget to look at Yi Xiu deliberately. Oh! But these words made Yi Xiu laugh. Needless to say, he would find it himself. The return is 100-fold. But there are only 2 of us. How can it be enough? At least 10 or 8. So he waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, it will be there." Lin Yushi thought it was a joke, so she also joked, "Then I'll go cook and wait." "That's great. I'm hungry too. I'll go help you." I touched my belly and felt busy all day. So the 2 girls simply ran to the kitchen to prepare food. In a short while, the delicious dinner was ready. After being hungry for a whole day, Li Shaoan was finally able to eat, but her meal was mainly vegetables. After finishing his work, Yi Xiu took a quick shower. He went to bed early to rest. There was no other way. He hadn't had a good rest in the past few days. Now there are scout bird, stinger, lightning, and ironhide out there. I can also sleep well without worry. But in the middle of the night, before I fell asleep, I saw the door of the room was quietly opened, and a beautiful girl in a pink suspender pajamas dress walked in quietly. It's Li Shaoan. What are you doing here?" She was a little embarrassed, and then she saw Li Shaoan hiding in the bed and said in a mosquito-like voice, "Well, I'm a little scared today, so I want you to protect me." Fear. But these words made Yi Xiu curl his lips. "When you killed the zombies this afternoon, you were very serious. Are you scared again now?" "I'm embarrassed to point it out to you. But now that I'm here," naturally, he wouldn't be polite. The next step is to omit 10,000 words. By the next morning, it was already the 6th day since the Doomsday outbreak. The weather was pretty good early in the morning. After putting on his clothes, Yi Xiu went to the rooftop and checked the situation in the city center. I found that the number of zombies had increased. And from time to time, riots broke out among the zombies because of the discovery of survivors. There was chaos. But Yi Xiu, who was standing on top, did not have too many emotional fluctuations, as he was already used to it. On the contrary, this angle is indeed much better than the previous position. Ga. And at this time, not long after, not far away, a huge mechanical bird flapped its wings and flew back quickly. It fell on Yi Xiu's shoulder. Master, he spoke with a stuttering, hoarse voice. "How is it? What's the situation outside?" Yi Xiu asked the scout bird. Then the scout bird said, "We have scouted the situation within 300 kilometers. This place has been completely occupied. Last night, in the northern suburbs, an army tried to attack here, but was overwhelmed by zombies." "Oh, the zombies overran?" Yi Xiu thought he had misheard. "Are you sure it was the zombies that broke through?" Yes, the scout bird said flatteringly, because there were a few special mutated zombies. They were very tall, about 4 or 5 meters tall, so they broke through the army's blockade, and at night they seemed to be very fast. 4 or 5 meters tall, mutated zombies. This made Yi Xiu stunned. Are there such powerful zombies? It seems that as time goes by, the zombies will gradually become stronger. Besides this, is there anything else happening? Yes, the scout bird said hoarsely. Yesterday, the Special Forces team looted the hospital and collected a lot of the hospital's equipment. They are moving and trying to leave Huaihai City, and I found a group of Doomsday survivors who had just gathered in the north of the city center. They formed a strange organization called the Temple of Redemption. The Temple of Redemption? Yi Xiu shook his head. Never heard of it. But none of this matters. A Doomsday survivor may be here today, but gone tomorrow. Master, what are we going to do today? Looking at Yi Xiu, who was still in deep thought, the scout bird standing on his shoulder asked in a hoarse voice. When he came back to his senses, he saw a smile on Yi Xiu's face. Of course, I will continue to improve my strength. I've been collecting supplies for several days, but I haven't upgraded yet. Otherwise, I won't even be able to beat Li Shaoan. How embarrassing. Walk. Yi Xiu did not take the stairs, but jumped down from the 150-meter high roof. This scared the scout bird. Damn it, boss, don't do that. If you die, we'll be gone. But just as he was about to flap his wings quickly and fly down to rescue, he was stunned by Yi Xiu's operation. However, Yi Xiu, who was falling from a high altitude, used the blood butterfly's fury to suddenly penetrate into the interior of the building when he was 50 meters away from the ground. And then there were crackling sparks and lightning. Landed safely in a very handsome manner. Roar! On the other side, a large number of zombies smelled the breath of living people and quickly pounced over. However, facing so many zombies rushing towards him, Yi Xiu was not afraid. Instead, he moved his shoulders and then walked over slowly with the blood butterfly's fury. Today is the day for upgrade. Chapter 26. While I was replenishing my energy, the boss was kidnapped by a woman. Yi Xiu's current defense has reached 270. his strength has reached 200, and his agility has reached a terrifying 300. It is equivalent to more than 30 times that of normal people, so there is no need to be afraid of these zombies. Plus, there is a reconnaissance bird next to it to assist, so it only takes a moment. Yi Xiu killed all these zombies. After counting, I found that I had killed almost 200 of them in total. The attributes obtained also reached 450 points, plus the 70 points obtained on the road before, a total of 520 points. Likewise, add all these attribute points to defense. Yi Xiu took a look at the attributes. Name, Yi Xiu. Age, 21. Level 1. Physical strength, 20. Power, 420. Agility, 310. Defense, 770. What is the concept? That's 77 times that of an ordinary person. Moreover, after looking at his own skin, Yi Xiu felt that even a tank shell would not be able to cause any harm to him. But just in case, Yi Xiu still said to the scout bird that was flapping its wings and flying over, "Hit me." Huh. The scout bird, which had just landed to flatter and take credit, was startled when it heard the request, and its scarlet mechanical eyes widened. He thought he had heard it wrong. Master, although I admit that my strength is not that great, but I think it's better for you not to try. After all, what if the owner is hurt? But Yi Xiu was not worried. I have a recovery potion. What's more, 770 also wants to challenge Ironhide. So no more nonsense. Hurry up. Yes, the reconnaissance bird had no choice but to flap its wings after receiving the order. Amid the sound of mechanical gears turning, it turned into a machine gun and aimed it at Yi Xiu. Then, it made up its mind and fired a few shots. Result: Yi Xiu just felt that it was no different from tickling. You didn't use your full strength? Huh. The scout bird was shocked when it saw this. Wow, is its master so thick-skinned? See that there is nothing wrong with him. The scout bird had to use all its energy. Da-da-da. Another series of micro-machine gun fire. It's called a machine gun, but to be honest, it's similar to a Gatling gun. But the result was still that the clothes were torn. But there is still nothing wrong with my body. Really? Seeing such hard skin, Yi Xiu was quite satisfied. Yes, the defense is 77 times that of an ordinary person. It is harder than steel, so it is normal that it can withstand it. Seeing this, the scout bird also fluttered its wings and flew over to flatter him. Master, your body is almost as strong as iron. I will go and replenish my energy. Please wait for a moment. After saying that, he quickly flapped his wings and flew to the top floor of the building. Wow, there is actually a survivor here. However, just as the scout bird left, a pleasant voice was suddenly heard not far away. This made Yi Xiu turn around and see several survivors walking towards him fully armed. Leading the group was a woman wearing a bulletproof vest, a Doomsday look, and a mask. The sound is quite pleasant, because almost all the zombies killed by Yi Xiu were evaporated, so the scene looked very clean. But when I saw Yi Xiu was in tatters, she thought he was just an ordinary person who got lucky, so she asked with a smile, "Why? Are you alone? Do you want to come with us? Let's go with you?" But Yi Xiu got interested after hearing this and asked, "Who are you? Who are we?" Upon hearing this, several survivors immediately burst into laughter. A younger brother holding an AK said to Yi Xiu disdainfully, "Listen carefully. We are from the Fiery Rose. We let you join because we think highly of you. Don't be ungrateful. There are a lot of zombies here, and a zombie tide could erupt at any time." Fire Rose? Unexpectedly, Yi Xiu shook his head when he heard it. Never heard of it. Hey kid. Seeing how frivolous he was, the younger brother immediately got angry and wanted to step forward and teach Yi Xiu a lesson. But he was stopped by the woman the next second. The woman didn't mind. Instead, she smiled and said, "It's normal that you haven't heard of it. We have only been established for about 4 days, but there are already more than 30 brothers and sisters in the shelter. If you are interested, you can come with us. I can protect you." Protect me? But Yi Xiu was amused when he heard this. He didn't expect that someone would say that he could protect himself at this time. No need. You better protect yourselves. You. Not only in Miao Xue was unhappy about this, but the younger brothers were also immediately angry. Hey kid, who do you think you are? I'll let you join the Fiery Rose because I gave you an opportunity, but you don't know how to cherish it. You deserve to be alone now. Be careful, or a zombie tide will erupt and drown you. Roar! As they were talking, they suddenly heard a dull roar coming from not far away. What's going on? The sudden noise startled everyone, and they immediately shut up and turned around subconsciously. It would have been fine if they didn't look back, but once they turned around, the faces of several people suddenly became ugly. In the shadow of the street corner, a zombie husky that was more than 2 meters long, rotten all over, with eyes full of bloodthirsty red light, slowly walked out. This made several people's faces change immediately. Oh no, it's a zombie beast? Obviously, the few people did not expect to encounter a zombie beast. You know, these zombie beasts are different from ordinary zombies. For some unknown reason, they are not affected by sunlight. Not only are they very agile, but their bodies are also getting bigger and bigger than before the end of the world. Among zombies, it is an absolutely terrifying existence. And that's not all. As the zombie husky slowly walked out, I saw more and more footsteps appearing around me. This is the zombie tide is coming. Although Miao Shue was wearing a mask, one could tell from her voice that her face had turned pale. Damn, you have such a bad mouth. Seeing this, another younger brother angrily slapped the survivor who had just spoken. But now is not the time to think about these things. Run! And Miao Shue turned around, drew her gun, and fired 2 shots at the husky. However, the husky that was shot was only shaken by the huge impact force, and then the scarlet bloodthirsty light in the dog's eyes became even more intense. Then a dog barked towards the sky. Ouch! The zombies around immediately roared and rushed in all directions. And Miao Shue didn't have time to think about it. Get in the car? She called her younger brother to get in the car quickly, and when she saw Yi Xiu still staring at the husky in a daze, she quickly stepped forward, grabbed Yi Xiu's arm, and pulled him in. What are you still standing there for? Run! Although this bastard looked down on me just now, but she also didn't want to watch this guy being swallowed by the tide of zombies. So, the 5 people got on the car. Boom! And Miao Shue stepped on the accelerator, and the tank quickly knocked over 2 zombies and rushed out. But how could those zombies let a few people go? Then they roared and staggered over from all directions. Especially the noise made by the vehicles is too loud. All the zombies wandering on the roadside rushed out to stop the vehicles. Fortunately, this tank 300 is equipped with guardrails, so it is quite collision resistant. After knocking 7 or 8 zombies away in succession, he actually stepped on the accelerator and sped away. The scarlet mechanical eyes of the reconnaissance bird, which had just flapped its wings to replenish its energy from above, were stunned when it saw this. No, I'll just go home and replenish my energy. The boss was kidnapped? Chapter 27, it's the end of the world these days. How can there be no deaths? Woo woo woo. The scout bird was completely stunned. It didn't expect that someone would dare to kidnap its owner. But after a brief moment of surprise, he immediately reacted. First, I sent a message to Lightning. He flapped his wings and immediately chased after it. Are you kidding? What will we do if the boss is gone? Besides, there were more and more zombies around the car at this time. Moreover, the woman drove very fast. In the blink of an eye, she had already traveled 2 miles. But even so, the zombie husky still chased after him. Especially after the mutation, the speed becomes even faster. Boom, boom, boom. He almost ignored all the obstacles around him and chased after the tank 300. Boss, he's catching up. Seeing the zombie husky rushing towards him, the little brother was so scared that his face turned pale, and he shouted quickly, "Shut up!" And Miao Shue was not blind. She had already seen it through the rearview mirror. Now she could only keep accelerating and stepping on the accelerator. The speed soared to 80. This is a steal in the city center. However, there are more and more zombies in the city center. They surrounded us from almost all directions. What should we do? We are about to be surrounded. A younger brother shouted nervously. Don't panic. And Miao Shue was quite experienced. She drifted into an alley and actually got rid of the pursuing zombies. Then he quickly rushed to another road. God have mercy on us. Yi Xiu never dreamed that he would be kidnapped by a woman while fighting zombies downstairs. It's even better now. We're about to leave the city center. Where the hell are you going? After coming back to his senses and having experienced the excitement of a car race, Yi Xiu was not panicked at all, and even asked a question with interest. Shut up. But Miao Shue didn't have time to talk to Yi Xiu now, so she just scolded him. Then drive fast again. But when they entered a safe section of the road, she replied with a cold snort. Don't worry, you won't die with me here. I won't die, but your little brother seems to be in danger. Yi Xiu suddenly said. What the hell? It would have been fine if Miao Shue didn't hear it, but when she heard it, she saw someone in the back row. A little brother was accidentally caught by a zombie while shooting on the road just now. At this time, he had already started to tremble all over. The other 2 brothers also panicked when they saw this. Hey, Xiao Zhang, don't die. If you can't get better, I'll have to throw you down. After all, they have been fighting side by side for several days. It's a matter of life and death, and others are reluctant to throw it away. Of course it's not lost. This is all going to change soon. And Miao Xue was decisive. Throw him out. No, boss. Xiao Zhang was frightened when he heard this, and quickly said in a staccato voice, I can still hold on. You're going to hold on? You're not going to hold on. And Miao Xue rolled her eyes and knew at a glance that this guy was dying. In the past few days, she has witnessed too many separations and deaths, and her mentality has long been as stable as a dog. However, at the critical moment, Yi Xiu took action. Let me try. As he spoke, a flash of knife was seen. Puff! Xiao Zhang's arm was chopped off directly. Xiao Zhang almost fainted from the pain. Fuck, brother. Why did you use a knife again? Don't worry. But Yi Xiu calmly wiped his autumn leaf knife and said, My knife has been disinfected. Maybe it can help you remove the zombie poison. What the hell? This knife can eliminate zombie poison. Are you kidding? But just when everyone was half believing and half doubting, Xi and Yoji, who was standing next to him, saw that Xiao Zhang actually did not turn into a zombie anymore. They were shocked. What the hell is this sterilizing knife? It's so awesome. Fuck, Xiao Zhang seems to be fine. It's okay. I'm almost dying. But at this time, Xiao Zhang had no words to express his pain. Although the corpse was gone, my arm was also gone. He almost fainted from losing too much blood. Xi and Yoji hurriedly said, Boss, Xiao Zhang is dying again. Why are you so troublesome? And Miao Xue had to keep an eye on this side while driving. She saw a temporary military health station ahead and didn't know how many miles she had run. It can be considered as getting rid of those zombies. She quickly stopped the car. Let's go in quickly and see if there is a place to hide. Oh, okay. Soon, they arrived at a place that looked like an abandoned military area. Plus, the sky is much darker now. For people were holding up a dying person. Roar! But at the critical moment, Xiao Zhang's eyes suddenly turned red, and he suddenly attacked Xi and Yoji next to him. Fuck, Xiao Zhang, you're still infected. But he hadn't finished talking yet. Careful. Yi Xiu was quick-witted and quick-handed and grabbed Miao Xue. At the same time, the knife fell. Xiao Zhang was immediately chopped into two halves. Xi and Yoji was also infected and began to make a hoarse sound. This scene finally made the most timid guy completely break down, and he watched his brothers die one after another. He also started running around like crazy. Seeing this, and Miao Xue angrily said, You are fucking crazy, calm down. But he hadn't finished talking yet. Roar! Then in the dim sky, another zombie rushed out and pounced directly on that guy. This made Miao Xue startled, and then she said in a normal voice, Well, they are all dead again. Now there are only two of us. Come with me first. He sent his companion away with a baseball bat he carried with him. And Miao Xue quickly pulled Yi Xiu into the abandoned military area. Then he found a basement with ease and opened the wooden door. Seeing Yi Xiu in a daze, and Miao Xue explained, Don't worry, this is one of my temporary hiding places. That's how we've been spending the last few days. Let's go in first. The zombies will be faster at night. We can't go out anymore. You don't seem very sad. Yi Xiu was quite surprised to see Miao Xue so calm, as if the deaths of those people had nothing to do with him. Nonsense. And Miao Xue pouted and waited for Yi Xiu to come in before closing the wooden basement door. Then she said, After this doomsday, thousands of people will die. My best friend wants to bite me to death. Why should I be sad? As she spoke, she took out a flashlight and found an oil lamp as if she were at home. Then light it. It illuminated the situation in this underground shelter. There was even a makeshift sheepskin map in the corner. It's just what he said. Yi Xiu saw the masked woman sitting in the corner, hugging her knees with her hands, and her shoulders began to shrug slightly. Yi Xiu's expression became strange. Are you crying? I'm not crying. The woman buried her head between her knees, and soon her voice became breathless. I won't cry. What's there to cry about? Someone's gonna die. Every day. My little brother, the little brother I just accepted. Yi Xiu. Damn, you're not crying yet, but now you're crying like a tearful pear blossom. Chapter 28. No, this is the same person as the female boss just now. God bless you. Yi Xiu thought he had met a future Huaihai Doomsday boss. But now when I saw it, I burst into tears in an instant. Okay, just like you said, people will die someday. Yi Xiu didn't know how to comfort her. You were talking nonsense. But the more he talked, the harder Miao Xue cried. You may be an immortal, But who can bear to watch your brothers and sisters die in front of you every day? Especially, these are the younger brothers who have followed him for the longest time. It is also the most powerful. I've only been the boss for a few days, and now there are only more than 30 people left, and I'm still trapped here. Yishiyu. He now had some doubts as to whether this woman was crying because she had lost her younger brother, or because he could no longer be the boss. Roar! But at this moment, a dull roar suddenly came from above. Don't talk. This immediately alerted Yi Xiao, and he whispered a reminder. Huh! Needless to say, and Miao Xue also noticed something was wrong and quickly stopped sobbing. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, but she was still scared and closed her mouth. She whispered to Yi Xiao, Don't talk. Those zombies are very powerful at night. They are faster than ordinary people. After all, 1 or 2 is okay. Maybe we can deal with it. But the zombies are all in a group, and there are actually quite a lot of them here. This is equivalent to 1 person against dozens or even hundreds of ordinary people. And you are not afraid of pain. You can hit your opponent countless times, but if you are caught once, you are gone. But Yi Xiao stared at the wooden ladder entrance without even turning his head. Don't I know more than you? These words made Miao Xue stunned, and she suddenly thought of a question. That's not right. You didn't die alone in the city center, and there were no zombies around you. What's more, you even had a knife with you. You know more than me. Yi Xiao laughed when he heard this. He was about to say something when he realized what was going on. The next second, his pupils suddenly shrank because he saw Miao Xue holding a pistol and pointing it at him tremblingly. What the hell are you doing? You don't come over here. I won't kill you, but don't try to hit me, or I will kill you. And Miao Xue reacted and said, Yeah, you are alone in the city center, and you are not dead, and there are no zombies around you. How dare you say you are an ordinary person? Although Yi Xiao felt nervous at first, he remembered it immediately. Damn, I have 77 times the defense. What am I afraid of? But soon, his eyes became strange again. Hey, you're bleeding. Stop it. And Miao Xue thought this guy was trying to trick her. She sneered. Tisuke, do you think I'm so easy to fool? But the next second, she realized something was wrong because blood seemed to be flowing out of her arm. Ah! This frightened Miao Xue, and her pretty face turned pale. I'm bleeding. I've been infected by zombies? Oh no, I'm going to die. She never expected that she would be infected too. But soon, her nervous face calmed down again, and she sat on the sheepskin mat as if she had accepted her fate, closed her eyes and said, Tisk, let's just die. Everyone around me is dying anyway, and there's no point in living. It's just right. I'll be infected. Hey, she glanced at Yi Xiao resignedly and said, There's a rope over there. I'm about to turn into a zombie. Tie me up. That way you'll be safe. But let me tell you first, you can tie me up, but don't do anything else to me. This woman, Yi Xiao, was left speechless. You were scratched just now. Did you see the nail just now? Finally, Yi Xiao couldn't stand it anymore and pointed at the rivets on the table next to him. Ah! And Miao Xue, who was waiting to die just now, opened her eyes again in a second, ran over to take a look, and found that it was true. He immediately laughed again. That's what feelings are like. So, I'm fine too. She breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. Yi Xiao was completely conquered by the woman in front of him. How did you survive until now when you are always so scared? But it seems that only with such a personality can one have the chance to live to this day. Heartless. But looking at the excited Miao Xue, Yi Xiao still had to remind her. Rusty nails, beware of the tetanus blade. By the time the wound gets infected, the fever could kill you. Fin? But Miao Xue carried a bag with bandages and iodine disinfectant. It will be fine after using it for a while. Do you need my help? After hesitating for a moment, he realized that it was indeed difficult for him to operate. That would be troublesome. Fin. Yi Xiao walked forward and helped you wipe the wound briefly. I found that the skin was quite white. But these are not the key points. After applying the solution, it is bandaged with sterile gauze. Although it was a bit painful during this period, and Miao Xue's beautiful eyes still looked at Yi Xiao carefully and said, Do you think we may have met before somewhere? She suddenly felt that Yi Xiao looked familiar. Impossible. But Yi Xiao was very decisive. Why? And Miao Xue was stunned. Because I have no idea what you look like. Ah! When she realized that she was still wearing a mask, she felt a little embarrassed. But after hesitating for a while, she finally raised her white arms and took off the black mask. As her long black hair fell on her shoulders, her beautiful face was revealed. Because it was a close observation, Her cold peach blossom eyes and long eyelashes were so beautiful that it was breathtaking. Chapter 29, How About We Sleep Together? And Miaoshua. Let's collect the pictures, choose the best one, and upload it again. Oh my God! God have mercy on me? When Yishio saw such a beautiful face, he was really shocked, because he didn't expect that this thick-skinned woman could be so beautiful. But the most outrageous thing is, Yishio discovered that he actually knew him. And Miaoshua? Yishiyu? Is it really you? After a brief moment of surprise, and Miaoshua's beautiful face showed an incredible yet extremely surprised expression. Then she could no longer control her emotions and threw herself directly into his arms. Wow, I didn't expect that even though it's the end of the world, I would still meet an old acquaintance. Soft jade in the arms. Yishio was also a little confused. Yes, he really knew this woman, because this is my elementary school classmate. The one in front of him was the little girl who often bullied him when he was a child and asked him to call her his wife. I just didn't expect it. Yishio was somewhat impressed. You are actually so beautiful. I remember you when I was little, but you were very ordinary. Go away. Being exposed, and Miaoshua's pretty face couldn't help but blush. Who can't change a lot when they grow up? That's true. After looking him up and down, Yishio had to admit that the changes were huge. If it weren't for the beauty mark on the corner of your eye and the way you act, I might not have recognized you. Yishiyu pointed. But Miaoshua pursed her lips and said, I always thought you looked familiar. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you to come here. She just thought that she never expected it to be true. She blushed when she thought of her childhood memories. But Yishio was puzzled. How did you end up like this? And Miaoshua opened her cute little mouth and her eyes dimmed when she spoke of this. But she still pretended to be relaxed and indifferent and said, I went to school, but before I graduated, I encountered this kind of thing. My best friend wanted to bite me to death. And then I escaped. Relying on the self-defense skills and various survival skills that my dad taught me, I set up a Rose organization. As for why I wear a mask, you know it without even thinking about it. And Miaoshua pursed her lips and said, with such a stunning face, if I didn't wear a mask, I would probably be dead before the team even gets together. Yishio nodded at this. To be honest, within Miaoshua's current appearance, if she didn't wear a mask, she would have become someone else's canary long ago. Oh, unexpectedly. And Miaoshua had a different idea from others. Upon hearing this, she raised her delicate lips with interest. So, you think I'm beautiful too? How about I give you another chance now? Will you call me wife again? Yishio, can you please listen to the main point? Well, okay. And Miaoshua reacted and felt a little embarrassed, so she had to continue. I formed the Fiery Rose organization, intending to make it bigger and stronger. And then I met you, and you know the rest. Sure enough, when Yishio heard this, he shook his head slightly and felt a little emotional. This woman really likes to be the boss as much as ever. I just didn't expect it. However, it seemed that since recognizing Yishio, and Miaoshua's focus was no longer on the so-called organization. Instead, she approached Yishio, hugged his arm, and asked, I'm glad to meet you here and that you're still alive. She was so happy that she almost hugged Yishio and kissed him. Roar! However, with a roar from above, and Miaoshua instantly calmed down and whispered, Don't worry, it's safe here. We won't be discovered. Tomorrow, early in the morning, my brothers will find out that I'm not here and will definitely come looking for us. By then, we'll have guns and we'll be safe. Now let's take a rest. No, I feel a little dizzy. And Miaoshua thought she was too nervous. But Yishio found that her pretty face had turned red. It would have been fine if he hadn't touched her forehead, but as soon as he touched it, she frowned. You seem a little hot. And Miaoshua was stunned. I don't think I have a fever. Yishio quickly took out a thermometer from his space ring like a magic trick and helped Miaoshua to stand by his side. Come and try to clamp it. Ugh, the thermometer. When Miaoshua saw the mercury thermometer, she was completely stunned. No, you carry a thermometer with you when you go out. But is this the point? Hurry up. Oh. Coming back to her senses, and Miaoshua quickly put it under her armpit. Yishio looked around for a better place to lie down. However, Miaoshua held his arm and smiled charmingly. I can just lean on you. As she spoke, she leaned forward happily with her pretty face, not caring whether Yishio agreed or not. Have to. Seeing this, Yishio had no choice but to let him sit next to him. 5 minutes later, Yishio took out the thermometer and took a look. 39 degrees. Ah, so hot. The moment Miaoshua saw the thermometer, she was stunned. Why don't I feel anything? Of course you don't feel anything. You've been racing all day. Yi Xiao said speechlessly. This made Miaoshu even more embarrassed, but when she thought about it carefully, she found that her head seemed to be getting heavier and heavier. Well, needless to say, Yi Xiao knew that she really had a fever. So he put it down carefully and took out the antipyretic medicine. Here, take 2 pills and you'll be fine. You still carry antipyretics with you? Do you want to eat it? I want to eat, but there seems to be no water. It's okay, I have it. Yi Xiao's pocket was like a bottomless pit, filled with thermometers, antipyretics, and now even mineral water. And Miao Xue was completely dumbfounded. She stared at Yi Xiao blankly. Your treasure box, how come there is everything in it? I guess so. Let's eat first. Yi Xiao found it so difficult to feed the woman medicine, so he pressed the button without further ado. Gulp. After drinking a few sips of water, and Miao Xue felt much better. Let's cover it first. Yi Xiao took out a military coat that he had picked up at the supermarket earlier and put it on Miao Xue. Although she took cold medicine, and Miao Xue felt that she was getting colder and colder. It's a bit cold. Don't worry. I'm here. Everything will be fine. After all, I still have recovery potions that can cure all diseases. Oh. She didn't know why, but even though they hadn't seen each other for more than 10 years, she still felt at ease as always when she saw Yi Xiao now, without a single worry, and just leaned on Yi Xiao's shoulder. But Yi Xiao placed it well. He also found some marching bedding that had been left here nearby. I made a simple bed for him and let him sleep on it. But when Miao Xue saw that Yi Xiao had given her all the warm items, she couldn't help but ask, "What about you? What are you going to do? I don't know what's wrong with the weather lately. It's getting colder at night. Are you feeling?" There is nothing for Yi Xiao to worry about. His physique is different from that of ordinary people now, and he won't be frozen to death even at minus 100 degrees. But Miao Xue was worried. She paused for a moment, then suddenly lifted her quilt. Under the light of the oil lamp, her face looked slightly red. How about we sleep together? Yi Xiao. Chapter 30. Welcome to join us. These words left Yi Xiao speechless, although he had to admit that this woman was a natural beauty and no man could resist her. But it's for the sake of his physical condition. Yi Xiao still sat beside him and said, "That's all. Go to sleep first." But Miao Xue didn't want to, and sat up herself, then leaned on Yi Xiao's shoulder, draped the coat over the two of them, then revealed a charming smile, and said from a close distance, "This way, it's much more comfortable." Yi Xiao, why are there so many things going on? But he didn't reject the little girl. So, the two of them slept together all night. Wait until the next morning. Yi Xiao first checked in Miao Xue's forehead and found that the fever had subsided. Her condition has also recovered a lot. Yi Xiao boiled some more water and cooked 2 eggs. After giving the woman 2, then I heard the system prompt. Ding, congratulations on feeding and Miao Xue 2 eggs. Now I will return 200 eggs to you. Yi Xiao was stunned when he heard this. Good guy, it's returned at this time. But he didn't take it seriously. I briefly checked the wound and confirmed that there was no problem. Then he clapped his hands and said, "Okay, we can go out and take a look first." Yeah, okay. And Miao Xue also felt that she was in a much better state. When she heard that they were going out, she stood up and planned to take Yi Xiao with her. Just follow me. But who would have thought that this time Yi Xiao would be there to protect him? No, let me protect you. You will protect me? But when Miao Xue heard this, she blinked her beautiful big eyes and looked at Yi Xiao with a little worry. Is this true or false? Yi Xiao was amused. What a joke. With my 30 times the agility and 40 times the strength, I still can't protect a little girl like you. How rubbish. You protected me yesterday, so I will protect you today. Follow me closely. As he was speaking, Yi Xiao went up the stairs and opened the wooden door above. But just opened. Roar! Then a zombie's head quickly popped over, obviously having been waiting for a long time. But before he could react, he saw a flash of a knife. The zombie's head fell off with a gurgling sound. And Miao Xue was surprised when she saw this scene. Oh my god, what a fast knife. But there is more to it than that. When the two men came up and looked around, and Miao Xue thought there was no danger. Suddenly, I heard a rustling sound coming from the grass nearby, and then I saw a huge rotten claw emerging from the grass. When the woman saw what was coming, her pretty face turned pale. Yes, it's the zombie husky from yesterday. Then a 2-meter-long zombie husky walked out of the grass, staring at the two of them with its fierce and scarlet eyes. It was obvious that it had been hiding here yesterday, and Miao Xue's pretty face immediately became extremely nervous. I didn't expect this guy to stay here all night. No, Yi Xiao, we have to leave. She looked at the zombie husky warily, knowing how terrifying it was. So she pulled Yishio's arm and whispered, "The zombies in the Doomsday world are very strange. Ordinary people who become zombies will become very slow during the day, but some animals who become zombies not only grow in size, but also become extremely fast and powerful. A 2-meter-long zombie husky like this, whether in terms of endurance, strength, or speed, is not comparable to that ordinary zombie just now." However, before she could finish her words, the next second, the beautiful girl's pretty face froze again, because she found that the zombie husky that was about to pounce on her just now was actually split into 2 halves by a long sword with a purple-red glow that Yishio got from somewhere. "I'll go." As strong as a Miaoshua, who has several days of survival experience. After seeing this scene, she was completely stunned and her beautiful eyes widened. "No, you were so awesome." She finally reacted now. "No wonder you were so calm yesterday when you were alone in the city center and were taken to the car by yourself. It turns out you were so capable. What's even more outrageous is that I actually wanted to take him and escape yesterday." Ouch, how embarrassing. Her face turned even redder at the thought. "You are so capable. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" she said to Yishio angrily. But Yishio looked back at her with an innocent look on his face. "You didn't ask me, and you didn't even give me a chance to speak yesterday. You just dragged me away and told me to shut up. You." After opening her cute little mouth, and Miaoshua found that it seemed to be true, and she felt even more embarrassed for a moment. "Damn, if I had known you were so powerful, I wouldn't have lost 3 of my brothers." Boom, boom, boom. But at this moment, the sound of dull cars was heard not far away. This made Miaoshua's eyes light up when she heard the voice. He quickly called out to Yishio, "My little brother is here to pick me up." As she spoke, she did not forget to put on her mask. Really? While he was talking, Yishio also saw 3 cars driving quickly towards him on the mountain road. As soon as it stopped, more than a dozen people rushed out. Then he quickly ran to Miaoshua. Boss, are you okay? Are you hurt?" A group of people were talking at once. "No, I'm fine." Seeing the younger brothers coming, and Miaoshua's tone immediately became cold, and she just shook her head. "That's good." When the group of people heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Hey, this is..." But soon, when they noticed the huge husky that was split in half, the group of people were shocked and gasped. "What the hell? Zombie beasts? It's a 2-meter-long monster. How is it possible? Who did it?" "Boss, it couldn't be you who did this." A boy looked at Miaoshua in disbelief. "Damn, when did the boss become so awesome?" "Me." But Miaoshua was secretly complaining when she heard this. "Damn it, I wish I had such great strength." However, she remained calm on the surface, but still pointed at Yishio and said, "He did it." He. After hearing this, the group of people noticed Yishio standing next to them and thought he was the boss's new little brother. The young man stepped forward, looked Yishio up and down, and said, "Brother, you are really good. You can even kill a zombie dog. It's not easy. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Yang, and I am the younger brother of our bossin. You can just call me Yang Z from now on. We are a family." "Oh, yes, that's right." The other younger brothers also immediately came forward to greet him enthusiastically. "Just kidding. If he can kill a zombie dog, he must be a tough guy." "Boss, you are great. You can recruit such a tough guy under your command. I'm afraid our fiery rose will become very powerful from now on." But the fawning attitude of these younger brothers made Miaoshua feel very upset. "Hey, the boss is here. Can you please calm down?" But there was no other way. She gritted her teeth and tried to speak calmly. "He is not my little brother." "Oh no." Sure enough, upon hearing this, the expressions of several people changed immediately. "Damn, not yet." Just when Yishio thought these people were quite snobbish. The next second, Lu Yang suddenly stretched out his hand again and said, "Welcome to join us, Yishio and Miaoshua." Chapter 31. Yishio. Let me introduce you. This is my little brother. It has to be said that Yishio was completely stunned by this move. "Why do you welcome me to join?" As expected, and Miaoshua couldn't stand it anymore, so she gritted her teeth and tried her best to suppress her bossy temper. "Lu Yang, what I said is that Yishio didn't join us." "I know," but Lu Yang said as if it was a matter of course. "They haven't joined yet, boss. Why don't you just ask someone to join?" He thought it was the boss who disagreed. "You don't agree with such a great brother, boss? Are you crazy?" And Miaoshua, "Fuck you. This guy's brain circuit is different from others. If I could pull you in, would I even need to say this to you?" But before he could lose his temper, he saw another younger brother coming with some bad news. "Boss, I have some bad news that I might need to tell you." "What bad news?" And Miao Shue was a little unhappy when she heard it. Is there any worse news than the fact that 3 of my brothers just died? But who would have thought that the little brother would say, yesterday afternoon, our shelter was found by the people from Jong Family Manor. They gave us an ultimatum, demanding that we all surrender to them by this afternoon at the latest. Otherwise, they will bomb our shelter. What? Jong Family? Then in Miao Shue's expression changed slightly. I didn't expect that our shelter would be targeted by the Jong family. But the younger brother took it for granted and sighed. Now that the Doomsday disaster has broken out, the entire Huaihai City has fallen. The Jong family of Dongcheng has taken the opportunity to expand their power. We are definitely no match for them. Of course, Yi Shou had heard this name more than once, and now he heard it again. So he was a little puzzled and asked, what about the Jong family in Dongcheng? Are they very powerful? It's more than amazing. When talking about this, the younger brother said exaggeratedly, you don't know, Zhang Tianyang of the Jong family is originally a famous real estate developer here. He started out as a gangster and knows a lot of people in the underworld. And I don't know how he learned about the Doomsday outbreak in advance, so he gathered more than 100 of the company's trusted backbones in advance. The gang that has grown and developed into Jong Family Manor is currently the most powerful gang in Huaihai City. More than 100 people? But Yi Shou thought, that's not a lot. More than 100 people are certainly not a lot. As expected, even Lu Yang felt that 100 people were just that, not enough for the zombies to eat. But then he shook his head and said in a heavy voice, the difficulty lies in the fact that they have a large amount of munitions. Oh, they still have munitions? Yi Shou's heart moved when he heard this. Yes, that's right. Lu Yang nodded and continued. I heard that the Zhang family spent hundreds of millions to buy a batch of arms before the end of the world. Ordinary guns and bullets are not to mention. There are also armored vehicles, tanks, howitzers, and I even heard that there is an armed helicopter. This is their capital. After the Huaihai disaster, they sent in munitions. Although it has only been 7 days since the outbreak, more than 400 people have gathered. In addition, they have been looting supplies on a large scale and basically killed all those who were disobedient and refused to surrender. Now, they are on the verge of becoming the largest force in Huaihai City. After all, we are mortals. How can we fight against an armed helicopter? Just 2 clicks and the whole row would be gone. But he didn't notice that when Yi Shou heard the armed helicopter, his eyes began to light up. You have to know what you lack most at the moment. Of course it is not cars, but military weapons such as tanks, armored vehicles, or armed helicopters. Especially armed helicopters, as the combat effectiveness of the Air Force are probably much higher than that of the Army. If that thing is activated, TSK, TSK, TSK. Yi Shou couldn't imagine how exciting it would be. There are only a few of us. But Lu Yang didn't know. He just smiled bitterly and said, there are more than 30 people, and we don't even have 15 guns in total. How can we fight? So, what are your plans? Without noticing the change in Yi Shou's expression, and Miao Shue, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. She did not object to her younger brother joining the Jiang family manor. If you want to surrender, I have no objection. After all, saving your life is more important. Us. But who would have thought that when I mentioned this, a dozen of my brothers looked at each other in bewilderment. After a brief hesitation, Lu Yang immediately stated, we will listen to you, boss. Yes, that's right. The other brothers also looked at Miao Shue and said, we will do whatever the boss tells us to do. Yes, that's right. Our lives were saved by you, boss. Without you, my daughter would have died long ago. I listened to you. Me too. A middle-aged man also said in a muffled voice. If it weren't for Miao Shue saving their family, they wouldn't have the chance to stand here and discuss things. So he would not betray his boss. That's right. The other brothers have the same idea. And I heard that the East City Jiang Shao is not a good guy either. He doesn't even regard the survivors as human beings. Several survivors were beaten to death by him for making small mistakes. Even if we go over to this kind of person, I don't think we'll be any better. No problem. Lu Yang thought so too. Rather than following them and being treated like a dog, it's better to fight them. There is no benefit in following those people anyway. It is better to be independent. And Miao Shue was slightly moved when she heard this. She felt that her rescue was not in vain and that she was still reliable at the critical moment. It's just that the strength is not very reliable. Therefore, and Miao Shue took a deep breath and said, okay, let's fight them. But the problem arises again. You only have so many people and only a few guns. How are you going to fight? Yi Shou, who had come to his senses, asked beside him. When Lu Yang and others heard this, They were immediately embarrassed. They scratched their heads. It seemed to be true. With such few weapons, he was probably killed by cannons before he even saw the enemy. But we can't just sit there and wait to be recruited. After all, who would be willing to work in such a hellish place where you don't even know how you died? Damn it, if only we had heavy firepower. Lu Yang was so angry that he punched the big tree next to him. Nowadays, thermal weapons are very powerful. It is not a matter of quantity at all. As long as there is a tank or an armored vehicle, they cannot be so helpless. Maybe I have a way. Speaking of weapons, and Miao Shue suddenly thought of something and said, I do know of an arsenal left behind by some troops stationed here before the apocalypse. What an armory! As expected, when everyone heard this, their eyes lit up. If there were weapons and equipment there might be a chance to take on the Jong family manor. The only problem is there seems to be a zombie tyrant there. What the hell? Tyrant? Oh shit. Is this true? The group of people's eyes lit up when they heard about weapons, but they were dumbfounded when they heard the second half of the sentence. Is that thing the one that appeared during the firefight between a rescue army and the city center the night before last? Lu Yang said. He remembered that night there was a huge monster that was 4 or 5 meters tall and could easily lift a car and smash it at the survivors. Wow. Nah, if that thing is there, how can we get in? After all, they're being targeted by those guys, and they probably don't even have enough time to fight back. This is also what is worrying in Miao Shue. If it weren't for that tyrant, she would have gone in to collect arms long ago. This is also the reason why she has not gone in yet. But at this time, Yi Xiu spoke up. I can help you. What you? When Miao Shue heard this, she looked at Yi Xiu with a strange expression. The other brothers also turned around to look at Yi Xiu. They thought Yi Xiu didn't know what a tyrant was, so they advised him, Brother, this is not a joke. Right? Do you know what level the tyrant is at? After a pause, Lu Yang thanked Yi Xiu for his help, but still explained. The reason why the tyrant is called the tyrant is because he is a mutated zombie. Each head is 4 or 5 meters tall, and his strength is terrifying. He can easily lift a small car. His skin is also very hard. Ordinary tank shells can't kill him. Brother, thank you for your kindness. We also know that you are very powerful and can fight that zombie husky alone, but that is not on the same level as the tyrant. Otherwise, the military would not have withdrawn 2 days ago. Those mutant tyrants are so terrifying. Don't worry, but Yi Xiu was not worried. Not to mention anything else, with his current strength of 30 or 40 times, he might not lose to the tyrant. Especially since it was called a tyrant, it could be considered a boss level one. If he could kill that guy, maybe he could get some extra goodies. And I also have a few brothers who may be able to help you. Boom. As we were talking, we suddenly heard the deafening roar of supercars coming from the mountain road not far away. This made everyone look over subconsciously, thinking they had heard it wrong. Damn, when will people still drive supercars? Is this true? But the next second, following the appearance of a convoy of supercars and pickup trucks, the group of people were dumbfounded. Oh my God! Lamborghini Bull, Lamborghini Veneno, Ford pickup Raptor, and a Pagani Huayra? Damn, what is going on? It's the end of the world, and there are still people driving supercars. But as 4 cars came here quickly with a dull roar and surrounded everyone, there was a sound of gears turning violently. In the blink of an eye, the 4 big guys turned into huge mechanical monsters, the shortest of which was 6 meters tall. Just surround them. Chapter 32. Fierce Air Battle of Reconnaissance Birds. That's right, here comes Ironhide, Sting, Lightning, and Poison. After Yi Xiu was kidnapped yesterday, the scout bird immediately notified the big guys. And when they learned that their boss was gone, they immediately rushed out of the underground parking lot of the Sky Garden. But unfortunately, the scout bird encountered several zombie birds blocking its way while tracking. After a fierce air battle, it just killed a few zombie birds. Then when I turned around, I found that the car had completely disappeared. So, the scout birds searched everywhere. Finally found it in the morning. Gaga. Gaga. Master. The scout bird flapped its wings and flew over with a flattering look on its face and landed on Yi Xiu's shoulder. But in Miao Shue and others around were terrified, especially Lu Yang and his group of younger brothers. Looking at these huge monsters, the shortest of which is 6 meters tall, cold sweat broke out on my forehead. He's dressed in heavy metal with a mysterious texture, and his broad body is made up of very sophisticated mechanical skeletons. And the laser hand cannon in his hand is damn bigger than a wash basin. Why does this thing feel more terrifying than the zombie tyrant? Where the hell did this come from? Aliens. Fortunately, Yi Xiu spoke up at this time. Don't panic. Let me introduce you. These are my brothers. What the hell? Lu Yang and others were full of questions. No, brother. Oh no, big brother. These are your little brothers? Lu Yang looked cautiously at the four unparalleled mechanical life forms beside him. Oh shit. Is this true? You built this? They thought it was Yi Jian who did the makeup. Sort of. Yi Xiu would never say that he had a fire source, so he said it vaguely. Ironhide also made a respectful mechanical voice and apologized to Yi Xiu. Sorry, Master Creator, we are late. It's not too late. But Yi Xiu waved his hand. You've come at the right time. It just so happened that they were going to a so-called military base. Maybe you can find some good stuff, and your safety is also guaranteed. But Lin Yushi and Li Xiaowan were nowhere to be seen. Yushi, where's Xiaowan? My Lord Creator, I was afraid that they would have trouble on the way, so I left them in the Sky Garden. There are also 2 mechanical dogs with Poison watching over them, so they will be fine. That's right. Poison also comes with 2 mechanical dogs. It's similar to the one-eyed robot dog in that movie, although it can't deal with large transformers. But it's more than enough to deal with zombies. So he said, that's great, you guys are here too, let's go together. Yes, Lord Creator. After receiving the order, the 4 big guys confirmed that these were not enemies, and quickly turned back into off-road vehicles and supercars with the sound of mechanical gears turning. Only a group of stunned younger brothers were left behind. These big guys are really advanced. Even Miaoshua noticed that Yi Xiu's eyes had changed. Her beautiful eyes were full of surprise. I didn't realize, Yi Xiu, after not seeing you for so many years, you've become a scientist. The scientist? These words made Yi Xiu feel numb. My goodness, are these idiots so gullible? You actually believed me when I told you I made it myself. But this is also good, and it saves the trouble of explanation. So he said, let's go over and take a look first. Yeah, okay. And Miaoshua thought that the function of these big guys was just robots with stronger strength, so she didn't think much about it. The most important thing now was to get the armory first, so he nodded and let his younger brothers get in the car. Yi Xiu and Miaoshua took one. Soon, with a dull roar of air waves, the Lamborghini Veneno took the lead. Next came Stinger, Ironhide, Lightning, and a group of minions following behind. A huge team left the military station in a mighty manner. It took about half an hour for the group to arrive at the armory that Miaoshua mentioned. It turned out to be a mountain road that extended into the mountain. When it reached the junction of 2 canyons, there was a stone tablet on it that read Military Area No Entry. But alas, it doesn't matter now. It's just ahead. And Miaoshua, who was sitting in the passenger seat, quickly pointed. Yi Xiu asked Du Yao to continue driving forward. Soon, they came to an area blocked by a large iron gate and a wall. It says on it, Temporary Backup Arsenal. After getting out of the car, and Miaoshua stepped on the grass with her long and beautiful legs and pointed, This is it. I didn't dare to get close to it last time because there were too many zombies. But to be honest, Yi Xiu took a look inside. I found that there are actually quite a few now. There are at least hundreds. They all stumbled inside and made roaring sounds. Because it was daytime, their speed slowed down. But when I saw so many cars and the survivors coming down, his eyes were also red, and he staggered towards this side with excitement. Quick, prepare for battle. Lu Yang and others were also very decisive. They picked up their guns and prepared to open fire to get rid of the zombies first. But who would have thought that before they could open fire? With the sound of mechanical gears turning, the iron sheet at the back transformed again into a giant monster that was 7 meters tall, and its arms also changed rapidly, transforming into a laser hand cannon. Boom! One shot was fired at the playground. A terrifying blue energy wave suddenly exploded in the playground and the zombie-dense area. 50 or 60 zombies were evaporated directly. I hiss. This scene stunned Lu Yang, who had no time to act yet. He couldn't help but gasp and couldn't even utter a swear word. But Ironhide made a dull, mechanical voice. What are you still standing there for? Kill them. Oh, okay. Lu Yang came back to his senses and was excited. Damn, with these big guys helping him, what are he afraid of zombies? So he quickly called his little brother. Quick, kill those guys. Go. The younger brothers were also excited. They started shooting at the zombies wildly with guns, because they didn't expect that the mechanical younger brother modified by Ye Kai was so awesome. This firepower. Damn, I'm afraid it wouldn't be a problem to destroy the entire temporary arsenal. And while they were fighting, a strange idea popped into their minds. No, these guys are so powerful. Do we still need to come here to find arms to deal with the Jong family? But now, never mind. I saw the zombies rushing over. They were also extremely eager to kill and shot at the zombies crazily. In just a few encounters, almost all of the hundreds of zombies on the playground were killed. And as the commotion here got bigger, Yi Xiao also realized that the hundreds of zombies were just the surface. He saw more zombies rushing towards the huge arsenal base, at least thousands of them. It's like a small wave of zombies. Apparently they came out in full force. But there are these big guys to support us. They're not afraid at all. Boom, boom, boom. Because every shell fired by Iron Sheet can kill a lot of people. Not to mention the three big guys: Sting, Lightning, and Poison. In less than 2 minutes, the entire arsenal was almost turned into a bombed and shattered area. As the smoke cleared, just when everyone thought that everything was done and they were about to go in, bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, Leaan felt his heartbeat start to increase violently, which gave him a bad feeling. This feeling, he felt like his heart was about to explode. Oh no, the zombie tyrant is coming out. Boom. As soon as the words fell, sure enough, an extremely huge black figure rushed out of a warehouse in the arsenal base and let out a roar that almost tore a person's eardrums apart. And at this time, everyone saw its true face. Chapter 33. Kill the zombie tyrant and get the golden legendary weapon? It was a huge zombie with spikes all over its body, but the difference was that his body was not severely decayed, and his eyes were not red but green, emitting a faint and deep light. Is this the tyrant? It's so big. It looked to be at least 4 meters high, and the younger brothers couldn't help but gasp. The 4-meter-tall body, the sturdy arms, and the deafening roar. The younger brothers had no doubt that they would be beaten into a pulp with just one punch. And indeed, this is the case. The tyrant rushed out and became immediately angry when he saw deep pits all over the ground and many zombie limbs and arms. Roar! He let out a huge roar and punched the wall next to him. With a loud bang, a hole was punched in the wall. Fuck! Liu Yang's eyes widened with fear. How could he hit him with such great strength? Of course, it was also the first time that Yi Xiao had seen such a zombie tyrant. Although the scout bird had mentioned it last time, he had not paid attention to the details. Now that he had seen it, he realized that it was indeed a bit outrageous. But that's the power. Yi Xiao took a look, and it seemed that he could do it too. And one punch could bring down that house. The zombie tyrant obviously discovered them and knew that it was this group of guys who killed his younger brothers. So he immediately roared and rushed towards this side frantically. But Yi Xiao was not panicked. He just shouted, "Poison! Buzz, click, click!" After receiving the order, Du Yao climbed to the higher factory building at the back, just like Lao Lu. And under Yi Xiao's command, the huge head, wearing a technological mask, with the sound of countless deformed metal elements gathering together, actually turned into a huge mouth cannon. Then, buzz boom! Just one shot, accompanied by huge fluctuations. The zombie tyrant, who originally wanted to rush over and kill these survivors, was hit hard. His entire chest was pierced in an instant. He let out a painful roar and fell to the ground powerlessly. The whole place suddenly fell silent. Even many of the younger brothers who were ready to run away stopped and couldn't help but take a breath, looking at Lao Lu Du Yao, who was attacking from behind with doubt in their lives. Liu Yang's eyes widened even more. Hiss! One shot. No, this is a tyrant? He was defeated just by running. What a powerful force this is. You know, when the battle took place in the northern suburbs the day before yesterday, even tanks couldn't penetrate this zombie tyrant. But now he was knocked down by this guy. Yi Xiao, this is definitely a modified car and not an alien? Even Yi Xiao was stunned. No, this guy has no limit. Come on, it's also a good idea to kill the little zombies. But now, killing the zombie tyrant, the king of zombies, is also a one-shot deal. Of course, this is still poison showing mercy. Otherwise, it will evaporate directly. It was mainly for Yi Xiao to gain experience points. Master Creator, come on! As expected, Yi Xiao, who heard Du Yao's reminder, ran forward and saw that the zombie tyrant was already dying. It was obvious that he had not expected that he would die just after appearing in the zombie world. He roared and wanted to grab Yi Xiao, but he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. Yi Xiao was naturally not polite either. He took out the blood butterfly's fury from his space ring and directly stabbed it through his head. Puff! The zombie tyrant finally couldn't hold on any longer and died completely under Yi Xiao's stirring. The rise of a generation of zombie tyrants has not even begun, and he's gone. Yi Xiao also heard the system's prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the zombie tyrant +1 and gaining attribute points +50. Sure enough, seeing so many attribute points, Yishio secretly sighed that this boss gave a lot. But this is not the most surprising thing. What surprised him most was, as the zombie tyrant was killed, he found that 4 or 5 objects appeared in front of him like an explosion. This made Yishio confused. Damn, with this posture, if you don't know, you would think its equipment drops from a map. However, when he walked forward and took a look, Yishio discovered that it was actually a bottle of recovery potion, a bottle of purification potion, and a purple space ring. In addition to this, the most important thing is a golden knife. Another weapon explosion. This made Yishio's heart move, and he hurried forward to pick it up and take a look. Just found out. Item name, Snow Dance Moon Blade. Quality gold. Physical strength plus 150. Strength plus 150. Agility plus 150. Defense plus 150. Additional ability. You can gain all attributes plus 1 by killing zombies. It also has the effect of severely damaging the soul, and the person hit by the knife will fall into madness. Owner, Yishio. You can choose to give it as a gift. Hiss. This attribute is even higher than the blood butterfly's fury. The moment Yishio saw this data, he couldn't help but take a breath. These damn data are better than the blood butterfly's fury. And most importantly, in addition to the increase of 150 in all attributes, killing zombies can also gain plus 1 to all attributes, which means you don't have to add them separately in the future. And it also has the effect of severely damaging the soul. It can drive the person who is stabbed into madness. But this thing seems to be of no use. What's the point of going crazy? Wouldn't it be better to just solve the problem directly? Forget it, never mind. Of course, Yishio would not be polite about the good stuff and directly put it into his space ring. Little did they know that at this moment, a group of people in the distance were still in a state of madness. Dead? The tyrant died just like that? And Miaoshua was dumbfounded. She didn't notice Yishio's action of exploding equipment in the distance at all. She thought he was looking for something. But now she had only one thought in her mind. He is a tyrant, the king among zombies. It is no exaggeration to say that if such a tyrant enters the Jong family manor, he will kill indiscriminately. But now he was killed easily by that old 6 with just one shot. Is this a modified robot or an alien? The attack power is too strong. Hey, what are you still standing there for? Yishio had already finished cleaning up, and seeing a group of people still in a daze, he quickly shouted, "Go in and see if there are any more ammunition." Oh, yes, yes, yes. After this reminder, everyone realized the purpose of this trip, which was to find weapons to deal with the Jong family. Then Lu Yang and others rushed into the armory and kicked the door open with a bang. As expected, once they entered, they found that the place was filled with guns, ammunition, and weapons. There were not only ordinary pistols, but also automatic rifles, and even 2 huge Gatling guns, and next to them, for anti-tank sniper equipment. There were also countless bullets. This made everyone ecstatic when they saw it. Fuck, so many munitions. Get rich. Lu Yang was so excited that he picked up a heavy anti-tank sniper equipment and said excitedly, "Haha, that's great. With these weapons, we won't be afraid even if the Jong family comes." Chapter 34 in Miaoshua. From now on, he is your boss. What is modern warfare fought about? Of course, it depends on whose thermal weapons are better. Although it's the end of the world now. But with a pistol and 10 bullets, you can probably dominate a neighborhood. What's more, there are so many automatic assault rifles here. Yishio also took a quick look. There were a total of 72 automatic assault rifles, 72 pistols, 4 sets of anti-tank howitzers, and 4 sets of anti-armor equipment, plus 4 sniper rifles, 2 boxes of grenades, 10 boxes of bullets, and 2 large Gatling guns in the corner. It has to be said that even if these were placed in Huaihai City, they would be able to create a considerable Doomsday force. What a pity. Looking around, although Lu Yang was excited, he did not find any armored vehicles or tanks. This can't help but make him feel a little regretful. It would be even better if we had armored vehicles, tanks, etc., so that we can compete with the Jong family. That's enough. But Miaoshua was already very satisfied. Damn, with just these equipments, she is not afraid of the Jong family. So he waved his hand and said, "First load all these onto the truck and transport them back." Good. Upon hearing this, a dozen or so younger brothers excitedly began to move the ammunition. The boxes were loaded onto the truck one by one. One of the guys even spotted a military transport truck. This makes it easier to load weapons. Of course, she had not forgotten Yishio, so she asked enthusiastically, "Yishio, do you want to take some?" "No." Coming back to his senses, Yishio shook his head and smiled. I don't need these things. Yeah, that's right. Hearing this, and Miao Xue immediately thought of the several behemoths that Yi Xiu had just dealt with, especially the sixth poison, who killed the zombie tyrant with just one shot. With a big guy like this, there is really no need for these weapons. Of course, Yi Xiu also felt a little regretful. Because although this is an arsenal, there are no large-scale military facilities and equipment, such as missile vehicles, tanks, armored vehicles, or fighter jets. Otherwise, I would have an extra military transformer. But it doesn't matter, because Miao Xue said that the Jong family has an armed helicopter. It's also good to use that one. Therefore, after the equipment was loaded, everyone did not waste any more time. One car after another, loaded with weapons and equipment, returned to the shelter. And Miao Xue's shelter is an underground shelter. There are not many people left here now, only about 20, and most of them are children and women. There are only 3 or 4 people holding guns, but their faces look nervous and anxious. Because we agreed to find the boss. Those dozen guys have been out for almost a day and haven't come back yet. If you don't come again, I'm afraid someone from the Jong family will come again. They are fine, but it's a pity for these women. If they went to the Jong family, they would shudder. It was obvious what those bastards could do. There is no way. In the Doomsday, women are just tools for venting. Open the door, we're back. Just when they were nervous, they suddenly heard Lu Yang's familiar voice outside. This made everyone's eyes light up. They quickly opened the door, and when they saw it was Lu Yang, they asked quickly, "How is it? Have you found the boss? Is the boss back?" "Of course." As Lu Yang made way, and Miao Xue and Black walked in. Seeing that the boss was safe and sound, the group of people immediately showed joy and breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, they all became worried. "Boss, do you know about the Jong family?" "Yes, they said that if we don't surrender to them today, they will send people to blow up this place in the afternoon. What should we do?" A group of people looked worried. After all, there are only 30 or 40 people here, and they have no way to compete with the Jong family. But Miao Xue had these weapons, so she naturally became more confident. So she smiled and said, "Don't panic, everyone. Come and see what this is." As he spoke, he motioned to Lu Yang and others to carry it in. As box after box of grenades, ammunition, and a large Gatling gun, as well as weapons and equipment, fell to the ground, a group of people were stunned. "Fuck, boss, where did all these weapons and ammunition come from?" And Miao Xue smiled and said, "We got it from outside today. How about it?" "How? This is awesome." You know what a group of people fear the most? It's not that there are too few people and they can't beat the other side, but that they don't have weapons. But now seeing so many weapons, everyone is excited. But soon, they calmed down and understood what Miao Xue meant. "Boss, do you mean that we should fight the Jong family till the end?" But Miao Xue didn't waste words. "I won't force any of you. If you are afraid of death, you can choose to leave now. I can help you find a safe place, but I will not join the Jong family." These words made the remaining few people who were still worried immediately become determined. "Boss, we are not afraid of death." "Yes, that's right. We were just worried about not having weapons. Now that we have weapons, we still have nothing to fear from the Jong family. Let's fight them." "Yes, fight them." A group of people with high morale. "Very good." Seeing that so many people were not afraid of death, and Miao Xue finally smiled and her eyes gradually became firm. "Then today, we will fight them. Yi Xiu, will you help me?" The woman was still aggressive 1 second ago, but the next second her voice immediately became soft and gentle, looking at Yi Xiu pitifully and asking, "Holy shit." This sudden contrast shocked everyone. Is this guy still the boss in our minds? Why is the voice suddenly so sweet? But Miao Xue didn't care about all that, because she had already seen how powerful Yi Xiu was. If she didn't know it before, she would definitely let Yi Xiu leave and not implicate him. But now, wow, the zombie tyrants were killed by Lao Lu with one shot. If those big guys were here, why would they be afraid of the Jong family? That's why Miao Xue wanted to ask Yi Xiu for help. Of course, Yi Xiu was also confused by this woman's actions, but when he came to his senses, he waved his hand and said, "Given the relationship between us, I would have stayed to help you even if you didn't tell me." "Are you kidding? I still want that armed helicopter." "Ah." As expected upon hearing this, and Miao Xue smiled even more charmingly. Her beautiful big eyes turned into crescents, and she said happily like a little girl, "You are worthy of being the man I like." Ahem. As she spoke, she coughed twice, took a deep breath, and then announced something to everyone. "From now on, you don't have to call me boss. Call him boss. Everything I have belongs to him. And that includes you." "What the hell?" When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. No, that's not the case. We are his. Boss, you married him, and we are his now. The younger brothers who had not followed were completely dumbfounded. Is this still the usually cold and domineering female boss? Why does she seem to have turned into a little fangirl? That's right. However, it would have been better if she hadn't said this. Once she did, and Miao Shue said confidently, "He is my man, so you can call him boss from now on. There's no problem at all." Not to mention them. Even Yi Xiao was stunned. No, I just went out for a trip. Do I become the boss? However, I saw an extremely serious expression in Miao Xue's beautiful pupils. He knew that the little girl was serious, but he still waved his hand and said, "I can help you. You don't have to bring so much dowry. I only have one condition." "No problem, tell me." After all, in Miao Xue's view, everything belongs to this guy, so there is no need to be afraid of asking for any conditions. "That's right, bossy, just go ahead." Lu Yang and the others wished that Yi Xiao could stay and be the boss. Wow, there are those old mechanical life forms. Not to mention the Jong Family. Even dominating Huaihai City is a piece of cake. Okay, seeing that they had no objection, Yi Xiao nodded and said, "Then when we get back to kill them, I want their helicopter gunship. Don't sink that thing." After all, having one more air force is the key point. In the movie, a dizziness can easily destroy an entire beautiful military base. Wow, if I could also activate such an air force, Huaihai would be truly invincible. As for this small team, it is dispensable to them. No problem. And Miao Shue agreed without thinking. It's just an armed helicopter. Everything is yours, let alone an armed helicopter. Chapter 35, The Jong Family Attacks. Isn't this Yi Xiao? Therefore, soon, with these equipment and weapons, everyone began to become familiar with them and started to prepare. Of course, Yi Xiao did not forget to call Lin Yushi and Li Shaoan. After Tiepi took the two women over, Li Shaoan immediately ran to Yi Xiao and said excitedly, "Master, are you okay? Yesterday I heard from the scout bird that the owner had been kidnapped." She felt as if the sky had fallen in her heart and was extremely anxious. However, Tiepi and other big guys did not let them go out because they thought it would cause more trouble if they took two girls with them. This made them both very anxious. Therefore, Li Shaoan practiced leveling up like crazy for a whole day, and her agility was directly raised to 580. What does this mean? It is equivalent to 58 times that of an ordinary person. And besides that, two mechanical dogs followed. Boom! As soon as I got down from the back, I saw a 2-meter-long mechanical dog. Its single scarlet I was very domineering, and its gaze swept around. This scared the people from the fiery rows who were on defense nearby. I just felt like, oh shit, I was being stared at by a sniper rifle and could be killed at any time. However, when people saw the beauty of the two women, they couldn't help but be amazed. Oh shit, she's such a top beauty. However, Yi Xiao didn't care about the looks of others. He just touched the mechanical dog that rushed up to flatter him, and then said to the two girls, "Don't worry, I'm fine. The person who can kill me hasn't been born yet." That's what I said. This left both girls speechless. But they also know that this is true. Not to mention the big guys around him. On its own strength, the stronger Li Shaoan became, the more she felt how terrifying the master in front of her was. Why do I feel like I'm always better than me? Of course, if she knew that her upgrade was actually an upgrade for Yi Xiao, she would probably be dumbfounded. But this is Yi Xiao's biggest trump card, so he won't tell anyone. On the contrary, they will find more qualified people to give them weapons and help them upgrade. Just right. He also did not forget to introduce Miao Shue, Li Shaoan, Lin Yushi, my companions. This is Miao Shue, a friend I have known since childhood. Hello, you guys. Seeing two such beautiful girls, and Miao Shue couldn't help but be surprised, but she still stepped forward politely and shook hands with them. But when Li Shaoan and Lin Yushi heard this, they began to doubt their lives. Friends you've known since childhood? Girlfriend, right? Although we can't see their faces, they are still very enthusiastic. The master's friends are our friends. Master. Master? But in Miao Shue had a strange expression on her face. What? Are there still people calling someone master these days? Are you sure this isn't your maid? Okay, someone's here. Fortunately, at this moment, a rumbling sound was suddenly heard in the distance, and Yi Xiao spoke. This made everyone who were busy piling up various shelters and finding a good position hear the noise, and their hands holding guns instantly tensed up. Even the two mechanical dogs raised their scarlet mechanical eyes and looked towards the corner of the street. Then I saw a huge tank slowly driving towards me from the other side of the road. In addition, there are 2 armored vehicles. There were also more than a dozen fully armed off-road vehicles, cars, etc. And quite a few people came down from above. They also used cars as cover as soon as possible. This shocked Miao Xue. There were at least 100 people here. She raised her hand and said, "Everyone, prepare to fight." However, Yishio was not panicked. Instead, he let Lin Yushi go in first, because she doesn't have any special abilities. "You go in first? We'll handle this." "Yeah, okay." Lin Yushi also knew that she was a hindrance here, so under the protection of a mechanical dog, she hurried to the underground shelter. After seeing this lineup, others began to get nervous. However, their hands holding the guns did not shake, but became even more determined. Boom, boom. Click. Until the front tank stopped. A man came out from inside and saw more than 20 people on the opposite side, pointing guns at this side. Zhang Rue, a man who looked to be in his early 20s, stood in the tank, poked his head out and laughed. "Hey, it looks like you guys are planning to fight to the death, right?" He didn't expect that a small new shelter would be so courageous as to confront their Jong family. Lu Yang was also hiding behind a bunker. He recognized the person coming from Zhang Rue, the second young master of the Jong family, and shouted, "Zhang Rue, we will not join you. Get out of here if you know what's best for you, or don't blame us for being rude." "You're welcome." Ha ha ha. But who would have thought that when they heard this, the group of people on the other side burst into laughter. Next to Zhang Rue, another younger brother couldn't help but laugh and said, "Lu Yang, I think you have never experienced the power of a cannon, right? You guys can't even withstand 2 cannon shots. I really don't understand why you want to die instead of just living." And little brother Chun Hai noticed in Miao Xue and Li Shaoan in the front, and his eyes lit up. Although we couldn't see in Miao Xue's face, she was obviously a beauty because of her black clothes and perfect figure. Not to mention Li Shaoan. That pretty face, that beauty, TSK, TSK, TSK. But, hey, why do I feel like it looks a little familiar? Chun Hai just felt that he seemed to have seen him somewhere. In particular, there was a mechanical dog wagging its tail, staring at this place with its scarlet eyes. He always felt that something was wrong, so he immediately reminded Zhang Rue in a low voice. "Mr. Rue, I feel something is wrong." Something wrong? But Zhang Rue didn't think so because he had already recognized the beauty in the white tight sportswear and thought she was talking about Li Shaoan. "Hey, isn't this Miss Li?" "It's you, Zhang Rue." Li Shaoan narrowed her eyes slightly and recognized the young man. Seeing this, and Miao Xue asked from the side, "Why? Do you know him?" "Yeah." After coming back to her senses, Li Shaoan explained, "The son of Zhang's second uncle. After all, Huaihai City is so small, and those wealthy companies and big bosses are everywhere. The rich second generation only have a basic understanding of it." Therefore, Li Shaoan also stood up and said with a smile, "Since we know each other, it will be easy. Give me some face and stop thinking about fiery rose." "How about that? Face?" Zhang Rue was amused when he heard this and said with disdain, "What face do you have, Li Shaoan? You thought it was before the end of the world, and everyone had to respect your Li family. Let me tell you, times have changed. Now it is my Jong family that makes the decisions, and he looked at Li Shaoan greedily, looking her up and down. "TSK, TSK, TSK. This woman is worthy of being the one that Brother Z has his eyes on. She is indeed very good at what she does. Both her face and figure are absolutely top-notch. A few days ago, I heard from my brother that you ran off with a guy. How come the pretty boy next to you is the one? TSK, 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 TSK. Shaoan, you have poor taste." He also noticed Yishio next to him and touched his face. "Damn, he's a little more handsome than me. However, being handsome is of no use these days. I'll kill you first and then take Shaoan away. Hee. I also want the eldest lady of the Li family to serve me. I'll try what my brother hasn't done. Let the brothers enjoy it later." Shit, it would have been better if this hadn't been said. Once this was said, the Jong family's core members became even more excited. There are not many women like this in the Doomsday. It would be great if we could queue up, but only Chun Hai next to him kept scratching his head, thinking, "Damn, I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. I just can't remember it for a while." But when he saw Li Shaoan's unfazed sneer and Yi Xiao standing calmly beside her, his eyes began to look horrified. The fear of being dominated by that mysterious mechanical behemoth a few days ago also emerged in my mind. Damn, why is this guy here? Chapter 36, a melee breaks out. The horror of poison. That's right. Chun Hai was the only younger brother who survived among Jang Z's followers. I also saw several of my brothers with my own eyes. After this guy gave the order, he disappeared from the face of the earth. When Shenhai thought of this, the look in his eyes when he looked at Yi Xiao immediately changed. This guy killed people without blinking an eye. It seemed that he had already anticipated Yi Xiao's next move. Sure enough, Yi Xiao raised his hand as he wished, but this time he said one more word. You only have one chance. If you don't surrender, you will die. Oh. But Zhang Rui hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. He and his younger brothers around him laughed even more happily after hearing this. This kid, is he dreaming? You must be scared silly. We have armored vehicles and tanks here, and there are armed helicopters behind us. Actually told us to die. What's the use of just these few people? But only Shenhai knew that this was no joke, so he quickly reminded Zhang Rui. Master Rui, retreat. This guy is the one who almost killed Master Z and me. Oh. Zhang Rui's eyes lit up when he heard that. Is this the guy with special equipment? Just right. Kill them together. Fire. The moment Zhang Rui opened his mouth, boom. Sure enough, a huge sound of artillery shells was heard. But before I could react, the next second, boom, then a huge energy cannon suddenly blew through a building. Countless pieces of gravel fell down with a loud crash. The younger brothers in the nearby shelters screamed in pain, and those who failed to dodge were smashed to death. This made Zhang Rui's pupils shrink sharply. What's going on? Where are they firing? Damn it. Why did I miss the target? The enemy is right across the way. But one of the younger brothers below said nervously, No, boss, we were not the ones who opened fire. What, no? Is there an army nearby trying to rescue these survivors? He remembered that there was still a small troop in Huaihai that had not left. But the next second, boom, in the distance, on the street, there was a dull roar of air waves. Then a very handsome black Lamborghini Veneno rushed out. And the moment it came over, with a sound of violent gear turning, it quickly transformed into a huge monster that was 7 meters tall. What the hell? What kind of monster is that? Some people were so frightened when they saw the deforming car that their eyes widened, thinking they were seeing things. But some of the Jong family's younger brothers who reacted immediately shouted, Fire! Fire quickly! Da! I saw countless dense bullets madly shooting towards the poison. But Du Yao's defense was too high, with a full 6,000 defense. Even missiles would have no effect on him, not to mention these ordinary bullets. When they hit him, only a few sparks burst out. On the contrary, as Du Yao ignored the rain of bullets, buzz boom, after firing a shot, more than a dozen survivors hiding in the bunker were blown away. Suddenly, there was a cry of agony. But that's not all. As Poison turned around again, with a very calm posture, he fired another shot to the right. Boom, another building was almost broken through. More than 20 survivors were once again evaporated in an instant. What the hell is this? Are alien creatures coming? Zhang Rui's face turned pale. There were more than 100 people here, but more than 30 were killed in the initial exchange of fire. Da. The armored vehicles reacted quickly and began to sweep the poison. That bullet is basically equivalent to a machine gun. Da. The shooting continued. But when it hit the poison, it still had no effect, it just made the sparks a little bigger. This scene stunned the survivors of the fiery rows who were planning to fight to the end. They were so stunned that they even forgot to shoot. They just watched in confusion as poison continued to fire and kill everyone. Fuck, is this guy so strong? Lu Yang was also stunned. God have pity on him. When everyone first saw these cars, they thought they were modified large robots that relied on their size to crush the zombies. Until I saw Lao lose poison, killing the zombie with one shot, I thought it was a powerful move. But now they know. What the hell is the point of accumulating energy? This guy was able to remain calm and keep firing under such a hail of bullets. This firepower is even more outrageous than a fighter jet. Especially Du Yao, who was firing while calmly pushing forward. This invincible posture left them no doubt that this guy could kill all the opponents by himself. Even Yi Xiao was stunned for a moment, as it was the first time he saw such a strong poison. But he soon regained his composure. This is how Transformers should perform. Even Lu Yang and the others were excited when they realized what was happening, and they shouted, Brothers, hurry up and fight. Fire. Yes, that's all right, brothers, go ahead. After a brief moment of shock, the remaining brothers instantly gained courage after seeing such a powerful poison, and began to fire wildly at Zhang Rui and his men. This made Zhang Jia, Zhuang Yuan, and others, who were already suppressed by the poison and could not even raise their heads, even more suppressed. Jiang Rui hid in the tank, slapped his little brother on the head and cursed. Fuck. What are you still standing there for? Fire quickly and kill that monster. He just didn't believe that if it could block bullets, it could also block tank shells. Oh, okay. But what surprised them even more was when the younger brother aimed at the poison that was still bombarding madly and fired a shot. Boom. It was accurate and hit Poison's shoulder directly. Then there was a violent explosion. But just when everyone thought it was done, they saw that after the smoke dissipated, Poison not only patted the dust off his body calmly, but not even a part fell off. Even the mechanical eyes that had turned scarlet noticed Jiang Rui. This made Jiang Rui's face turn pale instantly. There was only one thought left in his mind, that is, gun. Retreat, retreat quickly. But it was obviously too late, because he found a guy of similar size appear behind him, and started bombarding from behind. Liu Yang, who was also with the fiery rose, started to suppress them with an assault rifle. It didn't take long. The stinger had already arrived in front of them, and pulled out the long sword made of its tail wing, and swung it directly to cut off the building next to it. A dozen of his men were almost shot in the head. The stinger bent down its huge mechanical body, making a dull mechanical sound, and threatened viciously. Put down your weapons quickly now. Holy shit. Who the hell would dare to fight when threatened by such a big guy? The dozen or so survivors were so scared that they quickly put down their weapons, raised their hands, and said with pale faces, "Don't kill us, we surrender. Let's talk it over. Don't do anything." Boom. When Sting saw the surrendered survivor, he angrily chopped off the nearby electric pole with a knife and cursed, "Damn, he really surrendered." At this time, Liu Yang and others also suppressed them. In fact, these survivors had already been defeated when the stingers and poison appeared, so how could they have the courage to open fire again? So soon, they were all captured by the people of Fiery Rose. Put down your weapons. Hold your heads. Hurry up. You're hiding here. Do you think I can't see you? You're showing off, bro. Not long after, more than 30 people were escorted out. They squatted on the street with their hands on their heads, trembling. Even some teammates didn't react. Just realized that it's over. Chapter 37 Jiang Rui. Just a stepmother? No problem. No, this is too fast. I haven't shot yet? There is no way. The stinger and poison are too scary. As a Cybertron warrior, the main game is an interstellar war. On Earth, everything is just a small matter for them. They don't take the army seriously. What's more, some of the survivors of the Doomsday only have 1 or 2 tanks and armored vehicles. So the whole process took less than a minute. The entire situation was under control. Looking at the more than 40 survivors who were squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands and surrendering, the people of Fiery Rose were immediately excited. Shit, there's only 20 of us. But he killed more than 100 people in Jong Family manner. And there are 2 armored vehicles and a tank. It's so fucking exciting. Of course, they also knew that this was all thanks to Yishio. After all, if there were no sting and poison, they would have been killed by a single shot, let alone controlling the entire field in a minute. Therefore, Liu Yang hurriedly ran to Yishio and asked excitedly, "Boss Yi, how do we deal with these guys?" How to deal with it? Yishio certainly had no interest in them, because his targets from beginning to end were military facilities, such as the tank and the armed helicopter. But after taking a look at the pale-faced survivors kneeling on the ground, he waved his hand and said, "I've already said it before, they only have one chance to surrender. Otherwise, they will die. Now kill them all." What? Oh shit. As soon as these words were spoken, the survivors of Jong Family Manor were instantly scared to death. Ah, this guy is going to be killed. Even in Miaoxiue, Liu Yang and others were shocked. No, isn't Big Brother so crazy at the end of the world? Really kill them all? Liu Yang couldn't help but test him carefully. You know, there are more than 40 people here. If he absorbs them into the Fiery Rose, he can also strengthen his own power. If we talk about the people who really should be killed, it's the core members of Jong Family Manor, such as Jiang Rui. They are the biggest instigators. And Miaoxiue also said something, but soon she changed the subject and suddenly smiled at Yishio. "Of course, I will still listen to you. I will handle it however you say." She wouldn't object to Yishio anyway. As for Li Shaoan, who was watching the show nearby, needless to say, she didn't care about the lives of these people. If Yishio needed help, she could still help. Yes, yes, please don't kill us. But when they heard this, the survivors were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed for mercy. They don't want to die yet. We don't want to help the Jong family, but our family members are in the hands of that bastard. If we don't obey, then our family members will be gone. A middle-aged man kowtowed continuously. He actually hated the Jong family the most, but there was nothing he could do. For the sake of his relatives, he could only choose to be obedient. After all parents in the world are compassionate. Yes. Another young man also cried and gritted his teeth and said, "My parents are dead, and I only have one sister. If I die, my sister will definitely die too. If you want to kill me, please let me go back and kill my sister first. I don't want her to be tortured by those people in the Jong family after I die." He knew very well that once he died, his sister would become an object of humiliation. "Why? You want to disobey my orders?" But Yi Xiu glanced at Lu Yang, who wanted to beg for mercy, and asked back, how could that be? Lu Yang knew that if it weren't for Yi Xiu, all of them would have died, since Boss Yi wanted to kill them. Then just kill him. However, just as he was about to take action, Yi Xiu suddenly smiled again. "I changed my mind." Oh! When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up, as if they saw a hope of life. Yi Xiu said, "If you are willing to follow the people of Fiery Rose and destroy the Jiang family manor, I can consider letting you go." What? Go counterattack Jiang family manor. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately became excited, almost without hesitation. "I do." The middle-aged man was the first to raise his hand and speak. "Yes, me too," the young man said quickly. He had long wanted to stop following the Jiang family. Although they were all survivors, they were too cruel and ruthless. If he didn't have any evidence, why would he help them? On the contrary, now that there was a chance to kill the Jiang family, they were even more willing to do so. Others also expressed their opinions and chose to turn against the government. Of course, some people hesitated, but Yi Xiu shot him without hesitation and solved the problem. This scared the rest of the people so much that they quickly nodded in agreement. But it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. He killed 7 or 8 people in succession. Yi Xiu put away his gun and threw it to an Miaoxue beside him. "I helped you deal with the backbone of Jiang family manor. No need to thank me." When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. But then a group of people reacted. His eyes lit up, and he immediately understood Yi Xiu's purpose. "Wow, boss, this is a great move." Lu Yang couldn't help but give a thumbs up and looked at Yi Xiu with admiration. It turns out that the boss didn't want to kill them all at all. He just wanted to see the attitude of this group of people. If you choose to turn against the Jiang family and are eager to kill them, then you are definitely under coercion. But on the contrary, those who are hesitant and confused are definitely loyal to the Jiang family, and they are only surrendering now in order to save their lives. And just based on this detail, Yi Xiu picked out a group of people. This made Lu Yang admire the new boss in front of him. Even when Miaoxue reacted, the way she looked at Yi Xiu was different, with a strange light in her beautiful eyes. While others were preparing to attack Zhang's manor, and Miaoxue came forward and couldn't help but sighed. "Yi Xiu, you are indeed the man I like. You are so smart. It seems that I was right to give the Fiery Rose to you. You are really born to be the boss." Unexpectedly, Yi Xiu glanced at him and reminded him, "Pay attention, I'm not the boss. These are your people." "Huh? What?" These words made Miaoxue's pretty face freeze. "Don't you want to be the boss?" Of course, Yi Xiu had no interest in being the boss, just kidding. "I now have sufficient supplies and resources. What's the point of managing a group of people with me? I just need to help Miaoxue secure her position as the boss of Huaihai. Not only can I be a hands-off boss, but I also have more resources. This is the most exciting thing." And Miaoxue also saw through Yi Xiu's thoughts and was speechless. "No way. How come you are still as lazy as before?" But now the point. Yi Xiu had not yet forgotten Zhang Rui, who had just kneeled beside him. So he smiled what seemed to him like a devil. "I almost forgot about you. Ah, big brother, big brother." Zhang Rui was so scared that he almost peed when he heard this. He kowtowed and begged for mercy. He didn't want to die yet. "I was wrong, big brother. I won't dare to do it again. Please don't kill me." "Oh, really?" But Yi Xiu asked with interest. "I remember you were very crazy just now." "No, big brother, you must have seen it wrong." "Oh no, it's my fault." Zhang Rui was so scared that his face turned pale, but he still said quickly, "I'm talking about you. You are the most handsome. You are more handsome than the readers, really. I'm not lying to you. As long as you don't kill me, I can do anything you want me to do." Just kidding at this time, who is not afraid of death. Anyway, Zhang Rui thinks that as long as he can stay alive, he can do anything. "Oh really?" Yi Xiu also became interested after hearing this. "Anything is fine?" Yes, that's right." Seeing that there was a chance, Zhang Rui's eyes also showed hope of survival. He kowtowed and said, "From now on, I am your little brother. I will do whatever you ask me to do. I have absolutely no objection. Are you kidding? If this guy gets hit by the 6-meter tall guy behind him, I'm afraid there won't be anything left. What is more important than your own life? But who would have thought that Yi Xiu's words would leave him stunned? What if I ask you to kill all the key figures of the Jong family? What? As soon as these words came out, Zhang Rui looked up with a surprised expression. Yes, that also includes my mom. Yi Xiu. What do you mean by this? Oh no, don't misunderstand. Seeing Yi Xiu's expression was not right, Zhang Rui gritted his teeth and said with a paw, She's just a stepmother, no problem. Chapter 38, What a Beautiful Stepmother. It turned out that he had a stepmother who was extremely beautiful and was taken away by his father. If it weren't for this relationship, he would have taken his stepmother down long ago. Besides, that old immortal, hey, it's the end of the world, what's the point of still being alive? So now when he heard Yi Xiu say this, he thought of that beautiful stepmother and blurted it out subconsciously. But Yi Xiu had already seen it and became interested. Beautiful stepmother, interesting, maybe there will be one more cow. By evening, the sky had darkened. The zombies also began to become active. Because the location of the Fiery Rose is on the North 3rd Ring Road, there are not many zombies here. But even if there were, they would probably have been evaporated by the Stinger's fire before they could get close, so it is very quiet. But it's different at night. These zombies began to become active. Almost no survivors dared to continue activities outside. The Jong family manor was still brightly lit at this time. Tall fortresses had been built around it, and there were more than a dozen bunkers that relied on each other. They could attack zombies without having to worry about being attacked by zombies. This place had become a small military base with tight defenses. There are even 2 watchtowers in the manor to observe the situation in the distance. Boom, 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 followed by 3 dull roars of air. I saw sports cars coming towards this side one after another quickly. There are also military trucks behind, including 2 armored vehicles and a tank. Seeing such a large group of survivors, the Jong family survivors on the watchtower thought that Zhang Rui had returned, so they hurriedly said excitedly, Master Rui is back. Master Rui is back. This news was so eye-catching in the night environment. It cheered up many people. However, the survivor guarding the front was more cautious and stopped the stunning Lamborghini Veneno, shouting, Password for tonight. Fuck your order. The co-pilot's seat, Zhang Rui, poked his head out and cursed angrily. Ah, it's really Master Rui. As soon as they saw it was Master Rui, the surrounding protection was immediately removed, and the younger brother waved his hands in a flattering manner. Quick, quick, open the door. But who would have thought? Just open the door. As the Lamborghini Venom and Lightning went in, many survivors came over with guns to accept the captured survivors. Suddenly, there was a burst of cool, strange, clicking, and violent sounds of mechanical gears turning. A group of people were horrified to see that the 2 handsome supercars in front of them were rapidly deformed at an alarming speed. Many people were so scared that they hurriedly stepped back and subconsciously fired shots. Fuck, what is this? Quick, fire, fire. Da-da-da. Countless dense bullets flew towards Poison and Lightning. However, faced with such fierce firepower, the 2 big guys not only did not dodge, but instead transformed into laser hand cannons and fired 2 shots at the survivors around them. The terrifying energy fluctuations directly blew dozens of people away, causing them to scream in pain. The poison was also aimed at the 2 watchtowers. 2 shells fired. The watchtower was blown to pieces. What's going on? Is the zombie tyrant coming? Those who didn't see clearly thought it was a zombie tyrant when they saw its huge size and rushed forward. But when he saw the army green lightning and the terrifying black and gray transformers, he was stunned. Nima, what is this? But it's too late. Kill them. The poison made a dull mechanical sound and fired continuously. Lightning was also bombarding everywhere crazily without any ambiguity. In the blink of an eye, the area around the manor became a sea of fire. At the same time, the people from the Fiery Rose also rushed in. There was a burst of shooting at them. After killing many key members of the Jiang family, one after another, Liu Yang took the lead, standing in front of Lightning, and shouted, Quick, put down your weapons and raise your hands immediately, or I will kill you all. Ah! The survivors of the Jiang family were already frightened when they saw this scene. They looked at each other, and after determining the situation, they immediately put down their weapons, knelt on the ground, and raised their hands. When the people from the Fiery Rose saw this, they quickly took over their weapons. Then they tied them all up. Du Yao picked up the trembling Zhang Rui and said with a smile, Hey kid, what are you afraid of? The creator is here, and it's your job from now on. Oh, that's right. Jiang Rui, who was originally scared to death, suddenly reacted and his eyes lit up. I'm going to take over the Jong family. So he immediately became confident and an excited expression appeared on his face. At this time, inside the manor, Jiang Tianhe, who heard the noise, came out with the support of a group of people. He was the second core figure of the Jong family, Jang Z's second uncle, and Jiang Tianyang's younger brother. Following him was a woman wearing a black stepmother skirt. She was only in her early 20s, but had a stunningly beautiful face. She was also very nervous at the moment. When I saw the scene was in a mess, as well as dozens of subdued Jong family survivors and his excited son. Jiang Tianhe immediately became angry and yelled, Jiang Rui, are you crazy? What are you doing? Hey, am I crazy? Unexpectedly, Jiang Rui was not afraid of being scolded by his father. Instead, he got even more angry. He walked forward and said with a grin, Dad, isn't it obvious enough? Of course I'm here to accept the Jong family and take back everything that belongs to me. What? Take over the Jong family and take back everything that belongs to you. What are you talking about? Jiang Tianhe was so angry that he was shaking all over. He cursed, What qualifications do you have to say that? Without the Jong family, you are nothing. Are you crazy? Am I crazy? Unexpectedly, Jiang Rui laughed even more happily after hearing this, pointing at Jiang Tianhe and scolding, Dad, I think you are really stupid. Don't you think about it? Who deserves the credit for the Jong family's current prosperity? It's you, me, and both of us. Without you getting weapons outside, without me shouting and killing outside every day and recruiting so many people, hey, what would Jang Z and the others have to do with it? You? Jiang Tianhe was so angry that he couldn't speak, pointing at his disappointing son. He never expected that his own son could do such a thing. Moreover, he wanted to rebel against the Jong family. Just you? Don't you know how much you are capable of? Of course, fortunately, Jiang Rui still had self-awareness. He chuckled and said, It's definitely not possible for me alone, but now I have a new boss. As he spoke, he stepped aside and walked towards Yi Xiu. What? The moment he saw Yi Xiu and the two giants, Jiang Tianhe immediately understood the whole story. His expression was uncertain. Good boy, you actually dared to collude with outsiders to deal with our Jiang family. However, from the current situation, he could also see that the other side was probably a team that was no less powerful than the Jiang family manor. So he suppressed his anger and clasped his fist towards Yi Xiu, saying, Brother, may I ask if there is any conflict between us at Jiang family manor and you that is worth mobilizing so many troops? Chapter 39. The First Air Force Decepticon and the initial formation of the Cybertron Legion. Celebrating the holidays? It would have been better if he hadn't said this, but as soon as he said it, Lu Yang and others got angry. He walked up with an AK in his hand and yelled, Old man, you just asked your son to attack our fiery rose today, and you forgot so quickly? Oh, the person of the flaming rose. Jiang Tianhe understood immediately after hearing this. He didn't expect that the fiery rose was so powerful. However, he still clasped his fists and said, I think there may be some misunderstanding. Don't worry, brothers. Now it is the apocalypse, and there are zombies everywhere outside. We who survived should cooperate more, so that we have a chance to survive. If this is our Jong family manor, how about I, Jiang Tianhe, apologize to you here? Compensation? But these words made Lu Yang and others burst into laughter. Damn, if it weren't for Bossy today, we would all be finished. If you just apologize, will this matter be over? That's right, a little brother also cursed. You only say that because you are in a worse situation than us. If we were weak, would you still be so polite? This, Jiang Tianhe paused. Of course he wouldn't do that, but he still smiled and said, Brothers, just tell me what you need. We can give you a portion of what we have here as compensation. Supplies? Mineral water, bread, instant noodles, even seafood and ham. For him, there are too many supplies in the manor now. It would be a good choice if he could send this group of people away and come back to take them back. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiu suddenly said, Actually, even if we kill you, these supplies will still be ours. What? Jiang Tianhe's face changed and became gloomy. So there is no room for negotiation? Don't think we are afraid of you. We have more than just these people in Zhang's manor. But Yi Xiu didn't waste time talking to him. He just glanced at Jiang Rui and said, It's your chance to make a contribution. Hey, got it? Seeing this, Jiang Rui chuckled, picked up a pistol, and fired several shots at Jiang Tianhe. He beat his father directly and knocked him down in the crowd. Ah! The beautiful young mother screamed in horror. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yong also opened fire quickly. The two sides quickly engaged in a melee again. The people in the bunker outside want to provide support, but they can only stare blankly from inside. Why? This damn bunker only attacks the front, and doesn't mention cooperating with the back. Plus there are two huge monsters, poison and lightning. The battle was quickly resolved in just a few minutes. Who dares to show up so quickly? Kill the last survivor who refuses to surrender. The only ones left here were the survivors of the fiery rose and the 50 or so people who surrendered. There is also a gorgeous beauty in a black, hip-hugging stepmother skirt who is hiding behind a pillar and trembling with fear. He was so scared that he didn't even dare to look up and just kept shouting, "Don't kill me! Oh, don't kill me!" But Yi Xiu stepped forward and lifted the woman's chin with the back of the blood butterfly's wrath. He saw a beautiful face, with fear written in her big eyes, and her delicate body was trembling with fear, which surprised her. "Please upload the pictures yourself. You know what? She really looks good. What's your name?" Yi Xiu asked. My name is Chu Mingyao." The beautiful young woman was so frightened that her voice trembled, but she still spoke softly. "This name, if you don't know, you might think he's a college student." "All right," patting her pretty face, Yi Xiu said. "From now on, just follow me." "What?" Chu Mingyao blinked her charming big eyes and showed a look of surprise. She never expected that she would be noticed again, but she was able to survive, so she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, I will be obedient." Of course, this was not Yi Xiu's focus, so he asked Lu Yong and the others to clean up the mess. Under the guidance of Stinger, he quickly found the domineering armed helicopter painted in military green. Then they discovered that it was actually an Apache attack helicopter from the United States. This was a bit surprising. You know, although this thing was put into service early, it has always been in the first sequence of armed helicopters, and its combat effectiveness can be imagined. And now there is such a machine. Finally got it. Looking at this giant creature that is 10 meters long, Yi Xiu felt a little emotional. After so much trouble, he finally got such an armed helicopter. This can be regarded as his first Air Force transformer. Buzz! He didn't hesitate either. With the injection of energy. Cool. Accompanied by a burst of violent gear-turning sounds, the originally extremely quiet giant quickly began to transform in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 15-meter-tall behemoth. It had the style of an armed helicopter, but with a pair of scarlet mechanical eyes, which looked extremely terrifying and domineering. There is also a huge electric saw made of propellers on its arms. It rotates like a meat grinder, which looks ridiculous. As soon as this giant was activated, it immediately knelt on one knee in front of Yi Xiu and made a dull mechanical voice. "Cybertron Mechanical Warrior number 5, I pay my respects to my great creator." Yi Xiu also took the opportunity to take a look at the attributes of this big guy. Name, Cybertron Mechanical Warrior number 5. Level 1. Arms, Air Force. Power, 3,000. Defense, 6,000. Firepower value, 10,000. Own pets, Laserbird, Robot Dog, Blade Bug. Introduction. A mechanical life form from the distant planet Cybertron. Using the Apache helicopter as a carrier, with powerful ground combat capabilities, and is a pioneer warrior in the Decepticon camp. Possessing incomparable destructive power. Absolute loyalty. Huh? It's actually a Decepticon? It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but when he saw these attributes, Yi Xiu was stunned. Because he didn't expect that he would actually activate a Decepticon this time. How strange. You have to know that it was not said before that they were Decepticons. They were all Cybertron warriors, but this time it was made clear. But this is a good thing. Why? Although the Decepticons are villains, they are actually the real resistance forces of Cybertron. The main force is actually the Decepticon members who are basically transformed from military facilities, and their attack power is not comparable to that of ordinary Autobots. The destructive power is naturally more shocking, especially seeing that this guy has 3 pets with him. This is equivalent to having 3 more little helpers. Or maybe it's a Decepticon. They all carry a lot of equipment. So Yi Xiu was very satisfied, and he was not afraid that this guy would betray him. After all, the spark was now integrated with him, and if he died, these transformers would no longer exist. So after thinking about it, Yi Xiu said to him, "From now on, you can be called Soundwave." Yes, my great creator, Soundwave, who had received a new name, made a mechanical sound of great respect. "And from now on, Yi Xiu also discovered that his members had increased to 5 big guys: Stinger, Ironhide, Lightning, Poison, and Soundwave. Especially now, there is an additional air force that is 15 meters tall. It was late at night, there were not many lights here, and it was not very eye-catching. Otherwise, the survivors will definitely doubt their lives. But even so, his own Cybertron Legion has taken shape. Chapter 40: Blood Dance of the Moon Blade. Boss. At this time, Liu Yang also came over with 2 people from a distance. Yi Xiu looked back and gave Soundwave a look, asking him to turn back into an armed helicopter. After all, this was his secret. After drinking the obedient water, it was enough for the loyal maid to know. Outsiders did not need to know how he appeared. And as the Soundwave turned back into an armed helicopter, Liu Yang obviously didn't notice anything unusual. I was quite surprised when I saw this big guy. This is an armed helicopter, it's pretty cool. It's just that it seems a bit difficult to refuel. How much does this thing cost? 98. Liu Yang was a little puzzled, but he did not forget the main point, and quickly said to Yi Xiu excitedly, "Boss, the entire Jong family manor has been completely controlled, and almost all of the Jong family's top leaders have been captured. But, he hesitated, feeling a little embarrassed. But what? Yi Xiu saw the problem and asked. Liu Yang said with some shame, "When we were attacking the underground shelter, Jang Z and Zhang Tianyang were killed by a lightning cannon. Dead." Yi Xiu was a little surprised when he heard this and frowned slightly. "I haven't tortured that kid yet." But soon his frown relaxed. "It doesn't matter, just die. He would have died anyway if he fell into my hands, so he was lucky to have died early. Besides this, is there anything else you can gain?" Yes. Liu Yang was very excited when he talked about this. "We found a lot of supplies. The entire underground is almost full of them. It's like a large shopping mall or supermarket." "Oh, really?" This made Yi Xiu's heart move. "Come on, take me to see it." "Yes, boss." Liu Yang hurriedly led the way. Soon, they arrived at the underground shelter. Once he got inside, Yi Xiu discovered what splendor and magnificence meant. The underground space is very large, about 1,000 square meters, comparable to a large flat. The living room alone is 200 square meters, and even the sofas and other items are custom-made and worth hundreds of thousands. Not to mention other antiques, vases. There is also some collected gold, which is now placed on the table. Yi Xiu made a rough estimate and estimated that it was at least 100 to 200 kilograms. Apparently, it was collected during this time. In addition to these, there are many famous cigarettes and wines, and what's interesting is that Yi Xiu spotted quite a few beautiful women in maid outfits. Of course, it is beautiful, but it is still very difficult to reach 95 points. The best one only scored 92 points. Quite a difference. This made him shake his head slightly. The women were trembling with fear, and some were almost unable to bear it and were about to collapse. No way. They already know the cruelty outside, with zombies sweeping the world. Here they can only serve as humble maids, without any human dignity. And they also think so subconsciously, although all the members of the Jong family were killed and driven away. But the newcomers probably aren't much better. They are completely compromised and desperate. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Xiu also felt the feeling of being the underground emperor. You're not even to mention. He crossed his legs, and a maid ran over immediately and obediently helped him massage his legs. Yeah, it's good. Leaning on the luxurious sofa, Yi Xiu showed an expression of enjoyment. No wonder some people like Doomsday. There are people serving you food and drink, and when you have nothing to do, you can kill a couple of zombies for fun, and there are hundreds of people at your command. Aren't they just warlords and emperors? He suddenly began to like this kind of life. Boss, what should we do with these people? Next to him, Liu Yang also asked cautiously. Yi Xiu thought for a moment and said, ask them what they think. Those who are willing to leave can leave, and those who are not willing to leave can stay. But they must be obedient and not forced. Oh shit. These words stunned Liu Yang. The boss is so good this time. But soon he found something wrong. That's not right. There are zombies everywhere outside now. Where are they running to? Sure enough, after Liu Yang conveyed the message to the survivors, their first reaction was the same. There are zombies everywhere outside now who want to go out. It doesn't matter who you fight with. And the people from the Fiery Rose seem to be much better than those from the Jong Family Manor. Of course, they want to stay. At this time, Li Shaoan, Lin Yushi, and Miao Xue, who had been inside for a long time, also came out. As soon as they arrived in the living room, they were filled with excitement. Oh my god, this place is too big. Not only are there 5 floors upstairs, There are also 3 floors below. The bottom floor is full of supplies, almost piled up like a mountain, Li Xiaowan said excitedly. And Miao Xue also sighed. This is really a good base. However, she also noticed the kneeling women and wondered, Yi Xiao, what's going on? Oh, Yi Xiao did not hide anything. He stood up and said to Miao Xue with a smile, I said whether you want to leave or stay is entirely up to you. This is your territory from now on. You can handle it as you see fit. What? My territory? Pointing at herself, and Miao Xue was stunned. No, you really are the boss who doesn't care about anything. Of course, Yi Xiao has never been interested in management, but there is one thing that is good. Having his own power in the Doomsday can still help him solve many troubles. However, he does not like management. It takes too much time. It would be better for him to use that time to improve his own strength. So these were naturally handed over to Miao Xue. You just want to be lazy and don't want to manage. And Miao Xue understood what this guy was thinking and said unhappily, but she didn't mind. After all, they were all his people. So what was wrong with helping him manage the business? All right, of course. Yi Xiao did not forget to improve in Miao Xue's strength. After all, although she is in power now and Lu Yang and others are very loyal, he also knows that as her power continues to expand, if she wants to truly make everyone submit, she still needs to have enough strength. So he took out the Blood Dance Moon Blade and said, I'll give you this blade. You can use it to improve your strength. What? But when you see this handsome long sword that emits a faint purple-red glow all over. And Miao Xue was stunned and looked at Yi Xiao in astonishment. Give me the knife. What are you going to do? Yi Xiao smiled, thinking to himself, isn't your improvement also my improvement? Besides, but Miao Xue looked at the blood butterfly fury next to Yi Xiao and thought, this knife seems to be more suitable for girls. Yi Xiao also knew that the blood butterfly's fury was more suitable for girls, but there was no way. This sword could only increase strength, unlike the blood dance crescent blade, which could increase all attributes. In fact, such an all-round improvement was more suitable for Miao Xue now. Of course, this is not given for free. Do you want me to sleep with you at night? Unexpectedly, and Miao Xue blushed and said embarrassedly when she heard this. Yi Xiu. Chapter 41, Why should I share supplies with you? What is this woman thinking about all day long? But, may I? What do you think? Then Yi Xiao won't be polite. The next morning, Yi Xiao woke up from his sleep and stretched. The sun outside shone in. This was a room in the Jong Family manor villa. It was very luxurious, and Chu Mingyao said that no one had ever lived here before. Not to mention, it was quite comfortable to stay here for a night. When Miao Xue woke up, she blushed and quickly buried her head in the quilt. Oh, you're shy now. Yi Xiao nodded and said with a smile. You weren't like this yesterday. You, get out of here. This made Miao Xue feel even more embarrassed. I don't understand these things yet. It's just that I've seen some of this kind of stuff before. Don't doubt a girl's heart. Maybe even yellower than men. All right. Of course, Yi Xiao did not forget to take out a bottle of obedient water and handed it to her. This is for you. What is this? And Miao Xue took it and took a look, a little confused. Yi Xiao smiled and said without hiding anything, Obedience water. After drinking it, we will be truly one family. You're a pervert, sure enough. And Miao Xue's pretty face turned red instantly when she heard this. No, it's already this time, and you still want that. But, hesitated for a moment. If you want to, and Miao Xue drank it all with a slightly red face. But after drinking, it doesn't seem to have any effect. She felt that she didn't seem to have changed at all. Yi Xiao was amused and had to tell the little beauty the effect of the obedient water. However, after learning about it, and Miao Xue didn't think it was a big deal. After all, who else could he trust besides Yi Xiao? It doesn't matter. And he handed the blood dance crescent blade to Miao Xue again and reminded her. Using this knife to kill zombies can improve your physical fitness in all aspects, so you can use this knife to kill zombies as much as possible in the future. What? It has this effect. And Miao Xue took the blood dance crescent blade from Yi Xiao's hand and showed a look of disbelief on her pretty face. She looked at Yi Xiao with complicated eyes. What have you been through during this period of time? But soon, she also smiled and said gently, Don't worry, I will improve my strength. Nodding slightly, seeing that it was getting late, Yi Xiao and Miao Xue were about to get up. Unexpectedly, there was a hurried knock on the door and Lu Yang's loud voice. Boss Yi Boss Xue, something bad has happened. What happened? Someone is causing trouble here. Oh, this made Yi Xiao's heart move. How could someone dare to come here to cause trouble? Who is it? A group of survivors, Lu Yang said angrily outside the door. We captured the Jong Family manor yesterday, and many small groups that have recently been formed want to come here to share a piece of the pie. Now there are already 200 or 300 people gathered outside. It turned out that last night, the Fiery Roses attack on the Jong Family manor caused quite a stir. Many survivors nearby noticed this and discovered early in the morning that the place had been completely transformed, so they all came over to share some supplies. Interesting, but Yi Xiu smiled when he heard this, because he didn't expect that this group of people would rob supplies and end up robbing him. But he still said, "Okay, I got it. I'll be right there." And Miao Xue, who was standing next to her, was also a little unhappy when she heard this, so she quickly put on her clothes. Wait for the door to open. I saw Lu Yang still waiting anxiously outside. When he saw Yi Xiu coming out, he was about to go up to him and say hello enthusiastically, but the next second he was stunned when he saw Miao Xue's true face. "Boss Yi, hey Xue, where's Boss Xue?" Lu Yang looked around and was stunned when he didn't see Miao Xue. "No, brother, how many people did you sleep with last night?" But this made Miao Xue, who was dressed in black, frown. She looked at Lu Yang with a cold face. "I am your boss Xue." "What the hell?" Lu Yang was shocked when he saw Miao Xue's displeasure. Looked him up and down. "You are Boss Snow. Is this true or false? Our boss Xue is so beautiful. Damn it, I didn't notice it before." But Miao Xue was too lazy to pay attention to him. She wore the mask before because she was afraid of being targeted by others, but it was different now. With Yi Xiu next to him and those transformers, there's nothing to be afraid of. So she didn't waste any more time and went downstairs directly. "Let's go out and take a look first." "Good." Coming to his senses, Lu Yang hurriedly followed. When we got outside, we saw that there were indeed a lot of people outside the manor. Most of them were holding weapons and guns. They came here under the leadership of about a dozen people, shouting, "Hurry up and open the door. If you don't open the door, we will not be polite." "Yes, that's right. Hand over the supplies of Zhang's manor. Otherwise we will rob them. Why do you want to monopolize such a large place like Zhang Family Manor? Give us a part of it." "Yes, hand over the supplies quickly." Inside the manor, there were survivors of the Fiery Rose and the Zhang Family Manor that had just been taken over yesterday. But even so, there are only 100 people in total. So with more than 300 people on the other side, we are still at a disadvantage. Li Xiaowan was watching the show from the side, holding a dark knight dagger. Don't take it seriously at all. Just when the two sides were on the verge of a fight. But then Miao Xue and Yi Xiu, both dressed in black, came over. And Miao Xue frowned and said, "What the hell are you doing? Making so much noise here so early in the morning? Aren't you afraid of attracting zombies?" "Zombies?" But no one was panicking because the zombies during the day were weaker, especially since there weren't that many around here. However, the eyes of the men in the lead began to change after seeing in Miao Xue's beautiful face and graceful figure. "Are you the boss of the Fiery Rose? Oh, you look good." Apparently, no one expected the leader of the Fiery Rose to be so beautiful. But these are not the main points. Because the noise at the Zhang Family Manor last night was so loud that many survivors in the surrounding area had heard the rumbling sound of the explosion. I only found out when I asked around in the morning. The Zhang Family Manor, which was once at its peak, was attacked last night. You know, that's the Zhang family. A lot of supplies were stockpiled before the Doomsday. And after the Doomsday broke out, many surrounding shopping malls and supermarkets were looted. The supplies here are so abundant. Even if there are tens of thousands of people, it is estimated that they can last for a year. So they came over to try to get a piece of the pie. Boss Xue, right? So the leader was a man with scars on his face, who looked ferocious and was wearing various leather armors with bulletproof vests underneath. He laughed heartily and said, "Our purpose of coming here is very simple. We just want to ask Boss Xue to give us some supplies." "Oh, give you supplies?" And Miao Xue was very curious when she heard this. She held the blood dance crescent blade and asked, "Why should I give you supplies?" Chapter 42, The Second Disaster in the Future, Acid Rain. What? Everyone was a little unhappy when they heard this. "You attacked the Zhang Family Manor. They have so many supplies here. Can you use them all?" "That's right. There are still some supplies here that were stolen from us by the Zhang Family Manor. It's only natural that we want to take them back." "Oh." And Miao Xue understood what was said, and a look of realization appeared on her pretty face. Then she smiled charmingly and glanced at the dense crowd of survivors outside. She nodded and said, "I understand. When the Zhang family was here before, you didn't dare to confront them. Now that the Zhang family has been defeated by our Fiery Rose, you have the courage to come here, right?" This statement made everyone blush, and it was true. Are you kidding? The Jong family is well known for killing people without blinking an eye. Otherwise, they would be able to gather 400 or 500 people in just 7 days. Of course, they dare not provoke. But now that the Jong family has fallen, they also want the supplies here. Ridiculous. And Miao Shue ignored their angry and embarrassed looks and continued to tease. It's really interesting. You didn't dare to rob when the Jong family was here, but now that the Jong family is gone, you dare to come. What? Aren't you afraid that I'm more ruthless than the Jong family? By the end of her speech, and Miao Shue's beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent. The leader's heart started beating wildly when they saw this. And Miao Shue is not a good person. If she were really kind and cute, could she gather 30 or 40 people together at the end of the world? Joke! Get lost! And Miao Shue was no longer interested. Her eyes turned cold. I'll only give you one chance. If you don't get lost, I'll let you all die here. This, as expected, and Miao Shue spoke coldly. Many people were frightened and immediately backed off. They just wanted to show off their strength and get some supplies. I'm not here to die. But Scar Brother didn't think so. He raised his hand to comfort everyone and said, don't panic. We have more than 300 people here, and they only have 100 people in the fiery rows. If we really fight, they may not be our opponents. That's right. A young woman sneered. Don't be afraid, everyone. As long as we kill fiery rows, the supplies will be ours. Think about it. Even if there are thousands of people, it will be enough to feed them for a year. Isn't this faster than going to the city center where zombies are densely populated to grab supplies? Yes, that's right. Encouraged by this, the rest of the people became excited and pulled the bolts of their guns with fiery eyes. If they could take over this place, they would really make a fortune. But Yi Xiu didn't waste time talking and simply raised his hand. Poison Sting. Yes, my great creator. Inside the manor, Stinger, who received the order, immediately transformed from a Pagani wind god into a 6-meter-tall behemoth in the blink of an eye, with a series of violent gear-turning sounds. As soon as he appeared, he scared the person who was about to rush up. What the hell? What is this? Their eyes became filled with fear, and they were simply terrified. This guy has a metal mechanical skeleton, and he even took out a cannon barrel bigger than a wash basin. This shot is enough. Yi Xiu was also very decisive and just said to Miao Shue, I'll leave it to you. Clear. Seeing Yi Xiu's suggestive look, and Miao Shue also understood what he meant. He was trying to test my ability to handle things, so she waved her hand and said, Stinger, kill them. Hey, I see. I can't wait. Stinger was very excited when he received the order. Although it was a Pagani wind god car, Yi Xiu felt that this guy was also a Decepticon. So the Stinger directly launched the laser hand cannon. Buzz boom. Aiming at the crowd is like an energy cannon. Boom. The horrific explosion instantly swept outside the manor, and 30 or 40 people were directly evaporated. Fuck it, Ron. Seeing so many people being evaporated, they gasped and turned and ran away in fear. This isn't a modified robot. It's a war machine. But it was too late to run. Following in Miao Shue's order. Kill him. Boom, boom, boom. Stinger fired several energy hand cannons in succession. With each shot, at least a dozen people were instantly evaporated, and the rest were blown away. And with the blessing of the Sting, the rest of the people were also excited. He rushed forward with a gun. Kill them, and Miao Shue would not sympathize with those survivors who came to rob, because she knew very well that the rule of survival in the Doomsday was the law of the jungle. It would have been fine before there were no supplies, as everyone was taking risks everywhere for those few supplies. But now that they were guarding a mountain of gold, they had to be swift and decisive. Otherwise, you will be the only one who dies in the end. So she didn't let the Stinger hold back. And the Stinger will certainly not let them down. Just a dozen energy cannon shots. The outside world was in a mess, and I didn't know how many survivors were directly evaporated. The rest ran away. Okay, no need to chase. But when he saw the 20 or 30 people who had already run away, and Miao Shue raised her hand to stop them. What? Lu Yang, who was stopped, looked back at the boss in confusion. If they didn't solve all the problems, wouldn't this leave room for future troubles? But in Miao Shue said coldly, it's better to let them go back and report the news, so that no one will dare to come here to make trouble in the future. Yeah. Lu Yang's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately understood his boss's intention. That's right. This is a good opportunity to let them know how powerful our fiery rose is. I wonder who will dare to come here and act so recklessly in the future. After finishing all this, she also showed a charming smile, looked at Yi Xiao and asked, "How is it? How did I handle it?" "Very good." It must be said that Yi Xiao was impressed by him. This is how the end of the world should be. Being kind to others means being cruel to yourself. If you don't act decisively, you will only get into trouble in the future. And it turned out to be true. Although now the entire Huaihai City has fallen into the zombie disaster. There is no communication system. However, the news that Zhang's manor was captured by Fiery Rose spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. It took less than 2 days. Everyone knew the news of the destruction of Jong Family Manor. This made many survivors hiding in the shelter gasp when they learned about it. I didn't expect the Fiery Rose to be so powerful that even the Jong Family Manor was defeated. And when Zhaoyi learned about Scar and brought people there to try to get a piece of the pie, they were also killed. Even more shocked, this Fiery Rose organization is really cruel. I think so. Scar was killed before he even had a chance to speak. Damn, that guy was a ruthless person too. I didn't expect him to be gone just like that. During the day, when collecting supplies, some survivors discussed this matter and had a lot of talk about it. Speaking of flaming roses, they all couldn't help but shudder. It seems that people who see them in the future will have to take a detour. Of course, these are irrelevant to Yi Xiao. After all, he helped Miaoshua set up the Fiery Rose organization. But he still only believed in one thing. That is to strengthen yourself. Because only when we are strong enough, we can deal with various disasters more easily in the future. Don't forget, the system said that the Blood Moon zombie virus was only the first disaster. There will be acid rain, red fog, ice, mutant natural disasters, meteorites, earthquakes, Earth's core creatures, and other disasters. Not to mention meteorite earthquakes, which are very common. But as for this red fog, the mutated disaster beasts, and the creatures from the center of the Earth, it's hard to say. God knows what that thing is. So poof. In a city ruin, Yi Xiao killed a zombie tyrant that had been hiding for a long time with a casual blow of his sword, and then added the 50 attribute points he had obtained to his strength. He opened the properties and took a look and found out. Name, Yi Xiao. Level, 10. Physical strength, 500. Power, 2,000. Agility, 2,200. Defense, 3,500. Talent, level 1 fire control ability. In just 2 days, all of his indicators have exceeded those of ordinary people by hundreds of times. Especially the defense power, which has reached 3,500. Now I could blow up a villa with just a random punch. Not to mention a little zombie tyrant. Of course, if other survivors saw this, they would not think so and would definitely question their lives. Why? That's the zombie tyrant, the nightmare of the survivors. Normally, bullets can't penetrate his defense. But now, he was killed by a knife? Holy shit, this is so awesome. But these are not the main points, because he discovered that this time, not only a space ring and an upgrade stone dropped, but also a sparkling red crystal. Huh? What is this? Yi Xiao, somewhat curious, walked forward, picked it up, and took a look, only to find that it was actually a zombie tyrant crystal core. Chapter 43. One bad news, one good news. Which one do you want to hear first? Crystal core? Yi Xiao was a little surprised when he saw this red crystal. I didn't expect that this kind of thing would be revealed when killing the zombie tyrant. You know, I've been killing this thing for so long, but it has never exploded. But this time, when he killed the zombie tyrant, one of them was lost. Therefore, Yi Xiao also asked in his heart, "System, what's the use of this thing?" "Soon," the system replied. To the host, after eating the magic core, there is a chance to become a mutant new human and gain more powerful special powers. Oh, new mutant humans. This was the first time Yi Xiao heard this word. That's right. The system also explained. This is the second wave of natural disasters. After the acid rain falls, these things will appear in the zombies' brains. Although there is a chance now, the probability is very low. And the probability of becoming a mutant new human after using it is also very low, only 1%. But once successful, you will gain the ability of mutation and become some special existence. And this zombie magic core is the basic condition for upgrading the power of mutant new humans. I see. Yi Xiao suddenly understood what he said. I knew that the world would not be so simple in the future. If humans didn't have any special abilities, how could they possibly withstand the countless natural disasters that would follow? Moreover, zombie magic cores can also be used to strengthen Cybertron's mechanical life forms, increase their levels, and strengthen various aspects of the body. Oh, it has this function as well? Yi Xiao's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had long known that these Cybertron life forms could be upgraded, but I still don't know how to improve it. But when he glanced at the Stinger who was sitting on a pile of rocks and throwing stones out of boredom in the distance, he was stunned. Name Sting. Level 1. The number of magic cores required is 10th level magic cores plus 2. Wait, a 10th level magic core? Yishio subconsciously glanced at the zombie magic core in his hand. Level 3? That's quite a difference. But soon the system said, not bad. The current level of the mechanical life form is the power of a 10th order mutant new human, so it naturally needs a 10th order magic core to upgrade. Oh, I see. Yishio suddenly realized. It turns out that if you want to upgrade your level, you need the corresponding magic core. The current standard of these guys has reached the level of 10th order mutant new humans. Naturally, a 10th level magic core is required. From this point of view, I now have the equivalent of 5 or 6 level 10 mutant new human warriors in my hands. Yishio was happy, however. Damn it, upgrading you is harder than upgrading myself. Yishio glanced at Sting again. At this time, Sting noticed Yishio's gaze and sat on the pile of rocks. He was as honest as a child and scratched his head with a confused look on his face. What? Did I offend the boss again? Boom. Fortunately, at this moment, there was suddenly a dull roar. Yishio looked up and saw a handsome military green Lamborghini coming quickly. When it came in front of it, it drifted handsomely and stopped steadily. Then, a pair of slender and beautiful legs stepped out from each side. When they came out, they found out that they were Lin Yushi and Li Shaoan. Owner! After not seeing each other for 3 days, Li Shaoan was very happy to see Yishio again and immediately went up to him and gave him a big hug. And when you see the zombie tyrant being killed, she also covered her mouth and said in surprise, wow, the master is so powerful. He killed another zombie tyrant. This is the first time in the past few days. Well, it should be the 6th one. Yishio thought about it. After all, there weren't that many zombie tyrants, so it took him 3 days to find 6. Wow! But even so, it was already very impressive. Li Shaoan even said with emotion, I only found one in the past 3 days. Yishio took a look at Li Shaoan's current level. I found that her agility had reached 1200. What does 1200 mean? 120 times that of an ordinary person. According to the normal human's instantaneous burst speed, the starting speed can reach about 2 meters in 1 second. Li Shaoan can burst out a terrifying speed of 120 times, which is 240 meters. What does this mean? You have to know that the speed of sound is only 340 meters in 1 second. This woman's speed is almost approaching subsonic speed. And what's interesting is, Yishio discovered that this woman's agility increased. Strength and defense seem to have been greatly improved. It seems like you've changed a lot recently. After looking him up and down, Yishio praised him. But now Li Shaoan is very low-key and said embarrassedly, that's all because of your good training, master. Without the Dark Knight dagger you gave me, how could I have improved so quickly? 2. Yishio nodded and looked at Lin Yushi again. It was discovered that this woman's defense had also increased to 800, which is 80 times that of an ordinary person. Of course, this is all thanks to the shelter gloves that were revealed 2 days ago. Just use it to kill zombies to increase your defense value. That's why this woman's defense is so high. It's no exaggeration to say that even if she stands there and is bombarded by a Gatling gun, she will remain unharmed. But agility or defense alone is not enough. Yishio handed the blood butterfly's fury in his hand to Li Shaoan and said, use this to increase your strength. This way there is both strength and agility. Wow, double blessing. Everyone he meets is killed instantly. But when Li Shaoan saw Yishio handing the blood butterfly's wrath to her, she was stunned and blinked her beautiful big eyes. Then what are you going to do, master? They still don't know what level Yishio's physical fitness has reached now. But Yishio was well prepared. He took out a slender sword that emitted a faint blue light and was almost transparent. He looked very handsome and mysterious. This sword is called Guanza Masamyun. It was dropped when the zombie tyrant was killed yesterday. It also has the characteristic of gaining attributes by killing zombies. In addition to this, there are additional effects of fire and light attributes. Anyone hit by this knife will suffer burns that will not heal, especially light attribute attacks, which can cause blindness and block vision in an instant. Yishio didn't know this before, but now he knows. These so-called attributes are probably aimed at new mutant humans. And so far, except for this Guanza Jingzong, it can be said that Yishio's space ring is now filled with harvests. Not only do you have 4 space rings, 3 upgrade stones, But you also have 12 bottles of obedient water, 8 bottles of recovery potions, and 8 bottles of purification potions. These are the results of the upgrades in the past few days. Therefore, shaking the Guanshi Jingzong in his hand, Yi Xiu smiled and said, I have this knife, which is enough. You knew it. And sure enough, when Li Xiaowan saw this Guanshi Jingzong, she showed an expression that said I knew it a long time ago, pursed her lips and said, You must have a better one. However, having this blood butterfly's fury is also very good. Therefore, he handed the Dark Knight dagger to Lin Yushi and said, Sister Yushi, my agility is already high enough now. I will use this dagger to improve your agility first. Although the defense is very high, it would be better if other aspects were improved. Well, okay. Lin Yushi smiled and was not polite. After all, I don't want to be a big turtle that can only defend. Who doesn't want to give a zombie a blow in a cool way? Oh, that's right. Just as everyone was distributing their equipment, Li Xiaowan suddenly thought of something and slapped her head in frustration, saying, Master, I almost forgot to tell you something. Oh, what's up? Yi Xiu became interested after hearing this. But who would have thought that Li Xiaowan suddenly kept the secret and said with a mysterious smile, I have a bad news and a good news. Which one do you want to hear first? Yi Xiu said without thinking, Hear the good news first. Li Xiaowan was stunned when she heard this. Then she smiled charmingly and said, Let's hear the bad news first. Explain. Yi Xiu didn't mind and said, Yesterday, when I was leveling up, I happened to meet a group of people from the Fiery Rose who were collecting supplies and engaging in a gunfight. One of them was very special. He was very fast, probably about 10 times faster than an average person. He was super fast and killed several survivors. Huh? Super fast? 10 times faster than an average person? This made Yi Xiu stunned, and a word suddenly popped into his mind. Could it be a new mutant human? This was a bit unexpected. Although the system says that now, basically only the zombie tyrant has the chance to produce magic cores. But that doesn't mean there isn't someone in this world who is lucky enough to get a magic core and also happens to successfully awaken new mutant abilities. I didn't expect that Huaihai City would show up. What good luck this is? Still, he asked, Good news. Unexpectedly, Li Xiaowan smiled charmingly again when she heard this. The good news is that I killed that guy. Yi Xiu. Chapter 44, Activating a Subway. Yi Xiu's large pet in the apocalypse. Is this considered good news? If you kill him, how can I understand these mutant new humans? And it's extraordinary that this guy can evolve now. But unexpectedly, Li Xiaowan pursed her lips and said, What's so difficult about this? I've already asked around. That guy is a survivor from the same shelter as me last time. He threw a grenade into the mouth of a zombie tyrant. With luck, he was killed and a crystal core exploded. And he was lucky enough to eat that thing and evolved? Oh, you know, Li Xiaowan blinked her watery eyes and looked at Yi Xiu in surprise. This guy. Is there any need to think about it? If it wasn't to kill the zombie tyrant, where would it come from? It's just luck. It's really good. Even Yi Xiu couldn't help but smack his lips. Not to mention the low explosion rate, he got it right with such a low probability. If I hadn't met Li Xiaowan, I'm afraid that in the future, he will be gifted and will rise to prominence, and will definitely become Huaihai's leading mutant new human powerhouse. Sadly, now he's a corpse. But Li Xiaowan doesn't think so. I think from this incident, we can see that there will be more mutant survivors like this in the future. We should also find a way to upgrade more. That's right. Lin Yushi also thought so. Otherwise, what would she do if she was surpassed by others? And I don't know what group we belong to now. She was a little worried whether these mutant new humans would be very strong in the future. But Yi Xiu was not worried because he already had a general idea. According to the system, Stinger and his companions have reached the level of 10th order mutant new humans. It is no exaggeration to say that with my current attributes, I can be on par with them. Of course, the firepower coverage is definitely not as good, but it is also worth affirming. I estimate that I am also in the 10th level. As for Li Xiaowan and Lin Yushi, they should be around level 5. After all, there is a huge gap between him and me. But these are not the point. You should take advantage of this period of time to improve your stats in all aspects. After all, you are far ahead now, and you will naturally get better in the future. Yeah, that's right. That makes sense. Listen to what Yi Xiu said. The two girls suddenly thought, hey, why think so much? Upgrade first. Moreover, Yi Xiu also had a premonition that acid rain would probably arrive soon. So I asked this question in my heart. System, how long will it take for the second wave of natural disasters to arrive? As expected, the system quickly replied. There are still 7 days until the second wave of natural disasters, acid rain, arrives, and during these 7 days, more zombies carrying magic cores will continue to appear. So fast. Yi Xiao was a little surprised to hear that there were still 7 days left. It seems that I really need to hurry up. All right. Therefore, Yi Xiao didn't waste any more words and directly said to the two girls, "From now on, whenever you have time, you should improve your own attribute strength and..." After thinking about it, Yi Xiao simply exchanged the blood butterfly's fury back and gave Li Xiao on the Guanshi Jingzhou. Use this weapon to improve your attributes in all aspects. The sudden surprise made Li Xiaowan's eyes red with emotion. You gave me such a good weapon. What will you do? What should I do? Of course, I'm taking advantage of your experience. Yi Xiao thought maliciously in his heart. However, he still has the awareness as a master. You too need to continue to improve your ability to protect yourself. Yeah, I got it. The two girls who didn't know the truth were so moved by Yi Xiao that they burst into tears. They decided not to rest for the next few days. Upgrade well. So the next few days were relatively simple. Continue with the upgrade. Li Xiaowan and Lin Yushi teamed up, brought iron plate, and upgraded quickly. Of course, Yi Xiao did not forget to tell him Miao Xue about the impending acid rain. Because after these few days of development, the fiery rose is already showing signs of becoming the largest doomsday force in Huaihai. Well, of course, this is limited to urban areas. Because Huaihai itself is surrounded by counties with large populations and good development. The urban area is not good enough. If a fight really breaks out, we may not be able to defeat the outside world. But even so, these people are good at collecting supplies. Since Yi Xiao needed to use them, he naturally had to remind them and let them prepare early. You mean Jong Family Manor? Oh no, it has now been transformed into Rose Manor. I saw that the area outside had been expanded a lot, and it was surrounded by iron railings and barbed wire. Vehicles were coming in and out. It had become a new type of base in the Doomsday ruins, developing new life force in this broken world. After pouring a cup of tea for Yi Xiao and Miao Xue, couldn't help but ask, will acid rain fall in about a week? That's right. I took a sip of the tea. It's not bad, it's Longjing. This is quite a luxury in the end times. But there is no way, given the conditions. There's not much of anything, just a lot of supplies. But that's not enough. I need more. The more supplies, the better. After all, I have a 100-fold return and a space ring. According to the system, whether the city will still exist in the future is still a question. Of course, I will accept everyone who comes. Okay. And Miao Xue naturally had no objection, so she smiled and said, I'll ask Lu Yang and the others to go collect supplies in the near future. But he paused and hesitated, and Miao Xue added, You've also heard about the mutant survivors. Yeah, I heard about it. Yishi Uno did. And Miao Xue said, Lu Yang said that guy killed more than a dozen of our brothers, but was solved without anyone noticing by Li Xiaowan, who was passing by and upgrading. It was so outrageous that it was done without anyone noticing. Even in Miao Xue found it unbelievable, because that guy relied on his speed to kill so many people. What does it mean to be 10 times faster than an ordinary person? It is almost just an afterimage, and it is difficult for bullets to hit it. But according to the young man's description, it is. The guy was very rampant, wandering around in the crowd and harvesting continuously. He also did not forget to mock the Fiery Rose Guild for being useless. I will replace him and become the leader of the leading trade union in Huaihai. As he was speaking, blood started gushing out of his neck the next second, and no one even saw how he died. Until the end, Li Xiaowan, dressed in black, walked out casually. The guy fell down with a look of doubt on his face. Yi Xiao disagreed with this. 10 times the speed against more than 100 times the speed? What a joke. This has the same effect as when he massacred ordinary people, except that this time it is him who is being massacred. Of course. However, seeing in Miao Xue's worry, Yi Xiao also smiled and said, You don't have to worry too much. With your current strength, you are not inferior to those so-called mutant new humans at all. Especially according to the system's description, this thing has a low explosion rate and an even lower success rate. In addition to what you said, there is only one in the entire Huaihai city so far. Even if there are more later, I estimate that it would be good enough to have 1 or 2 doomsday shelters. There is nothing to worry about, Yi Xiao said. Yeah, that's right. After he said that, and Miao Xue suddenly felt that it made sense, so she was not too worried anymore and stood up and said with a smile, I'll have the union members collect the supplies right away. Yeah, okay. Nod slightly. Soon, after Miao Xue conveyed the task. Almost all the survivors in the entire manor went out together. They went to various parts of the city to collect supplies. Or maybe it's easier to get things done with more people. Yishio felt that this was much better than doing it himself. Of course, he himself was not idle either. I plan to take advantage of these few days to upgrade it. So, over the next few days, Yishio returned to his previous habits. Kill zombies and get equipment. Add attributes. In addition, he did not forget to upgrade 2 more transformers. Because from the last time until now, I have only upgraded 5 in total. Don't misunderstand and worry about wasting it. Because Yishio discovered that this energy can actually be stored. If it is not used today, it will store a spark. So as of now, 9 have been stored. This also means that Yishio can activate 9 more ordinary transformers. But this time, Yishio did not activate the normal one. Instead, he chose a big guy that he had set his eyes on 2 days ago. Subway. That's right, a supersized subway. There is a subway station in Huaihai City, Line 1. Interestingly, Yishio discovered that it was still there. This thing is not cheap, it costs several hundred million. The length is even more outrageous. It is a full 130 meters long. And think about it, a sports car is so awesome. What about activating a subway train? TSK, TSK, TSK. Yishio couldn't imagine what an outrageous existence it would be. So, I drove the Lamborghini Veneno to the subway station. Yishio went in and killed more than 30 zombies. Sure enough, I saw the train still parked at the starting station of station number 1, but the train seemed to be seriously damaged, with broken glass, traces of impact, and even bullet marks everywhere. It looked like an ancient product in a Doomsday wasteland. This made Yishio doubt his life a little. It's so bad, can I still activate the code? However, as he walked forward and slowly raised his hand to check, I feel relieved. Activate vehicle object. Line 1 subway train. The fire energy required for activation. 2. Please ask if it is activated. Chapter 45 Yishio's Battle Pet, the ancient mechanical behemoth of Cybertron. Activation. Faced with the choice, Yishio made it without hesitation. Buzz! As the blue energy was output, it was accompanied by a violent vibration. The entire subway, which is about 130 meters long, began to undergo drastic changes, with countless densely packed, deformed elements constantly rotating and transforming. Because there are still zombies inside, they are strolling inside. Boom, boom. With the transformation of the subway, the next second, it turned into a giant mechanical python-like existence about 130 meters long, and the dense internal deformed elemental gears crushed the zombies, and blood flowed out of their bodies. Huge head bobbing. Bang! Even though it was in a subway tunnel, the huge impact force still broke the hard pillars easily like tofu. It revealed a huge head with 7 or 8 tentacles. Each tentacle seemed to be made up of countless steel bars. It was a deformable metal element with a terrifying ability to drill into the ground. After seeing Yishio, its crazy posture immediately became docile, and it lowered its huge head that was almost 3 meters high, making a strange snoring sound. At the same time, a set of data also appeared. Name: Cybertron's ancient mechanical behemoth. Level 1. Race: Cybertron, the ancient Titan race. Power: 10,000. Defense: 10,000. Firepower value: 5,000. Introduction: an ancient mechanical behemoth from the distant and mysterious galaxy Cybertron. It uses the subway as a carrier and possesses powerful destructive power and super high defense. It belongs to the ancient mechanical behemoth clan. Good guy. Seeing this data introduction, Yishio was stunned. I didn't expect that I would actually activate a Cybertronian mechanical ancient beast. God bless you. Yishio originally wanted to activate a more powerful transformer. Otherwise, there would be no fire left as a backup. But unexpectedly, the transformers were not activated. Instead, a mechanical ancient monster appeared. However, looking at the huge guy in front of me that is 100 meters long, it looks stronger than Transformers and gives me a very oppressive feeling. It seems like a good idea to have such a pet. Think about it when we go back and fight for territory with other survivor bases. This thing suddenly jumped out and caused a lot of destruction. What kind of base can withstand his torment? Even if it is used to deal with zombies, it will still be a direct route to victory. Not bad, not bad. The more Yishio thought about it, the more satisfied he became with this guy. He couldn't help but nod and patted his huge body made of deformed elemental metal. From now on, you will be called the Diamond Demon. Gulu gurgle. Leaan made a strange sound when he heard this. This startled Yishio. This guy can't speak yet? But it's also good. Not being able to talk means less chattering, which is less worrying because he found that those big guys are chattering more and more. That's enough. Patted its huge body. Let's get out of here first. Having successfully activated the subway, Yishio no longer wasted time and turned to leave. But considering that this guy is too big, just get him out like this. The scene was still a bit too outrageous. So after thinking about it, he asked, "How about you travel through underground? After all, it's a subway, and it's well connected." Gurgle. As expected, after receiving the order, Leaan immediately did a handsome flip, and bang. He hit the ceiling of the subway station directly, scaring Yishio so much that he felt the place was going to collapse. Then the sharp diamond demon transformed and went straight into the tunnel. Before leaving, he also dropped a positioning chip for Yishio. Yishio picked it up and took a look, and saw that the small chip had directly turned into a bracelet and was tied around his wrist. And through this, I found that I could locate Leaan's position at any time, and be summoned at any time. Not bad, not bad. Looking at this big guy, Yishio felt less worried. And now look at your own matrix energy source. There are 7 more. It has been 16 days since the Doomsday disaster. Yishio planned to wait until he encountered some powerful military vehicles in the future before activating it. It would be best if it were a fighter jet, a missile vehicle, or something like that. TSK, TSK, TSK. With this thing, controlling the entire Huaihai City is a piece of cake. However, when Yishio, holding the Guanshi Jingzong, returned to the ground, he heard a loud bang. What's that sound? It sounds like the sound of gunfire. It seems that someone is fighting for territory nearby. Next to him, the venom that turned into a Lamborghini made a mechanical sound. Oh, just in time. Yishio looked around his sphere of influence and said, "This is my territory. Let me see who is so bold as to start a fight on my territory." After saying that, he got on the Lamborghini and drove away with a bang. The supercar let out a dull roar and drifted handsomely towards the scene of the accident. When we arrived at the source of the explosion, we found that it was a large shopping mall. At this time, because the Doomsday disaster had already occurred for half a month, everything had changed. Everywhere was covered with foggy smoke and dust. The surroundings were in a mess, with big pits, damaged vehicles, and some zombie corpses everywhere. The whole place looked like a Doomsday ruined city. At this time, outside the mall, 2 groups of people were confronting each other. A dozen people surrounded 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 sides are on the verge of a fight. Chen Yong laughed and said, "Qin Jilan, you have nowhere to run, so just follow me back." The woman called Qin Jilan said in a cold voice, "Don't dream, I will not go back with you." Oh, Chen Yong's expression turned fierce. "Then don't blame me for being rude." Huh? Is it the guy from that thunder base outside the city again? But Yishio, who had just arrived, recognized the symbols on those people's clothes at a glance. They were people from a Doomsday base outside the city. Now the entire city is basically under the control of the Fiery Rose. As for the remaining survivors, they are either individuals whom Fiery Rose will not care about, or they are external forces. But here, outside forces are prohibited from entering. Bang! Therefore, as Yishio threw out the blood butterfly's fury in his hand, there was a loud bang, and the entire knife was inserted in front of the 2 parties confronting each other. Fuck, who is it trying to sneak attack me? Startled, Chen Yong turned around and saw a young man in a blue sportswear. So he angrily yelled, "Boy, are you looking for death? How dare you sneak attack me? You're looking for death." Yishio sneered upon hearing this. "You're the ones looking for death. You dare to fight on my territory. Are you tired of living?" "Huh? What, your territory?" Chen Yong was stunned when he heard this. And then he saw, behind Yishio, a huge mechanical monster that was 6 meters tall slowly stood up from the ground. Make his face become solemn. "Are you from the Fiery Rose?" Because only the Fiery Rose has such a terrifying war machine. Chen Yong's gloomy face immediately turned into a smile, and he clasped his fists and said, "Brother, this is a misunderstanding. We're just hunting down 3 traitors. Now that we have caught them, we will leave immediately." But the leading woman quickly retorted when she heard this. "We are not traitors. We are not from their thunder base at all. It is them who want to capture us back." Chen Yong's expression changed when he heard this, but he was still polite to Yishio. "Brother, I hope you can give our thunder base some face." Face? But Yishio shook his head when he heard this. "What face do you have at thunder base?" Since you are here, leave something behind before you go. What, leave something behind? If you break into my territory, you will have to pay some protection money. Huh? Chun Yong finally laughed this time, looking at him gloomily. Boy, you may not know yet, our boss Lei Bao is now a first-level combat mutant new human. I know that you, Fiery Rose, have these war machines, but now the times have changed. The future belongs to the mutant new humans. Even your boss in Miaoshue would have to look at our boss differently, let alone you. Oh, new mutants? Yi Xiao was even more surprised when he heard that. He didn't expect that a junior brother knew about the new mutants. That's right, Chun Yong said proudly. The era of you, the Fiery Rose, is about to pass. I advise you to be polite to us. Otherwise, if my boss finds out, you will be in trouble. That's perfect. Chun Yong thought the person in front of him would be scared, but Yi Xiao's next words made him stunned. Since you can become a new mutant human, it means you have the ability to kill high-level zombies. I have changed my mind now. You don't need to leave the supplies. Go back and tell Lei Bao. Tell him to prepare 100 zombie magic cores for me. Otherwise, I will destroy his thunder base. What? Chun Yong was stunned. How dare you ask our boss for a magic core? Chapter 46. I'm so lucky to meet another woman with superpowers. Because Yi Xiao discovered a better way to obtain zombie magic cores. That's right. Let others collect it for you. This Doomsday force collects 100, and that Doomsday force collects 100. Don't you have no shortage of zombie magic cores? No need to work. But Chun Yong got angry when he heard this. What? Are you crazy? Do you know how difficult it is to get zombie cores? Our boss only got 2 after so many days. And you want 100? Oh, it's hard. Yi Xiao came to his senses and looked at Chun Yong with interest. If it's hard, then don't do it. Poison. Buzz. As Yi Xiao raised his hand, he saw the poison behind him transformed into a laser hand cannon and aimed it at the younger brother beside him. Boom. With just one shot, the 4 little brothers were evaporated instantly. Damn it, kill him. Da-da-da. Needless to say, I also attacked Yi Xiao like crazy. They had always thought that this behemoth relied on human commands. But something happened to them that horrified them. Chun Yong discovered that the bullet that hit Yi Xiao actually sent out sparks flying, but did not cause any harm to him. Hiss. New mutant humans? His pupils shrank suddenly. Is this guy also a new mutant? Damn, the defense is so high. Of course, with Yi Xiao's current physical condition, let alone bullets. Even if a missile hit him, he wouldn't move at all. But poison is welcome. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive shots directly took care of all the little brothers. Only Chun Yong and 1 person beside him were left, watching the other side slaughter all of his brothers. There is a war machine that cannot be mentioned. There's also a new mutant human. Chun Yong was so frightened that he fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Brother, brother, don't kill me. I was wrong. Don't kill me. But Yi Xiao didn't kill him. He just used Guanshi Jingzong to pick up his neck and said in a low voice, Go back and tell Lei Bao that if you dare to step into the city again, I will destroy your thunder base. I understand, I understand. Chun Yong was frightened and nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Are you kidding? Who dares to fight against a guy who is both a mutant and a war machine? Oh, of course, don't forget. Chun Yong got up in a panic. But before he could leave, Yi Xiao's voice came again. Remember, let Lei Bao prepare 100 zombie magic cores for me. I'm a very kind person. Give him half a month. Half a month later, after the acid rain came, the zombies had probably evolved almost completely. It's not a big problem. Understood. How could Chun Yong dare to say no? You must be joking. The most important thing is to escape first. Hurry, go, go. After getting up, he quickly pulled his younger brother into a car and fled the scene with a bang. After watching Chun Yong and the others leave, the woman finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ran to Yi Xiao, thanking him. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. My name is Qin Jilan. I don't know your name yet. You're welcome. But Yi Xiao waved his hand. They just broke into my territory to arrest someone. What? Just because of this? Qin Jilan was shocked when she heard this and thought that the other party had saved her on purpose. But who would have thought that it was just to prevent others from breaking the rules here? But, no matter what, thank you for saving us. Qin Jilan bowed deeply, and then Yi Xiao saw the surging waves. A little dizzy. This woman is not small. Examine. Yi Xiao used his ability of returning 100 times the amount to scan. Name, Qin Jilan. Gender, female. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. She has a curvy figure, a full body, and plenty of assets. Overall score, 94. There are 94? After looking her up and down, Yi Xiu was a little surprised. After a closer look, he found that she was really beautiful. But it's a bit of a pity. Only 94. Not enough. This made Yi Xiu feel a little regretful, but he still asked, "Why are they chasing you?" This? But who would have thought that as soon as these words were spoken, Qin Jilan's dirty and pretty face showed a hint of hesitation. The two younger brothers beside him quickly reminded, "Miss. The meaning is obvious, don't say it." Seeing this, Yi Xiu frowned slightly. "Are you having a secret?" "No." But when she thought about the boy who saved her, and she knew very well how powerful he was, she sighed and no longer concealed it. "Actually, I am also a mutant new human." "Oh, you are also a mutant new human." Now, Yi Xiu became interested. He looked up and down at the woman in front of him who had a great figure, but he really couldn't tell. "That's right." The woman took a deep breath, then opened her bright eyes and said, "My ability is perception." "Perception?" "Yes." Qin Jilan nodded gently. "I can sense people with the same mutation within a radius of 200 meters, and in addition, I can also sense the location of powerful zombies within 200 meters. There is still this ability." Upon hearing about this talent, Yi Xiu became interested. You can actually sense the presence of mutants around you. You have to know that although they have become new mutant humans, in fact, if they do not use their mutant abilities, their appearance looks no different from ordinary people, and there is no way to distinguish them. But if there is such perception ability, that's different. You can always discover new mutant humans hiding around you. It can also sense the location of powerful zombies. It can be said that this is a very good auxiliary ability. It seems that in the future, we won't just be able to use mutant abilities to fight, there will be other alternative uses as well. Yi Xiu muttered to himself. That's right. Qin Jilan didn't notice Yi Xiu's details either and just said, "This is why Lei Bao is trying so hard to catch me." It turns out that she was also an ordinary survivor before and had her own Doomsday shelter. Because Lei Bao heard that a survivor had eaten a zombie magic core some time ago and successfully mutated into a new human being, gaining a terrifying speed. So he found a way to kill 2 low-level zombie tyrants and was lucky enough to get 2 magic cores. But he didn't dare to eat it, so he caught one and tried it first. As a result, I gained this perception ability, and he gained the ability of speed. But Qin Jilan didn't want to work for Lei Bao, so she ran away. And then what happens next is what you see. Qin Jilan said, "I see." Of course, Yi Xiu also knew that it wasn't just their luck that they got 2 magic cores at once. It is because acid rain is about to come in the next 2 days, and the speed at which zombies derive magic cores is getting faster and faster, so the chance of obtaining them is also increasing. But one thing is worth affirming. The 2 people only ate 2 pills, and both gained mutant abilities. This luck is still good. Qin Jilan also hurriedly said at this time, "You'd better leave quickly. Chen Yong will definitely tell Lei Bao about this matter when he returns. He has a very terrifying speed. I'm afraid he will come after you." "Oh, you're here to settle accounts with me." But Yi Xiu smiled when he heard this and waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, they won't come again. Starting tomorrow, there will be 3 chapters with 7,000 words guaranteed. Thank you for your support, brothers and sisters." Chapter 47. Qin Jilan took the obedience potion. "You won't come again?" Qin Jilan was stunned when she heard this and looked puzzled. "Why?" "Because the urban area is the territory of the Fiery Rose. Other Doomsday forces cannot enter to collect supplies or engage in a melee." Yi Xiu said. "This is the rule," he said. "What?" Qin Jilan was shocked. No wonder that guy hesitated when he entered the city. It turned out that they had intruded into the territory of other Doomsday forces. Isn't the power of this Fiery Rose a little too great? Everyone knows that the urban area is where the resources of the entire city are concentrated. Food, drink, supplies, including clothing, etc., can be said to be incomparable to those below. And controlling this place is equivalent to controlling the lifeline of a city. Also took control of all the supplies. How strong is the Fiery Rose? Only in this way can other Doomsday forces not dare to step into the city center. Big? But Yi Xiu didn't think it was big at all. Because ever since the emergence of the Cybertron Mechanical Lifeform Army, his target is no longer just a small urban area of less than 50 kilometers, but the entire city or even bigger. Now, it is just the beginning. With this legion, it is possible that I can unify the world at the end of the world. But Qin Jilan didn't think so. Since there was such a huge force here, she hurriedly asked Yi Xiu, "Since you know so much about the fiery rose, you must also know their boss." "Huh? Why are you asking this?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xiu looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with interest. "I want to join the fiery rose," Qin Jilan said after taking a deep breath. She knew very well that if she wanted to completely avoid the pursuit of the Thunder Base, she could only join the fiery rose and get their protection. "As long as fiery rose is willing to accept me, I will pay any price, including my body," she said through gritted teeth. "What, miss?" But the two younger brothers were shocked when they heard this. "Oh my God, miss, your condition is too great." "Shut up." But Qin Jilan didn't think so. She even turned around and scolded the two of them, because she could see that the person in front of her was definitely a senior member of the Fiery Rose. Otherwise, he would not be able to carry such a terrifying mechanical life form. So she looked at Yi Xiu with pleading eyes. "Please help me." "Oh." I have to say, Yi Xiu was quite surprised to hear this. This woman knew how to use her body. Moreover, this woman has a good perception ability, and Fiery Rose also needs such talents. "But you can join if you want." Yi Xiu took out a bottle of obedient water from his pocket. "As long as you drink this, you can join." "What is this?" Qin Jilan was stunned when she saw the obedient water. Yi Xiu did not hide it. "Obedience potion, drink it and you won't betray me. Once you betray me, you will die in pain. Think it through. I'm not in a hurry." "What? There is such a thing?" Qin Jilan was shocked when she heard it. But when she thought of the survivors in her shelter and her niece, she gritted her teeth and said, "I'll drink it." After saying that, he took it and drank it all. But after drinking it, Qin Jilan did not find any special changes in himself. Very good. But Yi Xiu had already seen the woman's information data. Name: Qin Jilan. Age: 27. Level 1. Innate ability: Perception. Can sense the presence of mutants around, and can also sense the location of powerful zombies around. Shared. Check myself. Sure enough, I found the talent column. Except for one fire control, one more perception. This is Yi Xiu's real purpose. It is better for him to have superpowers than for others to have them. Although it was only 94 points, it did not meet the requirement. But at least I have the ability to perceive. With this ability, whether it is finding the location of zombies or identifying the mutant new humans around, there is now a good way. Also, there is one more thing. After Qin Jilan finished drinking, she looked at Yi Xiu tentatively and said, "I have a niece and a few friends in a shelter. Can you help me rescue them and let them join the Fiery Rose? I'm afraid if I go too late, those people will attack them." "Oh, there are others?" Being in a good mood, Yi Xiu did not refuse. They were just a few survivors, so it was something that could be done easily. He just happened to want Li Zuanmo to attack the Thunder Base, so he did it as well. "No problem. Thank you so much." Seeing his agreement, Qin Jilan's pretty face immediately revealed an expression of great gratitude. Then Yi Xiu asked his two younger brothers to report to Rose Manor first. As for the survivors, after learning their location, Yi Xiu directly asked Li Zuanmo to bring them back. This is just right. It can also give a deterrent to the Thunder Base and make them take the initiative in half a month. Don't let yourself get angry. Gurgle. Then there was a loud rumbling sound and a vibration sound coming from below. Qin Jilan was so scared that she thought it was an earthquake. "What happened? Why do I feel like there is something underground?" Yi Xiu glanced at him and said, "Don't worry. He's one of us. One of our own." Qin Jilan's expression became even more strange. Could it be that there were some special forces underground? However, Yi Xiu did not explain too much and just took Qin Jilan back to the Sky Garden first. "Come on, follow me back first." "Yeah, okay." Seeing Yi Xiu getting into the car, Qin Jilan could only quickly run forward and follow him. Then, amid a rumbling and dull roar of air waves, the Lamborghini Veneno, like a silver-gray stream of light, drifted away quickly in a handsome manner. At this time, Chen Yong, who had escaped, was driving away frantically with his younger brother. They held their breath along the way and dared not even breathe. He ran all the way for 5 kilometers and out of the city. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. "But I always have a strange feeling. Boss, why do I feel like there's an earthquake behind us?" "Bah! Earthquake!" But Chen Yong slapped him in the face and cursed. "There are zombies everywhere here, and there might even be zombie tyrants. It will definitely cause a lot of noise. Now go back and report this to the boss first." As he spoke, he stepped on the accelerator. It took less than half an hour to get back to the Thunder Base. The Thunder Base is located in an abandoned factory. The defense here is tight, with dozens of people wandering outside, killing zombies as soon as they encounter them. I saw Qin Yong's car coming. A brother guarding the door immediately raised his hand and signaled, "Open the door! Buzz!" Then the big iron gate slowly opened. Qin Yong rushed in quickly. As soon as I got off the car, I ran to the lobby of the shelter. At this time, Lei Bao was torturing a woman. The woman was covered with bruises and looked terrible, but judging from her skin, she should be a very good woman. Brother, something happened." Lei Bao put on his clothes and frowned when he saw Qin Yong running in a panic. "What happened? Why are you so panicked?" He found that only Qin Yong and a younger brother came back, and his expression became even more unhappy. "Where are the others?" Qin Yong panted and said in fear, "Dead. All dead. We broke into the city of Fiery Rose and were killed by their people." "Damn it, it's the Fiery Rose again." When he heard it was the Fiery Rose again, Lei Bao's mood, which had just eased, became irritable again. He sat on the sofa and slapped it, almost breaking it. "That in Miao Shue, she has taken over the resources of the entire city, and now she has killed so many of my brothers." And Qin Yong even exaggerated. "They also said that you, boss, must prepare 100 zombie magic cores within half a month. Otherwise. So what? Just flatten our thunder base." Hole! At this point, Lei Bao's face was twisted with anger, and a corner of the sofa was almost torn apart by him. But he still cursed. "This stinky bitch is really going too far. These days, it's hard to get 2 zombie magic cores, and he actually wants me to pay him 100. That is..." The other brothers were also filled with indignation. "Fuck, what do they think we are, cattle and horses? Where can I get 100 zombie magic cores?" Chapter 48. Li Zuan Mo's Little Deterrence. You have to know that last time, in order to get those 2 zombie magic cores, they lost more than 30 brothers. Now, they want us to hand over 100 of them. Even if there are, we can't give them. Lei Bao, with a gloomy face, now knows the benefits of the zombie magic core. Eat it to gain even more powerful strength. After eating just 1 pill, he had already become a first-level mutant new human. Gained a speed 10 times faster than that of ordinary people. If you eat 100 of them, you will definitely take off. Hanan shit. But a young man wearing glasses was very sober. He pushed his glasses and asked Lei Bao carefully, "But boss, if we don't hand it over, what should we do if the people from Fiery Rose come to kill us? I heard that they have very powerful war machines, more powerful than tanks and armored vehicles, and they also have armed helicopters." "I'm not afraid of shit." Lei Bao glanced at him, sneered, and raised his calloused hand. After experiencing the power of the mutant new humans, you will know that the so-called human weapons are outdated. The future will only belong to mutants. As long as I can find a way to get a few more magic cores to eat, my power will only get stronger. Then, why would I need to be afraid of that damn Fiery Rose? Oh, the whole city area must be mine. When the word urban area was mentioned, the eyes of a group of young men lit up. That was a good place, with abundant supplies and tall buildings. It was nothing like this rotten factory of theirs. Damn, it had nothing. If we can occupy the city, haha, then we will be rich. Boom, boom. What's that sound? Just when they were still excited, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. The factory building also began to shake. It was like an earthquake. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? But then the terrified voices of other survivors were heard outside. Oh, what is that? Fuck, it's a giant beast. Huh? What happened? Upon hearing the noise, Lei Bao hurriedly took a group of his brothers out to check the situation. It's better not to go. Once there, they were shocked. The ground in the originally quiet factory was now broken into pieces. A terrifying mechanical beast over 100 meters long drilled out from the ground. Its huge body seemed like an ancient beast, and its body made of densely packed metal and mysterious elements gave people an unparalleled sense of oppression. Quick, fire! Da. The younger brothers were so scared that they opened fire immediately. But these bullets hit the sharp demon and sparks flew everywhere and had no effect at all. Instead, the huge mechanical body, which was 2 or 3 times taller than a human, flicked its tail, and the little brothers were almost blown away by the violent explosion and died. What the hell? What is this? The younger brothers were so frightened that they ran behind Lei Bao in terror. Watching the ancient mechanical behemoth that almost destroyed the entire factory with ease, their eyes filled with fear. Is this also the mechanical monster of the Fiery Rose? Qin Yong, who had just experienced death, Could tell at a glance that the densely packed, deformed metal elements on this big guy were very similar to the Lamborghini, worth nearly 100 million yuan. And sure enough, after the big guy caused some simple destruction and killed more than 30 little brothers, it was seen on the extremely terrifying huge head of the sharp drill demon. A beautiful woman appeared, dressed in black, holding a long sword emitting a transparent blue light. That figure and that appearance are simply top-notch. It was the first time that Lei Bao saw such a beautiful woman, and her eyes widened. I feel like I'm on par with Qin Jilan. The only difference is that Qin Jilan has a seductive taste with a mature style, while this one is aloof and makes people want to conquer her. But now I definitely don't have the desire. It turned out that Yi Xiu was afraid that this group of people wouldn't understand the situation, so he simply notified Li Xiaowan. Li Xiaowan also came here with Li Zuanmo. She stood on Li Zuanmo's head. Below her were densely packed mechanical gears that emitted a red, burning temperature. There was no doubt that anyone who entered would be crushed into a bloody mist the instant they entered. Looking down from above, Li Xiaowan pointed the knife in her hand at a distance and said, "Are you Lei Bao?" "Yes, I am." Swallowing his saliva, Lei Bao was frightened by this huge creature. "Oh my God! Don't say that you haven't evolved, because you have evolved. In front of this mechanical behemoth, you're doomed to be crushed to death." Where did these guys get so many weird and powerful mechanical life forms? Lei Bao wailed in his heart, but he was still much more polite. "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" "Oh, nothing." After confirming the identity, Li Xiaowan said expressionlessly, "My master said that within half a month, you must hand over 100 zombie magic cores. Did you remember it?" Of course, of course." Lei Bao nodded repeatedly and said with a wry smile, "I was just discussing with my brothers how to prepare some zombie magic cores for you. I didn't expect you to come here in person." Good man, looking at his boss like a pug. A group of younger brothers were stunned. "Damn, boss, that's not what you said in there just now. Are you kidding? If you don't say that now, you will die." Therefore, Lei Bao hurriedly said solemnly, "Don't worry, I will be ready." "Very good." Seeing Lei Bao being so obedient, Li Xiaowan's pretty face revealed a hint of satisfaction, and then patted Li Zuanmo. "Everyone, let's go." "Gurgle." Li Zuanmo shook his huge body, turned around, and took Li Xiaowan with him, and pushed away with a loud bang. After they left, Lei Bao finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the abandoned factory that had been destroyed beyond recognition. This guy is scary. But, boss, are we really going to give him the zombie magic core? The little brother with glasses beside him couldn't help but ask. Lei Bao came back to his senses with a complicated look in his eyes. "Let's prepare first. Otherwise, the whole team would be wiped out. Unless one's power is strong enough to deal with such a monster. Maybe if I upgrade my ability to another level, I'll have a chance." He thought secretly in his heart, but he glanced at his younger brother who was still in a daze. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and find the zombie magic core." "Oh, good, good." A group of younger brothers reacted and nodded quickly. "But I haven't taken just 2 steps. Suddenly, as if realizing something, a little brother raised his head subconsciously and saw that the sky suddenly became gloomy and gloomy, under the influence of a gust of stuffy wind. Tick! A drop of rain fell. It fell right on his face. I was just about to say it was raining, but then an indescribable stinging pain instantly spread across half of my face. "Ah, boss, there's something wrong with this rain." At this time, Yi Xiu and Qin Jilan had already returned to the Sky Garden. Seeing Yi Xiu living in a city full of zombies, Qin Jilan was secretly shocked. She didn't expect that he would dare to live here. "You can follow us to the Sky Garden. Open the door." "I'm back." "Yeah, brother Yi Xiu is back. I saw a gorgeous woman in a pink suspender nightgown sitting on a luxurious soft sofa worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, eating snacks and watching TV. Because there was electricity and he found some cache data in a USB drive, he was watching a movie. However, when he saw Yi Xiu, he immediately rushed over to him barefoot. This sudden scene made Qin Jilan, who was following behind, stunned again. What a beautiful woman. And look at that rosy look and clean face and clothes. The first thought that came in her mind was, gold, the beauty hidden in the golden house? Chapter 49, the second wave of natural disasters, the coming of acid rain. Hey, this is... But soon, Lin Yushi noticed Qin Jilan behind him and asked curiously, "Let me introduce you." Thinking of the woman next to him, Yi Xiu also said, "Qin Jilan, our new survivor." "Oh, a newcomer." Lin Yushi's eyes lit up when he heard this. "There's a newcomer. So he immediately shook hands with Qin Jilan enthusiastically. Hello, my name is Lin Yushi. Hello, hello. Qin Jilan came back to his senses and wanted to shake hands, but then he considered that he was dirty and would not fit in here. Lin Yushi saw it immediately, so she smiled and said, how about I take you to take a bath first? Huh? What? Qin Jilan was stunned when she heard this. She thought she had heard it wrong. No. Can I take a shower here? God have mercy on me. I haven't taken a shower since the apocalypse broke out. Because water resources are so precious, and ordinary water has been contaminated, it is not suitable for drinking or even bathing. But I could take a shower here? There is no other way, given the conditions. Because some time ago, Yi Xiu activated a purifier and a generator. Not to mention the generator, which provides electricity. As for the purifier, it can actually purify the virus water, and it can also directly condense water molecules from the air and turn it into water source. 1 cubic meter of water can be produced in 1 hour. That's 24 cubic meters a day. 24 cubic meters. Not to mention eating it. Even if 10 people washed it, they wouldn't be able to use it up. So the water resources here are still sufficient. Let me take you to wash first. It was too dirty, but Lin Yushi didn't mind. She pulled the confused Qin Jilan in to take a shower. As for Yi Xiu, he had been busy for so many days. Finally, he could have a good rest. He sat on the sofa, closed his eyes, and rested for a while. You know what? It's so comfortable not to go out. And it took almost half an hour. There was a noise coming from inside. Yi Xiu looked up and saw Qin Jilan, who was wearing a beige bathrobe, with slightly wet hair and a rosy face, coming out. Her seductive figure and posture made the man want to take a bite. No pictures, please upload one. Thank you. This is so tempting. Even Yi Xiu was stunned. No, system, are you sure this is only 94 points? Why does it feel like this? It's no worse than Lin Yushi. Thinking of this, he simply checked it again using the system. Just found out. Name, Qin Jilan. Gender, female. Height, 168. Weight, 56 kilograms. She has a curvy figure, a full body, plenty of assets, and is naturally charming. Overall score, 95. Damn, it became 95 points? System, what's going on? Yi Xiu asked in his heart. System, sorry host, she was too dirty just now, so I couldn't tell. Yi Xiu. It turned out that Qin Jilan was too dirty before. Although she could be seen as a beauty, she was not obviously beautiful. But now that my body is clean, everything is visible. No, this is also possible. But soon he was happy. This was perfect. He had one more cow. Master. Master? Being stared at like this by Yi Xiu, Qin Jilan felt like a naked lamb waiting to be slaughtered. She felt blushing and embarrassed. Oh, Yi Xiu came back to his senses, looked him up and down, and said with a smile, not bad. Of course. Qin Jilan was a little uncomfortable with being called that. But after all, I am very confident about my appearance. Alas, it's a pity that if the Doomsday disaster hadn't happened, I wouldn't have fallen to this point. Boom, boom. But just at this moment, a dull thunder sounded. Because this is a high-rise building. Qin Jilan was shocked. She subconsciously hid towards Yi Xiu. Such an alluring figure and soft touch. I'm afraid no man can resist it. Even Lin Yushi, who had just followed out, was stunned and blinked. No, sister, are you so good at hooking up with men? But now Yi Xiu's concentration is very strong. Here it comes. The moment he heard the thunder, he quickly got up and walked towards the balcony. What's coming? The two girls didn't understand what was going on and looked at Yi Xiu in surprise. However, when I followed Yi Xiu to the balcony, I found that the sky outside was terribly gloomy and accompanied by a rumbling sound. A drizzle began to fall. Is it raining? Lin Yushi said in surprise after looking at the raindrops hitting the floor-to-ceiling window outside. No, but Yi Xiu's expression was solemn. This is not rain. It's acid rain. Acid rain? When these words were spoken, the two were shocked. That's right. Yi Xiu nodded. And at this moment, as expected, there were hair-raising screams coming from outside. I saw a survivor running out from somewhere and coming to the city center to collect supplies. But when he saw it was raining and was about to leave, the moment the raindrops fell on his cheek, the survivor showed an expression of great pain and quickly covered his face. But it was useless, because my hands were instantly corroded by the acid rain. He let out a scream of pain. He struggled and quickly hid in the awning nearby. At the same time, the entire face was burned and almost disfigured. Same as sulfuric acid. Hiss! When Lin Yushi, who was holding a telescope, saw this scene, she couldn't help but gasp. How so? It's the second wave of disaster that's coming. But Yishio was very calm and only spoke lightly. What? The second wave of disaster? The two girls looked at Yishio in astonishment. Isn't it enough to have a zombie apocalypse? But Yishio did not explain too much. Although the system had given a very clear explanation, he did not know the specific intensity of the acid rain. And this is just the beginning, only the second wave of natural disasters. There will be fog, ice, mutant creatures, and even meteorites, earthquakes, and other natural disasters to come. Compared with the ones behind, these two should be considered small witches. And, after a moment of hesitation, Yishio also released the reconnaissance bird. Buzz! Click! Click! As the mechanical watch on his arm changed, the reconnaissance bird flapped its wings and flew out. Master! Master! What do you want me to do? The scout bird made a hoarse and flattering stammering sound. This scene shocked Qin Jilan again. She covered her mouth, her pupils filled with shock. Oh my god, what is this? Could it be the same existence as those mechanical life forms? But Yishio ignored her because he needed to know the situation outside. So he asked the scout bird, will this acid rain cause harm to you? But who would have thought that the reconnaissance bird just flew out and scanned and found that the acid rain had no effect on it? Master, this acid rain has no effect on us? It also flapped its wings and flew a circle outside. That's good. Seeing this scene, Yishio also breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the acid rain would have an impact on the Transformers. Now it seems that I was overthinking. But if you think about it carefully, it is true. Those big guys can easily withstand the damage from fucking missiles. How could this little bit of acid rain corrosion have any effect on them? But this is just fine. Go and help me observe the situation outside. Understood, Master. Upon receiving the order, the scout bird quickly flapped its wings and flew out. At the same time, he also left behind a piece of deformed element as a projection. Not long after, the perspective of a reconnaissance bird appeared in front of him. Just look from the perspective of a reconnaissance bird. At this time, the entire Huaihai City was shrouded in dark clouds, and drizzle continued to fall. Many survivors who went out to collect supplies have been infected. Let out a scream of pain. Damn, what the hell is this? This rain hurts. Oh no, it's acid rain. Everyone hide. Run quickly, it's acid rain, run. The survivors began to flee in all directions, no longer bothering to collect supplies. The whole city began to fall into chaos, causing the already small number of survivors to decrease further. Moreover, Yishio discovered that acid rain seemed to target only humans. It didn't have much impact on other things. For example, the houses, the cars on the roadside, and even the grass and trees have not changed much. Chapter 50 No, the zombie magic core can also be returned 100 times. And what surprised Yishio the most was, he found that all the zombies had come out. Crowded, let out a dull roar. Staggering, he came to the street. Let the acid rain wash over you. They are. Lin Yushi, who was standing next to him, saw this and couldn't help but frown. It seems feels evolving. That's right. Yishio also noticed it. The zombies came to the streets, and after being baptized by acid rain, their rotten skin evaporated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Instead, there was pale skin, and some of them seemed to be starting to swell, become more powerful. Yishio was a little surprised to see this detail. It really evolved, and sure enough, roar! On the street, under the constant baptism of acid rain, a zombie's eyes changed from originally scarlet to green. This surprised Qin Jilan. Is it the zombie tyrant? She had seen the zombie tyrant, and his eyes were green. And now, this ordinary zombie has actually become a zombie tyrant. That's not the case. But no one knows those zombie tyrants better than Yishio. He shook his head. It's not as strong as a zombie tyrant yet, but it should be stronger than an ordinary zombie. Not just the city center. The zombies in other places were also shedding their rotten skin visibly, even ignoring the heavy rain. And Yishio also thought of a problem. Now that it has evolved, the drop rate of zombie magic cores should be higher. Thinking of this, Yishio simply said to the scout bird, "Scout bird, try to kill one." Gah! I understand, master. Thousands of meters in the sky, the reconnaissance bird received the order and immediately flapped its wings and flew down. He came up to a green-eyed zombie who was still being baptized. The wings clicked and transformed into miniature Gatling guns. The zombie just reacted. Da-da-da. He was beaten into a sieve in an instant. The scout bird even deliberately hid its head. Then the zombies fell to the ground. A small green magic core suddenly exploded from its head. Oh my god, it's a zombie demon core. Qin Jilan, who was standing next to him, was shocked when she saw the small green magic core. A look of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. She quickly said to Yi Xiao, "This is what the Thunder Leopard dropped when it killed the zombies last time. I rely on this to improve my abilities. I didn't expect to be so lucky this time. Is that okay?" Yi Xiao didn't think so. It should be that the explosion rate has increased. But even so, bring it back first. Yi Xiao still said to the scout bird. "Yes, master." After killing a zombie, the reconnaissance bird flapped its wings and used its sharp metal claws to directly grab the zombie magic core. Then he quickly flew back. After flying back, he handed the magic core to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao checked it. Then I found that it was true. This is a first-level magic core. Yi Xiao still has several third-level ones in his hand. That was obtained by killing the zombie tyrant. The reason why it was not given to Lin Yushi and others to use was because the magic core had limitations. Ordinary ones that have not evolved can only eat first-level ones. However, if one eats a high-level one, he may become an inhuman zombie tyrant because he cannot withstand the power. But now it just so happens that there is a first-level one. Come on, eat it. But after thinking about it, Yi Xiao simply gave it to Qin Jilan to try first. Because the system has said before that this thing has a chance of failure, and the success rate is not high. It would be good if 1 out of 100 survivors can succeed. As for this woman, she already has mutant abilities. Just try to see if it can be upgraded. Give me. But when Qin Jilan saw the magic core handed over to him, she was a little surprised. I didn't expect that such a good thing would be given to me. Or you can try it. But Qin Jilan did not take it immediately. Instead, she hesitated for a moment and said to Yi Xiao, "After all, even Lei Bao had to work very hard to get only 2 of these good things." But Yi Xiao didn't think so. After all, this woman eats for herself. I don't need this thing at all. Just listen to me and eat it. Oh well. Seeing Yi Xiao say this, Qin Jilan had no choice but to reach out and take it, then put it in her mouth. After eating it, she felt a warm current flowing through her body, and then she discovered, "My perception seems to have become stronger." She raised her beautiful eyes with an expression of disbelief. Her previous perception ability was only able to sense an area of about 200 meters. But now, it seems to have increased to 300 meters. Really? Yi Xiao also discovered that his perception ability had been improved and was synchronized with Qin Jilan. It seems that if I want to improve my mutant ability level in the future, I still need to let them eat more. But just when he was about to let the reconnaissance bird kill a few more zombies to see, suddenly, he discovered that there were 100 more zombie magic cores in his space ring. This thing can be returned too. Seeing the 100 first-level zombie magic cores lying quietly inside, Yi Xiao was stunned. At this time, the system's voice also sounded. Because the zombie magic core is not a system explosion rate, it is a common item, so you can also get a return after eating it. Yoho! Yi Xiao was happy to hear this. And this is a good thing. I thought only ordinary food and drinks could be returned. I didn't expect that this zombie magic core could be returned. You know, eat one and get 100 back. If you collect 100 of them, it is equivalent to others collecting 10,000. Do I still have to worry about not having enough zombie magic cores in the future? So Yi Xiao simply took out 10 zombie magic cores again and handed them to Qin Jilan. Keep eating. I have to say, after seeing the 10 zombie magic cores that Yi Xiao handed over, Qin Jilan was also shocked. An incredible look flashed in Shui Mei's eyes. Oh my god, there are so many. Oh my god, is this true? This thing is mass-produced here by the owner. But Yi Xiao didn't waste any words and said directly, "Keep eating." Oh, okay. After coming to his senses, Qin Jilan naturally wanted to improve his supernatural powers as soon as possible. So he hurriedly took them and ate them one after another. Yi Xiao also clearly saw that Qin Jilan's ability experience bar was constantly increasing. Perception experience +1. Perception experience +1. Perception experience +1. Until the 50th one. Boom! Qin Jilan, who was a little full, felt that she could not eat anymore. Ugh, her stomach was bloated. But in the next second, she felt a powerful mental power suddenly burst out from her body, and the range that was originally growing slowly suddenly increased rapidly as if it exploded. In the blink of an eye, the range exceeded 3 kilometers. And she discovered that she could not only sense the location of powerful zombies, but she could even sense who had a magic core. Yi Xiao also saw the prompt. Congratulations, your perception ability has been upgraded to the second level. In addition to being able to perceive mutants within 3 kilometers, you can also perceive the precise location of zombie magic cores within 3 kilometers. Yi Xiao was stunned when he saw this prompt. I didn't expect that my perception ability would be upgraded to the second level. It can not only sense the location of mutants within a 3-kilometer radius, it can also sense the location of zombie magic cores. And obviously, Qin Jilan, who was standing next to her, also had a feeling. She pointed to a street not far away, about 1.2 kilometers away, and said uncertainly, I feel like there seem to be 2 zombies over there with zombie magic cores. What the hell? This can be sensed. But Lin Yushi, who had been watching the fun from the side, finally widened her bright eyes when she heard about this ability. Oh my god, this is a new superpower. Scout Bird. Yi Xiao also noticed it, so he immediately summoned a Scout Bird and pointed to the direction. Go and kill those 2 zombies and see. Gah! Understood, Master. The reconnaissance bird, having received the order, immediately flapped its wings and flew over. It didn't take long before they arrived at the 2 wandering zombies. Because Scout Birds are silicon-based life forms and do not have the smell of humans. So the zombies had almost no reaction when they saw him. This is a good deal for the Scout Birds. Transformed into a miniature Gatling gun again. Da-da-da. There was another fierce attack, and the 2 zombies were killed just as they reacted. And sure enough, 2 zombie magic cores fell to the ground. Oh my god! Lin Yushi was shocked when she saw this scene. She covered her mouth and said in surprise, It really exists. Great, she said excitedly. With this ability, we won't have to worry about not being able to find the zombie magic core anymore. Chapter 51 Lin Yushi's ability awakens. What? You want me a weak girl? To be a meat shield? You know, in the future Doomsday. Everybody saw it. If you want to survive, you need enough supplies and a safe shelter. But now with the emergence of new mutant humans, then the most precious thing in the future will undoubtedly be the zombie magic core that can enhance human strength. With this thing, we can survive the Doomsday more safely in the future. But here comes the problem. Not every zombie can explode. But now with this perception ability, I can clearly sense those zombies carrying magic cores. In this way, it is basically possible to obtain the most zombie magic cores in the shortest time. Yes, this is indeed a good ability. Yi Xiao was also quite satisfied. However, when he wanted to upgrade Qin Jilan's level again, but found out, it doesn't seem to work. I ate 2 more in succession, even though I returned 200. But it seems that these magic cores have not been improved any further. At this time, Yi Xiao also saw the prompt. To upgrade from level 2 to level 3, you need a level 2 zombie magic core. I see. Yi Xiao suddenly realized what was happening. It seems that this level of skills has no effect on Qin Jilan. But it doesn't matter. Isn't there another one next to it? You try it. Yi Xiao took out another one and handed it to Lin Yushi to try. Pointing at himself, Lin Yushi was also eager to try. So he quickly ate the next one. But after eating it, Lin Yushi frowned slightly and said, I feel like it doesn't seem to have any effect. Oh, no. Yi Xiao also found that there were no prompts. It seems that not everyone can become a mutant, but Yi Xiao was not surprised. Why? Because the system has said before that even with a zombie magic core, not everyone can evolve into a new human. The probability is even only 1%. That is to say, it would be good if 1 out of 100 survivors could get it. However, I don't have much of anything here, just a lot of magic cores. So, Yi Xiao simply poured out a bunch of them again. If one isn't enough, just eat a few more. I'll go. It has to be said that when seeing so many zombie magic cores, even the usually calm Qin Jilan was dumbfounded. No, so many? You know, I almost lost my life for that. But you escaped hundreds of them at once? If these are used to train other people to become new mutant humans, at least there will be several of them. But now, you are only using it to train Lin Yushi? To be honest, Yi Xiao has no interest in mass training. All you need is a few ridiculously powerful mutant new humans around you. As for the life and death of others, he didn't have much interest. So he said to Lin Yushi, just eat. Oh, okay. Lin Yushi came back to her senses and was stunned for a moment, but she still hurriedly started eating. 1, 2, 3. I ate 52 in total. Finally, Lin Yushi only felt that her body had changed. He looked at his white arms in disbelief. Why do I feel like my defense has been further improved? Yi Xiao also discovered that this woman's defensive ability had indeed been strengthened. It increased from 1,500 points to 1,600 points. Only, are you serious, system? Yi Xiao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. It only increased by 100 points? Are you kidding me? But the system thought it was normal. Not everyone is as abnormal as you. With 100 points of defense, 10 times the defense of ordinary people, you can basically block bullets with your bare hands. After Yi Xiao heard this, he suddenly felt that there seemed to be nothing wrong. Indeed, possessing superb defensive capabilities is indeed a good ability. What if I eat another 50 and upgrade to the second level? Continue. Yi Xiao looked towards Lin Yushi. I want more. Lin Yushi was helpless. She was almost full, but there's nothing I can do. She could only continue eating. With every bite, Yi Xiao found that his energy level increased by about 5 points. And until I ate 50 of them. Ding, congratulations to Lin Yushi for upgrading his defense to the second level, reaching 35 times. And, taking into account the previous 1500, it is equivalent to an increase of 185 times. Naturally, you will also have the effect of figuring it out. The second level defense capability has been increased to 35 times. It seems that you are suitable to be a meat shield. Yi Xiao looked at the slim and boneless Lin Yushi and said with a strange expression, "A meat shield?" Lin Yushi's pretty face immediately fell when she heard this. No way. She is such a beautiful girl, and you gave her such a talent. God, does it have to be so outrageous? Yi Xiao also saw this. It seems that this mutant ability is only limited to improving various abilities of oneself. For example, perception itself is the sixth sense of human beings, so eating the magic core can enhance the perception ability of the sixth sense and see through everything around. And the strength of the body itself has been enhanced dozens of times on its own basis, including the speed that was killed by Shaoan some time ago. To put it bluntly, it's all about improving your own strength. That's right, Qin Jilan also discovered this feature. So, in the future, any so-called mutant new humans you encounter are actually people who have enhanced a certain characteristic of their body. Well, it's very likely. Nodding slightly, Yi Xiao thought again of the level 10 marked on himself by the system. It seems so. It is also the level of the corresponding 10th order mutant new humans. It seems that the system has already made arrangements. Yi Xiao sighed in his heart. However, but Lin Yushi thought, if you develop one of your abilities to the extreme, it is indeed quite abnormal. Yeah, Yi Xiao came back to his senses and nodded. That's right. If a person could develop his speed to 1,000 times, wow, that's comparable to those Quicksilver and Flash in the Marvel Universe. But it seems, no matter how fast you are, you can't be as fast as me. After all, he has now developed a speed that is nearly 300 times that of an ordinary person. If it is fully unleashed, it will even be faster than the speed of sound. What's more, it's only now. Ding-ling. Just when Yi Xiao was about to send his Cybertron Legion out to collect some more magic cores, a sudden urgent radio call sounded. That's the Transformers' unique radio signal. Because now almost all electronic equipment outside has failed. And using the Transformers radio system, Yi Xiao can easily talk to people who have a Cybertron bracelet. Sure enough, a Miao Xue's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Yi Xiao, are you okay? It's raining acid outside, and I found that the zombies seem to be evolving as well. Yeah, I know. Yi Xiao had already seen this question, so he responded. Well, on the other end of the phone, and Miao Xue was stunned when she heard this. But when I think about it, it seems so. Yi Xiao lives in the Sky Garden in the city center. Naturally, you can clearly see everything that is happening outside. She breathed a sigh of relief. Then I feel relieved. By the way, how is the situation over there? Of course, Yi Xiao did not forget to ask about the situation at Rose Manor. Chapter 52, the sixth mechanical life form. Leader level. It turned out that it was because Yi Xiao had reminded him before. Therefore, Miao Xue asked them not to go too far early in the morning. So, everyone is safe now. And Miao Xue said, well, that's good. After all, it is also a Doomsday force. Although in the future, I will rely on the Transformers Legion. But these people also have some use. Oh, that's right. Suddenly remembering something, and Miao Xue said, I see those zombies seem to have come out. Their skin is rotting, and their flesh is falling off. It seems they are evolving. Normal. Yi Xiao also said, those zombies are indeed evolving, and the explosion rate of zombie magic cores has also increased significantly. What? It can also explode magic cores? And Miao Xue was shocked when she heard this. Doesn't that mean everyone will target zombies in the future and try to hunt for magic cores? The mutants from the past 2 days can be quite strong. If there are too many such existences, then thermal weapons don't have much advantage. No, I have to find a way to hunt more magic cores. Otherwise, what if we are surpassed by other Doomsday forces? Of course, Yishio did not object. After all, the more magic cores he had, the more advantages he would have. Moreover, Yishio also reminded, remember, don't eat the magic cores you hunt. Send them to me first. After all, I can give it back 100-fold. No problem. And Miaoshu knew this secret, so she smiled and said, don't worry. I'll keep them all for you. TSK, TSK, TSK. Giving Yishio 1 is equivalent to giving him 100. If one could collect 100 fiery roses, that would be tens of thousands. I guess there aren't that many in the entire Huaihai area combined. We chatted for a while more. Soon Yishio hung up the phone. Of course, he was not idle either. Now that the zombie magic core has come out, of course, it's time for everyone to stretch their muscles. Therefore, Yishio asked the scout bird to notify the big guys below. But when the projection is turned on, he was confused, because it is seen below now. Several big guys are actually playing cards? That's right, the huge shopping mall is 15 meters high, just enough for a few big guys to rest. At this moment, Poison, Iron Sheet, and Lightning appeared. 3 big guys were playing landlord there, and I don't know where he got a big iron plate from. It's just the right size for their hands. With a loud bang, Ironhide threw a card on the ground. A3. Hey, an old A. Fuck. Seeing that Poison had made a mistake, Lightning immediately became annoyed and slapped Poison on the head, cursing, are you kidding me? We are teammates, and Ironhide is the landlord. Damn it. After being slapped, Poison was not to be outdone and pushed Lightning. I can play whatever cards I want. What's it to you? Hey, I really don't want to be teammates with an idiot like you. You are the idiot. Enough is enough. After finally grabbing a handful of the landlord's iron sheet, I saw that the 2 guys had already started pushing and shouting, and immediately said, can we have some fun? I think none of you should play anymore. At this moment, Yishio's voice suddenly rang out. Boss. Hearing Yishio's voice, Du Yao suddenly became alert and quickly got up. When he turned on his projection, he saw Yishio. At this moment, Yishio was speechless. No, I told you to stay down there, but you ran away to play landlord. Besides, where did these big iron playing cards come from? It's bigger than my head. There's no way. Tiepi and the other big guys are also innocent. After all, it's too much free time here. We are collecting supplies outside, and we don't need them. They can only play landlord here. Even Lightning hid something behind him, discovered by the sharp-eyed Yishio. What are you hiding? Hey, no, nothing. Lightning smiled awkwardly and scratched his head, then had to move aside. Then Yishio saw an oversized oil barrel. Lightning saw this and quickly explained, don't get me wrong, boss. I really didn't have anything to do today, so I went to the gas station and got a few barrels of oil. Bah, you know what? This oil is as light as water. It has no taste at all. The taste is as fresh as water. Isn't it just water? Yishio couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth when he heard that. After all, domestic oil contains more ethanol than crude oil. I just didn't expect these big guys to drink it as wine. And there were fights. That's enough. Of course, Yishio also knew that these big guys were too boring. After all, Stinger and Soundwave still have things to do. Because they are in the fiery rows, they can fight zombies when they have nothing to do. But these guys are just sitting there doing nothing. Therefore, Yishio waved his hand and said, all right, your chance to exercise has come. The zombies outside are evolving now. In the next few days, I need you to help me get some zombie magic cores. After all, it's raining acid outside, which is not very convenient for me. Of course, I can only rely on my current defense ability. This acid rain has absolutely no effect on me. However, just in case, let's see the situation first. Oh, sure enough, when the big guys heard this, their eyes lit up. Great, I finally have a chance to move around. Hey, yeah, I'm getting rusty. Don't worry, boss. We'll be there soon. Upon hearing this, the big guys did not hesitate at all. Directly amidst a series of violent clacking sounds of mechanical gears turning, it turned into a pickup truck and 2 supercars. Then with a fierce roar, he rushed out. This scene stunned the newcomer Qin Jilan. No, these big guys are not exclusive to the fiery rows. It turned out to be the masters. But looking at the big guys leaving, Yishio also felt a little headache. It seems like it's time to find them a leader. After all, if we continue like this, the number is increasing, and trouble is bound to occur sooner or later. I am here if I am not here one day. They have to fight. After all, to put it nicely, they are Cybertronian mechanical life forms. To put it bluntly, no one knows which one has the Decepticon personality and which one has the Autobot personality. It just so happened that it was raining acid outside, and I had nothing to do anyway. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao also thought of the Western Star that had been parked underground. I currently have 5 sparks left. I originally wanted to keep it and use it to find some high-end military weapons later. But now, it's time to do it. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao simply went downstairs and found the Western Star. This 13-meter-long behemoth was lying quietly in the underground parking lot. Qin Jilan followed behind Yi Xiao, a little puzzled. What are we doing here? You'll know soon. But Yi Xiao didn't explain. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the blue and red Western Star. Then he placed his hand on it, and a prompt appeared. Scan carrier. Western Star 5700. Target can be activated. 200% energy required. After activation, you will obtain a leader-level Cybertron warrior. Please ask if it is activated. Oh, a leader? Yi Xiao was stunned when he heard this, a little surprised. Isn't this just an ordinary soldier this time? Could it be that it is really possible to activate a giant like Optimus Prime? After all, you have to know that in the movies, the so-called leader level is a very powerful chief-level warrior. For example, Optimus Prime, Megatron, or the leader of the previous generation of Autobots, Archimond. It is no exaggeration to say that each one is very powerful, especially the change to early. The famous scene where Brother Zhuzi fights 3 people alone is quite shocking. If I could activate a Pillar Brothers level, TSK. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao no longer hesitated. Simply select Activate. Buzz! As the choice was made, the next second, a blue energy wave instantly covered the entire heavy truck. Then, after being transformed by countless deformed elements, this originally quiet big guy began to vibrate violently. Qin Jilan was scared. My god, this guy is also a mechanical life form. Sure enough, it happened in the blink of an eye. This 15-meter-tall behemoth is also making a series of gear-turning sounds. Appeared in front of Yi Xiao. He knelt on one knee with great respect, making a magnetic, mechanical sound that seemed to come from the depths of the universe. Leader warrior of Cybertron, I pay my respects to my great creator. Only, compared to the 2 girls who were stunned, Yi Xiao's expression began to become strange. Because this guy actually looks somewhat similar to Brother Zhuzi. And the data is outrageous. Name, Cybertron Leader Warrior. Level 1, Arms, Army, Air Force, none yet. Power, 10,000. Defense, 10,000. Firepower value, 10,000. Weapon, Hot Melt Retractable Knife. Introduction, a powerful leader warrior from the distant and mysterious planet Cybertron. He possesses powerful strength that ordinary warriors do not have. He uses the Western Star as a vehicle and is a leader-level warrior. This value, even Yi Xiao at his current level couldn't help but be surprised when he saw these data. A typical hexagonal warrior? Chapter 53. Crazy stings, lightning, and hell on earth on the viaduct? You know, even a monster like the Diamond Demon only has a value of 10,000. But this guy is only 15 meters in size, yet he has such high values. And the firepower is higher than that of the Diamond Demon. He is indeed a leader-level warrior. It's really strong. And seeing that this guy does look somewhat similar to Optimus Prime, Yi Xiao simply gave him a name and said, from now on, you will be called Skyfire Pillar. Understood, my respected creator. The Skyfire Pillar, which got a new name, also made a dull mechanical sound, with blue mechanical eyes and a domineering posture. It made Yi Xiao feel like he was looking at the fallen Optimus Prime. But now is not the time to think about this. There are evolving zombies outside now. I need you to help me get some zombie magic cores. Clear. The Skyfire Pillar, which received the order, turned back into the 13-meter-long Western Star with the sound of gears turning, and then roared with a dull rumble of the accelerator. Ran wildly towards the outside of the underground garage. Qin Jilan was stunned. Her pretty face was filled with astonishment. Where on earth did these big guys come from? Let's go. As for Yi Xiao, he didn't explain too much, but just took the woman back to the Sky Garden. Observe the situation below from above. Then I found that, as expected, I followed the Skyfire Pillar to leave the underground parking lot. The huge noise really woke up the zombies that were still evolving under the baptism of acid rain. They found the cars, bloodthirsty scarlet eyes, as well as some zombies with green eyes, all rushed over. He wanted to use his flesh and blood to stop the heavy truck. After all, they thought there was someone up there. But God has mercy on us. Originally, this heavy truck wanted to hit and kill someone, just like playing. What's more, it's an activated Skyfire Pillar. So, it was just a meeting. Boom. Under the violent impact of the sky fire pillar, dozens of zombies were knocked away. The entire street was swarming with zombies. Then, the pillar of skyfire, in the instant of being surrounded, turned into a 15-meter-tall Cybertron mechanical lifeform with a series of violent clicking sounds of mechanical gears. Then his hands transformed into terrifying retractable hot melt knives. Puff! At first glance, the extremely sharp hot melt knife was as easy to use as cutting melons and vegetables. More than 30 zombies were cut in half without any blood spilling. The horrific high temperature directly burned their bodies. Bring it on! I'm going to kill you all! The sky fire pillars seemed to have turned evil and started to kill crazily. Hundreds of zombies were wiped out in the blink of an eye. This scene stunned Qin Jilan and Lin Yushi on the rooftop. Oh my god, this guy is too strong. It only took a short while, only 10 seconds, and all the zombies were killed. They opened their cute little mouths so wide in surprise that they could almost fit 2 bananas. But Yi Xiu didn't care. That's nothing. According to the system settings, once these guys come out, they are comparable to 10th order mutant new humans. What is the concept of the 10th level? The strongest zombie tyrant now is only level 3, the one he killed before. Generally, it is around the first level. This is equivalent to a full-level boss entering the novice village. So what's the point of playing? Direct and comprehensive massacre. However, the more Yi Xiu looked, the more confused he became. Because he felt that although this guy looked like Optimus Prime, and even his weapons were very similar, his level of violence was no less than that of the Decepticons. Of course, the sky fire pillar will kill more zombies. Poison, Lightning, Ironhide, and the others were also busy. Hey, it finally came out! On the viaduct, acid rain was still falling, but it had no effect on the big guys. On the contrary, because Lightning was completely liberated, the military green Lamborghini ran wildly on the elevated road in the Huaihai rainstorm, like a green stream of light, very handsome and fierce. Du Yao was not inferior at all behind, and actually started racing. But after a huge black crowd appeared in front of them, Lin Yushi narrowed her eyes and couldn't help frowning, wondering, what is that thing? That is, but the experienced Qin Jilan's expression changed when she saw the dense black mass, and she said in a trembling voice, "It's a zombie tide." What, a zombie tide? Upon hearing this, Lin Yushi turned around and looked at Qin Jilan in confusion. That's right, Qin Jilan's face looked quite ugly. She had experienced a tide of zombies before. These zombies are very strange. Once they encounter a particularly large movement, they will unconsciously gather together. Moreover, as more and more zombies gather, more zombies will join in, forming an extremely large zombie tide. It's coming like a tidal wave. Ordinary shelters can't stop it. Moreover, she had only experienced an ordinary zombie tide before, with only thousands of zombies in the suburbs. But where is this? The city center. If a tide of zombies gathers, that's probably no less than tens of thousands, or even more. If such a tide of zombies gather together, my goodness, any kind of doomsday force might be flattened. Besides, if more and more people gather, I'm afraid the whole city center will be destroyed. Oh, but who would have thought that before Qin Jilan, who looked nervous, could finish his words, Du Yao and Lightning had already rushed in excitedly. They don't want to live anymore. This frightened Qin Jilan so much that her pretty face changed drastically, although these big guys were very powerful. But these zombies add up. We should also understand the principle that even a large number of ants can kill an elephant. But apparently she still underestimated the horror of poison and lightning. Because the next second, she saw 2 huge monsters screaming excitedly and rapidly, and then they began to transform violently into powerful Cybertron mechanical life forms. At the same time, Lightning also fired an energy cannon that was comparable to a missile. Boom! The horrifying energy suddenly exploded at the scene, and before the zombies could react, hundreds of them were evaporated in an instant. And wait for the remaining zombies to react. They had already rushed into the tide of zombies and began hacking and killing frantically. This scene made Qin Jilan dumbfounded. Oh my god, so strong? That was a tide of tens of thousands of zombies. There might even be tyrants among them. But now, it only takes 2 or 3 minutes. They saw that the entire 2-kilometer-long section of the elevated road was almost penetrated by them. And he was shouting while firing. Hey, come on, I'm gonna kill you all. Lightning, watch my back. I don't want to be covered in that rotten blood from this disgusting thing. No problem, snapped his fingers. Then Lightning threw a grenade directly. Boom! There were sudden explosions all around, and more than 20 zombies that rushed up were blown away in an instant. Even under the fierce fire of the two big guys, Qin Jilan watched in a daze. The 2-kilometer-long viaduct was pierced through and was shaking violently and terribly. With a loud bang, the viaduct collapsed, and countless zombies who wanted to rush over were crushed underneath, and some fell directly from the viaduct. That scene, it's like hell on earth. But the victims of purgatory this time are the weird zombies. Chapter 54. Stop. No more fighting. You have to leave some for me. Numb. Qin Jilan was completely numb now, because she found that she really underestimated the fighting power of these big guys. I thought it was a modified robot. At most, they're just big in size, relying on their own strength to deal with zombies, or they have modified their weapons. But it seems now, they are probably not inferior to those top-level technological weapons. Qin Jilan said with doubt about his life. The most advanced technological weapon? But Yishio laughed when he heard this. This is a Cybertron mechanical life form, a being that roams the universe. Top technology? There is no comparison at all, and judging from the meaning, it is much better than what is shown in the movie. Especially now, it's only level 1. Who knows how high it will reach after 2 more levels? But he didn't intend to explain. And just like that, it only took one morning. Almost all the zombies around were slaughtered by them. There's not even any energy left. Lightning grabbed a huge zombie that was 3 meters long. The huge mechanical arm lifted it up directly and then pierced through the head. The zombie tyrant still wanted to fight back and tried to hit the lightning with his fists, but he couldn't hook it. He could only watch his head fall off. Then an energy magic core fell out. After asking the reconnaissance bird to give it to Yishio, he took out a first-level zombie magic core that had been returned and ate it. Buzz! Following a series of energy fluctuations. Recharge your energy immediately. Then continue to fire and massacre. As for the reconnaissance bird, it kept strolling around the battlefield, using its own exclusive reconnaissance and locking system to lock onto those magic cores, then picked them all up and gave them to Yishio. But soon, Yishio also discovered a problem. That is it. This morning's work. A few big guys basically cleared out several large streets around them, which contained more than 100,000 zombies. A zombie core that can be dropped. But there are only about 100, and basically all of them are low level. This made him think of a question. That's not right. The magic cores of these zombies are still low level. If we kill them all, where will the high-level magic cores be? Yishio has figured it out now. It is estimated that these zombies will gradually increase in level as they are constantly baptized by acid rain. If you kill them all you'll get will be a bunch of low-level ones. Not to mention, 100,000 zombies. I haven't killed him yet. Therefore, he immediately called a halt. Enough, enough! When the big guys who were enjoying the killing heard Yishio's radio voice, they all put down their weapons, including a newly evolved zombie. He was brought up by the poison and was about to solve it. Suddenly, hearing Yishio's reminder, he subconsciously put it down. With a loud bang, the zombie tyrants who were put down began to doubt their lives. Just when he was about to be killed, he suddenly came back to life. He turned around and ran away excitedly. Are you kidding? Who the hell would play with this thing? My little brothers are all dead, okay. Still staying here, waiting for the new year? But unexpectedly, Lightning showed no moral integrity and took out his laser hand cannon and fired another shot. Boom. Just wanted to celebrate the zombie tyrant who survived the disaster. Evaporate directly on the spot. Go. Did I let you go? Lightning blew on the muzzle of the gun and said nonchalantly. But at this time, the sky fire pillar, which had already joined up with several big guys, also stopped attacking. Seeing more and more zombies escaping, he asked curiously, Master Creator, why don't you continue hunting? What the hell is the point of hunting? Yishio said, they are still low-level zombies now. Even if we kill them all, there won't be many zombie cores left. It's better to keep them alive and deal with them later. Yeah, that makes sense. Tanoza thought about it and found it made sense. However, so what do we do now? Go collect supplies? Yishio asked the scout bird to drop a space ring to each of them. Anyway, during this period of time, I have collected quite a few space rings. It has increased to 13 pieces. Although the vast majority are of blue or green quality, about 1 or 2,000 cubic meters. But it is enough for daily collection of supplies. Miaoshua has 4 of them. I still have 9 of them. So he said, fill up these space rings. Remember, collect more food, drinks, and things you might need, and of course medicines too. After all, with my current level, it is unlikely that I will catch a cold or a fever. However, it would be a waste if medicines were left and used in urban areas. There is no harm in collecting them. Although this thing may not be very important now. But Yi Xiu believes that in the future, as the Doomsday disaster continues to escalate, these medicines and even supplies, it will definitely bring unimaginable benefits. Yes, Lord Creator. After receiving the new order, the big guys seem to relax. Just turn into one supercar, pickup truck, and heavy truck after another, rushing towards some places that have not been collected yet. After they left, the outrageous scene was finally fully revealed to Lin Yushi, Qin Jilan, and Yi Xiu, especially the two girls. After seeing the devastated city center, I couldn't help but twitch the corners of my mouth. If you don't know, you might think a large-scale battle has taken place here, especially the zombies' corpse. They are everywhere, almost piled up into a mountain. Basically, everyone within a 5-kilometer radius was killed. There were zombie remains everywhere. This is because a few big guys evaporated most of the zombies. Otherwise, there is nothing wrong with calling it purgatory. But even so, the scene was shocking enough. In particular, the sound of gunfire lasted for the entire morning in the city center. Because of the acid rain, there were no survivors outside. Otherwise, if the survivors saw it, they would definitely suspect that alien creatures had also landed on the blue planet. However, some survivors hiding in underground shelters still heard the horrific explosion. They all thought that the army had come to the city center. Little did they know that this was just the work of a few large Cybertron mechanical life forms. Chapter 55 Yi Xiu completely occupied the city. Of course, with these big guys doing the work, Yi Xiu was not idle either. After all, you can gain attribute points by killing zombies yourself, and there is also a chance for equipment to explode. Although my current strength is already outrageous. A total of 3,000 points. What does this mean? It's equivalent to 300 times that of an ordinary person. Even a villa might not be able to withstand one punch. But this is not enough. Yi Xiu needs to be stronger. Because only in this way can we better cope with future disasters. But considering that it is still acid raining outside, so the bored Yi Xiu simply went to the top floor with a gun. Used guns to kill some zombies for fun. So it only took one afternoon. He also got 2,000 points. And Yi Xiu also discovered it. Now when killing zombies, we basically target the first level. Ordinary firearms can still kill as long as you shoot the enemy in the head. But the difference is, the attribute points were increased to 5. What does this mean? This shows that zombies are also evolving. It seems that my prediction was correct. These zombies will probably become stronger as the acid rain lasts. Therefore, all these 2,000 attribute points were added to strength. Yi Xiu opened his attribute column and took a look. Name Nitu. Age 21. Level 10. Physical strength 1,000. Strength 5,000. Agility 4,000. Defense 7,000. Talent fire control level 1. Ability perception level 2. Defense level 2. 400 points. In general, my current strength has reached a level that ordinary people cannot achieve. 4,000 agility. Any move of Yi Xiu now can be compared to Quicksilver in the Marvel movies, exceeding the speed of sound. But that's not enough, because Yi Xiu knew that this was just the beginning of the disaster. There is definitely more to come, so I need to become stronger. And so it went on until evening. Boom, boom, boom. Then I heard a loud rumbling noise outside. The zombies became faster, but it still has no effect on the Skyfire Pillar and the others. A Western Star 5700, a Lamborghini Lightning, a Lamborghini Veneno, plus a pickup truck also returned. As soon as I came back, in a large shopping mall, I saw several guys deforming rapidly with a crackling sound. What a harvest! Seeing this, Yi Xiu flashed down from the top and asked, "Master Creator." Then the Skyfire Pillar made a respectful sound, then raised his hand and said, under the influence of a burst of blue energy. Several space rings slowly floated in front of Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu checked and made an unexpected discovery. There are a lot of supplies in there, such as bread, instant noodles, and even a large amount of meat and vegetables. Where did you get this from? Yi Xiu looked towards the Skyfire Pillar. It turned out that Tianwuzhu went to a warehouse where there were large quantities of frozen foods, such as prawns, pork, beef, etc. It weighs thousands of tons. And because there was a backup solar power source, the frozen food in the warehouse was actually still in good condition. So they were all brought back. And besides that, Tiepi also brought a lot of clothes, which were shipped from a garment factory, such as underwear, panties, women's underwear, including coats, sweaters, shoes, etc. There are tens of thousands of items in total. These things are good too. Seeing these supplies, Yishio nodded. Although he didn't need them for the time being, with the outbreak of the Doomsday disaster, these clothes would definitely be useful in the future. You can do without it, but you can't live without it. And, considering that the system mentioned later that there was still ice, Yishio also said to Iron Skin, "Tomorrow, you should go collect some more cotton clothes, down jackets, etc. In case it gets cold by then. It can also be used." "Understood, Lord Creator." Ironhide replied respectfully with a dull sound. So the next few days were relatively simple. Iron sheets, pillars of skyfire, poison, lightning, they go out early and come back late every day. Go out and gather supplies. From small things like food to big things like tools. They didn't let go of any of it. As for Yishio, he was not idle either. It's nothing more than fighting zombies in the Sky Garden every day, getting some equipment, upgrading stones, and so on. Prepare for the future. In other words, the entire urban area is currently under the control of the Fiery Rose. So a few big guys can bring large quantities of supplies every day. But even so, as acid rain continued to fall, it's been about 3 days, and there's still no sign of it stopping. Many Doomsday forces have begun to be unable to hold back and have put on plastic raincoats and plastic masks, out to collect supplies. There's no way, they are not like Yishio. There is no need to worry about food and drink, and there are also a few big guys that are not afraid of acid rain. They can only fend for themselves. As for Yishio, he would use a scout bird to keep an eye on them every day. And considering that one scout bird is not enough, so they simply activated 10 more drones from DJI. And what's interesting is, a drone only needs 10% of the energy. This means that the energy accumulated in a day can activate the cross. Yishio also named them number 1, number 2, and number 3. Their mission is simple. It surrounds the urban area. Once someone is spotted trying to enter the city center to collect supplies, all warned to leave. Early in the morning of that day, several survivors from below sneaked into the urban area. But before they came in, then number 3 spotted them and swooped over quickly. "What the hell? What is this?" The guy who was driving was shocked when he saw this guy. But number 3 didn't care about them and only made a hoarse mechanical voice. "This is a restricted area. You are not allowed to enter. Otherwise, I will kill you." "What? Prohibited area?" They are all new. Although I have always heard that the urban area is the territory of the Fiery Rose. But it didn't mention there was such a weird mechanical bird. Isn't this technology a bit too advanced? But the boss sitting in the back seat doesn't care about that. He cursed, "Damn it. What's there to be afraid of with a mechanical bird? Kill him first." As he spoke, the boss took out his gun and fired at number 3. But when it comes to output, number 3 has no problem at all. Instead, it made it a little unhappy. "Hey, I think you are an old man who wants to hang himself because he thinks his life is too long. Brothers, kill him for me?" "What, little brother?" The survivors were stunned when they heard this. "Damn, this thing has a younger brother?" But the next second, when I saw the so-called little brother, their eyes widened, and they even became extremely frightened. Because early in the morning, there were strange roars coming from all around. Then, one after another, strange-looking zombies came pouring in from all directions. They made a hissing sound, locked on the breath of a living person. "Fuck, it's a zombie. Run!" The boss acted decisively and immediately asked his younger brother to drive away. "But how can I run away? Now these zombies have evolved and are no longer the same as before. It is no longer as weak and fragile as before, falling down at the slightest touch. On the contrary, the strength increases and the nails become sharper. Movements become more agile." It pounced on the car and started biting it madly. "Hurry, run!" The car behind didn't care about the boss' life or death and started to reverse frantically to escape. Even though the boss fought back hard, sparks flew from the gun barrel. He still couldn't resist it, and soon he was bitten and screamed in pain. They never dreamed of it. These guys can actually drive zombies? Chapter 56, The Forbidden Zoo in the southern suburbs of the city, the legendary Forbidden Existence. Of course, it's not actually drones that can drive zombies. The main reason is that Ironhide already knew that zombies are more sensitive to some ultra-frequency sound waves and will gather around them. So the data was transmitted to these 10 little guys. But once they encounter an invasion, they will not heed warnings. Ultrasonic waves will be enabled directly. Attract zombies around. Gaga. Seeing the few survivors being surrounded and bitten by zombies. Number 3 also made a weird noise like a villain. "Hey, let's see if you dare to come again." After saying that, It flapped its mechanical wings and flew away. In addition to this, Yishio also let these little guys target the powerful zombie tyrants in the city who were already evolving relatively quickly. Positioning chips were installed on them. You can keep track of their location at all times. In this way, when they're promoted to the corresponding level, you can slaughter it for the new year. If those people knew, not only is entry into the urban area prohibited, but even those powerful zombie tyrants have become Yishio's hunting creatures. I guess they will be so angry that they will die. This person is so annoying when comparing himself to others. We are all survivors. Why are we still hiding from little zombies? Are you just treating the zombie tyrants like pigs? The gap is too big, but the benefits are also obvious. Following Yi Xiu's warning, after several waves of people suffered losses, they finally made the city center a no-go zone. Within a radius of 30 kilometers, I will never come in, no matter how hard you try. However, not everyone has given up on moving to the city center. There are still several Doomsday bases on the outskirts, and they are still planning to make a comeback in the urban area. One is the Thunder base that Yi Xiu had taught a lesson to. One is the Temple of Redemption that had been driven out by the Fiery Rose, plus several other miscellaneous forces, especially as the acid rain disaster continues. More and more people got the zombie magic core and successfully evolved into a new mutant human. Well, of course, the chances of this happening are still very low, but there are thousands of people after all, so a few still came out. For example, Chen Yao, the boss of the Temple of Redemption. She was wearing a black long skirt with a beautiful figure and a scarf on her pretty face. Although her true appearance could not be seen, her fair skin showed that she was an extremely beautiful woman. Brothers, please post the pictures yourself. Many people are drooling over her, but we only dare to fantasize about it from afar, and no one dares to act rashly, because she has a very powerful superpower charm. No matter whether they are men or women, once they are bewitched by her eyes, they will lose their minds and even obey her orders. This was also why she was able to kill the previous boss of the Temple of Redemption and become the new ruler of these 300 people. Even Lei Bao, who was standing next to him, didn't dare to look him in the eye. A man couldn't help but said angrily, "Today, a few of my brothers accidentally broke into the city and were killed by the drone of the Fiery Rose." Really? But Chen Yao, who was sitting on the sofa, sneered and said in a boneless voice, "Did you really break in by accident?" This? After hearing this, the man immediately felt a little embarrassed, but he still said angrily, "Even if it was intentional, the city has so much supplies and it is so large. The Fiery Rose, only has 1,000 people. How can he occupy it all?" This statement drew approval from other survivors. They are alive today, and none of them are good people. Who doesn't have the blood of zombies on their hands, and hasn't killed a few people in order to survive? Believe in only one. In the end, the strong prey on the weak. In my opinion, we should find a way to kill the Fiery Rose and take over the city. Then we can share the supplies. Wouldn't that be much better than staying in the suburbs? A middle-aged man said viciously. His words also aroused the agreement of others. That's right. We have too few supplies in the suburbs. There's not enough to share. If we can find a way to get into the city, then we won't have to worry about food and drink. But here comes the problem. Isn't it a bit too difficult to kill the Fiery Rose? Then a young man said cautiously. After hearing this, everyone fell silent for a moment. Yes, the number of people in the Fiery Rose has been increasing since the end of the world. I heard that the number is about to exceed 1,000 now. Although we have more than 1,000 people here, in fact, what I'm most worried about is their special weapons. Then the middle-aged man Yang Feng said in a deep voice, "I heard that the power of that thing is amazing. Most people can't withstand it and will be evaporated instantly." But the other young man didn't take it seriously. He sneered and said, "Brother Yang, you are still too cautious. Don't you think about it? That was before the acid rain. We were all ordinary people and relied on thermal weapons. But now it's different. The acid rain has been coming for almost a week. Those zombies outside have exploded a lot of magic cores, and we also have 9 mutant new humans among us. If we really fight, we may not lose to them." This made Yang Feng's eyes light up, and he smiled and said, "The cop is right. We now have new mutants. Let's not talk about the mutant abilities of others. Just our brother Lei's speed ability. Even if those guys are amazingly powerful, they may not be able to capture brother Lei." These words made everyone look at Lei Bao, who had been silent the whole time, only to see that the big boss of the Thunder base was distracted. Yang Feng frowned. "Brother Lei, what are you thinking about?" Oh no, nothing. Lei Bao came back to his senses and smiled, but he was very nervous in his heart, because no one knows the horror of those big guys better than him. Are you kidding? Last time, that beautiful woman came with a monster that was over 100 meters long. My goodness, even if I had 30 times the speed, I could only run 60 meters in 1 second. I'm afraid he can't withstand a slap in the face from that guy. But he didn't say it because he also wanted supplies from the city. In fact, they're the most unlucky ones. As survivors sandwiched in the suburbs, the counties and prefecture-level cities below are said to be about to be unified. You can't go to those places at all. In the past, everyone was killed, but entering the urban area was also prohibited, so they were still very short of supplies. If they can kill the fiery rose and get the city supplies, they will become the new masters of the city center. So he wanted these people to work for him. Therefore, he looked at Chen Yao, who had not said much and did not make eye contact with her. Instead, he smiled mysteriously and said, "In fact, if we want to take over the city, we don't necessarily need to fight head-on." Oh! Hearing this, everyone became interested and looked over. Even Chen Yao couldn't help but look at him in surprise with her beautiful eyes. Lei Bao was sitting on a chair, looking at Chen Yao with a smile, and said, "Ms. Chen's ability is actually the most special here. She can charm people, including living things. If we make good use of this ability, perhaps it can have unexpected effects." Oh, you mean? Chen Yao became interested and seemed to have understood Lei Bao's thoughts. Sure enough, Lei Bao glanced at the interested people and said with a smile, "Isn't there a zoo on the edge of the city center, in the suburbs south of the city? I heard that there used to be a lot of animals in it, but because of the infection, it became a mess and became a restricted area. And the day before yesterday, one of my brothers was collecting supplies, and he got a piece of news when he passed by. In the zoo, a zombie Tiger King that may be at level 5 appeared." What? Zombie Tiger King? Or level 5? Sure enough, everyone's heart trembled when they heard this. Oh shit, is this true? You know, the luckiest person now seems to be only at the beginner level of the second level. If it is really level 5, that is definitely a taboo level existence. Who dares to provoke? Chapter 57 Mechanical Birds with Different Personalities. But Lei Bao's meaning was very clear. If we can bewitch that 5th level Tiger King and use it for our own purposes. He didn't continue speaking, but the others understood, and their eyes lit up. Yes, that's a 5th level mutant Tiger King. It is the overlord of Chengnan Zoo. If you take him down, by then, let alone the fiery rose, even Yi Xiu's mechanical life forms may not be a match. Yes, everyone became excited when they heard this. But Chun Yao smiled. She shook her head and said with a tingling voice, "If I had that ability, I would have attacked the city long ago. Why would I be driven to the suburbs?" This too. Everyone reacted after hearing this. Yes, damn, if this woman can control a 5th-order mutant Tiger King, why would she cooperate with him? After all, although Chun Yao's ability is amazing, but you can't skip so many levels and directly deal with the 5th-level mutant Tiger King. And one can't tell for sure. Not only did I fail to control the Tiger King, I also lost my life. But Lei Bao's purpose was not like that. He sat in his chair and smiled slightly. "We don't need to control the 5th-order mutant Tiger King. We just need you, Miss Chun, to use your ability a little to make him go crazy and enter the city to wreak havoc. I think that's enough. By then, there will be a 5th-level zombie Tiger King causing trouble there. Humph! Even the fiery rose may not be able to stop that terrifying, forbidden existence. By then, we will naturally have the city in our hands." Yeah, that makes sense. After hearing this, Yang Feng's eyes lit up again. He said quickly, "Brother Lei is right. We can definitely give it a try. What if it works? Then we won't have to survive in this godforsaken place anymore." This, looking at so many expectant eyes, Chen Yao paused. She actually didn't really want to provoke Yi Xiu. After all, although there are not many supplies in the suburbs, there are enough for these people to survive. To put it bluntly, it's just greed at work. But since we have joined this alliance, if we don't do something, who knows if he will be surrounded by a crowd. So Chen Yao thought about it, then sighed and said, "Then let's give it a try." Good. Seeing Chen Yao agreed, Yang Feng slapped the table and said excitedly, "Let's go right away." Having said that, he prepared to make arrangements. Besides, Yi Xiu at this moment didn't care about the other survivors at all. Now his daily goal is very simple, which is to collect supplies. Strive to clean up the urban area as soon as possible. After all, acid rain is just an appetizer. There is still ice behind. What if the whole world freezes over? TSK, TSK. All these supplies are gone. So it only took 7 days. Basically, all the supplies in the city were collected by him and the survivors of the fiery rose, and 2/3 of the supplies were collected. And most importantly, 4/5 of the supplies went into Yi Xiu's pocket. As for the remaining 1/5, most of the supplies were returned by Lin Yushi, Li Xiaowan, Qin Jilan, Chu Mingyao, and Miao Xue and others. After all, these 5 women can feed 500 people. Of course, it was a bit regretful for Yi Xiu. In the entire Huaihai City, there are very few women with a score above 95. So far, I haven't found the right one. On this day, the acid rain continued. It had been falling for a week, but fortunately, it had been drizzling all the time. Therefore, the urban area was not flooded. It's just that the ground is a little wet. After lying at home for a few days, Yi Xiu came out to stretch his body. He wore a special raincoat to protect him from the acid rain. In his hand was a handful of moonlight, which had exploded a few days ago. This is a long sword that emits a blue light and has an almost invisible blade. Not only does it have the effect of increasing all attributes by 1 when killing, it also has a critical strike effect and a thunder attribute blessing. There is a 10% chance of an additional 30% critical damage. At first glance, it might seem just average. But you have to know, if Yi Xiu's strength value is increased to 10,000 points, that would be a huge concept. He could directly deal 13,000 damage. So it's still pretty awesome. And the thunder attribute can also be used to paralyze the enemy. But the main theme is still one cool. Yi Xiu likes this knife very much. Puff! He easily killed a 2nd-level zombie tyrant that was 3 meters tall and rushed up. Boom! The terrifying thunder attribute directly burned the 2nd-level zombie tyrant to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. It was almost cooked through. This made Yi Xiu sigh as he looked at the effect of the thunder attribute. This is only the 1st-level effect. If you use upgrade stones again, strengthen it a few more times. TSK, TSK, TSK. Maybe even heavenly thunder can be summoned. But at this time, he noticed the 2nd-level magic core. Oh! Finally, a level 2 guy has arrived. Seeing such a 2nd-level magic core, Yi Xiu's eyes flickered. Although we have killed a lot of zombies in the past few days, they were basically all level 1 or higher levels such as level 3 or level 4. The 2nd order is like a fault. But now, on the 7th day of acid rain, one finally came out. Therefore, Yi Xiu did not waste any time and directly notified Qin Jilan. Boom! Not long after, there was a dull roar of a car. Qin Jilan and Li Xiaowan rushed over in a Lamborghini Veneno. Owner! As soon as I got off the car, 2 women came up to me enthusiastically. Now they are getting more and more beautiful, especially Li Xiaowan, who was wearing a black leather jacket with a Dark Knight style, a bit like Catwoman played by Anne Hathaway, while Qin Jilan still has an intellectual and mature beauty. The 2 girls have been busy these days, using the weapons given by Yi Xiu to improve their strength. Now, even Qin Jilan is not weaker than the 5th level. Come on, eat it! Without wasting time, Yi Xiu handed it directly to Qin Jilan. Is it a 2nd-level zombie magic core? Qin Jilan was a little surprised to see that the energy contained in it seemed different, but she still swallowed it obediently. Ding! Congratulations to the goddess you fed. Qin Jilan ate the 2nd-level zombie magic core. You get the 2nd-level zombie magic core plus 100. Following the system prompt, Yi Xiu discovered that there were 100 more 2nd-level zombie magic cores in his space ring. But that's not the point. The key point is that Yi Xiu discovered that after Qin Jilan ate it, her abilities seemed to have improved again. His perception ability also began to spread like the ripples, gradually increasing from the previous 3 kilometers. Continue. Yi Xiu took out the one he had just returned and continued to feed Qin Jilan. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Finally, after the 50th pill went down his stomach, Yi Xiu only felt that his perception ability was growing explosively, directly expanded to 9 kilometers. Feeling the changes in himself, Yi Xiu couldn't help being surprised. His perception ability, which had been upgraded to the 3rd level, had actually expanded by 2 times. And that's not all. Yi Xiu closed his eyes and suddenly sensed that there seemed to be several waves of energy fluctuations 8 kilometers away. That is, it's a new mutant. Qin Jilan, who also sensed something, suddenly opened her charming eyes and looked at Yi Xiu in surprise. And there is more than one. Interesting. Yi Xiu also noticed it and looked towards the south of the city. What are these people doing in the south of the city? Master! At this moment, a mechanical bird flapped its wings and flew over. It's number 2. He was responsible for keeping an eye on those mutated creatures and brought good news. In the south of the city, in the suburbs of Huaihai Zoo that we have been keeping an eye on, the mutant Tiger King has evolved again. Oh, evolved again. This made Yi Shio's heart move, and he was a little surprised. You know, this is only the 7th day of acid rain. Because some time ago, he had let several mechanical birds keep an eye on the major zombie tyrants and some powerful mutant creatures in the city. That mutant Tiger King is one of them. But in just 7 days, he was promoted to the 6th level. This guy has a future. How about it? Do you want to kill him? Number 2 asked excitedly. Yi Shio looked at number 2 speechlessly. Although these mechanical birds looked similar, their personalities were actually very different. For example, number 3 is keen on idioms. Number 2 was passionate about war. Especially when something like this happens, I get even more excited. No hiri. But Yi Shio waved his hands, a little reluctant. After all, this guy reached level 6 in 7 days. You can tell at first glance that this is a promising tiger. If I could have you as my younger brother, it is also a good choice. So Yi Shio said, go keep an eye on the others first. I want to go and take a look myself. Understood, master. Number 2 felt a little regretful after receiving the order, but still flapped his wings and continued to fly away. However, before it flew away, then number 4 also flapped its wings and flew back. The two little guys almost collided. Number 2 cursed. Don't you look where you're going when you fly? Number 4 was not to be outdone. I'll give you a shuttle. Duh. He really fired a shot. Number 2 was so scared that he ran away immediately. I am so. Watching these guys air battle, Yi Shio was completely convinced. These guys really have character. But I like it. It seems meaningless if it's too rigid. And number 4 also brought a message. Master, there are several mutant new humans in the south of the city. Hee. They're going to the Huaihai Zoo. Oh. Hearing this, Yi Shio became interested. They really went for that guy. That was the mutant Tiger King that he raised in captivity. But that's just right. Let's go and take a look. With a slight raise of his hand, Yi Shio took number 4, Li Shaoan, and Qin Jilan into the car. As for the method, since there were only 2 seats, Qin Jilan could only sit on Yi Shio's thighs, which made her blush. Set off. And with a bang, the Lamborghini roared dully. 3 people, a bird and a car were seen heading quickly towards the South City Zoo. Chapter 58, 6th Order Mutant Tiger King. Cute King? Soon, they arrived at Huaihai Zoo. Huaihai Zoo was once the largest zoo in Huaihai City. It houses a wide variety of animals, and the tickets are not expensive, only 20 yuan per ticket. This is the king of cost-effectiveness. No one expected that after the apocalypse, TSK, it would become a restricted area. The animals inside have all become extremely terrifying creatures. There were no people, not even zombies around. Even Li Shaoan felt a strange atmosphere when she got off the car. This place is not ordinary. Looking around, Li Shaoan couldn't help but say something before entering the door. Of course, there is a 5th level mutant Tiger King here. Oh no, it has to be considered level 6. If such an existence were to go out, it would be a terrifying existence that could flatten the entire Huaihai area, and the atmosphere would definitely be different. Let's go. However, Yi Shio had already sensed the location of the mutant Tiger King with his perception ability. And besides Tiger King, there are several other powerful auras, probably at level 3 or level 4. It's a black panther, a bear, and is this a frog? When he noticed the last one, Yi Shio's expression became a little strange. But he wasn't too worried. Then he brought the 2 girls in. The entire zoo was eerily silent at this moment, and there was a misty white fog all around. I can't tell what this is. Interesting, there is white fog in this zoo. Perhaps it is some special ability that has developed after some creatures mutated. Yi Shio walked inside. Roar! Suddenly, a zombie rushed out, roaring at them. But before Li Shaoan could draw her sword to deal with it. Next second, with a whoosh, a huge tongue appeared in the white fog, directly wrapped around the zombie, and then dragged it away. Oh my god, what is this? Li Shaoan blinked when she saw this scene. Is it a giant toad? As the zombies were swept away, in the mist, a giant toad that was 3 meters tall and had scarlet eyes jumped towards this side. The scarlet and violent eyes stared at people, making Qin Jilan shudder. Damn, this is called a zoo? Her voice was trembling, even though it had been escalating over the past few days. But when she saw such a huge toad, she just felt scared. There was nothing she could do, as she was born afraid of such strange things. But Yi Shio was not afraid. Then his figure flashed, accompanied by a sudden flash of green light. When I returned to the original place, the moonlight had already returned to its sheath. At the same time, the 3-meter-tall toad's huge head stopped moving, and green blood splattered as its head fell to the ground. With a loud bang, the huge body fell down. Qin Jilan was stunned. One knife killed it. This looks like a third-level one. She looked at Yi Xiao with disbelief. It was the first time she saw her master take action, and he was so powerful. But at the same time, the sense of security was instantly overwhelming. Okay, let's go. After killing the big toad, Yi Xiao took the 2 women and continued to go deeper. Number 4 cooperated very well and ran to the toad's corpse and started digging at its head. Not long after, a magic core emitting emerald green light appeared on its claws. Ga-ga-ga. Number 4 excitedly put it into the small box on his chest immediately. Then it flapped its wings and followed again. Then along the way, Number 4 discovered, wow, the corpse of a black panther, the corpse of a bear, and the corpse of a mutant zebra. This is too fast. Even if I collected supplies by myself, I couldn't kill as fast as Yi Xiao. There is no way. The power of 5,000. Even if it is a 10th-order mutant creature. Yi Xiao was also confident that he could kill with one strike. His target was just the mutant tiger. Finally, as we went deeper, on a huge rockery, there was a little tiger, less than 50 centimeters tall, lying there with its 18-centimeter tail dangling, looking bored. Apparently life here is pretty good. However, as Yi Xiao and the other 2 arrived here, the little tiger also raised its head and looked at Yi Xiao in confusion. This cute action, Li Xiaowan and Qin Jilan were stunned. No, this is the mutant tiger king's son? Li Xiaowan, who was touched by the cuteness, was stunned for a moment and said, no. But after a brief moment of surprise, Qin Jilan reacted and said with a strange expression, I can feel that the powerful force comes from him. What, you mean this is Tiger King? Li Xiaowan was completely stunned. And obviously, the mutant Tiger King also tilted his head, not expecting anyone to come here. However, it stretched lazily without paying any attention to the survivors. Until I finished stretching, the pitch-black pupils gradually began to turn into a bloodthirsty red. As if to say, boy, it was unwise of you to come here. Roar! The mutant Tiger King suddenly roared and then pounced towards Yi Xiao at lightning speed. He could tell at a glance that this man was the leader. As the saying goes, catch the leader first, kill the leader first, eat the 2 small ones left. The mutant Tiger King planned very well. Even his sharp claws were revealed. But, hey. The next thing he did, he found himself being grabbed by the back of the neck. This made the originally ferocious mutant Tiger King suddenly feel the long-lost maternal, motherly love. Will God have mercy on me when my mother was alive? She also held the back of my neck like this. Wrong. After a brief moment of warmth, the mutant Tiger King's red eyes became even more terrifying, and it began to swing its sharp claws towards Yi Xiao. Don't be fooled by its small size. If this claw hits the stone, it will shatter immediately. But he found that he couldn't reach it. Oh my God, so cute. Coming back to their senses, Li Xiaowan and Qin Jilan were stunned when they saw the mutant Tiger King held in Yi Xiao's hand. Li Xiaowan in particular showed a look full of maternal love, and she couldn't wait to touch it. But Yi Xiao reminded him, don't be fooled by his small size. He is very ferocious. His strength is at least 100 times that of an ordinary person. What, 100 times? Li Xiaowan was startled when these words were spoken, and she quickly retracted her hand. So fierce. But you look like you're just dragging a tiger cub around. That's why. I'm probably stronger than you. Yi Xiao said. The mutant Tiger King was angry. He let out a dull roar, and that roar was like thunder, which made Qin Jilan feel like her heart was about to burst, and she stepped back repeatedly. I'm the boss of the zoo. How dare you do this to me? The mutant Tiger King was so angry that he was about to transform. But before his scarlet eyes turned blue, the next second, gurgle, it just felt as if something was poured into its mouth. The ferocious tiger eyes immediately widened. The taste is surprisingly good. But the next second, as Yi Xiao threw it on the ground, the mutant Tiger King immediately revealed a cruel smile, rubbing his hands together and preparing to attack again. The round tiger eyes immediately became painful. He let out another painful roar. This made Lei Bao, Yang Feng, Chen Yao, and others who happened to be outside hear such a deafening roar as soon as they got off the car. The 3 people and a group of survivors were startled. What's that sound? A younger brother asked in a trembling voice. It seems to be the voice of the Tiger King. What? Is the Tiger King's voice so scary? Several younger brothers were terrified. Even Lei Bao, Yang Feng, and Qin Yao looked at each other. Judging from the noise, it must have mutated to at least 4 or 5 meters in length. Can this be a monster that a normal person can deal with? Even if I become a new mutant human, I'm afraid it won't work. How about we retreat first? Yang Feng thought about it and said something tentatively. Back off. But this statement was immediately opposed by several other people. What are you thinking? We're already here. Why should we retreat? Let's go in, take down the Tiger King, and take back the city. Ms. Chun, what do you think? Lei Bao looked at Qin Yao and saw that Qin Yao had no expression on her face, but she was actually very nervous. But she still said in a charming and numb voice, let's not talk about the Tiger King for now. I heard that there are many powerful mutant creatures in this zoo. Let's deal with the ones outside first. Yes, that's right. Lei Bao also knew that there was another tiger in the zoo besides the 5th-level Tiger King. There are other mutant creatures. These mutant creatures are already stronger than ordinary zombies. Now that they have been baptized by acid rain, they may become even stronger. We must be careful. I'll let you Yang Feng go first. You are a 1st-level defensive mutant new human, and you have powerful defensive capabilities. Even if that mutant animal attacks you, you can withstand it. Yeah, okay, I know. Yang Feng swallowed his saliva, gritted his teeth, and fought for supplies. But just after they entered the zoo with extreme caution, I was stunned, because it is on the main road leading into the zoo. I saw a 3-meter-long toad that had just been killed lying there. Chapter 59 Conquer Qin Yao. Fuck, who did this? When several people saw the big toad being killed, they couldn't help but gasp. A toad this big must be at least level 3. He was killed by someone? But there's more to it than that. Because as they continued to go deeper, they discovered more and more corpses of mutant creatures. And each one is more outrageous than the other. Hippopotamus, zebras, wolves, and giant black leopards. And a mutated zombie peacock. If these were placed in today's Doomsday world, they would definitely be more powerful than the zombie tyrants. Dominate one side. But now, we haven't left the zoo yet. They were all killed. Who on earth did this? Yang Feng's face turned pale. He walked forward and couldn't help but check the bodies. He found that almost all of them were killed with one blow. Could it be that the mutant Tiger King inside has gone crazy and killed them all? Some people speculated that apart from the Tiger King, who else could kill so many horrible mutant creatures? No, but Qin Yao found something wrong. She shook her head and looked at him with a serious expression. The wound is smooth, as if it was cut directly by a sharp blade. It looks like it was a person. Some people have strange expressions. How is that possible? Holy shit, this guy must be so powerful. Only then can we kill so many mutant creatures so cleanly and efficiently. If it really exists, why haven't I heard of it before? With this guy's strength, he should have dominated Huaihai City long ago. But no matter what, since we're already here, they had no choice but to continue walking inside. Finally, we arrived at the territory of the Tiger King. They saw a man with 2 women. Next to it is a cute little tiger that is only about 50 centimeters tall. This scene stunned everyone. It was really done by a survivor. You are. Huh? You guys are finally here. Yi Xiao also turned around and discovered these people. To be precise, he had been waiting for them for a long time. Lei Bao, Qin Yao, and the others had never seen Yi Xiao, so I didn't recognize it. But he recognized the 2 women next to him, Qin Jilan, and the cold beauty who threatened him last time. It's you. Lei Bao's face changed, and he screamed in fear. Do you know each other? Yang Feng was shocked when he saw Lei Bao's frightened expression and asked quickly. More than that, more than just knowing each other. Lei Bao looked at Yi Xiao with eyes full of fear. He is Yi Xiao, although I have never seen it, but after seeing Qin Jilan and Li Shaoan, I understood everything. What, he is Yi Xiao? As expected, as soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked over at once, their expressions full of vigilance, and even the weapons in their hands were gripped tighter. This guy is the boss of the Fiery Rose. You can see that he is very strong. Oh, I didn't realize you were so smart. Yi Xiao looked at Lei Bao with some surprise, but he was not in a hurry and just smiled and asked, how many of the zombie magic cores I asked you to prepare have you prepared? Besides, touching the moonlight in his hand, Yi Xiao said calmly, I said that other forces are not allowed to enter the city. Don't you remember it? No, don't get me wrong. Lei Bao has become a wimp. Even though he has now reached the level of a second-order mutant new human, he still feels that there is a huge gap between him and Yi Xiao. What fucking level is this guy? But there is no chance now. He decided to strike first. Clear. The two had worked together several times, and with just one roar, Yang Feng immediately understood what was going on, and then rushed forward to attract fire. At the same time, Lei Bao used all his speed, took out a knife, and slashed at Yi Xiao's neck. They are very fast. Even Chen Yao had already taken action, her eyes fixed directly on Yi Xiao. At the moment their eyes met, Yi Xiao was a little surprised. This woman has special abilities and spiritual powers. Seeing Yi Xiao's surprise, Chen Yao thought she had succeeded, so she hurriedly said, "Hurry up, this is a rare opportunity." Superior. When everyone saw this, they were overjoyed and thought that the opportunity had come. But who would have thought that before Lei Bao could go up, he felt a trance in front of his eyes. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling knife light appeared, as if the whole world was sublimated in an instant. Then wait until everyone comes to their senses. They found that Yang Feng and Lei Bao, who had just rushed forward, stayed where they were. Fuck. What are you daydreaming about? The other people were stunned when they saw this, but who would have thought that the next second they would see their bodies suddenly fall down with a thud? Dead. When several younger brothers saw this scene, their faces turned pale. Damn, such a fast speed. Even Chen Yao was stunned. But just as she came to her senses, she found Yi Xiao already standing in front of her. Plop! Chen Yao decisively knelt on the ground. Boss, don't kill me. I was forced to do this. I was wrong. Whoa, spare me. Even Yi Xiao was stunned by this operation. This woman is so decisive. However, Yi Xiao lifted her chin with the light of the moon and said with interest, "Lift your veil and let me see." This? Chen Yao was stunned when she heard this, but when she thought about her own life, she could only bite her teeth lightly, slowly reached out to remove her veil, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. And at the same time, a prompt also appeared in front of Yi Xiao. Name, Chen Yao. Age, 22. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. In summary, 97 points, curvy figure, natural charm, a beauty on earth. Wow, I have to say, seeing this charming face, Yi Xiao was also stunned for a moment. Not bad. My lord, if you need me, I am willing to serve you, as long as you don't kill me. When Chen Yao heard that there was a chance, she decided to compromise for the time being, and then look for a chance to escape. That's right. Even with the ability to charm, her first thought is to escape. Joke. This guy can even kill a thunder leopard with 20 times the speed with one strike. Why are you resisting? God have mercy on me. I just want to survive the apocalypse. Whoa. Of course, Yi Xiao also gave her this opportunity, so he put away the moonlight and said with a smile, "From now on, you just follow me." Oh, really? Chen Yao was stunned when she heard this and looked at Yi Xiao in disbelief. But I understood it after thinking about it. He must have been conquered by my good looks. I really need to thank my parents for giving me this face and allowing me to live to this day. Hey, what are you doing, woo-woo? However, before she could react, Chen Yao found a bottle of strange medicine stuffed in her mouth. She tried to resist, but it was too late. Chen Yao felt as if there was a monster inside her that was constantly tearing her apart, causing her so much pain that she felt cold sweat on her forehead, and she almost fainted. Li Xiaowan sneered and kindly reminded, "Little girl, take it easy. Don't think about betraying your master, or nothing will happen to you." What? Don't betray? Chen Yao was stunned. Is there such a supernatural power? Is it true? But now is obviously not the time to think about these things. Finally, after a brief respite, after putting aside those dirty thoughts, she finally felt a little better. But the pain just now almost made her collapse to the ground. This made the little tiger next to him look with sparkling eyes. Hey, I was in the same pain just now. Now it feels good to see others in pain. But this scene scared all the remaining brothers silly. With one sword, Lei Bao and Yang Feng were killed. Now, Chen Yao, the female boss of the Holy Land of Redemption, has also been captured. How could this guy be so strong? Especially since it only took more than 20 seconds. So when they reacted, their legs and feet became weak. For a moment, I didn't know whether to run or what to do. Finally, one of the survivors was smart enough to fall to his knees. "Brother, I was wrong. Don't kill me. I am willing to drink as long as you don't kill me." A woman in her 30s who looked very ordinary said quickly, "You drink." But Yishio took a look at the man with pockmarked face and black body. Damn, that's wishful thinking. Chapter 60, this is a truly changeable and stunning beauty. Leave this woman here and kill all the others. Yishio left a few words indifferently, directly sentencing the remaining people to death. Fuck no, I really want to kill you. Then you'd better die first. Seeing Yishio's murderous intent, the man kneeling on the ground gritted his teeth and decided to strike first. But before he could get up, a man was shocked to find that his head seemed to be looking at the ground uncontrollably, and then fell to the ground with a thud. The rest, he was unconscious. Then came Li Xiaowan's unilateral massacre. It only took a moment. Everyone at the scene was killed. Chen Yao, who was already unable to stand up, now felt her legs become even weaker, with a look of fear on her pretty face. Is this guy a devil? Devil? Yishio is not like that. In the apocalypse, either you kill me or I kill you. Without absolute strength, you can only be slaughtered. I'm lucky today. I got a more powerful ability first. Otherwise, it might be me lying on the ground now. Yishio's goal was very clear. That is to survive the apocalypse. Since these people want to kill me, I will definitely not be polite. Let's go. After solving the problem, Yishio didn't waste any time. Turn around and leave, etc. But Chen Yao suddenly stood up. Her voice was trembling. She didn't dare to look up at Yishio. She whispered, "Well, there are still survivors from various Doomsday bases outside, including my redemption temple. There are about 2,000 people in total. Do you want to recruit them?" Upon hearing this, Yishio looked at Chen Yao with some surprise. "I didn't realize you were so fond of expanding your influence." Chen Yao smiled bitterly. She knew that she had no ability to resist now. "Since you have chosen to follow Yishio, those survivors can at least be considered a wave of fighting power. It can't be wasted, right?" Chen Yao looked at Yishio cautiously. "Yeah, that makes sense." Touching his chin, of course, it was Li Xiaowan's. Yishio felt that it made sense, so he said, "Notify Fiery Rose and let them take her in. There is no need for us to get involved. After all, relying on my current strength, there is no need for assistance from ordinary people at all. The purpose of their existence is just to help you collect supplies. Or what if one day we encounter a large-scale disaster that cannot be resolved? I have a backup plan." Therefore, Li Xiaowan was asked to do this. Good. Li Xiaowan showed a charming smile, and now looked more and more like a docile kitten, but who knows if she would directly hurt others when facing other people. Soon, the group returned to the Sky Garden. Chen Yao came to the city center for the first time. After seeing so many powerful zombies and various kinds of zombie tides on the road, he had to say that he was shocked and trembling in his heart. "I didn't expect this place to be so dangerous." Yishio also said, "Now you know why I didn't let you come. It's to protect you." Protect. Protect. Chen Yao couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth when she heard this, and glanced at Yishio weakly. "Damn it. The right to interpret is yours. Whatever you say is what it is." However, when she returned to the Sky Garden, she was still surprised by the huge and luxurious flat. "Oh my god, this place is so luxurious." What caught my eye were all kinds of expensive furniture and appliances, and what was even more outrageous was that there was electricity, including a swimming pool. It was just like a palace. Master, come back. Lin Yushi, who heard the noise, came over wearing a beautiful apron with nothing underneath. Frog fun. This is exactly the life that every man dreams of. This is... Newcomer, Chen Yao. "Oh, hello." Lin Yushi was already used to this, and extended her hand enthusiastically. "My name is Lin Yushi. Hello." After being stunned for a while, Chen Yao felt that this place was no different from usual, and the girl seems quite gentle. But Lin Yushi doesn't have so many rules and regulations. "Just arrive, take a shower, then I'll get you something to eat." Then Lin Yushi took Chen Yao into the bathroom. "Wash, take a bath." But when Chen Yao heard this, her first reaction was to think, is this the night that she would have to serve this person? But when I think about it carefully, it seems that I am in this state now. "Hey, serving anyone doesn't matter." "It doesn't matter." She followed him in. By the time we finished the work, it was almost evening. Chen Yao then walked out feeling refreshed. Then I saw a sumptuous dinner on the table. Scrambled eggs with leeks, steamed scallops with vermicelli and garlic, beef brisket stewed with potatoes, stir-fried cauliflower, and stir-fried vegetables. This? She was stunned. Is this the Doomsday she had imagined? You have to know that it has been almost a month since the Doomsday broke out. I spend every day in fear. Not to mention food. All they have is bread, mineral water, and if you're lucky, some packaged beef or something. But now, we can actually cook here. Oh my god! She was a little bit incredible. But Lin Yushi, Li Shaoan, and other girls were already used to it, and they chuckled and said, "Don't worry, you will not be short of these things when you follow the master in the future." That's right. Qin Jilan finally felt a little comforted when she saw Chun Yao doubting her life like this. I think I was the same at the beginning. Now I finally see other people's shocked expressions. You know what, it feels pretty good. But he still enlightened Chen Yao. I lived the same life as you before, but now it's different. After following the master, I eat delicious food every day, and I have powerful strength blessing, and I don't have to worry about the threat of zombies. Hey, following the master, I finally feel the benefits of the Doomsday. That's right. Li Shaoan also nodded. She felt more comfortable now than before the end of the world. Do whatever you want. There are no scruples at all, and no legal constraints. Oh, really? Looking at the three women who looked refreshed, Chen Yao felt as if she was being brainwashed. So many delicious things, though. It seems that brainwashing is also a good choice. After muttering a few words, Chen Yao couldn't wait to eat. However, Yi Xiao, who was sitting on the sofa, reminded him, "Don't eat too much. You still have food to eat tonight." Chen Yao, who was eating rice, raised her charming face when she heard this and blinked her seductive big eyes. I thought it was that, and her pretty face turned red. But she still nodded obediently. I see. So, just like that, after dinner I simply washed up. At night, Yi Xiao was still in the bedroom watching the big screen message from the reconnaissance bird. Now the reconnaissance birds have already flown out of Huaihai City to investigate the news from the outside world. After all, it is impossible for them to stay in this place forever. The supplies in the city center have almost been collected. Leaving is a matter of sooner or later. So before that, you must first take a look at the situation outside. And, just at this moment, click, as the door opened. When Yi Xiao turned around, he saw that she was wearing a black pajamas dress. Her shoulders were as white as snow, her skin was as smooth as cream, her curvaceous figure was faintly visible, and her hair was tied up. Yi Xiao was stunned. It makes sense that this woman scored 97 points, which is slightly higher than Lin Yushi, Li Shaoan, and others. When I saw her in the afternoon, she was still cool and charming, but when she got home and took a shower, she turned into a pretty girl with white cheeks. But now, wearing a black silk suspender nightgown, she has a mature and charming look. TSK, TSK, TSK. Good. Chapter 61. In the eyes of the mechanical bird. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she is no better than a pile of scrap metal. Yi Xiao was very satisfied. This woman was truly a stunner. However, when he saw Chen Yao coming in, he started to grab his hair and squatted down. Yi Xiao was surprised and asked, "What are you doing?" Chen Yao, who had just squatted down, raised her pretty fair face and paused. "Not that. Eat it." But Yi Xiao didn't waste any words and directly threw the zombie magic core in front of Chen Yao. This is the magic core. When Chen Yao saw the magic cores, she widened her charming eyes and looked at the more than 50 magic cores on the ground. So much. She looked up at Yi Xiao in disbelief. Oh my god, how is this done? You know, these zombie magic cores are very difficult to deal with. Even now, it is not certain that 1 out of 20 will pop up. But now there are more than 50 of them. Have eaten? But Yi Xiao didn't waste any words and spoke directly. Oh, okay. Chen Yao came to her senses and obeyed, quickly picking it up and stuffing it into her mouth. 1, 2, 3. She felt as if her spiritual strength was growing stronger. This made him very happy, although he is following Yi Xiao now. But don't forget, this is the end of the world. The only way to be safe is to strengthen your own strength. This is what I did in the Temple of Redemption. But now there are so many zombie magic cores. She finally understood why Yi Xiao asked her to keep the baby. Until the 50th one. Boom! Accompanied by a feeling of dizziness, Chen Yao felt that her spiritual power seemed to become stronger. When she opened her eyes again, there seemed to be a flash of light. Although it was dark outside the bedroom, a zombie crow flew by. She just had an eye lock. Next second, gah! The zombie crow seemed to be possessed. It suddenly exerted force and slammed into the broken glass, killing itself. I feel like my ability to charm has become stronger. He looked at his own power in disbelief. Chen Yao muttered to herself. Of course, you're already at the 2nd level now. Yi Xiao also discovered that at the beginning Chen Yao could only control one person, but now as she consumed more and more magic cores, He found that controlling 5 people at once was no problem. Moreover, even ordinary first-order mutant new humans can be controlled. What? I'm already at level 2. Upon hearing Yishio's answer, Chun Yao's eyes were filled with disbelief. But that's not enough. Crash. Yishio threw out another 50-second level once. This is what was left over from Qin Jilan. Sky. Chun Yao was completely shocked, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth with her white hands. Second level, zombie magic core. Surprisingly, there are so many. But what does this mean? Yishio still has a third-level magic core in his hand. Continue. Oh, okay. Chun Yao came back to her senses and was also excited. She quickly picked it up and stuffed it inside. 1, 2, 3. Yishio felt that his control ability was getting stronger and stronger. Soon it was promoted to the third level again. Ding! The goddess Chun Yao you fed has been gifted with supernatural powers and charm, and has been upgraded to the third level. Ding! The goddess Chun Yao you fed has been gifted with supernatural powers and charm, and has been upgraded to the 4th level. It took less than an hour. Call. When Chun Yao opened her eyes again, she looked even more different. Her every move was filled with charm that made men irresistible. Moreover, she moved with every move. I also discovered that I could easily feel everything around me. And even if there is a building more than 200 meters high between us, there are still zombies wandering around below. She just raised her hand. Then the zombies below began to attack their companions. And there are more than one, at least more than 30. I can actually control so many zombies at once. Chun Yao herself began to doubt her life. If he had chosen to submit to Yishio only out of fear before, and now with the effect of the obedient water. But now, she was really completely convinced. The look in his eyes when he looked at Yishio became different. My God, I've lived in the apocalypse for almost a month, and I've only just gained a first-level mutant power. But now, I'll just follow you for an hour. Actually jumped to the 4th level in a row. She felt that if she exerted her full strength, she would be able to defeat 100 zombies without any problem. And that's just the zombies. What if it is to control the mutated new humans? 100 mutant new humans working for themselves. She couldn't imagine what the scene would be like if she commanded so many people to fight. But now, all of this was given by Yishio. And she also thought of a question. You gave me all these zombie magic cores. What are you going to do? I ate almost 150 of them in this moment, not to mention whether I was full or not. With so many zombie magic cores, it would probably take about half a month for 1,000 people to collect them day and night. And there are also second-order and third-order ones. That is not an ordinary person at all. Even the first and second-level mutant new humans cannot take down that terrifying existence. But now, I gave it all to myself. Why are you so nice to me? She looked at Yishio with complicated eyes. Good for you. Yishio was amused. The more you eat, the more I give back. After all, among the 53rd level magic cores just now, were obtained from the zoo. This also means that even if the woman ate 50 of them, I still have 350 of them in my hands now, not to mention the ones I had before. The more you eat, the more you eat. There's nothing to worry about. But he didn't say this. He just said, the stronger you are, the better it is for me. Is that so? Chun Yao's eyes were complicated, but she finally smiled and said, maybe you are right. The stronger I am, the better it is for you. But after all, you are the first person who has been so kind to me since the end of the world. So what? Yishio looked at her with interest. So, Chun Yao showed a charming smile. Wait until the next morning. Yishio opened his eyes and looked outside. It was already dawn, and the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows revealed wisps of white light. Chun Yao was still resting next to her. She was exhausted yesterday. After eating so many zombie magic cores, I need to digest them properly. And now, as Yishio got up, she was also awakened and opened her charming and misty eyes. Even Yishio had to admit it. Ever since the charm ability advanced, she really has a fatal attraction to men. Master, you're awake. When Chun Yao saw Yishio waking up and thought about last night, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Okay, you're still pretending to be pure. But Yishio saw it and laughed. My goodness, you were not in this state when you ate the magic core yesterday. This made Chun Yao blush. Come on, I'm not good at it. I just watched a porn movie before, so I just tried it. Chapter 62, Return, 100 Level 4 Zombie Magic Cores. At this time, Lin Yushi's voice was heard from outside. Brother Yishio, it's time for breakfast. Okay, got it. After replying, Yishio also got up and washed up. Chun Yao got up too. Her exquisite curves were truly charming. Wait until you go out. I saw that Lin Yushi had already prepared breakfast. It's very simple, just bread, fried eggs, milk, and so on. But even so, it was quite abundant in Chun Yao's eyes. What kind of conditions are these? There is still fresh milk to drink at the end of the world. She had no idea that Yi Xiao was eating more and more, and took a bite. Lin Yushi came forward and asked impatiently, "How is it?" "Yeah, not bad." Nodding slightly, Yi Xiao praised. But he soon noticed Li Xiaowan, who was tinkering with the radio over there. "What are you doing?" "I'm checking the radio to see if I can pick up any signals from outside." It turned out that Li Xiaowan found a radio yesterday. "If I want to see if it still works, it would be best to get some information from outside. After all, it has been almost a month since the Doomsday broke out." Although they had no worries about food and drink in Huaihai City, but he knew nothing about the situation outside. Li Xiaowan wanted to know more about the situation outside. "So that's how it is?" Yi Xiao suddenly realized what he was saying, but he didn't want to say anything yet. "After staying here for so long, I have collected most of the supplies. It's indeed time to understand the situation outside. Only, this radio doesn't seem to work very well." Yi Xiao walked forward and fiddled with it for a bit, but there was no response other than the crackling sound. "By the way, master, you can try to activate it." Li Xiaowan had an idea and said quickly that maybe after activation, she would be able to receive information from the outside world. "Activation? You're not even to mention. That's a good idea. But Yi Xiao has a better way. Instead of activating this one radio, why don't we try to activate something else?" "What?" The girls were startled. "I don't understand what it means." But Yi Xiao remembered that there was a civilian satellite launch station in Huaihai. It was originally used to launch the first civilian satellite. But after the end of the world, it became a doomsday ruin. If a satellite can be activated, wouldn't it be possible to know what's going on outside? Not to mention, Yi Xiao also used the radio to ask Skyfire Pillar, "Skyfire Pillar, how is our material collection going?" Soon, the dull, mechanized voice of the Skyfire Pillar was heard from below. "Dear Creator, we have almost collected all the supplies in the city center. During this period, the Fiery Rose has also been collecting supplies. We now have basically controlled the supplies of the entire city. And last night, they recruited more than 2,000 survivors from the suburbs. Now they have grown to 3,000 people." "Very good." Hearing this, Yi Xiao nodded. "If that's the case, that brings me one step closer to leaving Huaihai City. After all, it's been a month since the apocalypse, and the world outside is much wider." But before that, Yi Xiao also finished his breakfast and said, Let's go to the satellite launch center first." "What the hell? A satellite launch center?" After a brief moment of shock, Li Xiaowan reacted and widened her beautiful eyes. She understood what Yi Xiao meant. "Oh my god, boss, you're going to build a satellite." "No problem." But she is eager to find out about the situation outside as soon as possible. "I want to see how many people out there are stronger than me. I have to work hard to prepare in advance." So, after breakfast, Yi Xiao took Li Xiaowan and Qin Yao and set off in a pickup truck. Of course, he didn't forget to pull the tiger. When the mutant Tiger King was pulled into the car, Li Xiaowan kept touching his head. The whole tiger life was depressed. "I am the mutant Tiger King. The Tiger King of the zoo." Bang! "Hey, be quiet." But then Li Xiaowan slapped him on the butt. The mutant Tiger King immediately became obedient and hung his head. Yi Xiao was so amused by it. You know what, it's quite interesting. Of course, along the way, he was also using his perception ability to sense the changes in the zombies around him. I found that the acid rain was still falling. Among these zombies, several powerful third-level zombies also appeared again one after another. But it's not strong enough. Yi Xiao wasn't interested. It took about 30 minutes. They arrived at the satellite launch center. At this time, the entire satellite launch center had become a zombie cemetery. There was collapsed equipment everywhere, as well as vehicles and, of course, satellites that have not yet been launched. Maybe it's because of the mutant Tiger King, although there are many zombies here. But when they saw the Tiger King, who was less than 50 centimeters tall, they avoided him like a tiger or a wolf. They subconsciously dispersed, not daring to provoke. There is also a 4-meter-tall zombie tyrant inside, with skin as hard as iron and a faint blue light emanating from its body. The green eyes looked at the mutant Tiger King. I subconsciously wanted to escape. Roar! But the mutant Tiger King didn't care about that and broke free from Li Xiaowan's arms. The whole little body turned into a flash of lightning. He rushed out with a whoosh. At the same time, in the atmosphere of terror, the mutant Tiger King's body began to grow rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it became a huge monster that was 5 meters long. "I'll go." looking at the mutant tiger king that broke free, emitting a terrifying aura. Li Xiaowan was confused. No, little guy, you were pretty awesome. But when the zombie tyrant saw the 6th-level mutant tiger king, he became even more frightened and turned around to run away. But it was too late. As the mutant tiger king's sharp teeth fell, click, even a powerful zombie tyrant like the 4th level could not withstand such a horrific bite. After just one encounter, he was knocked down instantly. The head was pulled off. A 4th-level zombie magic core was revealed inside. Don't move! Seeing that the greedy tiger king was about to take it down, Yi Xiu quickly reminded him. Call. After receiving the order, the tiger king hung his head unhappily and had to take it back obediently. Good boy. This scene made Chen Yao dumbfounded. Her voice was stagnant. Is this the true form of the mutant tiger king? I was actually stroking it just now. Of course, even Yi Xiu didn't expect that this guy could actually transform. But it's better this way. The 6th-level tiger king is indeed quite capable. He took out a bottle of water and washed the zombie magic core. Yi Xiu handed it to Chen Yao and said, Eat it. Ah, give me another. Overwhelmed by the sudden surprise, Chen Yao was stunned at first, and then ate the zombie magic core with great emotion. But this time, there were no obvious changes. However, Yi Xiu heard a pleasant reminder. Ding! Congratulations on feeding the goddess Chen Yao to eat the 4th-level zombie magic core, and you will be rewarded with a 4th-level zombie magic core plus 100. Chapter 63. Activated satellite, damaged Decepticon General. Got another 100, and it's level 4. Seeing the extra zombie magic cores in the space ring, Yi Xiu smiled. These magic cores, let alone now, even in 2 months, a large Doomsday base may not be able to produce so many at once. But I managed it easily. Otherwise, why not return the good stuff? He took out another 50 and asked Chen Yao to eat them. Soon, boom, the goddess Chen Yao you feed has her enchanting ability upgraded to level 5. Yi Xiu also took a look at the information. Name, Chen Yao. Age, 22. Ability, Charm level 5. At the same time, as it was promoted to the 5th level, Yi Xiu also discovered that the area under his control was much wider. This time, I feel like controlling 200 zombies is no problem. Chen Yao, who had leveled up again, was completely shocked, and she felt it. I think I can control the 4th-level zombies now. Then Chen Yao said in disbelief. Good. Watching the beautiful beauty gradually becoming stronger, Yi Xiu also felt a sense of accomplishment after nurturing her. And the stronger this girl is, the better it will be for me. Even though it was a 4th-level zombie, I could still kill one with just one sword. But for the outside world now, the 4th-level zombie is an extremely terrifying forbidden existence. But Chen Yao can control it easily. This shows how strong this woman is now. Even Chen Yao felt a little dizzy. Come on, I was just a 1st-level little carry yesterday. Today I have become a 5th-level mutant new human. This upgrade speed is faster than riding a rocket. She was pleasantly surprised. But Yi Xiu didn't care about that, because any woman around him is better than this little girl. This is for you. Got a 4th-level zombie magic core and exchanged it for 100. Yi Xiu also took out 2 and gave them to the mutant tiger king. Ah! Seeing the zombie magic core thrown at him, the mutant tiger king jumped up happily like a baby and swallowed it directly. Then a subtle change occurred on its body surface. I saw the mutant tiger king, whose strength seemed to have increased a little. Yi Xiu was a little surprised. This guy is level 6. Eating a 4th-level zombie magic core can actually make you stronger. It seems that the mutant creatures are indeed different from the survivors. No wonder it can upgrade so quickly. But these are not the point. Chen Yao, who had been promoted to the 5th level, raised his hand directly. Those zombies that were originally wandering around the satellite launch center were actually very obedient and made way for them. Yi Xiu also went in quickly. A civilian satellite was found inside. The satellite is not particularly large. It's only about 7 or 8 meters long. The weight is also around 1 ton. It just looks a little damaged. It seems like it was ravaged by zombies. Seeing this, Li Xiaowan walked forward suspiciously. It's so broken, can it still be activated? You'll know if you try it. But Yi Xiu didn't mind. He walked forward and pressed it directly to activate it. Buzz! A blue energy wave instantly covered the entire small satellite. The next second, the satellite that absorbed a fire seed began to tremble violently. Then, crackling, countless deformed metal elements covered it. The entire small satellite began to deform visibly. Kaka, as countless gears turn. Under Chen Yao's shocked gaze. Then a transformer about 10 meters tall appeared in front of Yishio. Oh, damn zombies, these beasts. But who would have thought that once this big guy was activated, he would directly pull out the big machete behind him, which was modified from the star wings of a satellite. He just started swinging the machete around. It is obvious that this carrier has been tossed around a lot. Even Yishio was speechless when he saw this. The reason is simple. This thing is a bit too shabby. It's like a pile of junk, activated by scrap copper and iron. And after scanning the information, he discovered the reason. Name, satellite. Level 1, arms, reconnaissance air force. Power, 1,000. Defense, 5,000. Firepower value, 3,000. Introduction. A reconnaissance-type mechanical life form that uses satellites as carriers. It is not a main attack Cybertron warrior. It has a strong brain capacity and a strong ability to steal secret information. It is a spy Kong. Have spy assistants, Blade Worm, Robot Dog, Laser Bird. Current status, damaged. Oh, sure enough, after seeing this data, Yishio discovered that this was a transformer dominated by spies. Although it also has good attack power, it is still a spy type. And there are also many assistants, Blade Worms, Robot Dog, Laser Bird. The most important thing, it turns out that this is not your complete form, Yishio said after taking a look at the damaged giant. Oh, my respected creator. At this time, the satellite also reacted to the creator in front of it. Its scarlet mechanical eyes showed an extremely respectful attitude, and then it knelt on one knee, but when it coughed, even parts fell out. He said with shame, I'm sorry, my great creator, this carrier has been severely damaged. Although it has been successfully activated, it still affects my current state. I see. Yishio nodded when he heard this. No wonder it was so broken. The emotions had been ruined by zombies before, and were barely activated. Just looking at the Decepticon in this state, Yishio also frowned and asked, Is there any way to help you repair it? Certainly, Satellite said respectfully. Master, if you have a Cybertronian doctor, he can repair my physical injuries. Dr. Cybertron? Yishio suddenly thought of the ambulance in the movie. That guy seems to be a doctor. And if you think about it carefully, although he already has several big guys, it seems that they are either the Air Force or the Army, and there is no auxiliary medical soldier. To know that a real legion, a doctor, is indispensable. I actually forgot such an important member. Thinking of this, Yishio simply said to Du Yao, Go, help me find an ambulance. Understood, boss. After receiving the order, Poison roared with a dull wave of air and drifted away quickly in a handsome manner. Not long after, a large red truck was towed back. However, when Yishio saw this armor-like vehicle, he was a little confused. Are you sure this is an ambulance? It looks more like a fire truck to me. But the Poison formed a huge monster with a click, and then laughed. Boss, this is a fire rescue vehicle, but I scanned it, and it is very suitable to be a logistics doctor. Much better than an ordinary doctor. Oh, really? Yishio was a little surprised to hear this. But since Poison said so, activate it first. Buzz! So, the moment Yishio put his hand on the rescue vehicle again, boom! Along with a series of energy fluctuations, the deformed metal elements vibrate. The next second, the huge red rescue vehicle was seen with a sound of gears turning. It directly transformed into a giant monster that was 12 meters tall. As soon as he appeared, he was obviously much more sober. He knelt on one knee and made a dull, mechanical sound. Cybertron Mechanical Warriors, greet the great creator. Chapter 64, Launching Satellites, Global Status. This is a huge Decepticon, about 15 meters tall. It's actually similar to the Sky Fire Pillar. There are also red and white lines all over the body. There is also a long-handled weapon behind it that was converted from a huge fire ladder. Not to mention, it's a bit similar to the Skybreaker in the movie. But this one is obviously younger. And, you call this guy a doctor? Why does it feel more powerful than Poison and Stingers? And look at the data. Name, rescue vehicle, grade. Arms, Army Medical Rescue. Power, 8,000. Defense, 10,000. Firepower value, 8,000. Introduction. The Army Medical Warriors, who are carried by rescue vehicles, not only have powerful destructive power, but also have very powerful medical capabilities and can be responsible for repairing damaged Cybertron warriors. A medic with 8,000 firepower. The more Yishio looked at him, the more he felt that this guy was not simple. But the reason for the Poison is very serious. As a medic, you need the ability to rescue people. You must have powerful means of attack. Otherwise, how can you rescue people? Hey guys, wait for me here. Yi Xiao was amused by the serious poison. It seems like you treat medics as reserve rescue troops. No wonder you are so eager to find a doctor. But don't tell me yet. It's indeed a good find, more powerful than I imagined. He also remembered that in the movie, Megatron was the teacher of Optimus Prime, who was extremely powerful and almost tore Optimus Prime apart in a single fight. If it weren't for Megatron's sneak attack, the entire Earth might have become Cybertron. So Yi Xiao thought about it and said, just call yourself Ding Fengbua. Use it to stabilize the situation in the back. Yes, my great creator, Ding Fengbua, who had received a new name, made a respectful sound. All right, he waved his hand and asked him to stand up. First, help repair the damage to the satellite. Yes, Lord Creator. Ding Fengbua stood up and raised his hand to scan the damaged satellite. Buzz! As the scan was finished, Ding Fengbua said, the exterior is damaged, but I have already repaired the internal injuries for you. As long as you find a suitable satellite, you can scan it directly and transform it into a new form. Very good. After moving his arms, Satellite found that he had indeed fixed most of the problems. Now it's just a little broken on the surface. Since everything is all right, seeing that he was fine, Yi Xiao said, then you can go to outer space and help me check the situation. He now urgently needed to know what was happening outside. Understood, Lord Creator. After receiving the order, the satellite clasped its fists respectfully, and then its entire huge body suddenly launched into the air like a stream of light. Yi Xiao was filled with emotion after watching this. Or the Air Force. Take off anytime, anywhere. And it took about 20 minutes. Then we saw that the satellite had already flown out of the atmosphere. And a space station was found here, which belonged to the Eagle Country. The satellite didn't hesitate and just slid up. And the moment it touches the space station, then he scanned a satellite. With a series of clicks and clicks, it disguised itself as a space satellite of the Eagle Country. And it is linked to the space station as one. Next second, large amounts of data are all transmitted over. And with the scout bird opened the virtual screen, Yi Xiao, Li Shaoan, and Chen Yao also saw the current situation. Is this the current situation on Blue Star? Then I saw satellite pictures being transmitted one after another. The major cities were destroyed beyond recognition, and the once prosperous economy turned into a doomsday wasteland in the blink of an eye. Some buildings collapsed and some were damaged. There is no one living here. The acid rain is still falling. But there was no trace of living people, only zombies. Zombies scattered all over the city. Is this still the Blue Star I know? Even Li Shaoan and Chen Yao couldn't help but gasp after seeing these satellite images. I thought this was just a disaster for Huaihai, or at worst a disaster for some coastal cities, but now it seems that it's not just here. The whole world seems to have fallen. Chen Yao's voice became a little heavy. Originally, they thought that even though Huaihai had fallen, as long as they escaped from Huaihai, there might be safe cities. But now it seems, where is there any safe place? They were completely desperate, as the Doomsday had spread across the globe. Of course, Yi Xiao didn't expect it to happen so quickly. After all, more than half a month ago, the army tried to counterattack the zombies in Huaihai. Let them think you were here to rescue them. There might be a lot of safe cities out there. But now it seems that I was overthinking. The entire Blue Star has almost fallen. But not entirely. Because of the information sent by the reconnaissance birds, Yi Xiao also discovered some newly established safe zones. It is marked with a green light spot. Moreover, there is one about 400 miles away from Huaihai. It was once a famous port city, Haidu. There were remnants of the army inside, and a temporary refuge was established. Many survivors nearby will go there to seek refuge and conduct some transactions, such as medicines, supplies, guns, and ammunition. In fact, no one cares about the space station anymore because the aerospace departments of those satellite launch centers have also been invaded. The only ones left here are autonomous satellites. No one is in control. Therefore, satellites can steal information at will and control the current moment changes. In addition to these, there are other temporary shelters. The large ones are marked, but the number is indeed not too large. It seems that Blue Star has really fallen completely. Even Yi Xiao had to admit that this time, the end of the world had truly arrived. Yeah, Li Shaoan and Chen Yao were also silent. Now we are on our own. I had hoped to rely on the army to launch a counterattack against the zombies. Now it seems that I still have to rely on myself to survive. But Yi Xiao was not worried. After all, he had the plug-in given by the system and could get equipment at any time. There is also a source of fire. Just rely on this one. In the future, there will be hundreds or even thousands of Decepticons. Doomsday zombies are nothing. Okay, let's go. Having already gotten the information he wanted, Yishio stopped worrying about it. He just asked the two women to leave. But, just as they were about to leave, Yishio suddenly noticed the launch center not far away, which made him stop. There was a super large rocket that was over 100 meters high, standing on the launch pad. Apparently, it was used to launch satellites. But after the Doomsday, it has been idle. But this aroused Yishio's interest. He suddenly had a bold idea. I don't know what will happen if I activate this thing. Chapter 65. Realizing it too late, several women were evacuated from the entire city. However, Lao Lu Duyao saw through Yishio's intention and quickly reminded him, "Boss, this thing is not very useful. Once activated, it will probably be a one-time use. This thing is a one-time rocket. Although it is powerful, isn't it a bit wasteful?" This sentence dispelled Yishio's thoughts, and he turned around to look at Du Yao. I didn't expect this to be apparent. But since it's a one-time thing, Yishio looked at his current fire sources. It was already the 31st day since the Doomsday disaster broke out, and he had accumulated a total of 30. And now, in addition to the already activated Skyfire Pillar, Diamond, Poison, Lightning, Soundwave, Stinger, Iron Skin, and the two newly released satellites, Dingfenbua, there is also his own 10-bird squad. A total of 12 fire seeds were used. 18 pieces left. The quantity is really small, so use it sparingly. But Yishio didn't waste it either. Since it can't be used, it's always okay to take it away for a rainy day. Yishio also discovered an interesting thing. That is, although the space ring can hold cubic meters, it actually does not have a fixed shape and can be adjusted according to his own thoughts. For example, a normal 1,000 cubic meters is 10 times 10 times 10. It can also be 5 times 2 times 100. Not to mention, I've also collected a lot of upgrade stones during this period. One has been enhanced to a pink ring. What is the concept of pink? Blue, purple, orange, pink. It has expanded directly to 8,000 cubic meters. It's more than enough to carry a rocket. Therefore, Yishio simply put the entire rocket in, just in case it comes in handy in the future. And that's besides the point. He also inspected the entire satellite launch center. I found nothing valuable. So he left with the two women, feeling satisfied. Let's go. Yeah, okay. Li Xiaowan took the initiative to sit on Yishio's lap. Poison let out a dull roar of air waves and drifted away handsomely in an instant. Later, Ding Fengbo turned into an oversized fire rescue vehicle. Follow closely behind. The two cars quickly returned to the city center. And back to the Sky Garden. I saw Lin Yushi and Qin Jilan waiting at home. See the three people come back. So he hurried forward to ask, "You guys are back. What's going on outside? Any news?" Qin Jilan asked hurriedly. But Qin Yao's face didn't look very good. The situation is not very optimistic. Not very optimistic? The two girls were startled when they heard this. What does this mean? Qin Yao told the truth. We have just learned about some of the outside world situations, and then found that the entire blue planet has been shrouded in Doomsday. What does this mean? Qin Jilan was stunned when he heard this, but still couldn't help asking. It means that this world has completely become a Doomsday world. No one will come to save us. We can only save ourselves. Really, even though I was prepared in my heart, I still couldn't help feeling a little desperate when I heard the correct answer. So, humanity is completely finished? That may not be the case. But Qin Yao shook her head again and said, "The master said that there are still some places with large Doomsday shelters that are relatively safe." But Qin Jilan shook her head. What's the use of the sanctuary? I only care about the peaceful world a month ago. I can't go back. That's for sure. Qin Yao also knew that when the end of the world reached this point, it proved that the world had been completely destroyed. If you want to survive, you can only rely on yourself. Tisk, that's nothing. However, unlike the other girls, Li Xiaowan didn't care about it. Instead, she curled her lips and said, "It's better when the Doomsday comes. There won't be so many stinky rules. And isn't this good too? If we rely on ourselves, can't we live well?" That's true. After this reminder, the two girls became spirited again. Yes. Although the end of the world has come, it is a disaster for ordinary people. But for them who now have the Cybertron mechanical lifeform army and powerful strength, this is not a big problem. If you can't go back, then you can't go back. After Qin Jilan figured this out, Lin Yushi was no longer bothered by it. Isn't it enough to just be alive now? And, according to the current situation, I think the Doomsday world will definitely be more dangerous and complicated. I think we should stock up more supplies now. Then Lin Yushi said hurriedly. After all, relying on others will definitely not work. Now I can only rely on myself. Survival is not a problem, but supplies are different. Although Brother Yi Xiao has a space ring and seems to have a lot of food. But as the apocalypse gets longer, what will be lacking will be more than just food. There are also various tools that may be used for food, clothing, housing, transportation, etc. Therefore, Lin Yushi slapped the table next to him, looked at the girls and said, "We should take advantage of this time to collect more supplies, especially non-renewable ones." She has seen the apocalyptic movie. Wow, the future is really going to be like Mad Max. Even drinking water is a problem. That really requires more supplies. Yes, that's right. After these words were spoken, the other women also reacted and realized that it was definitely impossible to return to peacetime now. But it's still no problem to collect supplies now, especially now that the Doomsday disaster has only occurred for a month. There's still a lot to collect. Otherwise, in 2 months, by then, all the packaged food will be expired. That will be the real end. Therefore, the girls didn't waste any more time. They simply took their space rings, put on raincoats, and ran out to collect supplies. Their goal is now clear. That is to loot the entire Huaihai urban area first. Take away everything that can be loaded. As the Doomsday disaster gets longer and longer, maybe the whole city will become a wasteland. These supplies cannot be wasted. Yi Xiao was stunned by the enthusiasm of these women. Wow, he suddenly becomes diligent. But that's a good thing, isn't it? Yi Xiao was happy to see it happen. So the next few days were relatively simple. The girls didn't upgrade anymore and only had one goal, which was to collect supplies. From small items like food and drinks to large items like clothes and daily necessities, including common tools. Several women brought the Decepticon army. It is collected almost door to door, as long as it's edible and drinkable. For example, packaged food, bread, mineral water, yogurt, milk, and so on. Even the milk powder in maternity and baby stores was not spared. Diapers, milk powder, fea, jichu, Aptamil, Cabrita, baby bottles, and pacifiers were all bought. In their words, what if I accidentally get caught one day? It's always a good idea to be prepared. But having said that, after thinking about it, Chen Yao still stocked up on a batch of TT, plus BY medicine, just in case. Moreover, the nutritional value of these milk powders is very high. Adults can drink it too, right? So just from one maternity and baby store, the canned milk powder that was looted, plus the inventory, actually amounted to thousands of cans. This astonishing number really caught Chen Yao, Li Xiaoan, and others by surprise. Fortunately, the Doomsday happened not long ago. The entire city center has been occupied by the fiery rose, and no other outside forces are allowed to enter. Otherwise, how could there be so many good things left? Li Xiaoan felt somewhat fortunate. Chapter 66, you even emptied out the electronics store? In addition to the milk powder, they also bought some baby snacks and various daily necessities. Because now their goal is very clear, which is to collect the entire center of Huaihai City. Take away everything that might be of use. So the next few days, they didn't go anywhere but collect supplies in the city center. Because most of it had already been collected by Tainhoozu and his men, plus the secondary robbery by several women. It can be said that the entire city center, apart from zombies, is filled with useless things. Anything that was of any use was taken away by them. This is why Yi Xiao has so many space rings. And the area has been expanded. There are 15 of them in total, with a total area of up to 200,000 cubic meters. What is the concept? It is equivalent to a large shopping mall. It's piled full. So much so that 3 days later, Yi Xiao had no choice but to join them in collecting supplies. No way. There are not enough space rings. He needs to kill some more zombies and find a way to get more space rings or upgrade stones. Fortunately, his luck was pretty good. It only took 2 days. I got 24 upgrade stones and 5 space rings. The pink color is further enhanced and strengthened to orange and gold. I used 4 of them. It also allows the space to accommodate up to 32,000 cubic meters, including other miscellaneous items. The total number of rings has exceeded 20. The smallest one has an area of 4,000 cubic meters. Finally, another 4 days passed. Call. City Center. Li Xiaoan killed the zombies along the way and arrived at the final destination. It was a maternity and baby store. I don't know why, but recently she has become very interested in maternity and baby stores and wants to go in whenever she sees one. God knows what the reason is. Maybe it's the overflow of maternal love. Li Xiaoan muttered softly. He looked back again and saw the corpses of zombies lying all over the street, more than 200 of them. Then he hurried into the maternity and baby store. I found this place to be pretty good, with a lot of milk powder, diapers, and so on, including baby shoes. So I collected them all at once. Then he sat on the chair at the counter. Send messages to Lin Yushi, Qin Jilan, and Chen Yao. Well, I've already finished everything here. I've also finished the last one. We too. Lin Yushi's voice came from the other end of the radio. I have reunited with Yao Yao. We have also collected all the garbage on this street. Do you think there is anything else that we haven't collected yet? This one looks like it's gone. I looked up outside and saw a few zombies wandering out. Li Xiaowan pursed her cute little lips and said, "It seems that there is nothing left here except zombies. Do you have any more space in your space ring?" On the other end of the radio, Lin Yushi asked again. "Let me see." Li Xiaowan hurriedly sat down after hearing that and opened the space ring to take a look. It was a pink ring with an area of 8,000 cubic meters. She checked it and said, "Well, there's not much left, probably about 100 cubic meters. Wow, it looks like you have a lot of supplies in here," Chen Yao said in surprise. Of course. Li Xiaowan was a little proud. This was all thanks to her extraordinary agility and speed. Now it has reached 3,000. As long as you think, any movement will be at the speed of sound. Of course, collecting supplies is also fast. 1 street per hour, no big problem. All right. Seeing that everyone had collected almost everything, Lin Yushi said, "Then let's go back and gather. The city area is now completely cleared." "Yeah, okay." She just nodded, and when Li Xiaowan appeared again, she was already at the door. But just when she was about to leave, she suddenly noticed that there was a branch headquarters of Huaihai Construction Bank next to it. This aroused his interest. "It's such a big bank, there should be a lot of gold in it. Maybe I can use it," he muttered to himself, and then he saw Li Xiaowan appear again. Directly entered the headquarters warehouse of Huaihai Construction Bank. Boom. With just one random punch, the S-Class security door was almost knocked down. And after giving another punch, the security door was completely scrapped. Li Xiaowan also saw the large amount of gold stored in the safe. This made his eyes light up, but as for the tens of billions of dollars worth of cash, well, forget it. Like waste paper. But that gold. He could get rich. She couldn't wait to use the space ring and throw nearly 3 tons of gold into it. Done. After doing all this, she clapped her hands proudly. Then leave quickly, and wait until we return to the Sky Garden. Yi Xiu is still resting at home. Owner. Seeing the girls coming back, Yi Xiu, who was sitting on the sofa, crossed his legs and asked, "How was your day?" Lin Yushi wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile, "The entire city center has been taken care of, and the collection is complete." "Oh, really?" Yi Xiu took back the space ring and checked it. The current total capacity of the space ring has reached an astonishing 1 million cubic meters. It is equivalent to about 10 large shopping malls. The amount of material stored is naturally astonishing. No need to look, there are about 800,000 tons of supplies. Lin Yushi counted on his fingers with some pride. There are about 500,000 tons of food and about 300,000 tons of supplies. And among these 300,000 tons, I also went to the electronics store. There were so many TVs, refrigerators, air conditioners, electric heaters, range hoods, and so on. Of course, Ishio saw it too. It's just outrageous. My God, there are more than 1,000 televisions alone. He couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "You were planning to do wholesale?" This. Hearing this, Lin Yushi stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly. She didn't want to do that either. There really is nothing left to collect, so I collected these things. Maybe they will be useful in the future. After all, they're all in good condition and can be used as long as they are powered on. Lin Yushi also explained. This. Yishio thought about it and felt that it made some sense. Nothing wrong. Although now that the Doomsday disaster has come, everything is over. But to be honest, because after the disaster, almost all factories and electronic equipment were out of touch, it would probably be very difficult to assemble a TV in the future. This thing is really valuable. And, since you already have a TV, especially a lot of gaming TVs, why don't you get a PS5 and some more cards? In the future, when I'm bored, although I can't watch TV, playing 3A masterpieces and standalone games seems to be a good choice. Oh yes. This served as a reminder to Lin Yushi. Her big, watery eyes lit up. How could I have forgotten this? And it's not just TVs. We should also get some computers, consoles, graphics cards, laptops, etc. These things will be high-tech products in the post-apocalyptic wasteland. Just think about it. When others are still worrying about food, They're struggling to survive in a desolate and ruined city. Or a world like a desert, thirsty. You have a big house in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, and you play games at home when you have nothing to do. That was quite pleasant indeed. Chapter 67. No, you are planning to keep 500,000 zombies in captivity. Thinking of this, Lin Yushi said excitedly, I'll make arrangements right away. After saying that, the whole person disappeared like a shadow. This girl is quite impetuous. Looking at the girls who were getting faster and faster, Yishio knew that they were about to reach the 10th level. What about you? He looked at Li Xiaowan again. I'm simpler. Li Xiaowan giggled and handed over the space ring. Then Yishio discovered speechlessly. In addition to baby formula, there are diapers, baby snacks, and a bunch of other miscellaneous items in it. You're into baby products? Looking up at the beautiful female CEO, Yishio asked with doubt in his life. These words made Li Xiaowan feel embarrassed, and she didn't know how to explain it. God knows why I keep staring at this. But she still tried to defend herself, saying, although these are baby products, adults can drink them too, just like noodles and snacks. There's no rule that adults can't drink them. Besides, it's not all for babies. There are also medicines. That's true. Yishio thought it made sense, especially since there were still quite a few medicines available. But when I opened the medicine and took a look, just found out. Yutanging, children's cough syrup, children's anti-influenza granules, azithromycin. Yishio looked at Li Xiaowan, who was becoming increasingly embarrassed, with a strange expression. Why are most of these medicines for children? Li Xiaowan was embarrassed. She rubbed her hands and whispered, well, if I take a little more, I think it should be similar to the medication for adults. Yeah, but Yishio had a strange expression on his face. You're not pregnant, are you? Otherwise, why are you so fond of baby things? Adding all these together, it would be enough to raise 10,000 children. Although adults can eat it too. No, absolutely not. But upon hearing this, Li Xiaowan quickly waved her hands and said with a red face, I have taken medicine. It shouldn't be, and it wasn't like that before. That's true. Yishio thought about it and felt that it made sense. After all, he was a very sensible person. However, this also gave him a reminder. It looks like we're still missing a doctor in our team. Touching his chin, Yishio said, Doctor. Chun Yao, who was watching the show nearby, was also shaken by Li Xiaowan's actions and subconsciously touched her belly. He asked tentatively, Dingfen, what can't be shown to you? What are you thinking? Yishio rolled his eyes. It's a rescue vehicle. It's used to rescue Transformers. Of course, it can check the humans a little bit, but it's only to check for common injuries. I don't know anything else. Oh, so that's it? Chun Yao's beautiful face showed an expression of realization, and then she said with certainty, Then we should indeed find a doctor, preferably a female doctor. A beautiful female doctor. Needless to say, Yishio also knew how to arrange it. This matter cannot be rushed. He checked Chun Yao and Qin Jilan's space rings again. I found that the things I found were all quite reasonable. Basically, all of them are food, drinks, and daily necessities. Of course, there were also some large items such as sofas, beds, and various expensive mattresses, kitchen supplies, and even electrical appliances, which made Yishio seriously suspect that they had emptied IKEA. After all, there really is an IKEA in Huaihai. But there is one thing that is not wrong. Yishio also saw quite a few heaters, including air conditioners. This should be useful. After all, he did not forget that the system said that in addition to acid rain, there would be ice behind it. Although I don't know exactly what the situation is, but it will definitely be very cold. At that time, electric heaters and air conditioners will also play a significant role. As for gold, is this thing still useful? Yishio was not sure and looked up at Qin Yao. The woman also collected a lot of gold. But Qin Yao stuck out her tongue and said shyly, I don't know, I just think, gold, maybe it will be useful. Too. Yishio asked via satellite. Then I found that it was true. Those temporary trading shelters actually use gold as the intermediate currency for transactions. Most of them are used to purchase supplies, weapons, or zombie cores. Stunning weapons and magic cores are very popular. It really works. Yishio was delighted to see this scene. So he said, then you guys should go rob the gold shop again. This stuff may be useful in the future. Really? That's great. When the three girls heard this, their eyes lit up. The destructive power of gold on women is unimaginable even at the end of the world. Who would turn down free gold? Right. At this moment, Li Xiaowan also thought of another question. She raised her beautiful eyes to look at Yishio and asked, How do we deal with those zombies? Zombies. After being reminded by him, Yishio suddenly realized that basically all the supplies in the city center had been collected. To say the rest, that's a zombie. And based on previous bird detection surveys, there are currently about 500,000 zombies in the center of Huaihai City. Yishio pondered and said, but most of them are low level. The strongest ones at the moment are only a few at level 4. And they can be counted on 2 hands. Not to mention the rest. All of them are first order or have no order. Even if it's done, I can't get any good zombie magic cores either. And to be honest, I don't lack first, second, or third level ones now. What is needed is something higher. For example, those of level 5, level 6, level 7, and even level 10. This is also the issue that Li Xiaowan is concerned about. We have already collected all the supplies here. If we want to move to another place, it would be a bit of a waste if we don't kill these zombies. After all, there are more than 500,000 zombies. If you kill them all, tut tut tut. The total attributes alone are an explosive number. Of course I want to kill them all. That can't be done in 1 or 2 months. Killing 10,000 people a day would be enough. But the problem is that if we stay here and kill zombies, it would be a waste of time. Even if we all take action, it will probably take nearly a month. Chen Yao felt a headache when he thought about this problem. But I can't bear to let it go. I have a plan. But Yishio did have a plan. He hesitated for a moment, then raised his head and said with a smile, in the city center, we can make a base for the fiery rose and create a new safe haven. We can absorb more manpower and make it our stronghold. As for these zombies, we should lead them all out and keep them in captivity. We can kill them when they reach a higher level. Wouldn't that be better? What? Confine zombies? The girls' beautiful eyes widened when they heard this. Moreover, they kept 500,000 of them in captivity. Chapter 68 Handsome. Handsome King Kong? That's right, this was Yishio's plan to raise all those zombies. The level will become higher later. Wouldn't it be better if we could kill them all and get the zombie magic cores then? And it just so happens that there is a Toalong mountain south of Huaihai, which stretches for more than 30 kilometers. Move them all there. It can be used as a natural defense barrier and can also be used to keep zombies. In this way, the city center serves as a base. There are 500,000 zombies in the south acting as a barrier, and even the army may not be able to get in. Not to mention the survivors. That's fine. But Chen Yao was stunned after hearing that. She even blinked her charming big eyes. It was the first time she heard that someone would raise zombies into Doomsday. But there are still problems. How can we get those zombies to obey us? After all, although he now has a 5th-order charm ability, he can only control what is within his sight and cannot lock onto it for a long time, let alone 500,000 zombies. He cannot do it even if he works himself to death. But Yishio has plenty of ways. We have a mutant tiger king. This little guy can easily deal with those zombies. After all, the 6th level being is the king. Yes, these words made the girls react, and their eyes lit up. How could I forget about Tiger King? They all looked at the little kid lying on the sofa playing with a cat toy, and were suddenly being stared at by so many tigers. The little guy couldn't help but be clever. There was clarity in those big, cute eyes, and a look that seemed to indicate something was wrong. So I waited until the next day, early the next morning. Yishio set off with the Mutant Tiger King for girls and the Transformers Legion. He first asked the drone team to use ultrasound to attract the zombies' attention, as simulated sound waves rage. Almost all the zombies within a radius of 10 kilometers were attracted here. The little Tiger King was not idle either. He and Yishio ran to the ocean world in Huaihai, because Yishio remembered that there were a large number of marine animals here. And in addition, there were also bears and polar bears. These things are all large and ferocious animals. Before it mutated, it was already at the level of a little bully. Not to mention, after this mutation, it is definitely the most powerful one. And by induction, from 5 kilometers away, Yishio could already sense that there were several relatively powerful beings here, probably around the 4th level. Roar! As the Tiger King arrived, he got out of the car and let out a roar and a roar. It could be seen in the ocean world. It was once a prosperous amusement park. Now it has completely become a forbidden zone for mutant creatures. Even sharks came to the shore and roared there. There are even variants. 4 of them grew out, kind of like shark gods. He was eating a mutant penguin in his mouth and noticed the commotion here. He was obviously not very convinced. Roar! But as the Mutant Tiger King came out, the pressure from the 6th level king immediately made the mutant shark's eyes roll back, revealing a look of fear. He turned around, threw away the penguin's body, and tried to escape. Upon seeing this, The mutant tiger king leaped up and chased after him. Yi Xiao reminded him from behind, "Don't kill him, it will work." Ouch! The tiger king turned around and responded, and then acted quickly. The wind is rising. Boom! A huge monster that is 6 meters long. It was a threat to the mutant shark. Although these creatures have mutated and gained a certain degree of intelligence, they also have a certain benefit, which is that they have also produced signals of fear of death. Especially in the animal world, the law of the jungle prevails. Very useful. So it's just a transformation. The 2-meter mutant shark immediately fell to the ground. Roar! But the shark surrendered, but suddenly there was a loud noise over there, and the solid wall was knocked open. A black thing about 5 meters long suddenly rushed out and hit the Tiger King, who had not yet reacted. Bang! The Tiger King was knocked against a rock. When the Tiger King reacted, he saw that it was actually a black bear. He was angry. Immediately, a big slap was given, and the black bear fell to the ground. Obviously, this guy is also the king here. Yi Xiao took a look. Nearly 5th level strength, not simple. However, this is not a threat to the Tiger King. Sure enough, as the black bear was fanned away, the Tiger King rushed up like lightning and attacked it with a series of cat-like punches. The black bear was photographed with scars all over. The noise was too loud. Many mutant creatures around came out to watch the fun. Their eyes are not very big, but they look very seriously. Yi Xiao even discovered that there was more than one black bear here. There are actually 2 white polar bears. They were also watching with eager eyes, obviously wanting to launch a sneak attack on the mutant Tiger King. However, they still underestimated the power of the mutant Tiger King. The 4th level black bear was beaten so badly that it couldn't even raise its head. Roar! The Tiger King even grabbed the bear's neck, bared his teeth, and let out a terrifying roar. The bear's legs went limp, and the obvious meaning was, "Do you surrender?" "I give in. I give in." Sure enough, the black bear was beaten badly. He fell directly to the ground. Roar! The Tiger King was very satisfied with the situation, and then he looked at the mutant creatures watching the excitement around him, and his meaning was very clear. "What about you?" "I accept. I accept. I accept." Then the 2 polar bears and 3 black bears all surrendered. They all fell to the ground. This is the benefit of mutated zombies. Their ranks are too strict, and if they encounter an existence with a huge gap, they will definitely behave themselves. Not to mention those of the 1st, 2nd, or no grade. It's just about hitting wherever you point. So it took less than 10 minutes. Using the mutant Tiger King, Yi Xiao subdued a Shark King, 2 polar bears, and 4 black bears. These are all Overlord level. Yeah, not bad. Look at the honest 7 mutant taboos that exist. With them suppressing the zombies, there shouldn't be any major problems. But just as Yi Xiao was about to leave, he suddenly sensed that there was another monkey nearby. Turning around, Yi Xiao saw the monkey hiding in the distance. A little unexpected. This turned out to be an ornamental slow loris, very small, and very similar in appearance to a lemur, with a round head, big eyes, and short and thick front and hind limbs. It looked to be only about 30 centimeters long, smaller than the mutant Tiger King. But Yi Xiao sensed that the aura of this guy had reached nearly the 5th level. Interesting. Yi Xiao waved towards the mutant slow monkey. The mutant slow loris big eyes reveal a vigilant expression. Then he tiptoed out. It was obviously smarter, and also sensed Yi Xiao's strength, so it was very cautious. But the moment I got outside, roar! The slow monkey suddenly let out a roar, and then its entire body swelled rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 4-meter-tall monster, and it patted its chest. Yi Xiao was stunned and opened his mouth subconsciously. Handsome. Handsome guy? Chapter 69. Did Yi Xiao really raise 500,000 zombies? This guy's movements are similar to King Kong in the Godzilla movie I saw in my previous life, but the difference is that this one is only about 4 meters tall. But even so, it was already terrifying. People looked like puppies in front of him. With one punch, the car would be flattened. He rushed towards Yi Xiao angrily, and the ground was shaking. Fortunately, Yi Xiao came back to his senses and stretched his muscles leisurely. Boom! After a huge explosion, several women who were watching the drone attracting zombies from a distance heard the noise in the distance. It made them subconsciously look 2 kilometers away out of curiosity. What's going on? It seems like something exploded. Who cares? Li Xiaowen didn't care about all that. After all, no one in Huaihai City could be Yi Xiao's opponent. Her interest was still focused on the zombies that were attracted by the drone. especially at this time. Chen Yao also waved his hand to control several third-level zombie tyrants. Under their intimidation, more and more zombies came over obediently. Soon, the main roads and the entire city center were blocked. According to a rough estimate, there will be nearly 100,000 people in this wave. If an outsider saw this scene, he would be so shocked that his mouth would be unable to close. The reason is simple. It's simply spectacular. Damn, 100,000 zombies. This was a terrifying and huge zombie tide. They were packed densely together, filling up the entire main road. From a distance, it looked like a sea of people. Even if there are 1,000 members of the Doomsday shelter, they would also be scared and run away. But now it was just a few girls with a few drones that did it. If someone saw this, they would definitely question their life. No, life is hard enough for us. Are you guys just going to start a zombie army? But that's not all. Yishio soon came back as well. With a rumbling sound, a huge Western Star heavy truck slowly appeared on the street. Following behind are mutant creatures of the lowest level 3. There were bears, polar bears, a long-legged shark, and a mutant tiger king lazily lying on a Western Star truck, shaking its tail. And one more, the little lazy monkey that was beaten black and blue and now lies obediently on Yishio's shoulder. The girls were stunned. Master, you are? Oh, Yishio introduced the mutant team that followed behind him. These are our newly recruited brothers. All of them are mutants above level 3, and 4 of them are level 4. Use them to command these mutant zombies, so we don't have to go through so much trouble. Oh my god, this is also possible. Lin Yushi opened her cute little mouth, full of admiration. Brother Yishio is really good. He can even come up with such an idea. And don't mention it with these big guys. I don't have to be so tired anymore. Chen Yao heaved a sigh of relief and released her charm control. Several zombie tyrants who were originally maintaining order immediately woke up, looking confused as to what had just happened. Especially one of them was grabbing his little brother and trying to twist off his head. Now that he realized what was going on, he immediately became angry and was about to turn around and fight Chen Yao. The next second, when I saw those bears, polar bears, and the mutant tiger queen, I was so scared that my legs went limp. There is no way. Even if you become a zombie, you can't get rid of the muscle memory of your previous life. Without weapons, they are naturally afraid of wild beasts. And there is also a 6th level of Tiger King. That's enough. Seeing so many people gathered, the drone team was still making arrangements. Surrounding them were several big guys, including Lightning, Iron Sheet, Poison, and Ding Fenghua. Yishio simply waved his hand and said, "Let's transfer this batch first." Good. Chen Yao nodded and immediately controlled a few zombie tyrants again. At the same time, the mutant Tiger King also started working. He roared at his newly recruited brothers and commanded the zombie horde like he was herding sheep. And with the assistance of these big guys, the zombies were quite obedient and began to walk along the main road towards Tuolong Mountain in the south of the city as if they were following orders. This scene was so shocking. Looking from afar, the entire street, including the outer ring road, stretches for more than 10 kilometers. The transfer was densely packed and very orderly. This scene happened to be seen by the patrol helicopter stationed in the temporary shelter. When the driver saw the dense, endless tide of zombies below, he thought he was seeing things, so he rubbed his eyes and widened them. Hey, brother, am I seeing things? What's going on with these zombies? What are they going to do? When the brother in the passenger seat saw this, he was stunned at first, then his face turned pale. Oh my god, has another zombie outbreak occurred in Huaihai? So many. It seems to me that they are migrating. Migrate. The survivor doubted his life. Can zombies migrate? But that's the fact. When they discovered that the zombie team, which was 10 kilometers long, was heading towards Tuolong Mountain, they were completely dumbfounded. But they are not here to watch the show. React. Hurry back first. Yes, we can't stay here any longer. If we run into a flying zombie beast, it will be terrible. They hurriedly fled in a helicopter. Not to mention the other scattered survivors in the city, who were already frightened to the point of their legs going limp after seeing such a spectacular and shocking scene. Standing on a high floor and looking at such a huge tide of zombies, I couldn't even hold the weapon in my hand steadily. No, just with this baseball bat? Fighting zombies that stretch for 10 kilometers. You're looking for death, right? I hope they're not coming for us. A group of a dozen Doomsday survivors swallowed their saliva and watched carefully from a distance, not daring to even breathe. Finally, it took almost 2 hours. This batch of zombies is finally over. Just when they couldn't help but sit on the balcony and breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that it was over. Roar! Then another batch of zombies came. This made the bald man in the lead open his eyes wide. Also, there's more. What's going on? Why are there so many? However, they still underestimated the number this time. Because as the second wave passes, a third wave appeared, the fourth wave, until the fifth wave. Each time it's several kilometers long and densely packed. It took almost a whole day. They have become completely numb. Just watching those zombies heading towards Toalong Mountain, there was only one thought in my mind. Crazy, this world is crazy. Of course, Yishio didn't expect this to be such a huge physical job. It took a whole day to migrate almost all the zombies to Toalong Mountain. This is all thanks to the mutant Tiger King, who has 7 or 8 younger brothers. Otherwise, it might take 3 days to finish. But now, nailed it. Seeing that the last group has entered the mountain, now the entire Toalong Mountain range of more than 30 kilometers has been completely occupied by zombies, and the woods are full of densely packed zombies. Chun Yao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally done. After using her powers for almost a day, and controlling several people at that, she felt like her brain was about to break. Leaning against the co-pilot window of the Skyfire pillar. Forget about taking a look at those zombies. Chun Yao complained. No, I need to sleep for a while. I can't take it anymore. Well, go to sleep. After taking a look at this beauty, Yishio knew that she was working very hard, so he nodded. But that's not enough. Even if everyone is rushed to the mountains, someone needs to watch over them. Otherwise, if some of these zombies run away, you will be the one at a loss. Chapter 70, The Real Owner of the City, Yishio. But the problem arises again. Let people watch zombies? It's obviously impossible. Are you kidding me? How many Doomsday survivors can keep an eye on 500,000 zombies? It was torn to pieces before it even got close. But he doesn't have many Cybertron members. Even if we put these mutant creatures here, there would only be 10 of them at most, although it can control the tide of corpses. But there are a few brainless people who wander out. So Yishio thought about it and simply asked the Skyfire pillar. Pillar, do you have any ideas? After all, it's Cybertron, so there must be some high-tech products. Sure enough, soon, Tayanozu respectfully replied. Master Creator, you can ask Ding Fengbua to build a batch of sound wave controllers. Use sound waves to simulate the frequency band of zombie tyrants and place them around. If you place 100 of them within a radius of 30 kilometers, the zombies will behave themselves and dare not step out. Oh, these words made Yishio's eyes light up. Can we still play like this? But if you think about it carefully, it is true. Although these zombies don't have much brains, they are clearly divided into levels and will obey them when they meet high-level ones. But just simulate the sound waves of those zombie tyrants. You can use intimidation. It's like an electronic prison. But, this prison is the largest in the entire Toalong Mountain and has 500,000 zombie prison inmates. But it's okay this way. It can also save the cost of building prisons and eliminate the need for human supervision. There are several forbidden mutant creatures placed inside. Just wait until it is suitable and strong enough in the future. There are a lot of 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and even 9th level ones. When the time comes, you can just kill it and get the magic core. Good. Thinking of this, Yishio did what he said. Directly notified Ding Fengbua to make the arrangements. After all, as a doctor, it's normal for him to know more things. Ding Fengbua, who received the order, started working directly. He first got a bunch of radios. Then the modification and implantation are carried out. It took less than half a day to finish 100 of them, then hand it over to the drone team. Ga. I saw mechanical birds one after another, flapping their wings, holding a small cylinder-like object in their beaks, finding a suitable location, and placing it directly into the soil and rocks, and then pressing the switch. Soon, electronic prison circles were formed one after another. From a high-altitude perspective of a scouting bird, the entire Toalong Mountain was shrouded in the gradually falling night. The entire mountain was covered with red and green dots that looked like the glow of fireflies. If you didn't know, you might have thought that they were fireflies. But in fact, the entire mountain was full of zombies, and they could almost be used as lighting. That's awesome. Even Li Shaoan, Lin Yushi, and other girls couldn't help but complain when they saw this scene. My goodness, if someone accidentally broke in here at night, they would be scared to death. This is even scarier than a horror movie. If you don't know, you would think you have arrived in the underworld. But Yishio was very satisfied. This will be our #1 zombie prison from now on. By hoarding so many zombies and upgrading them later, plus a 100-fold return, the number will soar in a matter of minutes. Of course, he did not forget to leave the bears, polar bears, sharks, and the slow loris here. Among them, the slow monkey has the highest level, already at the peak of level 4 and on the verge of level 5. It has only been a month since the Doomsday disaster broke out, a forbidden existence in the absolute Doomsday. But that's not enough. Yishio needs him to be stronger. Therefore, he was given another 54th level zombie magic cores. Seeing so many 4th level zombie magic cores on the ground, the slow monkey was stunned. Wow, the boss is so rich. It was not in vain that I drank the obedient potion. If I had known that the boss was so rich, I would have been obedient even if I hadn't drunk the obedient potion. But when the mutant tiger king saw these zombie magic cores, he became a little greedy and ran up to rub Yishio's thigh. No hurry, but Yishio stroked Tiger's head and soothed him. The 4th level magic core will have an effect on you, but not a big one. I'll get you some higher level ones later so you can break through to the 10th level. Now you can just take 2 or 3 to slow down. The Tiger King understood and nodded his chubby head obediently. Besides, Yishio felt that calling you Tiger King was too awkward. It's time to give you a name. Let's call you Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger. This name doesn't sound like a smart one. Even Lin Yushi and Qin Jilan were amused and laughed out loud with their hands covering their mouths. Lin Yushi even laughed and said, "You know what? This name really suits its big head." Fat Tiger didn't understand, but he thought it must be a good name as long as there was food to eat. So he immediately snatched 5 from the slow monkey. The frightened slow monkey quickly picked up the remaining food and kept stuffing it into his mouth. Boom. As an eye-catching light appeared, the slow monkey directly rose to the 5th level. But that's not enough. Boom. After finishing eating, the slow monkey was about to reach the 6th level, and its eyes changed from the initial purple to a light fiery red, giving it a boss-like feeling. This made Yishio wonder whether he should distinguish the levels of these guys in the future. It depends on the color of the eyes, but it seems that it is still a little worse than Fat Tiger. All right, but Yishio didn't dwell on it and just waved his hand and said, "From now on, you won't be called Slow Monkey anymore. Just call me Pretty Boy, a handsome boy and a fat tiger." Perfect. But when Qin Jilan heard this, the corners of her mouth twitched. This is the name. Who was in charge of the taboo mutant beast king, the handsome guy called Tai Miao? Fat Tiger? Is there going to be another doorman next? Put the handsome boy into Toalong Mountain. Yishio was still worried, so he asked number 2 and number 3 to stay here as well. Nothing to do, just keep an eye on it. After all, there are no zombies in the city center anyway. There was no need for them to patrol there. After doing all this, he felt at ease and drove back to the city and the Sky Garden with the women. Then wash up and rest. They were exhausted after a whole day, so I fell asleep within minutes after returning home. But Yishio was fine. Because of the added physical strength, he felt that he was completely mentally adequate. This is the benefit of physical strength, which mainly increases endurance and stamina. With the current physical strength of 2,000, Yishio felt that it wouldn't be a big deal if he didn't sleep for 10 days. So he is fine. Even after dealing with Chen Yao, he notified in Miaoshue and asked all the people from the Fiery Rose to come to the city tomorrow. Build a new massive Doomsday shelter. The area within a radius of 30 kilometers is locked within the shelter area. In this way, the entire urban area will become his territory. This will be my place of origin in the Doomsday. Chapter 71. From now on, you have a new name, North Star. And sure enough, the next morning, the acid rain continued to fall. But members of the Fiery Rose organization have begun to enter the city one after another. One after another, there were large trucks, military vehicles, and cars. Mighty and powerful. But when they entered the city and there was not a single zombie, they began to doubt their lives. Oh my God, there are zombies here! Wearing a raincoat and carrying a machine gun mounted on a modified off-road vehicle, a young man looked around in doubt of his life, fearing that zombies would attack him. But after waiting for more than 10 minutes, no one came. Everyone else was stunned. Did the boss kill them all? No way. You know, it is conservatively estimated that there are 500,000 zombies in the urban area. What is the concept? Even if there are 50 pigs and 10,000 people, it may not be possible to catch them all in a month. What's more, there are quite a few high-level zombies. The boss managed it all by himself? Fuck, what do you know? But soon, Liu Yang's big slap landed on his head. He said proudly in his raincoat, "The boss is a powerful Cybertron war core. What are those zombies?" This? A group of people suddenly realized, yes, the boss also has the Cybertron Legion. Damn, those big guys really have no trouble dealing with zombies. However, when they learned that the zombies were not killed, but were moved to Taolong Mountain and kept in captivity, everyone was shocked. I couldn't help but gasp. Keeping zombies in captivity? And it's 500,000. Boss, this is too cruel. However, there are even more cruel ones. And Miao Shua learned that Yi Xiao had collected all the supplies in the entire city. Now the whole city is empty. She could not hide her inner shock. Oh my god, what on earth has Yi Xiao been doing during this period of time? However, Yi Xiao didn't care much about their thoughts. Although the fiery rose is now growing stronger, it can be considered a doomsday force of its own. But it's just a stronghold. His target was never such a small city. I just think that, well, it's not necessary, but it's a small base that must be had. So, wait for the rumbling of large numbers of cars to arrive. About 3,000 people came one after another. As soon as they entered the huge center of the mall, they saw Yi Xiao, who had been waiting there. So they all shouted excitedly, "Boss! Boss, we are here!" He nodded slightly and glanced around. Now the entire shopping mall, the first floor, the second floor, and the third floor were almost full of people. There were probably more than 3,000. And Miao Shua also came forward, showing a charming smile, and said, "Husband, everything is here." The call of husband stunned many new members. Oh my god, the most beautiful girl in Huaihai. And Miao Shua calls this mysterious old man her husband. If you call me, it would be worth dying for. However, Yi Xiao did not mind. Instead, he took a look at Miao Shua and found that she had already improved to the average of 1,200. After all, the blood dance crescent blade increased all attributes by 1, which was equivalent to 120 times that of an ordinary person. Of course, the main purpose is to integrate such a large doomsday force. So there aren't many opportunities to upgrade. But even so, such strength is more than enough to lead a doomsday force of tens of thousands of people. How's it going? Are all the people gathered? Yi Xiao asked Miao Shua. Well, it's basically complete. And Miao Shua also nodded and said, since the last integration of the doomsday shelters in the suburbs, our total number has increased to about 5,000, of which 4,000 are capable of fighting. As for the mutant new humans, there are a total of 27 people. All of you come out. The absolutely beautiful beauty waves to the warriors who have successfully upgraded to become new mutant humans. Then, 27 survivors of different appearances walked out from the crowd. They are men and women, young and old. Yi Xiao took a look and saw that the oldest one was an old man around 50 years old. The youngest is just a 14-year-old girl. Of course, during this period, and Miao Shua did not collect many zombie magic cores, only more than 100. Logically speaking, it would be good if there were 2 or 3 that evolved. But Yi Xiao can't resist the return of 100 times. So more than 100 coins directly became more than 10,000 coins. Each person ate 1 pill for the experiment, so there were only a little over 5,000 pills in total. But even so, only 27 people succeeded in evolving. And Miao Shua said with some regret. And most of them are ordinary abilities, such as some hearing improvements, vision improvements, or agility, strength, and defense. Just like that old man. Although he is 50 years old, he is still incredibly strong. He is a first-level combat new human. There is only one little girl like this with special abilities. And Miao Shua pointed at the 14-year-old girl. In fact, it goes without saying that Yi Xiao also saw it. Advanced to the 5th level of perception ability. In addition to greatly improving the perception range, there is an additional ability. Insight. It is the special ability that can see through the vast majority of mutant new humans. Yi Xiao was interested in the little girl in front of him, who looked a little dirty but had a pair of big, beautiful eyes. She was a beauty. Your ability seems to be to modify the magnetic field around you. Come on, call the boss. Seeing Yi Xiao notice the little girl, and Miao Shua hurriedly pulled her over in a soft voice. The little girl's expression was a little nervous, but her eyes revealed stubbornness. And Miao Shua gently touched his head and reminded him softly, "Show your abilities to the boss." Yeah, okay. Although she was a little scared, the little girl still nodded obediently. As she raised her dirty little hand, she saw a mysterious magnetic force moving. A bullet was easily controlled in midair. And with a gentle toss, bang! The bullet was shot out from the gun barrel and directly shattered the glass next to it. Then he waved again, and the bullet came back obediently. Interesting magnetism. Yi Xiao finally understood that this little girl had a pair of lavender pupils that were different from those of ordinary people. They looked very magical. That's right. And Miao Shua also pulled the little girl's arm and explained to Yi Xiao, her ability is very special. She can control the power of magnets. Any metal object can be sensed and controlled by her. However, she is still very weak now and can only control bullets to attack the enemy. It's a bit embarrassing to say, and Miao Shue said with shame. There are 27 people in total, and she is the only one who has such a special ability. Even Liu Yang has only awakened a superhuman defensive ability. Not bad, but Yishio didn't think it was too little. After all, those mutant new humans basically had their speed, strength, or defense enhanced in more than 99% of the time, including some more accumulated five senses like hearing, vision, etc. Chun Yao is already extremely amazing. She is the only charming woman in the entire city. And now, there is another little girl with magnetic field abilities. Yishio nodded to show his satisfaction. This ability is very good. I want it. He looked at the nervous but obviously strong little girl and asked, "What's your name?" "I grew up in an orphanage. My original name was Chu, but I don't like this name." The very beautiful little girl with lavender pupils shook her head. She was abandoned by her parents and bullied in the orphanage. After going to school, she was bullied by her classmates because she had no parents, so she chopped a girl and was sent to a juvenile detention center. But Yishio didn't mind and handed him a bottle of obedient water. "Drink her. From now on, you have a new name. My name is North Star." Chapter 72. Build a new Doomsday shelter. Start from scratch. North Star. Blinking her lavender eyes, Polaris showed a surprised expression, but quickly nodded and drank the obedient water. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the superpower, magnetism. And sure enough, after drinking the obedient water, Yishio also felt another force in his body. He opened his property bar and took a look. Name, Yishio. Level, 10. Physical strength, 4,000. Power, 6,000. Agility, 6,000. Defense, 12,000. Superpower, fire control, level 1. Abilities, perception, level 5. Charm, level 5. Defense, level 5. Control of magnetic field, level 1. Summary, a fully developed, terrifying existence that surpasses the 10th level. What a great review. Good. Seeing the huge changes in himself, Yishio was quite satisfied. But he was still a little puzzled about the level. How come I'm still at level 10 now? Never mind. I'm too lazy to care about that. Yishio came back to his senses and clapped his hands. He then glanced at the excited 3,000 people and said, "From now on, the city area is our territory." "What? It's ours? Fuck, is this true?" When these words came out, the younger brothers became excited. "Oh shit. This urban area is 30 kilometers in radius. If this place is used as a Doomsday base shelter, that's much better than Rose Manor. After all, although the Rose Manor is not small, it would be very crowded to accommodate 3,000 people. But the urban area is only 30 kilometers away. Not to mention 3,000, even 300,000 would be more than enough. But here comes the problem. Well, we only have so many people." Liu Yang came over, scratched his head, and said with a wry smile, "Boss, with a radius of 30 kilometers, I'm afraid even patrolling will be a problem. After all, it's a range of 30 kilometers. It is estimated that the configuration is more than 100,000 people." "You're stupid," but Miao Shue scolded angrily. "There are not enough people. Can't you first organize a 5-kilometer radius? 3,000 people should be enough for a 5-kilometer diameter area. When we add new members in the future, we can gradually expand our territory. So now, we only need to occupy the most luxurious area in the city center, about 5 kilometers. Yes." Liu Yang's eyes lit up at these words. He slapped his head and said in shame, "Damn, why didn't I think of that? Otherwise, Boss Shue, you are the boss." He hurried to flatter. "That's right." And Miao Shue felt very comfortable with the flattery, and she raised her arms in front of her head with pride. But this is not enough. Establishing a sanctuary is not an easy task. Not to mention that we are short of manpower. We also need weapons, firearms, various military vehicles, and weapons of mass destruction. We need them all. This question gave Miao Shue a headache. Indeed, Yishio nodded in agreement. Although the fiery Rose already had new mutant humans, not counting his own women, the number had reached 27. But the remaining people still have no special abilities, they're just ordinary survivors. And whole Doomsday shelter, it doesn't rely solely on mutant new humans. Therefore, conventional weapons are still very necessary. Especially, we still need some weapons of mass destruction to activate and expand the Cybertron War Legion. But this is easy too, Liu Yang said hurriedly. A few days ago, a few survivors from outside joined us. They said that there is a Doomsday trading zone 400 kilometers away. It was built by the former Haidu. There was an army station there, but now with the collapse of the global military system, they have taken over the mountain and become the kings. If we are short of weapons, we can buy them from them. Oh, Yishio became interested and asked, "Can I buy a lot of weapons?" "Certainly." Regarding this, Liu Yang swore, "It's the end of the world. I can't guarantee anything else. The food and drink won't be enough, but one thing is for sure, there will be a lot of military weapons and guns. After all, in the apocalypse, there are many survivors and even more zombies. The first rule to survive is to have weapons." I heard that there are several factories in Haidu that were originally car factories and other tool production lines, which have been converted into production lines for guns, ammunition, armored vehicles, and tanks. Yi Xiao can understand this. After all, in Longhua, there are many factories that appear to be civilian factories, but in fact, once a war breaks out, they will be directly converted into military factories. Otherwise, people would say that the Eastern Giant is not short of weapons and equipment, but only lacks those that have not been developed. Because as long as it can be developed, the Dragon Country has 10,000 ways to mass produce at a terrifying speed. Not to mention that it is even scarier now than during the war. Zombies, mutant creatures, acid rain, and more natural and man-made disasters to come. Those automobile manufacturing plants will definitely be transformed into military factories. But speaking of this, Liu Yang scratched his head again and said to Yi Xiao awkwardly, "Ordinary firearms may be cheaper, but armored vehicles, tanks, and other rocket launchers, etc., I think they will be more expensive. After all, that thing can be considered an important weapon for siege. Especially for today's cities, it's a sweeping move. So the price will definitely be very expensive. However, these weapons are indeed very practical for the current fiery rows. Especially some close and defense guns and defensive weapons. A Doomsday base would be useless if it did not have a strong enough defense system. It could be easily breached. But what Yishio lacked the least was money. If he was going to do it, he had to do it big. Especially once you get it, activate it yourself. One is worth 100. How much does a tank cost? Well, I'm not sure about this. Liu Yang scratched his head, feeling a little ashamed. After all, he had never been there either. However, I heard from those survivors who came back from the outskirts of Haidu that they only accept 3 kinds of things for trading. 1 gold, 2 magic cores, and 3 material exchange. As long as we have these 3 things, especially the second magic core, then it won't be a problem to get it. Soon, he added another sentence. Oh, that's such a coincidence. Yi Xiao smiled when he heard this, as these 3 things were exactly what he needed, especially the magic core. After the 100-fold return, there are now more than 40,000 first-level pieces in his space ring, not to mention the second, third, and fourth orders. There is nothing wrong with saying that he is the richest man. Therefore, he said, "How about this? You send someone to Haidu to get a batch of weapons and equipment back. We have no shortage of magic cores, but we mainly need weapons for the defense system, including guns and bullets. There are 3,000 people here now, but only more than 600 of them actually have guns, which is really too few. Not to mention bullets. At most, there are only more than 30,000 rounds. For a safe zone, this is a little old hat. They need a large number of military weapons." "No problem." Liu Yang also knew what the base was lacking, so he said excitedly, "Don't worry, boss. I'll be there right away." After that, he found more than 20 people, plus 2 mutant new humans. Grabbed the magic core, supplies, and gold, and set off immediately. P.S. Sorry, I had something to do yesterday. If nothing unexpected happens, I will update 3 chapters today. If you have any suggestions, you can leave them in the comment section. The author will make appropriate modifications after seeing them. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Chapter 73. Liu Yang was ambushed. As for the others, they were not idle either. They need to turn the 5-kilometer radius of the city center into an impregnable fortress. The most basic method is to use barbed wire to block all major intersections first, and wherever there are gaps, use barbed wire to block them. Or just build a wall and use some large equipment to block the place. Several watchtowers were also built, responsible for observing movements in the distance. As for the luxurious area in the center, it was originally a shopping mall, but now it has been transformed into the central management department of the Fiery Rose. All orders, including missions, will be issued from here. And besides that, this name, Fiery Rose, won't work. Yi Xiao shook his head and said, "It sounds a bit feminine. We need to change the name. From now on, we will call it Fantasy Star City." It means it is like a dream and as dazzling as the stars. What a good name. After hearing this, and Miao Xue clapped her hands and cheered, thinking it was very good. Then let's call it that. She directly arranged for her subordinates to change the name. So it only took 3 days. The entire city center, within a radius of 5 kilometers, was transformed into the base of Fantasy Star City. Sit in the sky garden on the top floor and look out. At this time, the downtown area finally became popular. The survivors were busy. Some were transporting iron sheets, some were refueling cars, and some were patrolling with guns. Although this place has become dilapidated after the baptism of Doomsday. But at least, we have a decent base. However, the number of people is still too small, only more than 5,000 at most. There are more than 5,000 people in the Fantasy Star City with a radius of 5 kilometers, which is quite sparse. But Yishio did not expand the survivors crazily and aimlessly. After all, these days, survivors are important. But it's not quantity that matters. In a Doomsday city, even if there are 100,000 survivors, the combat effectiveness of them is only 50,000. That's no use. What's more, the more people there are, the more supplies are consumed. So Yishio did not plan to expand too quickly. Just need to collect some elites. Just turn the entire Fantasy Star City into a powerful Doomsday Legion. And now there are quite a few mutant new humans in Fantasy Star City. Not counting Li Shaoan, Lin Yushi, Qin Jilan, and others. The number has reached 27 people, and they have all been trained to the 2nd level. This can be considered quite powerful in today's Doomsday world. Moreover, Lin Yushi, Li Shaoan, Qin Yao, including Qin Jilan and Miao Xue, are extremely powerful, all above the 8th level. Especially Li Shaoan and Lin Yushi. They also did not participate in the construction of Fantasy Star City. Instead, go out to the surrounding fallen cities to upgrade. Kill zombies while increasing your own strength. In the past 3 days, his strength has almost doubled. This also made Yishio happy. With their help in upgrading, I don't need to do anything at all. Well, of course, we still have to do something. For example, hunting some zombies when you have nothing to do. See if you can get equipment. Fortunately, I have good luck. In the past 3 days, 2 weapons were also exploded. One is the light of the moon, and the other is the fury of the blood butterfly. This made Yishio feel very interesting. This thing can explode repeatedly. Moreover, Yishio also discovered these things seem to be fixed, because the light of the moon exploded when a high-level mutant creature was killed. The rage of the blood butterfly was released after killing a 4th-level zombie tyrant. What does this mean? It seems that the probability of these equipment dropping is specified. They can only be dropped by killing similar mutant bosses and zombie tyrants. He killed another 4th-level zombie tyrant. With a loud bang, the zombie tyrant's huge body fell to the ground. Its body was completely destroyed by Guanshi. The outside was burnt and the inside was tender, but the blood-dancing crescent moon blade inside made Yishio more clear about his thoughts. It's just like playing Dungeon Fighter. Every secret realm boss has a specific drop rate for several pieces of equipment. And obviously, these are within level 5 or 6. I guess the best ones are the Blood Dance Moon Blade or Guanshi. Yishio picked up the Blood Dance Crescent Blade, looked up and down at the slender and very domineering long sword, and said to himself, I wonder what better things I'll get when I kill stronger bosses in the future. Master, master! At this moment, there was a sudden rumbling sound and a car was seen driving towards them quickly. The person who came down was a very fair and pretty little girl. She was a North Star. Although she is only 14 years old, she has grown into a graceful young lady. Especially those lavender eyes, which give people a noble temperament. Of course, Yishio did scan it. The results of the scan were a bit embarrassing. Name, Polaris. Age, 14 years old. They are minors and cannot be counted. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at how sophisticated this system is, and the law on the protection of minors is understood. The protagonist is well protected from being censored. Just right, you came just in time. Seeing Polaris running towards him with a noble and indifferent face, but with a heroic air, Yishio threw the blood dance crescent blade in his hand to her. What's this? For you, Yishio said. You are still missing a weapon. Chu Mingyao and the others all have them, and currently only Polaris doesn't have one. A blood dance crescent blade just happened to appear, which was just right for her to upgrade. Really? Raising her beautiful eyes and looking at Yishio, Polaris' lavender eyes were somewhat moved. The master is so kind to me. This knife is exactly the same as Sister Miao Xue's. However, she did not forget the purpose of her trip and said anxiously, Lu Yang is back. Oh. Yishio's eyes lit up when he heard that it was Lu Yang who came back. This guy was gone for 3 days. Finally, I'm back. But before he could ask how many weapons they brought, Polaris said hurriedly. However, only Lu Yang and another mutant new human came back. Lu Yang said they were ambushed on the way and their weapons were stolen. In addition, they were forced to lower the price when they went to hide it this time. Oh! Upon hearing this, Yishio put away the moonlight in his hand. There was a cold gleam in his eyes. Interesting, someone actually dared to lower the price of our Fantasy Star City, and someone even dared to rob us. Let's go back and take a look. Yeah, okay. Thinking of this, Yishio first brought Polaris back to Fantasy Star City. At this time, we were inside the headquarters building of Fantasy Star City. Lu Yang, covered in wounds and with a painful look on his face, was lying on a makeshift bed, with 2 female nurses busy applying lotion to his wounds. As the door opened, Yishio came back. Lu Yang was seen struggling to get down from the bed. Boss! No need to come down. But seeing Lu Yang's serious injuries, not only was his face bruised and swollen, but even his defensive ability, which he was proud of, was pierced through his body. Fortunately, as a second-level mutant new human, he had strong defense, and these injuries were not fatal. One advantage of the defensive mutant new humans is that they have strong recovery capabilities. However, Yishio still looked down at him and asked, "What's going on?" Damn, they're a group of Doomsday survivors. When Lu Yang said this, his eyes turned red and he couldn't help but curse. It turned out that on their way to hide it this time, they met a group of survivors who were also going to hide it to buy supplies. Everything was going peacefully, but they were ambushed as soon as they went out to sea. "Why, didn't you tell them that we are from the Fiery Rose?" And Miaoshua asked with a gloomy face. Chapter 70, For the Poison That Stands Up. "I did," but Lu Yang said with a bitter face. "They don't know us." What else is there to say? No matter whether it's a fiery rose or a fiery water rose, just keep the things and weapons. And Miaoshua. Damn, this is too crazy. But it is understandable. After all, the name of the fiery rose is only useful in Huaihai. Once you are 100 or 200 kilometers away from Huaihai, I guess no one will pay attention to you. But even so, whoever dares to rob our Fantasy Star City will pay the price. And Miaoshua stood up aggressively, ready to kill those guys. But Yishio stopped her and said, "No need. I will go there myself." "What? You go in person?" And Miaoshua was stunned when she heard that and blinked her beautiful big eyes. "There's no need for such a big fuss. I can handle those guys." She asked Lu Yang again. "How many people are there on the other side, and what level are they?" "This." But Lu Yang was ambushed. He didn't know how many people there were. He scratched his head and said, "There are hundreds of people, but there is one weird guy. He is very strong and can easily break my defense. I estimate he is at level 3. Otherwise," he pointed to his face, "there's no way I could get beaten like this. Fuck, it's just a level 3. But after Miaoshua heard this, she no longer needed to bother Yishio. "You don't need to go for this, husband. I can handle it myself." But Yishio's target was not them. These people were just incidental. My real purpose is to go to Haidu to see if there is anything I need. After all, I haven't been to Haidu yet, so I don't know the specific situation there. "Is that so?" And Miaoshua understood Yishio's purpose, but she was still worried, so she raised her eyes and asked, "Do you want me to go with you?" "No need." But Yishio waved his hand and said indifferently, "Just stay in charge of Huanqing City and let Shaoan, Qin Yao, and the others come with me. After all, Fantasy Star City still needs someone to take charge. Of course, the Cybertron War Core is more powerful." But Yishio didn't intend to let them take action. It's a waste of talent. It would be more fun to use it as a trump card at a critical moment. "Well, okay then." Seeing this, and Miaoshua no longer forced him and just said with concern, "Be careful on the road." "Yeah." He nodded slightly, and soon, after Li Shaoan and Qin Yao came back, Yishio took them with him, driving a pickup truck and a Lamborghini Veneno, and of course he also brought the Polaris. After all, this little girl also needed some training. Boom! As the two cars opened the gate of Fantasy Star City amidst the dull roar of airwaves, I saw a pickup truck and a Lamborghini, one after another, speeding away on the streets of the Doomsday ruined city like a streak of light. Let's talk about the outskirts of Haidu at this time. There is an underground research institute that was once an abandoned military area. Vehicles are entering here one after another. Fully armed soldiers surround it. There are probably more than 300 people. Boom! As 3 large military trucks came in one after another. It was loaded with all kinds of weapons and ammunition. Following behind were 2 tanks and 3 armored vehicles. It just shocked everyone. "Oh my God, second brother, we are going to get rich." A young man who opened the door couldn't help but say in surprise. "Hey, that's not true." A one-eyed man wearing a raincoat sitting in the front passenger seat of the truck said with a sinister smile. "There was a Doomsday gang passing by Haidu. I don't know where they got so much money and bought so many weapons, but we killed them." Second brother. However, before he could finish his words, a man in his 50s wearing a hat walked out. He has a strong aura. The one-eyed man got out of the car excitedly after seeing this and ran forward and shouted, "Brother, I have good news for you. I went out today and intercepted a lot of arms. Look, this car is all my gains today." "Oh, really? So many?" The old man, who was called Big Brother, his eyes lit up after seeing these arms. He walked forward and couldn't help but admire them. Sniper rifles, bullets, silencers, automatic rifles, tanks, and armored vehicles. These equipments can probably equip more than 1,000 people. The more he looked, the more something seemed wrong. To be able to become the boss, Li Baoqing was certainly not a fool. He saw the problem at a glance. This force must be no simple one. The smile on his face disappeared, and he looked at the one-eyed dragon. "Mountain Cat, where did you rob these equipment from?" Shan Mao hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem yet, and said complacently, "It was from outside Haidu. Don't we always rob people like this?" "I know." But Li Baoqing interrupted him and asked quickly, "I'm asking you, did the other party say who he is?" "Yeah." Although he didn't understand why the boss was so nervous, Shan Mao still said, "They said they seemed to be from Huaihai, the Fiery Rose." "What? Flaming Rose?" "It's bad." As expected, Li Baoqing's face changed drastically when he heard this. He slapped his thigh in frustration and said, "You are crazy, kid. How dare you snatch the Fiery Rose? Don't you know that they are the top Doomsday force in Huaihai?" But Shan Mao didn't take it seriously. Instead, he said arrogantly, "What's wrong with the Fiery Rose? In addition to the law enforcement forces of Haidu, we also have those big family forces. Who dares not to snatch it?" "Oh." Seeing that his younger brother hadn't understood the importance of the problem, Li Baoqing was so angry that he didn't know what to say. He just pointed at his old hand and trembled. "You don't know the boss of the Fiery Rose and Miaoxue is a woman, but it is said that she has some powerful war machines in her hands. It only took her one night to kill all 400 people in the Jong Family manor. How dare you take their weapons?" "What? Killing over 400 people in one night? Holy shit. Is this true or false? So fierce?" Sure enough, Bobcat was also startled by these words, but he quickly regained his composure. "Boss, you are too timid now. The apocalypse has been going on for so long, and I, Bobcat, am already a third-level combat mutant new human. Even if they really come, there is no need for us to be so scared." "That's right." Seeing this, another little brother also quickly agreed. "Boss, Brother Mao is now a third-level mutant new human, with 60 times the strength of an ordinary person. There's no need to be afraid of those guys. Besides, it's the end of the world now, and Bobcat doesn't believe that those people can find this place. They don't know who we are. It's just that a guy who doesn't look very smart ran away. That being said," but Li Baoqing was still a little worried. "That's enough." But Shan Mao was already impatient and interrupted directly. "Don't worry, boss. I'll take care of everything. If they dare to come, I'll kill them all. Those so-called war machines are at most modified pieces of scrap metal. They can only bully ordinary people. How can we possibly deal with the new humans?" "Well, okay." Seeing his younger brother so determined as the boss, he couldn't say anything, especially since he couldn't bear to part with so many weapons and equipment. So he simply said, "Let's transport it back first." "Okay." When Bobcat heard this, he was overjoyed and quickly called his younger brothers to carry the things inside. "Hurry, hurry, hurry, hurry up, everyone, hurry and send it in quickly. It's going to be dark soon. Get in first before those zombies become active." "Understood, boss." "Brothers, hurry up." When the younger brothers heard this, they hurriedly transported all their equipment and weapons inside. Little did they know that just as the sky darkened, Bobcat moved all the weapons in. On the mountain not far away, buzz, click, click, with the sound of violent gear turning, the poison that had been disguised here for a long time, the huge mechanical body that was 7 meters tall, slowly stood up. Chapter 75 Li Shaoan is becoming more and more perverted. He didn't expect that these guys were hiding here. It's really a nice place. The satellite almost missed this place. But now that it has been discovered, "Boss, Then Du Yao looked at Yi Xiao, who was in the pickup truck next to him. Sitting in the front passenger seat with his arm resting on the window, Yi Xiao said without further ado, "Kill them." "Clear." Poison grinned after receiving the order. Then the laser hand cannon was loaded. Buzz! A fierce laser cannon was fired downwards. Boom! 3 shots in succession. Each one exploded below like a missile, immediately causing a massive explosion to rise into the sky outside the military research base. It scared the people inside. Fuck, what happened? Who fired the cannon? The door, which had been closed, was quickly opened again, and several survivors in raincoats came out. I saw a mess outside. A look of panic. It was not until Li Xiaowan and Polaris arrived outside the research institute in a Lamborghini Veneno. She walked out with a pair of slender black silk legs and a black raincoat on the outside. Even though the sky is dark, there are still dim lights shining. Fuck. In just a moment, the younger brothers who opened the door were all stunned. Good, nice legs. So beautiful. Next to him, Polaris, who also had an amazing figure, came down, fiddling with a bullet in his hand, which was spinning very regularly. The lavender eyes are also very attractive. That's how it looks. Well, younger. A survivor licked his lips and said, "But it's the end of the world. Miners can also give it a try." Only the mountain cat who came out frowned at the 2 women, feeling something was wrong. "Who are you?" Leaning against the body of the Lamborghini, the pair of long and beautiful legs were very eye-catching. Li Xiaowan placed a moonlight on the hood and smiled charmingly. "You just robbed us and you forgot about it." "Robbery?" Bobcat paused, then grinned. "Girl, I robbed you? Don't be ridiculous. If I saw you, would you still have a chance to stay outside? You would have already gotten into my bed." "Oh, really?" Li Xiaowan was not angry and reminded, "We are from Fiery Rose, but now it is called Fantasy Star City. This morning, a batch of equipment was transported back to Huaihai and was robbed by you. Hey, you know?" Li Xiaowan sighed, aggrieved, which made the man look pitiful. "My boss was very angry when he heard the news, so he tortured me for a long time. My legs are still a little weak now." "Oh, really?" The mountain cat's eyes were immediately attracted by the slender black legs. "A woman like this, damn, it's worth it even if I die playing with her." He licked his lips and said with lustful eyes, "Then why don't you come to me? I'm not as inhumane as your boss." "Yeah." Li Xiaowan touched her tempting red lips with her white fingers, but still shook her head and sighed. "But I'm afraid you don't have that much strength." "Yo-ho, ha-ha-ha." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone started laughing. "That's so slutty. Beautiful girl, you really look down on our Bobcat brother. Our brother Bobcat is famous for his bravery. That's right, your boss can't even handle you. Isn't he too weak? Or let us comfort you." However, who would have thought that he had not yet finished speaking? Careful. The mountain cat only felt that there seemed to be a tiny stream of air beside his ear, and under the dim light, there was a flash of light as fast as lightning. When they reacted, they saw that the little man who had just spoken was standing there in a daze, his eyes full of disbelief. Then his head fell off his head with a bang, and his whole body fell down with a loud bang. "What the hell? What happened? You did it!" This sudden scene frightened the group of survivors. Only Bobcat noticed something unusual and pointed at Li Xiaowan, who was still standing next to the supercar. As expected, Li Xiaowan calmly wiped it with the moonlight, and there was no blood on it. She raised her dreamy eyes and said, "You must pay a price for talking nonsense, right? You can joke around, but how can you take it seriously? My body should only be given to the master now, okay? You." Now Bobcat finally understood why these 2 girls who looked so beautiful dared to come here. It turns out that he is so powerful. Even Yi Xiao, who was on the iron car, was speechless by Li Xiaowan's actions. This girl is becoming more and more perverted. "But I like it," Chun Yao asked. "Can they handle it? Do you need my help?" "No need." But Yi Xiao raised his hand to stop him, his eyes still looking at the big screen projection from Du Yao. "Don't worry. Those people are no match for the 2 of them." This time the main focus is also on training Polaris. And as expected, one of the younger brothers was solved. The other survivors became nervous and involuntarily clenched their guns, pointing them at Li Xiaowan. But with so many guns pointed at them, Li Xiaowan remained calm and just stroked the moonlight, saying softly, "Okay, don't waste time, just give out the things you robbed. I'm in a good mood and can leave you a complete body." But facing this weird and beautiful beauty, Shan Mao sneered and said, "Want to equip yourself with weapons? Then you have to see if the gun in my hand agrees. Brothers, kill them." Following a command from Shan Mao, 7 or 8 younger brothers showed no mercy and started shooting at Li Xiaowan. Just kidding, this woman is so good at being weird. But Li Xiaoan was not panicked at all. Not to mention that the bullets could not penetrate the defense. There was also the North Star next to her. She was too lazy to even move and continued to wipe the moonlight. As expected, countless dense, flaming bullets flew over, but the 14-year-old Polaris just raised his hand slightly. Buzz! Those bullets seemed to have encountered an invisible barrier and were all frozen in midair. How is this possible? The mountain cat couldn't help but gasp when he saw this scene. Who would have thought that this pretty and cool little girl, who looked only 14 or 15 years old, was actually a mutant new human? And it seems that the ability is very special. There are so many powerful new humans in Phantasy Star City. But that was not the end, because as the bullets were frozen in the air, the next second, in the powerful magnetic field distortion, Bobcat saw that the bullets had changed direction, which made his pupils shrink sharply, and he quickly shouted, "Be careful." But it's too late. Puff, 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 as Polaris raised his hand and pressed forward. Those bullets seemed to have consciousness and penetrated the bodies of all the survivors. In just a blink of an eye, 8 or 9 people all fell to the ground, and only Bobcat was left at the scene, still staring at the 2 women nervously. And after the problem was solved, Polaris said in a cold voice, "Sister Xiaoan, why waste time talking to them? Just kill them all." Looking at the corpses all over the floor, Li Xiaoan opened her cute little mouth and pulled the corners of her delicate mouth unhappily. "Little girl, you are more cruel than me." Chapter 76. Very rich Yi Xiao. But soon, Li Xiaoan's smile became even more charming. "I like it. Deal with the guys here first." "Yeah, okay." Polaris nodded obediently. She now had the 3rd-level magnetic ability, which made her like a god to these survivors. With just a move of his hands, countless bullets, including various metals, were attracted and then attacked other people. Although there are still some limitations, such as the inability to control large amounts of metal. But we have an easy way to deal with these people. Then the 2 women were massacred. This made Chun Yao, who was sitting in the pickup truck, amazed. "How cruel!" But Yi Xiao said, "To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. They killed our people, so we must fight back. This is the law of survival in the apocalypse." Chun Yao paused after hearing this, then looked at Yi Xiao with complicated eyes. She knew that Yi Xiao was right. Soon, the 2 women dealt with all the people inside, and the mountain cat didn't even have a chance to resist before being stabbed in the heart by Li Xiaoan. Wait for Yi Xiao to drive down. After entering the abandoned center, I saw that the area inside was not small, about 3,000 square meters, and it had 2 floors. But now, there are survivors who have been killed everywhere. The remaining dozen or so people all squatted in the corner with their hands on their heads. "No, don't kill us. This has nothing to do with us." I saw a little brother begging for mercy, with snot and tears running down his face. "Shut up." But Li Xiaoan kicked him, and then asked, "Master, what should we do with these?" "Well, it's all solved. Staying will also cause trouble. Go, get out." Hearing this, Li Xiaoan winked at Du Yao. I love killing prisoners the most." After receiving the instructions, Du Yao chuckled and took the group of people out. Then in a dull burst of energy cannon, evaporate all at once. As for the remaining weapons, and so on, Yi Xiao walked forward, lifted the tarpaulin, and took a look, and found that there were a lot of them. There are at least more than 2,000 guns of various types, including various types of bullets, anti-tank howitzers, anti-armor automatic howitzers, Gatling, RPG, and so on. Apparently, in addition to what they had robbed Lu Yang of, they also had a lot of goods in stock. After seeing this, Li Xiaoan also asked, "What should we do with these?" Yi Xiao covered the tarpaulin and said, "Put all of these away, pack them up, and have Ironhide send them to Phantasy Star City. These are of no use to them. But for a Doomsday shelter, it is a lot of weapon support. What about these 2 tanks?" Li Xiaoan pointed at 2 domestic infantry tanks and asked, "Don't you want to activate them? We don't have any tank transformers yet." "Need not." But Yi Xiao had already tested it before. There is no problem in activating it, but it is not stronger than poison and sting. It's just that its body is bulkier and more domineering. So it is not used now. Send them back together first. "Good." Hearing this, Li Xiaoan nodded, then took out the space ring and put all the weapons, including the car, into it. And after doing all this, throw it to Iron Sheet. With a loud bang. Then, the Iron Sheet who got the space ring roared in a dull sound of air waves. Left the abandoned military research center directly. In addition to this, Yi Xiao also discovered a lot of zombie magic cores. Obviously, they were all collected by Li Baoqing. I picked it up and took a look. There were probably more than 100 of them, but they are all first level. But even so, that's a lot. Chun Yao beside him said in surprise. We've only gotten more than 300 in the past month, and they actually have more than 100 in stock. That's different. Li Xiaowan picked up a zombie magic core, washed it with clean water, and then ate it directly. She said, we didn't collect it. We only focused on upgrading and raising zombies. Besides, there is 100 times return, which is not available to ordinary first-level people. They probably risk their lives to get it, because there are no mutant new humans below the second level around Yishio now. Even those in Fantasy Star City were at least at the second level. Not to mention Chen Yao, Li Xiaowan, and others, who have already broken through to who knows how many levels. So they raised those zombies. However, but Li Xiaowan also felt, these people are not simple. They can get so many zombie magic cores. But Yishio didn't waste any words. Eat first and talk later. Although it's useless. But Yishio wanted a refund. In this way, if you have more than 100 coins, you can get back 10,000 coins. Yeah, okay. The two girls were very obedient and ate more than 50 pills each. And Yishio also heard the pleasant reminder. Ding, congratulations to the goddess Li Xiaowan you fed for eating 52 first-level zombie magic cores. You successfully received 5,200 cores in return. Ding, congratulations to the goddess Chen Yao you fed for eating 57 first-level zombie magic cores. You successfully received 5,700 in return. TSK, TSK, TSK. I have to say, when I saw that 10,900 zombie magic cores suddenly appeared out of thin air in the space ring, Yishio was still in a very good mood, especially including the 10,900 this time and the 22,000 before. The number of first-level zombie magic cores has now reached 32,900. There are 6,800 second-level ones. There are 4,200 third-level ones. There are 2,700 fourth-level pieces. If others knew about this, even if many large Doomsday forces join forces, they might not be able to defeat the fourth-level zombie tyrant. Yishio has 2,700 of the zombie magic cores they have always dreamed of, and they must be going crazy. Okay, almost everything has been collected. There isn't much else here except for munitions and zombie cores. Yishio didn't waste time either. Let's go to Haidu and take a look. Yeah, okay. The three girls nodded obediently. Then the four of them left in a Lamborghini Veneno. Of course, it was too crowded, and the poison is also very conspicuous. So he simply had it skin a military truck. Just like that, with a humming sound, the mechanical gears are turning. The 7 or 8 meter long military green truck carried the four people and continued to move towards Haidu because of autonomous driving. So Yishio didn't need to do anything. The two women were tired after being busy for so long. Li Xiaowan even lay directly on Yishio and fell asleep like a lazy cat. Wait until the next morning. Wake up. Yishio discovered that the poison had stopped. Boss, we're here. From the radio station, the mechanized sound of poison was heard. When Yishio opened his eyes, he discovered that, as expected, a huge protective wall made of barbed wire had appeared in the distance. Many people were coming in and out of the wall, and it was written on it, Haidu's shelter area. Are we there yet? Li Xiaowan, who was lying on Yishio, also rubbed her bright big eyes. I muttered, it's so fast. All right, come down first. Finally arriving at Haidu, Yishio patted her perky little butt. Then he took the three girls and put on raincoats. Arrived at the Haidu security entrance and exit. Chapter 77, Haidu's Shelter, Transaction Scene. This was the first time Yishio left Huaihai City after the apocalypse. And when we arrived at Haidu, one of the most prosperous cities in the past, I found that this place has long lost its former prosperity. Instead, it is in ruins. Although high-rise buildings are still standing, this place has become a doomsday wasteland city. The air was filled with a rotten, foggy smell. Moreover, Yishio also discovered that many places here seem to be blocked. There is only one sea route to the Haidu sanctuary. This is... it's the only access to the shelter. Just then, a woman wearing a leather jacket and a raincoat was about to go into the city. She was a zombie hunter here, and when she saw that Yishio was new, she kindly gave him a reminder. The only passage? But Yishio frowned, because this road seemed to be the most prosperous port in Haidu, also known as Haidong District. It was not large in area, with a diameter of only about 10 kilometers, but it was full of high-rise buildings and was once one of the places with the highest GDP. That's right. He casually threw his hunter license to the staff member. The woman smiled and said, Haidong District, once the most prosperous financial district, has now been transformed into the only shelter in Haidu. Because it is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, those zombies cannot swim. With only this main passage, the requirements for troops can be greatly reduced, and they can be strictly guarded. Then if the zombies break through this main passage, won't everyone inside be doomed? Beside him, Polaris looked at the road strangely. There was only one road, and it was easy to defend, but it was also a dead end. Oh, you're so stupid. Chen Yao pinched his fair little face and said unhappily, "You're stupid. Zombies can't swim, but I didn't say humans can't. If we are really attacked, we can just jump down and escape." That's right. The woman was a little surprised that this team actually brought 3 such beautiful girls. Moreover, the girl looked only 13 or 14 years old. She was suddenly a little dazed, but still pointed to the ships docked in the distance. These ships are used for escape. If the shelter is really breached, the survivors can use the ships to escape. And sure enough, I looked in that direction. They saw many large cargo ships, and even sightseeing boats there, so that even if the shelter was breached, the survivors could escape. And the woman pointed to both sides of the road, including the top, where there were densely packed close and defense guns, various weapons, as well as surrounding tanks, armored vehicles, and various newly developed equipment. He smiled and said, "With these weapons, even a 5th-level zombie tyrant leading a team would not be able to get in. So there is no need to worry about the possibility of the sanctuary being breached." Indeed, seeing those close-in defense guns and weapons, Yishio nodded and had to admit it. There's only one channel. Survivors can also leave by boat, which is a natural barrier. No wonder a safe haven can be built here. Why? Are you new here? Luiran also spotted the 4 people, so he stretched out his hand and smiled at Yishio. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Luiran. I'm a zombie hunter, and I live here." "Hello, my name is Yishio." Yishio shook hands with him, but was stunned when he heard the word zombie hunter. Well, Luiran was not angry because Yishio and the others didn't know. Instead, he patiently explained, zombie hunter is a new profession in the Haida Sanctuary. They make a living by hunting zombie magic cores. In Haidu, in addition to having sufficient supplies and money to survive, zombie magic cores are the fastest way to make money. So many people choose to become zombie hunters in exchange for supplies to survive. I see. Yishio nodded after understanding what was happening. No wonder he could tell that this woman was also a mutant new human. But her ability seemed to be only in her eyes. This is the awakening of vision. But I didn't expect that the profession of hunter would appear now. That's enough, Iran. But the companion next to him, who had already checked the pass, said in a muffled voice, "It's time for us to go in." Yishio discovered that this woman had 5 or 6 companions with her, but only one was a mutant new human, and the remaining 4 were ordinary people, but also fully armed. Hearing his companion's shouts, Luiran didn't waste any time and said goodbye to Yishio and the others. "Then we'll go in first and see you again if we're lucky." "Okay, bye." Li Shaoan also had a good impression of this girl, so she waved to her and then said to Yishio, "Master, this sister is quite nice." Yishio smiled when he heard this. There are good people and bad people everywhere. It's normal. "Come on, let's go in too." Bring the 3 girls to the door. "Who are you? Where are you from? And what are you doing in the sea?" Then a fully armed soldier stopped them and asked. Chinyao stepped forward and said, "We are survivors from Huaihai City. We want to go to Haida to buy some supplies." Huaihai City. The soldier who was about to record looked up in surprise when he heard the name. Huaihai City is more than 400 kilometers away from here. How could you come here? You have to know that the people in the Haida safe zone are either those who were in Haida before or some survivors within 200 kilometers nearby. They're the first batch to come from Huaihai. But he was only surprised for a short while. And then he said, "Sign your name. I will issue you a pass." "Yeah, okay." Chen Yao quickly wrote down the names of several people. After the application was completed, the soldier stamped it and reminded, "This temporary pass can only be used for 2 days. After 2 days, if you want to come back after leaving, you must apply for a new pass. Also, fighting and robbery are not allowed in the sanctuary. If we find anyone causing trouble, we will deal with them on the spot. It's different now than in the past peacetime. We have to be careful about everything, but no one likes to waste time judging you." "I know. Thank you, brother." After receiving the pass, Chen Yao smiled charmingly and said only these words. The soldiers almost broke through the defense. I just sighed secretly in my heart. Charming, so charming. Alas, this is only in the sanctuary. If it were outside, how could such a stunning girl still be alive today? But Chen Yao doesn't care about that. Done, master. Chun Yao, who had received the pass, waved her little hand and said happily to Yi Xiao, "Yeah, okay, let's go. See that things are done." The four of them enter the shelter. Once you enter the sheltered area, the three girls saw the survivors setting up stalls and selling things on both sides of the road. The entire street almost became a vegetable market. They sell everything. There was bread, rice, flour, and even mineral water, including some beer, yogurt, canned food, and so on. Come and have a look. This is the latest Mingyo yogurt produced in October. It was produced just last month when the zombie apocalypse broke out. There are only 5 boxes left, and each box starts at 100 yuan. If you want one, hurry up. It can be stored for more than 4 months, and you can drink it for 5 months without any problem. Cigarettes, Yuhua Stone, 200 per box. Anyone want any? Chapter 78, Chun Yao is causing trouble. Cigarettes, do you have Leaan? At this time, a man walked up to the survivor vendor selling cigarettes and asked, Yes. Seeing a customer coming, the vendor smiled happily and quickly took out a pack of Yuan cigarettes from the bag next to him. Do you want a box or a carton? Let's just have one box. The man's eyes lit up, but there was nothing he could do as his funds were limited, so he ordered a box. In addition to these, they also sell beer, medicines, mineral water, beverages, equipment, raincoats, and other items. But when she heard that the cigarettes were only 200, Li Xiaowan was surprised and said, "It's so cheap. It seems that the price hasn't increased much." Cheap. But Yi Xiao smiled when he heard this, pointed at the vendor over there, and said, "See what they are trading for first." What a deal. Li Xiaowan obediently took a curious look and was stunned when she saw the man take out 3 large gold bracelets from his pocket. Here, these 3 bracelets, 220G. Okay. When the vendor saw the big bracelet, he smiled so much that his face almost blossomed. He quickly weighed it on the scale. After confirming that there was no problem, he quickly put it away, handed over the cigarettes, and gave 5 more. "No need to give me change. I'll give you 5 more cigarettes for this 20G. Can." The man suddenly felt that he had made a fortune. He couldn't wait to put the money in his pocket, then took out a lighter, lit it, took a deep puff, and an expression of great satisfaction immediately appeared on his dirty face. "Yeah, comfortable. What are you looking at?" But he glanced at Li Xiaowan, who was standing next to him with a stunned look on her face. The man snorted again and turned away. Nima. Chun Yao came back to her senses and was shocked. They actually traded with gold and 200G for a box of cigarettes. This is too expensive. But Yi Xiao could understand. Before the apocalypse, gold was a precious metal with high value. It was even a common currency during wars. But now times have changed. The apocalypse disaster cannot be ended by war. Gold has only become the simplest common currency. Yes, after a brief eye-opener, Chun Yao suddenly understood it again. And most importantly, they also had a lot of gold, nearly 100 tons. But what made them most happy was that they had a large number of cigarettes in their hands, including all kinds of cigarettes. Hundreds of thousands of boxes were just a small amount. No worries at all. In addition to these, Chun Yao also saw people selling liquor, canned food, drinks, as well as some rice, flour, and fruit. The price of rice is very expensive. 1 pound requires 100G of gold. But even so, there is a constant stream of people coming to buy. Hey, there's a gun here. After walking a little further, Chun Yao found someone selling guns on the street, so she walked up to take a look out of interest. They are all ordinary firearms. She looked at the little girl selling arms. The little girl had a dirty face. She sat on a small stool, using a huge umbrella to support herself. Her thin, malnourished appearance did not fit in here. Only her starry eyes were sparkling, showing hope for survival, but also seemed very indifferent. You can't trust anyone easily here. But when she heard about heavy weapons, the little girl's cold face finally showed a glimmer of light, and she asked, "What do you want?" For example, some heavy firepower weapons such as tanks, armored vehicles, or anti-tank vehicles, machine guns, and so on. Chun Yao said, "No." The little girl shook her head and said, "These weapons are only available from the government, and they're produced by military factories. I only have these ordinary firearms." But Chun Yao was very interested after hearing this. She half squatted down and stared at the little girl. "Where did you get these weapons and equipment?" "I can't tell you this." The little girl looked at Chun Yao warily, her charming eyes a little overwhelming. "Oh, since you didn't say it." Chun Yao didn't mind. It didn't matter. She didn't want to use her charm control ability on a little girl. But the little girl saw that Chun Yao didn't look like a bad person, hesitated for a moment, and suddenly said, "If you want to buy heavy firepower weapons, I can introduce you. I know the supply officer at the military factory, but the price will be more expensive. Oh. Chun Yao became interested. She turned to look at Yushio and was about to agree after getting permission, but she didn't have time to open her mouth. With a bang. Suddenly, several men came over and overturned the little girl's stall in a very rude manner. The girl's face turned pale when she saw this, and she no longer cared about the weapons. She grabbed whatever was nearby and ran away. But, you want to run? The man sneered and grabbed the little girl. Let me go, let me go. The little girl put the gun to the man's head and said nervously, or I will blow your head off. Blow my head off? But the man was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed and looked at the little girl mockingly. You little bastard, I told you that you can't set up a stall here if you don't pay the protection fee. Don't you have a good memory, or what? But the little girl was confident. I have already paid the law enforcement department. Why should I pay you too? Why? The man slapped the girl in the face, then pointed to the armband on his shoulder and said, just because we are the management association here, you have to give us money, otherwise he. The man said viciously, I will kill you, little bastard, and then kill your whole family. When the little girl heard this, a look of fear appeared in her big eyes. However, the red slap mark still couldn't make her give in. She just looked at the man stubbornly. Hey, you dare to stare at me like that? For some reason, the man felt a little scared when the girl stared at him, and he wanted to slap her again. But Chun Yao couldn't stand it anymore. She said helplessly in a sweet voice, Hey, a few grown men bullying a little girl. How can you bear it? She only looks 12 or 13 years old. Oh. Su Chong hadn't noticed Chun Yao, who was wearing a black raincoat next to him. When he heard that someone dared to meddle in other people's business, he was immediately amused and turned around to teach her a lesson. However, when he saw Chun Yao's stunningly beautiful face, Su Chong was stunned on the spot. Even the younger brother beside him stared at Chun Yao's beautiful face that was white with a hint of red. The younger brother nudged Su Chong with his elbow and said excitedly, Brother Chong, this girl is so beautiful. Nonsense. Su Chong, who was interrupted, glared at his younger brother fiercely. Do I need you to tell me? As for the other vendors, they continued selling their goods as if they hadn't seen anything. Only a few survivors who still had a conscience could only sigh secretly after seeing a beauty like Chun Yao. It seems like someone is going to be abused by the Li family again. Sure enough, Su Chong came back to his senses and looked at Chun Yao with a different look. He touched his chin, walked forward, and looked at her unscrupulously. Beauty, this is the first time I see someone dare to stand up for others here, and she is such a beautiful woman. Don't you know that beautiful women are easily targeted here? Oh, really? Being stared at like this, Chun Yao smiled charmingly, but still whispered, Then do you want to stare at me? Of course. Su Chong didn't want to miss such a beauty. He would be willing to die if he could just sleep with her in bed. Chun Yao laughed even more happily when he heard this. Well, I'll give you a chance. If you kill the 3 little brothers around you, I can consider it. Huh? As soon as these words came out, the 3 little brothers were immediately amused. What a joke. You're just a woman. Do we need to kill each other? Can't we just take you away and take turns? I think you want... Bang! But who would have thought that before he could finish his words, a gunshot was heard and a bloody hole appeared on one of the younger brothers' heads. He stared with wide eyes at Su Chong, who had just fired the gun. I never expected that Brother Chong would kill himself for a woman. Chapter 79. Why is my buddy committing suicide? The other survivors who were buying and selling things were also stunned by the sudden gunshot. They looked at Su Chong in disbelief as he fired the gun. They saw that Su Chong looked like he was out of his mind at this moment, pointing the gun at the other brothers. The remaining 2 younger brothers turned pale with fright when they saw this. Fuck, Brother Chong, you're crazy. You really killed the 3rd brother. Is it really that important for a woman? But Su Chong seemed not to hear anything. He grinned at the remaining 2 brothers and pulled the trigger. Bang! Accompanied by 2 gunshots, the remaining 2 surviving bullies were also killed. Su Chong was the only one left at the scene. The law enforcement team, who heard the gunshots in the distance, quickly drove over. A very fast man wearing armor that blocked all the vital parts of his body got out of the car and saw Su Chong committing a crime. He angrily said, Su Chong, you are crazy. However, Su Chong did not turn around when he heard the noise. He just pointed the gun at his head, pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet passed through the head, drawing an elegant arc with bright red blood splattering everywhere. He soon fell in a pool of blood. This sudden shooting incident left everyone completely dumbfounded. Fuck, is this guy crazy? What's going on? Even the law enforcement captain, Li Weishue, was stunned when he saw Su Chong committing suicide, But he quickly came to his senses and immediately looked at the onlookers nearby and said in a gloomy voice, "What happened here just now?" "I don't know." A female bystander who had come to her senses saw the law enforcement team looking at her with a confused look on her face, and she was holding a box of unpaid milk in her hand. "I just came here to stock up on supplies, and then I saw this guy was like crazy, shooting his own people, and then he shot himself." "You saw it too. This guy is mentally ill." "What?" "First he shot his own people, then he shot himself." "Mental illness?" Li Weishu knew Su Chong, who was a member of the Haiduli family. "How could he commit suicide?" "All right." At this time, the woman suddenly remembered and pointed at the little girl and Chen Yao. "Commander, I seem to have heard this woman say just now that if you want her, kill your companions." "There's nothing I can do. Chen Yao is too beautiful. Women are jealous." Sure enough, Li Weishu also looked in the direction of Chen Yao and was amazed by her appearance. But he still walked forward and frowned and asked, "What happened just now?" "I don't know either, but Chen Yao is not stupid. She pretended to be innocent. Her big watery eyes made anyone feel sorry for her. I just said it casually, and he really shot." "Sir, this has nothing to do with me." Yi Xiu, Li Shaowan, and Polaris, who were watching this scene not far away, were speechless. This woman is really good at making trouble. But Yi Xiu didn't mind. Haida said that no trouble should be made and equality should be maintained. In fact, people with rights enjoy privileges, so killing them is fine. You're like a slave before the apocalypse, and you're still doing this after the apocalypse. That's wishful thinking. As expected, Haida stipulated that only troublemakers could be dealt with directly. There was no actual evidence, and the other party killed someone just by saying something. This was obviously a bit weird, but there was no actual evidence, so Li Weishu couldn't say anything. He could only wave his hand impatiently and said, "Okay, leave here first." Thank you, sir." Hearing that they could leave, Chen Yao smiled charmingly and then pulled the little girl who was setting up the stall just now. "Come on, let's go with sister." The little girl looked at the gentle Chen Yao and couldn't figure out what had just happened. However, she could feel the kindness of this beautiful sister, so after hesitating for a moment, she chose to follow Chen Yao's pace. It was just that when Chen Yao and the girl passed by the woman, just a glance, the woman was also bewitched in an instant and then walked away in a daze. Li Weishu didn't notice what was happening next to him. He just looked at the four bodies at the scene and started to have a headache. At this time, another car was seen driving towards them quickly. Then a slender woman in black leather pants got out of the car. She had a great figure and was wearing a raincoat. "Get off the car." Seeing the person coming, Li Weishu immediately stepped forward and said, "Captain." "Huh? What happened here?" The woman in black leather pants had a nice voice and frowned when she saw the four bodies. And after Li Weishu explained, the woman became interested and squatted down to check the scene. She just closed her eyes slightly and sensed it. Then she raised her beautiful eyes and looked in the direction where Chen Yao left, with the invisible corners of her delicate mouth slightly raised. New mutant humans, interesting. But it didn't take long. Someone jumped into the sea. Fuck, this woman is crazy too. What happened again? Li Weishu hurried over upon hearing the sound, and then found that the woman he had just talked to had fallen into the river and was constantly drinking water and asking for help. There were already zombie fish swimming over following her scent. Fortunately, Li Weishu reacted quickly. He threw out a rope, grabbed the woman, and pulled her up with a little effort. Obviously, this is also a new mutant human. The woman who was pulled up was still in shock and gasping for breath. Li Weishu cursed. "Are you looking for death? I'm already annoyed, and you're still looking for trouble for me. If you want to die, go outside the sanctuary and die, but don't die in my jurisdiction." I'm not." The woman herself was stunned. God knows why she suddenly jumped into the sea today. What the hell? What the hell? Li Weishu wanted to curse again, but was stopped by the woman who came over. Her fingers were very slender and long in black gloves, and it was obvious that she was a beauty. "It has nothing to do with her." "What?" Li Weishu was confused again and looked at the boss. "She jumped into the sea by herself, and it had nothing to do with me." Could it have something to do with me? But only Su Hanyin knew that it was the woman who did it. She looked in the direction where Chen Yao had just left and talked to herself. It seems that there are some unusual mutants in the sea. Chapter 80, you want a fighter plane? Of course, Yi Xiu didn't care about these because the purpose of their coming here was to get some heavy firepower weapons and the missing supplies. The rest doesn't matter. However, he still reminded Chen Yao, who came with the little girl, "Don't do it again." Don't forget that our goal is not to be the survivors, nor the so-called Doomsday forces, but to survive the Doomsday to the end. After all, he had little interest in these survivors. He has only one goal, which is to create some more powerful transformers, and then successfully survive these Doomsday disasters. I understand, Master. Chun Yao was now a completely different person from before. After hearing these words, she realized that she had gone too far, so she nodded apologetically. This made the little girl even more surprised, because the elder sister was very domineering just now, but now in front of this brother, she is as obedient as a kitten. And the two sisters next to him also look indifferent, mysterious, and powerful. Where on earth did this powerful team come from? Let's go! However, Yi Xiu did not waste time. Seeing that it was getting late, he took the girls to the hotel to rest. Although it was Doomsday, some officially operated hotels were still in operation. But the price is very expensive and not affordable for ordinary people. But this is not a problem for Yi Xiu. Hello, a regular room is 6,000 yuan a night, and a presidential suite is 18,888 yuan. Which one do you want? The receptionist was a very beautiful woman wearing black stockings, a business suit, and a uniform, with her hair tied up, looking like a beautiful young woman. However, Yi Xiu scanned it and found that it only had 87 points. Obviously, it is still far from the passing line. But I still asked, besides gold, what else can be used for trading? Chen Yao was not surprised by this question, because no one knew what kind of person would come from outside. After all, there are not many simple people who can come to the safe zone alone. Therefore, he smiled politely and said, of course, supplies or magic cores are fine. Magic cores are better because they are expensive. We can even help convert them, but ordinary magic cores may not be. What about this? However, before he could finish his words, Li Xiaowan took out a 4th-level zombie magic core from his pocket. Chun Yao's pretty face was immediately stunned, and her big eyes were filled with shock. This is a 4th-level magic core? You know, the levels of magic cores are now clearly differentiated. The white one is the lowest grade, followed by green, blue, and purple, which are easy to distinguish. But he is a 4th-level zombie. Even the 2nd-level mutant knew humans dare not provoke him. They actually have a 4th-level magic core. Chen Yao's breathing began to become rapid. The current value of such a 4th-level magic core is almost 5 million. If I could sell this magic core with only 5% commission, I could get 50 WG of gold. Even the little girl next to her was completely stunned after seeing such a 4th-level magic core. She obviously didn't expect that Li Xiaowan actually had such a terrifying zombie magic core. No problem, no problem. When she came back to her senses, she saw Chen Yao's eyes widened. She immediately showed a charming and enthusiastic smile to Li Xiaowan and Yi Xiu. This magic core can be sold for 500 WG of gold, conservatively estimated. If you need it, I can help you get rid of it, but we may charge 5%. Oh no, 1% service fee is enough. She thought about it and decided to just charge 1%. Okay, after getting Yi Xiu's permission, Li Xiaowan nodded. After all, this thing was no different from a stone to her. But now we need to book a room first, the presidential suite. No problem, please follow me. Chun Yao hurriedly took her long, beautiful legs and took a few people to get a room. Soon, they arrived at a presidential suite. Yi Xiu took a look and found that this place was very large. It's a full 300 square meters. It's completely enough for a few people to rest. What satisfied Yi Xiu the most was the scenery outside. At a height of more than 400 meters, you can almost overlook the entire sanctuary. And besides that, you can also see high-rise buildings in the occupied areas along the river in the distance. It was also one of the most prosperous areas in Haidu. But now it has become an occupied area. The scenery here is really nice. Seeing such a beautiful big living room, Chen Yao sat on the sofa with great satisfaction. Of course, Chen Yao was also quite confident about her hotel. She smiled and said, "This is one of the best places in the entire sanctuary. There is no better scenery than here." Indeed, Chen Yao did not comment on this. How about this? Chen Yao couldn't wait to sell the 4th-level zombie magic core, so she smiled and said, "I'll help you get rid of this zombie magic core first. If you need anything, just call the service number. We are at your service 24 hours a day. Also, there is purified water here for drinking, including bathing. It's all free." Good. This was not surprising to these women, because they live like this every day in Huaihai. But the more indifferent the reaction was, the more Chen Yao felt that this team was extraordinary. It seems that a powerful Doomsday force has arrived in Haidu again. However, she did not dare to disturb him any further and just took the zombie magic core to exchange it quickly. And wait until he leaves. Yishio also asked Xinyao to take the little girl to take a bath. Soon, half an hour later, the little girl followed Xinyao out. After changing her clothes, she looked brand new and clean. She is a very beautiful little girl. Yishio didn't waste time, but went straight to the point and asked, "Do you know the quartermaster of the military factory? What kind of weapons can he get?" Well, the little girl was called Lin Yushi. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "It depends on what kind of weapon you want, big brother. Can we get a fighter jet?" But who would have thought that Yishio's words would leave Lin Yushi stunned? She blinked her bright starry eyes and looked at Yishio in surprise. Fighter? It was the first time she heard someone ask for a fighter jet. That's right. Yishio really needed some of these. He wanted to activate some powerful transformers. The army is not short of troops now, but the Air Force only has one Sonic at most, which is an armed helicopter. If there are fighter jets, their combat effectiveness can be greatly enhanced, especially the most advanced ones, such as F-22, J-20, Su-35, etc. If not, some J-15, F-16, etc. will be fine. Otherwise, what are you doing here? Playing?